Upon awakening, Changkong found himself transported to a tumultuous world rife with chaos and demonic creatures. Although his martial arts aptitude was unremarkable, he soon discovered that as his lifespan increased, his talents and potential could be infinitely enhanced. The 5-animal play. By mimicking the tiger, deer, bear, ape, and bird, one could strengthen the body, enhance agility, and ward off illness. The turtle breathing true skill. This bio-inspired technique resembles the respiration of a millennia-old tortoise, promoting longevity through prolonged energy absorption. The Celestial Silkworm Divine Skill. With the 9 transformations of the Celestial Silkworm, one breaks free from their cocoon, rejuvenating youth and unlocking the mysteries of life and death. Each transformation represents a rebirth. Cultivating the longevity fist fosters the essence of life. Along a path littered with the remains of the fallen, Changkong embarked on a journey of martial longevity that defied the heavens and the earth. Name: Changkong, 12 years old lifespan, 40 years potential value, 1 point. Changkong gazed at the attributes displayed on the panel before him, a hint of resignation etched on his face. 3 months have passed since I arrived in this world, and my book remains unfinished. Fortunately, I never had many readers to begin with, he sighed. Changkong was not a native of this realm. He was originally a struggling writer from Blue Star, barely scraping by on meager royalties sufficient for 2 meals a day. 3 months prior, while burning the midnight oil, he suddenly experienced intense chest pain and lost consciousness, only to awaken in this new world. From what Changkong understood, he was situated in the Great Yin Empire, a land plagued by banditry and warlords who ruled their territories. Rumors of demons and chaos abounded, painting a picture of true anarchy, where ordinary people were akin to mere blades of grass. Fortuitously, upon his arrival, he was taken in by the owner of the Black Iron Villa, a faction thriving on metallurgy. The villa housed over 100 individuals, and its master, Immortality, was a renowned blacksmith known in the vicinity of Changkong City. At Black Iron Villa, Changkong spent his days performing menial tasks and assisting with deliveries. Following the expected trajectory, he would ultimately become a seasoned blacksmith like the others, acquiring a skill that would ensure his future sustenance. Yet, Changkong harbored no desire for such a mundane existence. He yearned to practice martial arts and explore the vastness of the world beyond. Like many who find themselves in a similar predicament, Changkong possessed a unique advantage. Yet thus far, aside from viewing basic information, such as his age and lifespan, he had not uncovered any additional benefits. My lifespan, only 28 years remain, allowing me to live until 40. More disheartening was the realization that, at the tender age of 12, his remaining years were limited to 28. In such a chaotic era, reaching the age of 40 could be considered fortunate. Yet as someone transported from Blue Star, he desired a longer existence. Dong, dong, dong. The crisp chime of a bell echoed through Black Iron Villa at dawn, signaling the time to rise and begin work. The villa's livelihood depended on metallurgy, and each member was required to adhere to its regulations, attending daily assemblies and roll calls. Changkong wasted no time after freshening up. He made his way to the central square of Black Iron Villa. This moment, at the heart of the Black Iron Manor, a congregation of over 100 individuals had gathered. Chun Fan, a man clad in a scholarly robe, held a ledger and began calling the roll. Present. Li San. Present. One by one, the attendees responded to the summons of the robed man. Once the roll call concluded, a look of reverence washed over the faces of the crowd as they turned their gaze toward a figure not far away. Approaching were 2 individuals, one an elderly man with flowing white hair and an ethereal presence, the other a robust man in his 40s with bronze skin, the latter being Immortality, the master of Black Iron Manor. Immortality surveyed the assembled crowd with a smile and addressed them. Now that everyone is here, allow me to introduce this esteemed guest, Dr. Huashan. The elderly man with the youthful visage nodded slightly, prompting the crowd to display a semblance of respect. For in this era, the position of a physician was revered, and none could guarantee immunity from illness. Dr. Huashan cleared his throat and continued, I have graciously accepted Master Mo's invitation to stay at Black Iron Manor for a few days. In return, I shall impart the teachings of the 5-animal play to those who wish to learn. You may join me in my courtyard every afternoon during the hour of the rooster. The five-animal play? It sounded like a form of health-preserving martial arts. The crowd exchanged glances, some intrigued, while others appeared indifferent. The five-animal play was a well-known system of health cultivation, not designed for combat, but rather for enhancing wellness, promoting strength and resilience against ailments through regular practice. However, for many at Black Iron Manor, their daily schedules were already packed, leaving little time for the practice of the five-animal play. Health-preserving martial arts? The five-animal play? Changkong's eyes gleamed with interest. He was acutely aware that he could only live until the age of 40. He wondered if practicing this health regimen could extend his lifespan. The duration of one's life is not solely determined by innate genetics. Diligent care can fortify the body and lead to a longer existence. I must learn the five-animal play. Changkong resolved, determined to explore whether this practice could indeed prolong his life. The hour of the rooster spans from 5 to 7 in the afternoon. The crowd at Black Iron Manor began to disperse, heading for their meals and work. Clang, clang, clang. In the forge, the heat radiated from several furnaces, where numerous smiths worked bare-chested, wielding hammers to shape iron ingots, while sweat poured down their brows, the sound of forging ringing in the air. Make the fire a bit hotter, bellowed a man with a muscular arm and rough skin. Yes, sir. Changkong operated the bellows, coaxing the flames in the furnace to roar higher, the heat causing him to sweat profusely. However, over the past 3 months, he had gradually acclimated to this labor. Now, as a mere apprentice, his duties involved managing the bellows, adding coal, and occasionally crafting simple blades and hoe blanks. In Qingxue City, there are martial arts schools, but their fees are exorbitant, starting at several taels of silver a month. After 3 months, I have barely saved a tenth of that. Changkong felt a sense of helplessness. He had contemplated practicing martial arts before, but alas, the world of martial arts is not readily accessible to the average person. As far as he knew, the martial arts academies in Qingxue City charged exorbitant tuition fees that were beyond the reach of common folk. As an apprentice blacksmith at the Black Iron Manor, he was tasked with assisting and performing menial jobs, earning a meager stipend of merely 200 copper coins a month. He lived frugally, and after 3 months, he had managed to save less than half a tael of silver, a sum insufficient even for the entrance fee to a martial arts academy. However, Changkong bore no substantial resentment toward his circumstances. He believed that one should earn commensurate with their abilities. At the Black Iron Manor, at least his basic needs were met, and he need not worry about his safety. In time, as he became a skilled blacksmith, his remuneration would multiply. Both modern and ancient times are alike internships and formal employment. Changkong murmured to himself. Work is done. Work is done. Please ensure the fires are extinguished. At the afternoon's close, the overseer announced. The members of the Black Iron Manor began to disperse, though some still had unfinished tasks. Finally off work, Changkong exclaimed as he wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel. Upon returning to his quarters, he took a shower and changed into clean clothes before heading to the back courtyard of the Black Iron Manor. He intended to learn the five-animal play as arranged with physician Hua that morning. In the elegant courtyard, reserved for esteemed guests, Changkong met physician Hua. He noticed that he was not alone in his pursuit of the five-animal play. There were 7 or 8 others, young and old alike, all interested in this practice. Is it only this few? Physician Hua remarked, somewhat disheartened by the limited attendance. It was to be expected, as most people struggled to put food on the table and had little time or energy to devote to health practices. Steeling his resolve, Physician Hua began. The five-animal play is a time-honored set of health exercises that mimic 5 animals to strengthen the body and invigorate the flow of qi. Consistent practice is required to see results. My master practiced this for over a century before departing this world. Changkong listened intently. He was not content to remain stagnant. Living at the Black Iron Manor provided him with a stable existence, and utilizing his spare time to practice the five-animal play might indeed prove beneficial. The five-animal play consists of 54 movements, 13 for the tiger, 9 for the deer, 9 for the bear, 10 for the ape, and 13 for the bird. Furthermore, there are advanced practices such as the mutual generation and mutual restraint methods, the agile ape and clumsy bear exercises, and pair crane routines. Now, I will demonstrate while explaining. Please follow along, and feel free to ask questions at any time. Physician Hua instructed. After providing a brief overview of the five-animal play, he began to demonstrate the movements, prompting the others to join in. Physician Hua deliberately slowed his actions, at times embodying the ferocity of a tiger, at others exuding the tranquility of a deer, creating a pleasing spectacle. Changkong was fully engaged, practicing diligently. Although he was not yet proficient, he began to grasp the forms, moving from awkwardness to a semblance of skill that An hour later, Changkong's expression shifted slightly. Mastery of martial arts. 5 Animal Frolics, entry, level 1. To his astonishment, a new entry appeared in his attribute column. Can the 5 Animal Frolics be considered a form of martial art? Changkong mused internally. Although this practice is a health regimen rather than a combative technique, it undeniably falls within the realm of martial arts. However, Physician Hua was acutely aware that while nearly 10 individuals had joined on the first day, the number of attendees would likely dwindle significantly by the second day. Indeed, as the afternoon of the second day arrived, only 5 or 6 individuals remained to learn the 5 Animal Frolics. Yet, Changkong persevered, attending daily and seeking guidance from Physician Hua on the complexities of the practice. His youthful enthusiasm for the 5 Animal Frolics brought great comfort to Physician Hua, who aimed to contribute something beneficial for the common folk in this world. With everyone in good health, injuries and ailments would naturally diminish. As 5 days passed, evening fell, leaving Changkong as the sole remaining student practicing under Physician Hua. Beyond the necessities of eating and sleeping, maintaining consistent dedication to any endeavor is no simple task. You are Changkong, are you not? Physician Hua inquired kindly. Yes, Changkong nodded. Over these past few days, he had diligently attended lessons, and Physician Hua had come to know his name. Physician Hua contemplated, tomorrow, I shall depart from the Black Iron Villa. I would like to gift you this, it may prove useful to you in the future. With that, he produced a folded note from his robe and handed it to Changkong. What is this? Changkong asked, puzzled. This is a prescription for a tonic that I have researched, designed to strengthen the body and invigorate the spirit. Naturally, the ingredients listed are not inexpensive, Physician Hua elucidated. Upon hearing this, Changkong's eyes sparkled. A prescription that could enhance vitality and replenish energy was undoubtedly invaluable. Since Changkong was the only one who consistently attended the 5 Animal Frolic sessions, Physician Hua chose to bestow this precious tonic recipe upon him. Thank you, Physician Hua. Changkong expressed his heartfelt gratitude, recognizing the kindness of this man who not only taught the 5 Animal Frolics free of charge, but also gifted him such a rare prescription. Think nothing of it. Take your time to practice the 5 Animal Frolics. Perseverance is essential to achieve any worthwhile results, Physician Hua replied, shaking his head. Thus, Changkong unexpectedly acquired a prescription for Physician Hua, who discreetly departed from the Black Iron Villa the following morning, viewing it merely as a stop along his extensive journey. The 5 Animal Frolics indeed have some merit. After practicing for a few days, I feel a tad more invigorated, Changkong reflected. He was uncertain whether it was merely psychological, but he sensed a slight improvement in his well-being. Of course, the truth lay in the daily regimen of running and calisthenics, which could enhance one's constitution, provided one maintained unwavering commitment to the practice. The days of Changkong returned to a tranquil state. As usual, he toiled daily at the Black Iron Villa, but unlike before, he now rose early each morning to practice the 5 Animal Play. Mastery of martial arts. 5 Animal Play, entry level 51. Changkong persisted not only out of a desire to prolong his life, but also because he could observe the increasing proficiency in his practice of the 5 Animal Play. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In the early hours before the sun had risen, as dawn began to break, the slender and handsome Changkong was gracefully moving his body, honing his skills in the 5 Animal Play. At times, he resembled a clumsy bear clapping its paws, and at other moments, he leaped like a nimble deer. Though he was slightly breathless, an invigorating sensation coursed through him. With a series of movements, he felt a warm current rise within him, slightly heating his body, invigorating his spirit, and bestowing an indescribable sense of comfort. My proficiency in the 5 Animal Play must have improved. With hopeful anticipation, Changkong opened his attribute panel. After 3 months of dedication, his 5-animal play had advanced to a new level. Name: Changkong, 12 years old. Lifespan: 42 years. Potential points: 3. Mastery of martial arts. 5-animal play, initial glimpse of the realm 1. While my lifespan has increased by 2 years. Upon seeing the information on the attribute panel, Changkong trembled with joy that was difficult to conceal. After 3 months of diligent training, his proficiency in the 5-animal play had risen from mere entry level to an initial glimpse of the realm, while his lifespan had extended from 40 to 42 years, a full 2-year enhancement. Just as Changkong had surmised, lifespan is not a fixed entity. Injuries and bodily weakness can diminish it, whereas diligent exercise can lead to a notable increase. My strength, speed, and bodily coordination have improved considerably. As Changkong moved his body, he realized that he had transformed significantly compared to 3 months prior. While it may not be an entirely new self, the changes were indeed remarkable, with enhancements in both endurance and spirit. My potential has increased from 1 point to 3 points. Could this be due to my extended lifespan? Besides this, Changkong keenly noted that the potential attribute had risen from 1 to 3. He speculated that this must be related to his increased lifespan and extension of life, leading to an elevation in potential. Could potential represent my innate talent and comprehension? A thought sparked in Changkong's mind nonetheless. The only way to ascertain was through further practice. He resumed his training in the 5-animal play. Hunting tiger, moon-gazing ape, spiraling crane, each form of the 5-animal play flowed seamlessly and proficiently from him. As he settled into the rhythm, he sensed a slight warmth in his body, with beads of sweat beginning to appear on his forehead, indicating the effectiveness of his exercise. The efficiency of my training in the 5-animal play has evidently improved significantly, nearly tripling compared to before. A radiant joy illuminated Changkong's face. Potential signifies his capacity for cultivation. The higher the potential, the more astonishing his training speed would become. And this increase in potential was intrinsically linked to his lifespan. Chapter 2. Cast iron as weapon. Potential growth. The longer I live, the more monstrous and terrifying I become. If this continues, to what heights might I ascend in the future? Changkong's heart brimmed with fervor, fully aware of the implications. All he needed was to extend his lifespan, and he would transform into an increasingly formidable entity, perhaps even the most extraordinary being throughout history. I must diligently practice the 5-animal play to enhance my longevity. Taking a deep breath, Changkong calmed himself. He was still weak and required continuous perseverance and effort. With the realization of his extraordinary potential, he approached the practice of the 5-animal play with even greater seriousness and determination. His proficiency in the 5-animal play was steadily and gradually rising. As his mastery reached the initial threshold of a new realm, each incremental advancement in his training became more arduous. Yet, Changkong's potential value surged to 3 points, allowing him to practice the 5-animal play with triple the efficiency. He believed that his next breakthrough in the 5-animal play would require less time than the journey from novice to the initial threshold. As time slipped away, 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. In the early hours, within the courtyard of the Black Iron Manor, Changkong immersed himself in the practice of the 5-animal play. The movements of the tiger, the arms of the monkey, the shaking bear, the neck-retracting deer, and the soaring crane. Each sequence of the 5-animal play was deeply ingrained in his heart. His performance embodied a harmonious blend of stillness and motion, as if he truly transformed into various beasts and birds, each exuding a unique spirit. Crack, crack. As he delved deeper into his practice, Changkong sensed a current of energy surging from the soles of his feet, coursing through his entire being, causing his bones and tendons to emit a soft, resonant sound. A sensation of bliss enveloping him. The 5-animal play had transcended. Changkong's eyes sparkled with realization. His potential value had increased, and this breakthrough was swifter than before. Taking less than 3 months to elevate his practice to a new level. Name: Changkong, 12 years old. Lifespan: 45 years. Potential value. For points: martial arts mastery. 5-animal play, second realm, 1. Upon reviewing his attributes, he found that the 5-animal play had indeed advanced from the initial threshold to a new realm, and his lifespan had increased by 3 years. This time, the increment in lifespan was more significant, while the enhancement of potential was comparatively modest. rising by just 1 point. Su Changkong mused, realizing that the growth of potential had diminished. It appeared that his potential was intricately linked to his lifespan. Yet the quest for each subsequent point of potential became increasingly challenging. 4 points of potential represented a fourfold increase from the beginning, an already remarkable enhancement. Furthermore, his physical condition had improved substantially. Although his mastery of the 5 animal play had not completely transformed him, it undeniably enhanced his capabilities significantly. His senses were sharper, and his energy more abundant. This set of health-preserving techniques was indeed profoundly intricate. Ding, ding, ding. The bells within Black Iron Manor chimed, signaling the commencement of a new day's endeavors. Su Changkong halted his practice and prepared to assemble. Su Changkong, wait a moment. After the roll call, Supervisor Liu, who was responsible for managing the members of the Black Iron Manor, called out to Su Changkong. Supervisor Liu, is there something you need? Su Changkong inquired, puzzled. With a smile, Supervisor Liu replied, you have been with us at Black Iron Manor for over 6 months, demonstrating diligence and a keen intellect. The Manor Lord has requested that, starting today, you assist Master Yang Chao, who will guide you in the art of forging weapons and tools. Upon hearing this, Su Changkong's face lit up with joy. This marked the beginning of his formal apprenticeship in metallurgy at Black Iron Manor. Here, the highest status is held by the master craftsman, whose remuneration is unparalleled. Mastering a skill ensures a secure livelihood in the future. Having worked assiduously over the past 6 months, coupled with his youth and adaptability, it is no wonder that the Manor Lord, Mo Tai, has allowed him to learn from the seasoned Yang Chao. Soon, in the workshop of Black Iron Manor, Su Changkong found Yang Chao, a man in his 30s or 40s, of modest height yet robust build. Upon seeing Su Changkong, Yang Chao stated, the Manor Lord has already informed me. I will do my utmost to guide you. How much you learn will depend on your own talent. Thank you, Master Yang. Su Changkong expressed his gratitude. By the side of the forge, Yang Chao wielded a hammer, striking a glowing piece of iron while explaining. The process of crafting swords and knives primarily involves forging, filing, quenching, and polishing. Among these, forging is the most crucial. A piece of steel must endure tens of thousands of strikes and multiple foldings to eliminate impurities before it can be deemed suitable for weaponry. Otherwise, it remains merely a fragile piece of iron. Yang Chao's powerful arms swung the hammer repeatedly against the glowing iron, producing a continuous, resonant clattering. Su Changkong nodded slightly. Having spent over 6 months in the manor, he had absorbed some fundamental knowledge of weapon forging. Rather than excessive talk, it is better to engage in practice. Give it a try. Yang Chao encouraged Su Changkong to take action. All right. Su Changkong readily accepted, picking up the hammer and mimicking Yang Chao's technique as he began to forge the iron block. Yang Chao guided him from the side. Clang, clang, clang. Su Changkong concentrated intensely, rhythmically striking the glowing iron block. This lad possesses considerable stamina, Yang Chao thought to himself, surprised. Although Su Changkong did not appear particularly muscular and was quite young, his endurance was remarkably strong. He continued hammering for dozens of strikes without showing much sign of fatigue. Now, use the crosscut saw to fold the steel, then continue refining and forging. Repeat this process dozens of times until it gradually takes shape, Yang Chao instructed. The numerous foldings and strikes would require tens of thousands of repetitions. This is what is meant by refining steel through 100 trials. The entire process is exceedingly tedious and arduous. Most individuals would take 1 to 2 months to complete it. Ah, it hurts. By the end of the day, Su Changkong could not help but grimace. Despite taking breaks along the way, his arms were swollen and red, seemingly devoid of sensations. With his palms scraped and bleeding, after countless strikes of the hammer throughout the day, Su Changkong felt as though his arms were on the verge of collapse. If he could not endure such hardship, how could he ever aspire to become a formidable warrior? Yet, contrary to what one might expect, Su Changkong's spirit soared. This forging process was, for him, a form of cultivation. As dusk fell, he remained steadfast in his practice of the 5 animal play, and after a refreshing bath, he succumbed to sleep, his body weary. The next morning, Su Changkong rose early to continue his practice of the 5 animal play. After a hearty breakfast, brimming with vitality, he made his way to the workshop to resume his unfinished tasks, relentlessly hammering at the steel. This repetitive cycle was only possible due to his foundational training in the 5 animal play, which granted him remarkable recuperative abilities. Otherwise, the question of whether he could even lift his arms by the next morning would remain uncertain. Yang Zhao observed Su Changkong's unwavering determination, his silent endurance of hardship, and nodded approvingly. I have noticed an increase in my appetite, Su Changkong realized, as the exertion of physical labor led to a marked enhancement in his hunger. His stamina was on the rise, and with the passage of time, his previously unremarkable arms began to develop muscle, growing stronger. As he matured, his body also underwent rapid development. His proficiency in the 5-animal play was advancing swiftly and steadily. This monotonous routine, though undoubtedly tedious and exhausting, allowed Su Changkong to keenly perceive his own progress, and he found immense joy in the process. As time approached the end of a month, after 15 cycles of folding and hammering and tens of thousands of strikes, the surface of the steel displayed a naturally occurring pattern. Almost there, he mused. Generally, a sword or blade requires at least 15 cycles of folding and hammering to be deemed barely adequate, but at Heitai Villa, for the sake of quality, we typically set a higher standard. The next steps involved steel infusion, carbonizing, and filing. Yang Zhao began to instruct Su Changkong on the subsequent actions. Steel infusion entailed sandwiching 2 pieces of folded and hammered steel around a flexible piece of steel, bonding them together at high temperatures, thereby creating a weapon that harmoniously balanced rigidity and flexibility, rendering it less prone to damage or breakage. Carbonizing, on the other hand, involved infusing a material that enhances the steel's properties, extending the steel and shaping it into the form of a blade, undergoing repeated polishing, quenching, and finishing, ultimately crafting a weapon. The quality and suitability of the weapon were intrinsically linked to the materials used and the skill of the craftsman. After a month of diligent effort, Su Changkong gazed at the long sword before him, its surface shimmering with a bluish hue, and a genuine smile graced his face, imbued with a sense of accomplishment. Oh, it still falls short of perfection. The quenching process was not executed with the ideal temperature, leaving the edge somewhat brittle. However, the potential for improvement is vast. Once I produce a weapon of acceptable quality, I shall secure my position and enjoy enhanced remuneration. Yang Zhao examined the long sword with meticulous care, ultimately revealing a smile of approval. In terms of his initial forging endeavor, Su Changkong's outcome was commendable. All that remained was to practice repeatedly, honing his skills until he eventually mastered the craft of creating qualified weapons. Thus began Su Changkong's industrious life, dedicating his mornings and evenings to the 5-animal play while forging weapons throughout the day, leading a life of profound fulfillment. In the blink of an eye, 4 months have swiftly passed, and Su Changkong has now reached the age of 13. Compared to a year ago, the transformation in Su Changkong is remarkable. In just a year, he has grown considerably. His physique and height are now comparable to that of an adult man. Through relentless training and the honing of his strength, he has developed well-defined muscles, exuding a robust masculine energy. It is winter, and in the early hours of dawn, delicate snowflakes gently descend from the sky. In the courtyard, Su Changkong rises early, undeterred by the elements, to practice the 5-animal frolics. Initially, the chill of the morning air is biting, but as he immerses himself in the rhythm of his movements, a warm current begins to flow within him, circulating through his body, rendering him impervious to the cold amidst the snow and wind. With each repetition of his practice, Su Changkong's speed accelerates, and the forms of the tiger, deer, bear, ape, and bird come to life with vividness. Crack, crack. A surge of warmth flows through him, causing his muscles and bones to resonate, bringing forth a familiar sensation of ease and breakthrough. He has transcended his previous limits. Su Changkong sighs contentedly. It has been 4 months since his last breakthrough, and with an impressive potential value of 4 points, he has finally achieved another advancement in his mastery of the 5-animal frolics. Chapter 3. The Official Smith. Brewing the Strengthening Decoction. Name: Su Changkong. Age: 13. Lifespan: 50 years. Potential points: 6 martial arts mastery, 5 animal play, 3rd realm, 1 comprehension, skill mastery, forging, novice 95. Su Changkong opened his attribute panel, and to his astonishment, his lifespan had increased by a remarkable 5 years. His potential points had also surged by 2, reaching an impressive total of 6. This was undoubtedly a significant enhancement. Furthermore, his physical condition had seen substantial improvement, placing him among the most exceptional individuals of ordinary stature. Having cultivated the 5-animal play to the point of comprehension, Su Changkong's physical prowess had reached an astonishing level. Whoosh! Su Changkong attempted to throw a punch, generating a slight gust of wind, exhibiting a speed that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. With a slight bend in his knees, he leaped from a standstill, soaring close to 2 meters in height before descending. When he ran, he moved with the swiftness of a tiger or leopard, achieving 100 meters in just 10 seconds. The 5-animal play, a form of health-preserving martial art, when practiced diligently over the years, could render one immune to ailments and improve physical condition. In merely a year, through the cultivation of the 5-animal play and the rapid development of his body during this growth phase, Changkong had nearly reached the pinnacle of what an ordinary person could achieve, his physical attributes comparable to those of professional athletes from his past life. If he continued to practice diligently, what heights might he attain? Could he rival true martial artists? Changkong pondered deeply. In the Great Yin Dynasty, amidst chaos and turmoil, conflicts frequently erupted with neighboring nations, and it was said that malevolent demons lurked in the shadows. The status of martial artist was exalted, with some formidable practitioners capable of facing 100 foes single-handedly, exhibiting an almost superhuman strength. Although Changkong had not formally trained in martial arts, the 5-animal play would lay a solid foundation for him. Once he acquired wealth, pursuing martial arts would undoubtedly yield twice the results with half the effort. As the time to begin his day approached, he decided to have a meal first. Upon hearing the familiar chime of the clock, he did not hesitate and commenced the new day. However, his progress in the 5-animal play had begun to stagnate. Changkong furrowed his brow. For after reaching the realm of comprehension, the pace of his advancement had slowed considerably. His potential points had reached a remarkable sixfold of his initial count. Yet the cultivation of the 5-animal play now required 2 to 3 days to achieve a mere 1 increase in progress, with further advancements becoming increasingly arduous. At this rate, it would take Changkong at least a year to achieve another breakthrough in the 5-animal play. He understood that his body had reached a plateau, where any further improvement would be exceedingly challenging. When one's physique hits a limit, maintaining one's condition without regression is already a commendable feat. And that was precisely Changkong's current predicament. He retrieved a slip of paper, a prescription given to him by physician Hua Shan before his departure, for a strengthening powder reputed to possess remarkable effects on health. However, its exorbitant cost, 200 to 300 coins for a single dose, was a significant burden. Considering that Changkong's monthly earnings amounted to roughly this sum, Changkong remained unperturbed, calming his mind before heading to the workshop for yet another day of forging. Clang, clang, clang. Previously, he would tire after hammering over 1,000 times in a single day, rendering his arms nearly immovable. However, his physique had now reached the pinnacle of human capability, allowing him to alternate his hands and strike the hammer 3,000 to 4,000 times daily without issue. This undoubtedly significantly enhanced his forging efficiency. Over the course of 4 months, he had crafted nearly 10 weapons, an astonishing feat. His proficiency in forging was gradually advancing towards a preliminary mastery of the craft. Master, please examine this weapon. Yang Zhao respectfully presented a shimmering longsword to a robust, middle-aged man in a room at the Black Iron Manor. This man was Immortality, the lord of the Black Iron Manor. Immortality took the sword, scrutinizing it closely, and after a moment, his eyes brightened. It appears to have undergone more than 20-fold forgings. The blade is sharp yet resilient, and the quenching process has been executed to perfection. Its quality is commendable. Who forged this? It was crafted by Changkong, Yang Zhao replied. Changkong? Did he not only begin his formal training in forging a few months ago? Immortality was momentarily taken aback. Typically, it takes a blacksmith 2 to 3 years to produce a weapon of acceptable quality. Yet Changkong had managed to create one deemed satisfactory in just 4 months. Indeed, based on my observations, the swords Changkong forged a month ago were already nearly up to standard. He is intelligent, eager to learn, and remarkably efficient, a promising talent. Yang Zhao nodded, expressing his admiration. Changkong's exceptional physical condition, high efficiency, and enhanced potential for learning enabled him to produce weapons of acceptable quality in merely 3 to 4 months. He is indeed a remarkable talent. Let us make his position official and grant him the benefits of a full-fledged blacksmith. Immortality mused before looking up at Yang Zhao. Excellent. I shall inform Changkong at once. Yang Zhao replied, a smile gracing his lips. Everyone appreciates those who are both intelligent and industrious, especially since Yang Zhao had been the one to teach Changkong the art of forging. Changkong's swift promotion would undoubtedly bolster Yang Zhao's reputation, making him quite invested in Changkong's advancement. Am I to become a formal blacksmith? When Yang Zhao conveyed this good news to Changkong, he undoubtedly felt invigorated. Yes, as a formal blacksmith, your compensation will be based on your output. For each weapon forged, you will receive a commission of 1 tael of silver, contingent upon passing inspection for quality, Yang Zhao explained with a smile. In this tumultuous era, weapons such as swords and blades were the most marketable, and the Black Iron Manor, renowned in the vicinity of Changshui City, produced weapons of exceptional quality that commanded high prices, leading to a situation of supply failing to meet demand. Consequently, skilled blacksmiths enjoyed equally favorable treatment. Typically, a blacksmith could earn 1 tael of silver for crafting an acceptable weapon. I can work a bit faster. Crafting 2 weapons a month will be no issue. Which means 2 taels of silver. In Su Changkong's eyes, a glimmer of excitement flickered. Previously, he had merely been an apprentice, earning a modest sum of 200 copper coins a month. Now, however, his income had multiplied tenfold, placing him among the ranks of those with substantial earnings. Having spent a year at the Black Iron Manor, he had managed to save merely 2 taels of silver through frugality. With newfound wealth, he could procure medicinal herbs and concoct a body-strengthening elixir. Resolute in his decision, he planned to visit Changshui City the following day to acquire the necessary ingredients for the elixir. At the Black Iron Manor, a day of respite was granted each week, and by the next morning, Su Changkong set forth towards Changshui City, practicing the 5-animal play. He possessed a robust physique and strode with a light-hearted gait towards his destination. Changshui City, a quaint locale within the realm of the Dian dynasty, was bustling with life, frequented by travelers and merchants alike. Departing in the morning, Su Changkong arrived in Changshui City just as noon approached. Upon entering the city, he first spent 3 copper coins to indulge in a delightful meal of knife-cut noodles, savoring every drop of the broth. Afterward, he inquired about the local apothecaries and set off to procure the medicinal herbs. The ingredients required for the body-strengthening elixir were relatively common, albeit rather costly. After spending a tael of silver, he had acquired enough herbs for 5 doses of the elixir, depleting half of his savings, which caused him a twinge of regret. I shall earn more and no longer live in such scarcity, Su Changkong mused to himself. With 1 chin of silver fruit grass and 2 chin of red leaf flowers, he proceeded to grind them into powder, simmering the concoction for an hour. Utilizing a small scale, he measured the herbs according to the prescription, grinding them proportionately and placing them into a small cauldron for decoction. An hour passed, and the liquid within the cauldron began to bubble, releasing a bitter medicinal aroma. Lifting the lid, Su Changkong gazed at the dark concoction, the pungent scent reminiscent of traditional Chinese medicine that was the body-strengthening elixir he had long sought. Chapter 4. Breaking Limits. Pursuing Wealth in Life. Thud. Thud. Su Changkong filled a bowl and, without hesitation, tilted his head back to drink the entire bowl of strength-enhancing soup. Subsequently, he commenced his practice of the 5-animal play. Whoosh! Su Changkong's body began to dance as he vividly imitated the movements of the 5 flying and walking creatures. Effective. A brilliant light illuminated Su Changkong's mind as he entered a focused state. The potency of the strength-enhancing soup enveloped him in warmth, allowing him to practice the 5-animal play with remarkable efficiency. In less than half a day, Su Changkong's progress in the 5-animal play increased by 1. A single batch of medicinal herbs brewed into strength-enhancing soup would suffice for 2 days. I would need to spend 3 taels of silver in a month, Su Changkong calculated. Given the purchasing power of silver in this era, 1 tael was sufficient for a family of 4 to live comfortably for a month. Spending 3 taels a month was undoubtedly a considerable expense. Now that I have become an official blacksmith at the Black Iron Manor, with diligent effort, earning 3 taels a month to balance income and expenditure should be attainable, Su Changkong mused. He began to live a fulfilling life as usual, practicing the 5-animal play in the morning and evening, while spending his days forging swords and other weapons in the workshop. Clang, clang, clang. Before the blazing furnace, Su Changkong wielded his hammer, striking the glowing steel repeatedly. The crisp and melodious sound of metal on metal rang out continuously. Occasionally, he would pause to fold the steel with a blade, repeatedly forging it to eliminate impurities, meticulous in his craft. He would take breaks to restore his strength and sip water for hydration. Ah, youth is truly wonderful. Yang Zhao, witnessing Su Changkong's diligent forging, couldn't help but exclaim. Su Changkong had grown taller and stronger, embodying the vibrant energy unique to youth, relentlessly striving toward his goals. The processes of forging, steel pouring, carbon infiltration, filing, shaping, quenching, and grinding. Su Changkong had become proficient in every step, with both efficiency and skill improving alongside his experience. He regarded the forging of weapons as a form of cultivation, a dual exercise in physicality and patience. Each sword he crafted filled Su Changkong with immense satisfaction. The Black Iron Manor continued to offer him 1 tael of silver for each weapon of acceptable quality. With this income, Su Changkong would travel to the nearest clear water city every week or 2 to procure the herbs for strength-enhancing soup. Life was exceedingly tranquil, and Su Changkong steadily progressed. My body is gradually breaking limits, advancing toward a new realm. Su Changkong could distinctly feel that through daily rigorous practice of the 5-animal play, combined with the strength-enhancing soup, his strength intensified, speed quickened, and senses sharpened. This sensation felt akin to gradually stepping into an extraordinary domain. 15, 20, 25. The progress in his practice of the 5-animal play consistently rose each day, approaching and preparing to surpass the impending bottleneck. Su Changkong's potential value has now reached an impressive 6 points. He diligently consumes a body-strengthening tonic daily, progressing at a pace that far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. Nevertheless, even with such extraordinary efforts, it took him half a year to achieve yet another breakthrough in the 5-animals play. As 6 months swiftly passed, the evening sun cast a dim orange-yellow hue across the horizon. Facing the setting sun, Su Changkong practiced the 5-animals play, his movements astonishingly swift, leaving behind faint traces of his shadow as he darted and leaped with the agility of a playful monkey, skillfully toying with a clumsy bear and a fierce tiger. This was an exceedingly challenging practice method within the 5-animals play, yet Su Changkong had mastered it with ease. As he reached the pinnacle of his practice, a warm current surged from the Yongquan point at the soles of his feet, enveloping his entire being and filling him with vitality. His eyes sparkled with energy, and his body experienced a transformative lightness. He had broken through. Su Changkong exhaled deeply. For days prior, his mastery of the 5-animals play had achieved a remarkable 100 comprehension, and after several days of rigorous training, he had finally shattered this bottleneck. Name: Su Changkong, 13 years old, lifespan, 55 years potential points, 7 martial arts mastery, 5-animals play, 4th realm, 1 proficiency, skill mastery, forging, 1st realm. 27 proficiency, his lifespan had extended by 5 years, and his potential value had increased by 1 point. Su Changkong glanced at his attribute panel. Feeling a twinge of helplessness, the further he progressed, the more arduous it became to augment his potential and lifespan. It was akin to stacking cards. The higher the tower, the more challenging it became to add to it. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the 5-animals play, Su Changkong sensed that his physical capabilities had transcended the limits of ordinary individuals. For instance, his maximum running speed could reach an astonishing 13 meters per second, surpassing that of the sprinting champions on Blue Star by a considerable margin, a stark contrast indeed. In terms of stamina and strength, the same held true. Su Changkong could swing a hammer thousands of times each day in his forging endeavors, while some blacksmiths, even with the aid of apprentices, could only forge 1 or 2 weapons a month. In contrast, Su Changkong, working alone with ample materials, could produce 4 to 5 quality weapons in a month, and efficiency on an entirely different level. He had already stepped into the realm of initial understanding and forging. How does my physical fitness compare to that of seasoned warriors? Su Changkong clenched his fist. He had previously tested himself and found that he could effortlessly lift over 100 pounds with one hand. This ignited his curiosity about how he would fare against true warriors. For now, he decided to rest and planned to take a trip to Changshui City in 2 days. Stretching lazily, Su Changkong found contentment in his tranquil daily life. 2 days later, during his well-deserved break, he set off for Changshui City, his steps light and carefree. The 30-odd kilometers felt trivial, akin to a leisurely stroll. Suddenly, however, Su Changkong's expression grew serious. He paused, his senses heightened as he caught a whiff of a metallic scent reminiscent of rust, the unmistakable stench of blood. Su Changkong followed the direction of the wind and beheld a man lying on the ground amidst the trees. However, this man was already a corpse, his head severed, and his left arm mysteriously absent. Blood spread out beneath him, rendering him irrevocably deceased. Beside the lifeless body stood 2 men clothed in simple fabric, brandishing bloodied long knives. At this moment, they too noticed Su Changkong approaching along the forest path, their 4 eyes converging upon him. Robbers? Murderers? These words immediately flashed through Su Changkong's mind. Typically, he seldom ventured beyond the confines of the Black Iron Manor, save for procuring medicinal herbs. Yet, from the accounts of the manor's remaining inhabitants, he understood that the outside world was rife with chaos. It was evident that he had encountered ruthless brigands intent on thievery and bloodshed. The sight of the gruesome corpse decapitated and drenched in blood, quickened Su Changkong's heartbeat. Without hesitation, he turned to flee, for a gentleman does not linger beneath a precarious wall. However, from behind a towering tree, a menacing figure sprang forth, obstructing Su Changkong's retreat. There was indeed a third member in this band of criminals. The two robbers, who had been attending to the corpse, rose to their feet, forming a triangular formation that encircled the unwelcome guest. Just a passerby, the tall, gaunt man scrutinized Su Changkong with a discerning gaze before speaking. The other two men fixed their predatory stares upon him, blood still dripping from their knives. Though Su Changkong carried a satchel and appeared robust, his youthful features bore a hint of naivety, and his unassuming attire marked him merely as a traveler on the road. "Gentlemen, I am merely passing through. I have seen nothing and cannot recall your faces," Su Changkong stated, lowering his head slightly. "I understand the rules. All the money I possess is here, and you may take it all." He then produced a few silver coins from his bosom and placed them on the ground. Su Changkong's reluctance stemmed not from cowardice but from prudence. He was no impulsive youth. These three brigands, indifferent to human life and armed with deadly weapons, would not hesitate to kill. Engaging them would pose a fatal threat. When it was necessary to bow one's head, it was wise to do so. There was no need to invite disaster upon oneself, for money held no value against the sanctity of life. Chapter 5. The Lion Strikes the Rabbit. A surge of murderous intent. Su Changkong's unexpected maneuver momentarily stunned the three bandits, but a flicker of disdain swiftly crossed their faces. "This fellow, despite his imposing stature, was merely a coward," remarked the lanky man with a hint of scorn. It was hardly surprising. A typical youth confronted by three armed ruffians would naturally feel paralyzed with fear, deterred from any rebellious thoughts. Among the three, a scarred man wore a cruel smile at the corners of his mouth. "Kid, it's unfortunate for you to have crossed paths with us, but fret not. I will be swift in my actions, sparing you from much suffering." Typically, bandits would only rob for wealth, yet before Su Changkong's arrival, they had already taken the life of an uncooperative passerby. Having witnessed their heinous act, Su Changkong understood that whether it was one life or two, the consequence was the same. To ensure their safety, it was prudent to eliminate him to silence any potential witnesses. Whoosh! The scarred man advanced slowly, swinging his long blade with a cutting sound, aiming for Su Changkong's neck. However, the anticipated outcome of Su Changkong's severed head did not come to pass. With remarkable speed, Su Changkong's left hand shot out, seizing the bandit's wrist, rendering the blade ineffective and immobilized. "Let go! Let go!" The scarred man felt an excruciating pain as his wrist was crushed, bones threatening to shatter under the extraordinary grip of Su Changkong. In a state of rage and disbelief, he cried out. Su Changkong abruptly lifted his head, his teeth grinding audibly, a low growl of fury emanating from his throat. "I was merely passing through. Why must you force my hand?" He had no desire to involve himself, nor did he wish to squander his resources, yet these men were intent on taking his life. Since it had come to this, it would be a matter of survival. Either he would live, or they would perish. With his left hand firmly grasping the bandit's wrist, Su Changkong's right hand coiled into a fist, striking decisively at the scarred man's face. Bang! Su Changkong's powerful punch collided with the bandit's visage, a heavy thud resonating alongside the sound of shattering bone. The bandit's nasal bridge broke, his face caved in, and he was sent sprawling 2 to 3 meters away, crashing to the ground, convulsing. "Kill him! Kill him!" This unexpected turn of events ignited fury in the remaining two, who shouted in alarm. Swish! The two bandits lunged forward, blades slicing through the air, sharp enough to cleave flesh and bone. Su Changkong's focus sharpened, his senses heightened. He could effortlessly discern the trajectory of the attacker's strikes and hear the whoosh of the blades approaching from behind. Having diligently practiced the 5-animal play to an extraordinary level, Su Changkong had transformed his physical capabilities beyond recognition, despite this art being primarily a health regimen rather than a martial technique. Swish! With agility, Su Changkong deftly sidestepped, the blade barely grazing the sleeve of his clothing. The slender, tall man's eyelids twitched. Su Changkong's movements were remarkably swift, akin to a soaring crane, his figure tracing an arc as he glided behind him, a faint afterimage trailing in his wake. With a pair of robust hands, he grasped the man's head. No, the slender man cried out in haste, yet Su Changkong, standing behind him, harbored only a chilling intent to kill. With a brutal twist of his grip, the man's head was wrenched sharply. Crack! Crack! Much like the turning of a bottle cap, the slender man's skull spun 90 degrees, his neck snapping. Thud! Su Changkong released his grip, and the slender man, his eyes wide in shock, collapsed lifelessly to the ground, glancing up at the last remaining bandit. A look of sheer terror reflected in his gaze. Flee, flee despite wielding a knife. The bandit, witnessing the swift demise of his companions at Su Changkong's hands, was overtaken by fear, panic-stricken and utterly cowed. He turned to escape. Whoosh! Yet, having only taken a couple of steps, Su Changkong pounced like a ferocious tiger. His right fist clenched tightly, he delivered a crushing blow to the bandit's occiput. Bang! The bandit's body flew through the air, his skull caved in. Brain matter rendered into a pulp, he fell motionless to the ground. Huffing and puffing, the brief skirmish had transpired in mere moments. Yet Su Changkong had felled 3 men as though he had engaged in a fierce contest, his heart pounding like a drum, gasping for breath, fatigue washing over him. Bang! 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 With an icy countenance, Su Changkong picked up a stone the size of a fist and approached the scar-faced man, delivering several blows to his head until the skull fractured, ceasing his movement. He then cast the stone aside. These men deserve their fate, had I not diligently trained. It would have been my life extinguished. Having slain the 3 bandits, Su Changkong silently acknowledged the brutal reality of this world. The law of the jungle prevails. And in the face of those who seek to end one's life, one must ensure their annihilation. Regaining his composure without delay, he began to search the bodies. From the 3 bandits, he procured 3 or 4 taels of silver. However, from the decapitated man, he stumbled upon an unexpected treasure. Are these banknotes? Su Changkong retrieved several notes from the headless corpse's embrace, varying in denominations, some worth 1 tael, others 10 and 20 taels. In total, 103 taels. Upon counting, Su Changkong was taken aback. A sum exceeding 100 taels of silver. Undoubtedly, this was a substantial fortune. Who was this man? Su Changkong could only speculate. Perhaps his wealth had drawn the attention of the 3 bandits, leading to his demise in the wilderness. I must depart from this place. In these times, the death of a few individuals is hardly noteworthy, especially when the deceased are mere bandits intent on greed and malice. Few would care to investigate. Upon returning to the Black Iron Manor, Su Changkong took a bath, allowing himself to find a semblance of tranquility. Courage emanates from strength. Although I have only practiced the 5 animal frolics, my current prowess far surpasses that of the average individual, enabling me to confront multiple armed men with bare hands. The events of today have granted Su Changkong a lucid understanding of his own capabilities. Through relentless dedication to the 5 animal frolics, he has reached a level where his physical attributes transcend the limits of normalcy, allowing him to effortlessly subdue several fully grown men. However, Su Changkong remains uncertain of the precise standing this places him within the martial arts community. Yet, he feels an insatiable yearning for more. Had the bandits been more numerous or more vigilant today, the outcome could have been dire. Clenching his fists, Su Changkong recognizes the harsh realities of this world. Without strength, one may unexpectedly encounter calamity in the outside realm. He must fortify himself further. I need to practice with weapons, as this is a surefire way to enhance my combat prowess in a remarkably short span. Soon, a thought crystallizes in his mind. Wielding a weapon undoubtedly confers a significant advantage over unarmed combat. Even a child armed with a weapon can slay an adult. Mastering a weapon is the most effective path to elevating one's fighting capabilities. Chapter 6. The Iron-Cutting Blade Technique. The sword, though more graceful than the knife, is, in truth, less practical. The Black Iron Manor primarily trades in weaponry, favoring the knife. Hence, Su Changkong resolved to master the art of knife fighting. Before embarking on this journey, however, he needed a blade of his own. With enthusiasm, Su Changkong unfurled his blueprints and began to sketch. The knife must excel in slashing and hacking. Images of the Miao knife and the cavalry saber danced in his mind. Both are characterized by their length and substantial build. The Miao knife features a slender blade suitable for 2-handed wielding, combining aspects of both spear and sword, while the cavalry saber is broader, adept at cleaving through horse legs and necks, merging the traits of both. Su Changkong swiftly conjured a design for a long knife that embodied the essence of the Miao knife and the cavalry saber, measuring approximately 1.2 meters. The blade was wider than that of the Miao knife, designed for dual-handed grip while also permitting single-handed use. With the blueprint completed, the next step was fabrication. Su Changkong, proficient in forging, required no assistance. He merely needed the right materials. I shall craft it from fine iron, he pondered. Approaching Supervisor Liu, he expressed his intent to purchase some fine iron. Though the Black Iron Manor possessed this resource, Su Changkong understood that he would need to procure it at his own expense. Certainly, how much do you require? Lu replied, readily accommodating. As a newly recognized blacksmith with immense potential, Su Changkong held a notable status within the manor, and such a modest request was easily granted. 20 pounds, Su Changkong stated. While a typical blade weighs between 3 to 5 pounds, his design required more material due to its extended length and width, as well as accounting for loss during the forging process. Thus, 20 pounds of fine iron would suffice. 20 pounds. That will be 5 taels of silver, Lu calculated. This price was remarkably economical, essentially a cost price. Su Changkong did not haggle and promptly paid Lu the 5 taels of silver. Having previously slain a band of robbers, he had amassed over 100 taels of silver, making this expenditure quite manageable. With materials acquired, Su Changkong eagerly commenced his forging. His skills had reached a proficient level, and he was well versed in crafting blades. Clang, clang, clang. With a hammer in hand, Su Changkong diligently struck the glowing red fine iron resting upon the anvil. Each blow resonated with strength, accompanied by the melodious clatter of metal and the sparks that erupted with each impact. Before the vibrant forge, Su Changkong was wholly absorbed, perspiration dripping as he diligently folded and hammered the fine iron, enhancing the intricate patterns on its surface. In the past, he would fold and forge a piece of steel approximately 15 to 20 times for a blade. However, knowing this weapon was for his own use, he was determined to exert every effort to create a masterpiece that would satisfy his aspirations. Through continuous folding and forging and repeated melting, the impurities within the wrought iron were meticulously eliminated, allowing it to gradually exhibit a deep bluish hue. Su Changkong engaged in this folding and forging process over 50 times, repeatedly combining pig iron and wrought iron, pushing their efficacy to the utmost limit. The procedures of steel pouring and quenching were executed with unwavering precision, consuming no less than 20 days of dedicated labor. After this period, Su Changkong stood before a grinding stone, wielding a long blade with a spark of exhilaration dancing across his visage. This blade measured an impressive 1 meter and 12 centimeters in length, with a slender body and a razor-sharp edge. Its surface, adorned with intricate patterns, showcased a simple yet unadorned beauty, emanating an icy aura as if it could slice through gold and sever iron. He decided to name this formidable weapon Iron Slayer, weighing nearly 10 jin. This blade was far too heavy for the average individual to wield effectively. For most, lifting it would already be a considerable challenge, let alone executing powerful swings. Without sufficient strength, it would be rendered useless. A weapon must first embody agility, otherwise it is akin to a child wielding an oversized hammer, exhausting themselves before even reaching the foe. However, Su Changkong, having mastered the 5 animals play, possessed physical capabilities that transcended the norm, rendering the Iron Slayer remarkably manageable in his grip. Next, he focused on practicing his swordsmanship. The techniques consisted of 8 fundamental movements: lifting, thrusting, slicing, blocking, crashing, cleaving, wiping, binding, and wrapping. The most suitable technique for the Iron Slayer was undoubtedly the cleave. Although Su Changkong had not received formal instruction in swordsmanship, he prioritized practicality. Thus, he honed his skill in the decisive cleave, one strike to slay. No flamboyant flourishes were necessary. Mastery of these basic techniques sufficed for his current needs, with more advanced forms to be learned in due course. The cleave itself could be categorized into 3 primary variations: the downward chop, the horizontal slice from left to right or vice versa, and the upward lift. With proficiency in these cleaving techniques, combined with Su Changkong's remarkable physical prowess, he would be well equipped to confront most bandits and thieves. Swish, swish, swish. With the Iron Slayer in hand, Su Changkong executed downward chops, horizontal slices, and upward lifts, practicing these 3 techniques repeatedly until they became second nature. The Tenjin blade, a struggle for most to lift, danced effortlessly in his hands, requiring ample strength and stamina for such agile maneuvers. Once again, Su Changkong's life adopted a rhythmic routine, practicing the 5 animals play, forging weapons for profit, now augmented by his sword training. The 5 animals play, a form of health-preserving martial art, demanded little of his time. A daily regimen of morning and evening practice, sufficient to work up a light sweat, was all that was necessary. Exhausting oneself contradicted its very purpose. The act of swinging a hammer resembled the cleave in swordsmanship, while weapon forging had become a means of honing his blade techniques. Clang, clang, clang. Su Changkong wielded a heavy iron hammer, which resembled a formidable cleaver, relentlessly striking downwards. With each blow, sparks erupted from the crimson iron block, causing the anvil beneath to tremble slightly, resonating with a steady and powerful rhythm. The recoil of the force transmitted through his arm, tempering his sinews and skin. Su Changkong's eyes sparkled with intensity. His potential had surged to an impressive 7 points, marking him as an undeniable prodigy. He sought to intertwine the art of forging with the mastery of swordsmanship. To him, the resilient iron block served as the medium for honing his technique, as he incessantly hammered and struck until he could cleave it with a single stroke, signifying the completion of his craft. Clang, clang, clang. Immersed in concentration, within the workshop, other blacksmiths also wielded their hammers at various furnaces, diligently attending to their tasks. The sounds of metal colliding echoed throughout, yet the clarity and melody of Su Changkong's hammering resonated distinctly, evoking a sense of martial prowess. This young man. His skills are becoming increasingly refined. Yang Zhao observed Su Changkong, wholly engrossed in his work, and felt a stir of admiration. The figure before him no longer resembled a mere blacksmith, but rather an adept swordsman radiating an aura of sharpness. Iron-cutting sword technique, entry level 4. As evening descended and a day of rigorous training came to a close, Su Changkong accessed his attribute panel, noting the addition of the swordsmanship skill to his attributes. The iron-cutting sword technique, integrated with forging skills, emphasized slashing, honing his strength through relentless practice, so that even the most formidable iron could be severed with a single stroke. Chapter 7. Internal refinement of organs. Endurance like a horse. A true master must possess the ability to endure solitude. In the bath, Su Changkong soaked himself, washing away the fatigue of the day. This daily routine was indeed exhausting, and it fostered a sense of alienation from the others at the Black Iron Manor. Yet, as he felt himself growing stronger, he relished the experience. Su Changkong's life was tranquil yet fulfilling, practicing the 5-animal play in the morning and evening, forging by day, substituting hammer for blade, diligently honing his iron-cutting sword technique. He was steadily progressing in every aspect. With an increased appetite and age, Su Changkong's physique resembled an iron block continuously tempered, becoming more refined, exuding a hidden brilliance compared to the others at the manor. His mastery of the 5-animal play had reached an extraordinary level. Through relentless practice and daily consumption of vitality-enhancing soup, he noticed a marked improvement in his physical condition. To his astonishment, as his body strengthened, the 5-animal play advanced as well, imparting a warm sensation to his internal organs, making them more robust. Although this did not lead to a dramatic surge in strength or speed, it consistently enhanced his stamina and endurance. With greater lung capacity and enhanced cardiac output, Su Changkong could sustain a speed of nearly 10 meters per second for a duration of 1 or 2 incense sticks. He had attempted to traverse dozens of miles in half an hour, running from the Black Iron Manor to Clearwater City, his endurance increasingly rivaling that of horses and deer, renowned for their exceptional stamina. It would not be long before he could run 60 to 70 miles without pause within an hour, completing a round trip between the Black Iron Manor and Clearwater City. Su Changkong felt invigorated. Running 60 to 70 miles in an hour was an extraordinary feat of speed and stamina. His proficiency in the iron-cutting sword technique was also steadily improving. Having progressed beyond the basics and into the realm of initial comprehension, continually striving towards greater heights. As spring gave way to autumn, another winter arrived. The weather turned frigid, and in the early hours, the leaves were adorned with a layer of frost, the cold air stinging the throat and lungs with each breath. In a small grove outside the Black Iron Manor, Su Changkong practiced the 5-animal play, his whole body warm, exhaling streams of heated air that dispelled the cold. Resembling a fierce tiger, my mastery of the 5-animal play has finally broken through again. Sensing the warmth emanating from within his organs, Su Changkong could not help but smile. Despite his potential value reaching an impressive 7 points, and his daily consumption of vitality soup, the renewed breakthrough in the 5-animal play still took an entire year of relentless practice. Name: Su Changkong, 15 years old. Lifespan: 60 years. Potential points: 8 points. Martial arts mastery: 5-animal play, 5th level, exceptional 1. Iron-cutting sword technique, 4th level. Consummate 7. Skill mastery: forging, 4th level, consummate 16. Upon opening his attribute panel, Su Changkong observed that his lifespan had once again increased by 5 years, and his potential points had risen by 1, which aligned with his expectations as the growth in lifespan and potential points became increasingly challenging. His mastery of the 5-animal play has ascended from the 4th realm of consummate skill to a 5th realm of exceptional prowess. Both his iron-cutting blade technique and his forging abilities have reached an unparalleled level of perfection. With a deft flick of his toes, Changkong lifted a stone the size of a bowl into the air. With a sword hung at his waist, he suddenly drew it, unleashing a chilling arc of light that descended with lethal intent. The crisp sound of tearing echoed as the once solid stone fell to the ground, cleaved in two. The fracture smooth as a mirror. The iron-cutting blade technique, having attained a state of consummation, revealed its formidable edge. Empowered by Changkong's strength and skill, a single slash could effortlessly sever the toughest rock, and even rend an enemy's weapon asunder. The elevation of the five-animal play to a level of exceptionalism not only enhanced Changkong's physical capabilities but also significantly refined his internal organs, rendering them stronger and vastly improving his stamina and endurance. He can now sprint nearly 100 miles at a speed of 10 meters per second, a remarkable feat. As was his routine, after breakfast, Changkong entered the workshop to forge swords. With his increased stamina and improved craftsmanship, he now produces 6 to 7 high-quality weapons each month, an efficiency unmatched among the blacksmiths of Black Iron Manor. The workshop was ablaze with heat, the sound of metal striking metal ringing incessantly. Changkong had anticipated that today would unfold as calmly as any other, but fate had other plans. The urgent clang of bells resonated throughout Black Iron Manor, their clarion call unyielding. What was happening? This was a warning. All the blacksmiths halted their work, their expressions shifting with concern. The bell tolling at this hour was unusual. It typically rang only in the morning, yet now, nearing noon, the persistent pealing signified an alarm. Something unexpected had occurred. Everyone ceased their labors and rushed outside. Snowflakes drifted delicately from the sky, accompanied by a bone-chilling wind. Robbers are coming. Arm yourselves. Arm yourselves. Shouts echoed from the high walls as the gates of Black Iron Manor stood firmly shut. Robbers? Changkong felt a surge of astonishment. Black Iron Manor thrived on crafting weapons, housing over 100 inhabitants, many of whom were vigorous and well-equipped, possessing ample means for self-defense. Typically, no ordinary bandit would dare to challenge such a formidable stronghold. Yet, amid this frigid weather, they were under threat. In these tumultuous times, Black Iron Manor served not only as a means of livelihood, but also as their sanctuary. United they must stand against external foes. Changkong ascended the manor's lofty walls, gazing into the distance. Through the swirling snow, he discerned a group of knights on majestic steeds. Their attire varied, yet each bore a fierce presence, armed with swords and other weapons, numbering in the dozens. Most striking of all was the imposing figure leading them. The burly man, adorned with a thick beard and a beast-skin scarf draped around his neck, possessed eyes that shone with a mesmerizing brilliance, making it difficult for one to gaze upon him directly. He sat astride a magnificent steed, wielding a weapon resembling a hammer. Its head as large as a dinner plate and measuring over a meter in length. The attire and armament of these individuals were far from ordinary. They were well-equipped and exuded an air of formidable prowess, indicative of no mere band of ruffians. Why does Master Mo of the Black Iron Manor not come forth to make an appearance? Bellowed the bearded giant, his voice resonating powerfully as several dozen riders halted before the entrance of the Black Iron Manor. It was evident that these brigands had conducted prior reconnaissance, for they were aware that the lord of the manor was none other than Immortality. Chapter 8. The Four Realms of Body Refinement. Immortality, the architect of the Black Iron Manor, was no stranger to the storms of life. Faced with a group of knights who clearly harbored ill intentions, he maintained a semblance of composure. The burly man with a bushy beard replied, "I am Changkong, the third deputy of the Black Rider Gang, sent by our leader, Shijian, to collect the annual fee." The Black Rider Gang? What sort of organization is that? I've never heard of it. They must be a band of robbers come to extort protection money. Upon hearing this, the members of the Black Iron Manor exchanged glances and began to whisper among themselves. The so-called annual fee was nothing more than a guise for extortion. Changkong stood atop the high wall, his expression grave. The Black Rider Gang had evidently investigated the Black Iron Manor and was now demanding protection money, showing no signs of retreat. Immortality understood this predicament. Yet he was reluctant to yield to their demands for money, especially to a gang they had never even heard of. Furrowing his brow, Immo declared, "Deputy Chin, our Black Iron Manor is a place of goodwill, striving to earn an honest living. We have no surplus funds to spare. Master, do not heed these scoundrels. Let them come and test our mettle," shouted a furious man from the Black Iron Manor, brandishing his sword. Did these rogues think they could simply demand money from the Black Iron Manor? It wouldn't be that easy. Changkong smiled, assessing the numerous defenders of the Black Iron Manor, armed with swords. If he wished to compel them to surrender their money, he would need to display his might. Suddenly, the steed beneath Chun Zhuang let out a neigh, and with a powerful push from his legs, he exerted tremendous force that nearly brought the horse to its knees. Utilizing this momentum, he surged forward like lightning, covering an impressive distance of 6 or 7 zhong, charging towards the heavily fortified gates of the Black Iron Manor. With a thunderous shout, he swung a massive iron hammer, the size of a platter, aimed squarely at the door. Bang! The resounding impact reverberated through the air, causing the very stones beneath Su Changkong's feet to tremble. The thick wooden gates of the Black Iron Manor shuddered violently, splintering under the might of Chun Zhuang's strike. As fine cracks appeared, bang, 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 Chun Zhuang wielded the hammer with both hands, his arms bulging with veins as he struck the door repeatedly. Resembling a monstrous beast in human form, each blow resonated with a thunderous roar, shaking the doorframe. Crack! Under the horrified and astonished gazes of all present, Chun Zhuang continued his relentless assault, delivering more than 10 mighty strikes. The heavy door could no longer withstand the onslaught. It emitted a mournful groan before a massive dent formed, the bolt bending and breaking, flinging the door wide open. The guards stationed at the entrance of the Black Iron Manor felt a chill run down their spines. With sheer brute strength, Chun Zhuang had smashed the manor's door open as if he were not of flesh and blood. A warrior, at the very least, a warrior of divine strength. Even Tai's pupils constricted slightly, a wave of cold dread washing over him. Warriors vary in strength. The first realm of martial arts is the body refinement realm, which is further divided into 4 tiers: strength refinement, inner strength, divine strength, and divine bravery. In the realm of strength cultivation, one hones their physical prowess, with capabilities of power and agility far surpassing the average individual, enabling them to confront multiple adversaries. While it may take an ordinary person several years, perhaps a decade, to attain such levels, the second tier, known as inner strength, further amplifies one's might, fortifying internal organs and significantly enhancing endurance, rivaling that of oxen and horses. The third tier, divine strength, drastically elevates one's power, transcending the comprehension of the common man, reaching 2 to 3 times the limits of an ordinary individual. The fourth tier, brave might, signifies the pinnacle of physical refinement, where the body becomes resilient, possessing the strength of over 1,000 pounds in a single arm, capable of wielding weights of 100 pounds effortlessly, delivering strikes that can shatter bones and tear flesh, instilling fear akin to that of a fearsome beast in the eyes of ordinary folk. The majority of martial artists never attain even the realm of strength cultivation. Yet Chun Zhuang, wielding a heavy iron hammer, forcefully smashed open the imposing gates of the Black Iron Manor, demonstrating prowess that undoubtedly surpasses divine strength, shrouded in enigma. As he breached the entrance, a grin spread across his face, and he strode confidently into the manor. The inhabitants of Black Iron Manor, armed with swords and blades, dared only to encircle him without attack, cold sweat trickling down their brows, all too aware that Chun Zhuang was a formidable figure, and any attempt to engage could lead to their demise. Chun Zhuang was indeed a martial artist. In comparison to him, what was my own strength? Su Changkong observed Chun Zhuang's audacious incursion into the Black Iron Manor, filled with awe, recognizing this was his first encounter with someone he could genuinely regard as a martial artist. Furthermore, Chun Zhuang belonged to the elite echelon among practitioners. Su Changkong, having trained in the 5 animals play and the iron-cutting blade technique, pondered the potential outcome of a confrontation with Chun Zhuang. However, he had no intention of asserting himself. For beyond Chun Zhuang, there were dozens of fierce bandits outside the manor, and he had already learned that Chun Zhuang was the 3rd leader of the Black Riders gang. The forces present were merely a fraction of the gang's full strength, with individuals undoubtedly stronger than Chun Zhuang lurking among them. Disregarding the other armed individuals, Chun Zhuang, with a beaming smile, addressed Tai, who descended from the high wall, saying, "Master Mo, I urge you to provide me with your answer. Comply with the annual tribute, and all shall remain peaceful. Otherwise, ha ha ha." Chun Zhuang's cold chuckle resonated as he weighed the heavy iron hammer in his hand, his intentions clearly threatening. Outside the manor, dozens of Black Riders awaited his command, ready to surge into the Black Iron Manor and unleash carnage at his behest. "Master." The crowd turned their gaze toward Tai, anticipating his decision. Tai let out a quiet sigh, appearing somewhat aged, fully aware that should conflict erupt, the manor would inevitably be drenched in blood, perhaps even erased from history. "Master Chun, we at Black Iron Manor have no desire to become enemies with the Black Riders gang. I kindly ask you to exercise restraint. Immotai inclined his hands in a gesture of submission. Very well. We at the Black Riders gang levy the tribute per head, 5 taels of silver for each individual, collected annually at the year's end. With over 100 individuals at Black Iron Manor, we shall calculate it as 100 people, totaling 500 taels of silver. A broad smile adorned Qin Zhuang's face. 5 taels of silver per person? This incited a surge of indignation within the crowd, yet they dared not voice their anger. 5 taels of silver. Many people do not earn that much in an entire year. Immotai's expression shifted slightly, but he understood that today he had no choice but to obediently pay the sum in order to navigate through this perilous situation. Afterwards, he could report to the authorities or devise another plan. Chapter 9. Internal Martial Arts Techniques. Iron Armor Martial Arts School. Immotai ultimately addressed Supervisor Liu. Old Liu, please retrieve 500 taels of silver from the storeroom. Understood, Liu replied, promptly departing. Shortly thereafter, he returned bearing the banknotes, respectfully presenting them to Qin Zhuang. Well done. Qin Zhuang exclaimed, counting the notes, a broad smile manifesting upon his face. To receive money so amicably was undoubtedly the best outcome. Master M.O. Until we meet again next year. Having received the funds, Qin Zhuang chose not to prolong the encounter, laughing heartily as he turned to exit the Black Iron Manor. Swiftly mounting his horse, brothers, we ride. There are still matters to attend to today. Qin Zhuang called out, and dozens of riders quickly departed, gradually vanishing into the swirling snowstorm. The Black Riders' ambitions extended beyond the Black Iron Manor, targeting all nearby villages. It was easy to imagine that, like the manor, some would comply with their demands while others might resist fiercely. May the Black Riders be swiftly eradicated. Those wretched vampires. Upon their departure, the members of Black Iron Manor erupted in indignation and curses. Immotai sighed helplessly. In such tumultuous times, ordinary individuals with little power could do naught but obey or face destruction, relying on no one else. The Black Riders, at least, were somewhat lenient. As long as one paid the tribute, they would not face undue hardship. However, each year, the Black Riders would return to collect their dues, siphoning a portion of Black Iron Manor's annual profits. The only prayer left was for the government to eliminate the Black Riders, though such hopes seemed bleak. Those officials were not known for their diligence. Only by strengthening oneself could one avoid being oppressed. Changkong observed the entire event unfold, silently reflecting. Faced with the domineering Qin Zhuang, who employed force and intimidation, Changkong had no inclination to take a stand. First, given his current strength, he was unlikely to best Qin Zhuang. Second, even if he could defeat Qin Zhuang and repel the other Black Riders, the inevitable retaliation would bring ruin upon Black Iron Manor. He could escape, but it would be the manor that would suffer, endangering everyone involved. Unless Changkong possessed the capability to uproot the entire Black Riders gang. Cultivation, relentless cultivation. To pursue a low-profile path and strengthen oneself was the only righteous course. Having submitted to the demands, Black Iron Manor was spared further harassment from the Black Riders. Immotai was relatively fair, choosing not to reduce the salaries of those within the manor, instead shouldering the burden of the protection fees himself. Throughout the winter, snow frequently fell, and with the arrival of the Black Riders, Changkong, aside from occasionally traveling to Qingshui City for medicinal herbs to brew invigorating tonics, continued as usual, forging weapons and practicing the 5 animal play in the iron cutting sword techniques. As winter waned, life began to flourish anew. Changkong was clearing away the remaining snow from the courtyard after completing his practice of the 5 animal play. Name: Changkong, 15 years old. Lifespan: 60 years. Potential points: 8 mastered martial arts. 5 animal play, 5th realm. Exceptional at 11. Iron cutting blade technique, 4th realm. Superb at 37. Mastered skills: forging, 4th realm. Superb at 30. As Changkong opened his attributes panel, a frown creased his brow. In the span of 3 months, his proficiency in the 5 animal play had merely increased by 10. The further he progressed, the more arduous it became. To achieve another breakthrough in the 5 animal play would likely require an additional 2 to 3 years. It was disheartening for Changkong to realize that despite his potential reaching 8 points, the efficacy of the body-strengthening elixir diminished as his physique grew more robust. Consequently, the pace of his advancement in the 5 animal play began to slow. A significant breakthrough would take years to achieve. In truth, it was already quite remarkable for Changkong to have attained such proficiency in the 5 animal play within just 2 to 3 years, yet he remained unsatisfied. Perhaps I should practice inner strength, merging internal and external disciplines to unlock my bodily potential. This could expedite my progress. Changkong mused inwardly. Inner strength cultivates true energy. Unlocking the body's potential and possessing myriad profound capabilities. In the hands of a master, even a blade of grass can unleash lethality comparable to that of a divine weapon. Tomorrow, I shall journey to Qishui City and visit the local martial arts school to see if I can learn an inner strength technique suitable for me. Changkong resolved to study inner strength at the martial arts school in Qishui City. The next day, on a day off from the Black Iron Manor, Changkong set forth alone in the morning towards Qishui City. With a powerful leap, he traversed the road, covering 2 to 3 meters in a single bound. Akin to a galloping spirit deer, maintaining a speed of 10 meters per second as he ran. Having reached the 5th realm of the 5-animal play, Changkong's internal organs were fortified, significantly enhancing his stamina and endurance, allowing him to sustain such speed for half an hour. In just over half an hour, he covered the 30 to 40-mile distance and arrived in Qishui City. Within Qishui City, several renowned martial arts schools existed. Yet the largest was the Iron Armor Martial Arts School, which he decided to visit first. Strolling through the streets of Qishui City, Changkong recalled his previous aspirations to learn martial arts, though the exorbitant tuition fees at the schools had deterred him. Nevertheless, he had gathered information about various martial arts schools in Qishui City. The Iron Armor Martial Arts School was one of the largest in the city, boasting a student body of 200 to 300, and it was highly esteemed. Upon arriving outside the Iron Armor Martial Arts School, 2 stone lions over 2 meters tall stood guard at the entrance. The plaque above the door, boldly inscribed with the 4 powerful characters of Iron Armor Martial Arts School, exuded an imposing presence, and he could occasionally hear the sounds of training and reprimands emanating from within the courtyard. "May I assist you with something?" A disciple of the Iron Armor Martial Arts School, noticing Changkong, inquired. Stepping forward, Changkong clasped his hands in a respectful gesture and replied, "I have heard of the esteemed reputation of the Iron Armor Martial Arts School and hold a keen interest in its martial arts. I have come specifically to learn more." Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Iron Garment Martial Arts School displayed an enthusiastic demeanor. "Our esteemed Iron Garment Martial Arts School is the foremost institution in Clearwater City, and we fervently seek talented students. Come with me, young brother. I shall introduce you to our esteemed deputy master, my Mingjie." The Iron Garment Martial Arts School receives numerous visitors daily, and each new student represents a substantial source of income. Thus, the disciples' eagerness is entirely understandable. "Thank you," Changkong nodded, following the disciple into the school. In the courtyard of the Iron Garment Martial Arts School, dozens, if not hundreds, of individuals were gathered, engaged in synchronized practice under the guidance of a robust man. Their movements impressively coordinated and quite a spectacle to behold. Soon, in a private chamber, Changkong met Deputy Master Ma Mingjie. Ma, in his 30s, was in the prime of his life, possessing a formidable physique, rough skin, and arms as thick as an average person's thigh, exuding an air of strength. "Please, have a seat. What is your surname, young brother?" Ma Mingjie inquired amiably. "My surname is Su," Changkong replied as he finally took a seat. With a broad smile, Ma Mingjie continued, "Are you interested in joining our Iron Garment Martial Arts School? The tuition is 7 taels of silver per month, inclusive of certain medicinal expenses for training. Should you exhibit exceptional talent, there may be possibilities for tuition reduction in the future. The monthly fee of 7 taels of silver is undeniably burdensome for an average individual. In a world where the affluent pursue martial prowess, achieving greatness in this discipline without financial means becomes exceedingly challenging." Chapter 10. The Zhao Family of Dongling. The Auction. At our Iron Garment Martial Arts School, we impart exceptionally practical martial arts skills, such as iron fist technique, iron leg technique, and iron cloth shirt, among others. With diligent practice, one can attain the realm of strength within a mere decade, effortlessly confronting several robust men with bare hands. Joining the military can also lead to significant accomplishments. For instance, the vice commander of the Qishui City's Qishui Guard previously honed his skills at our Iron Garment Martial Arts School. Ma Mingjie confidently elaborated on the martial arts and profound heritage of the Iron Garment Martial Arts School. Changkong coughed lightly and said, "Vice Principal Mai, actually, I find it difficult to endure the rigors of physical training. I wish to learn internal cultivation. The Iron Garment Martial Arts School specializes in hard techniques, which, when combined with certain herbs, allow for rapid advancement, making them extremely practical. However, they do impose a degree of physical strain, potentially leading to injuries that may manifest later in life, causing pain and illness that could diminish one's lifespan. Su Changkong's intention was to learn internal cultivation. Internal cultivation? Upon hearing this, my Mingjie's brow furrowed slightly. The path of martial arts encompasses body refinement, energy control, and internal cultivation, all of which require years of dedication to achieve mastery. Unlike external techniques that allow for swift progress, our school primarily excels in hard external techniques, while our understanding of internal cultivation is somewhat limited. My Mingjie spoke candidly. External techniques focus on honing the physical body and refining skills, enabling noticeable improvements within a few years or even months. Conversely, internal cultivation involves nurturing the internal organs, nourishing the vital energies, and refining true energy, often taking several years, or even a decade, to see initial results. Of course, the true masters are those who excel in both internal and external disciplines, but most individuals lack the energy, conditions, and resources for such comprehensive training. Is that so? Su Changkong felt a tinge of disappointment. However, there are multiple martial arts schools in Qinshui City. If the Iron Garment Martial Arts School does not offer suitable internal cultivation techniques, he could explore other schools, seemingly sensing Su Changkong's intent. My Mingjie spoke again. Internal cultivation techniques are precious. Many are exclusive to martial sects or martial families, even if a regular martial arts school possesses them. Acquiring the knowledge is not so simple. One must become a core member to be taught. My Mingjie's words made Su Changkong realize that his thoughts might have been somewhat naive. Internal cultivation techniques are exceedingly rare, and in a small place like Qinshui City, even if they exist, they are often closely guarded secrets. To think one could join a martial school and obtain such knowledge for a mere few taels of silver is akin to dreaming. Suddenly, my Mingjie smiled. However, I do know of a place where one could acquire internal cultivation techniques, provided you have the financial means. Upon hearing this, Su Changkong's eyes brightened, though he refrained from showing it. He clasped his hands together and said, I would be grateful if Vice Principal Mai could enlighten me further. Without hesitation, my Mingjie replied, Have you heard of the Zhao family in Dongling Town? Su Changkong shook his head. He was aware of Dongling Town, located near Qinshui City, but he had not heard of the Zhao family. My Mingjie remarked, The Zhao family is a prominent clan in Dongling Town, renowned for their immense wealth and lineage of formidable martial artists. Recently, the Zhao family has decided to relocate en masse to a larger city for better prospects, necessitating a substantial sum to facilitate their connections. Consequently, they have resolved to auction off various properties and valuable treasures, including their esteemed internal martial arts manuals. The Zhao family, deeply rooted in Dongling Town, possesses these coveted manuals, and they are poised to conduct an auction to convert some of their assets into liquid gold, leaving Dongling Town behind. It is quite likely that the internal martial arts manuals will be among the items for sale. If you seek such a manual, perhaps a visit to Dongling Town could be fortuitous. However, be forewarned, the price may be steep. My Mingjie chuckled lightly, merely sharing the information he had heard with Su Changkong, without any risk to himself. Thank you, Deputy Director Mai. Su Changkong expressed his gratitude. Not wishing to impose further, he took his leave. I currently possess a mere 150 taels of silver. Is this sum sufficient to acquire an internal martial arts manual? Su Changkong pondered, uncertain. Previously, he had amassed over 100 taels from a few bandits and a misfortunate individual, earning 6 or 7 taels monthly from weapon forging. After accounting for the costs of body enhancement potions, he had accumulated about 50 taels over the year, totaling 150 taels. While this amount might be considerable for an ordinary family, whether it would suffice for a precious internal martial arts manual was debatable. Regardless, it would be prudent to attend the auction hosted by the Zheng family in Dongling Town. Departing from Qinshui City, Su Changkong first made his way to Dongling Town, where he discreetly inquired and confirmed that my Mingjie had indeed spoken the truth. The auction by the Zhao family was set to occur in 3 days, with many local gentry families in attendance, as well as outsiders like Su Changkong himself. 3 days was not a leisurely span. Thus, Su Changkong requested a leave of absence from Liu, the manager of the Black Iron Manor, citing health concerns, which Liu accepted without suspicion. On the morning of the auction, Su Changkong arrived early at Dongling Town, having made some preparations. He wore a blade at his waist, deliberately disheveled his hair, and donned a monkey mask purchased from a street vendor. It was wise to conceal one's wealth. Should he attract unwanted attention, it could lead to danger. Just as an individual carrying 100 taels had met his demise at the hands of bandits, attending such an auction necessitated caution. Outside the Zhao estate, The atmosphere was bustling, with numerous carriages parked and local guards stationed to maintain order. As a prestigious family in Dongling Town, the Zhao family was taking stringent precautions for their estate auction amid their impending migration. Approaching the Zhao residence, Su Changkong, armed and masked, drew curious gazes. A member of the Zhao family approached him courteously, inquiring, "Are you here to participate in our auction?" The Zhao family is hosting an auction, open to all. Yet to prevent an overwhelming crowd and the presence of mere onlookers, participants are required to pay an admission fee, thereby filtering out those who seek only to spectate. "Please follow me." Upon settling the entrance fee, a disciple of the Zhao family escorted Su Changkong into the temporary venue of the auction within the Zhao estate. It was an expansive hall, adorned with rows of numbered seats. Su Changkong observed that the hall had already gathered 2 to 3 dozen individuals, predominantly clad in opulent attire, most of whom were affluent gentry from the vicinity of Dongling Town. Furthermore, he noticed a few among them who, like himself, donned black garments and masks, clearly wishing to conceal their identities as well. Chapter 11. The Red Fire Technique. Worth its weight in gold. Su Changkong settled into a seat numbered 27 in a corner, patiently awaiting the proceedings. As he waited, more attendees arrived, and soon the venue was filled with around 40 to 50 individuals. When the clock struck the hour of the snake, the auction commenced. A remarkably handsome young gentleman clad in azure attire ascended a platform at the center of the hall. He clasped his hands in greeting and proclaimed, "I am Zhao Bufan of the Zhao family, responsible for this auction. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all present for gracing us with your presence." Zhao Bufan, a scion of the Zhao family, possessed an exceptional demeanor. Observing him, Su Changkong noted the man's steady gait and upright posture, indicative of martial prowess. "Not at all. When Master Zhao extends an invitation, we naturally must oblige," came the response from a local dignitary seated nearby. Zhao Bufan wasted no time. Delving straight into the matter at hand, the auction is now underway, and our first item is the land deed for the Dongling Tavern, located in Dongling Town. With a starting bid of 400 taels of silver, the Dongling Tavern, the largest establishment in the town, boasted a steady stream of patrons and belonged to the Zhao family. This auction primarily aimed to liquidate properties that could not be removed. 500 taels, exclaimed a corpulent man adorned in fine garments. 550 taels, countered a middle-aged man from seat 11. Su Changkong, taken aback, mused upon the wealth of the local gentry, given that Dongling Town housed fewer than 20,000 residents. Ultimately, the tavern's land deed was sold for 700 taels of silver. Zhao Bufan then proceeded to auction other properties belonging to the Zhao family, with the bids fervently escalating. However, Su Changkong found little interest in these items and lacked the funds to partake. His anticipation lay solely in the martial arts manuals that the Zhao family would soon offer. As time slipped away, half an hour later, the Zhao family's properties were nearly auctioned off. Next up for bid is an esoteric internal cultivation manual, serendipitously acquired by our ancestors. This manual once brought our forebear, Zhao Huolong, a modicum of renown in the martial world of Myn Prefecture. Zhao Bufan's words invigorated Su Changkong, signaling that the coveted internal manual he awaited was imminent. A Zhao family disciple approached, bearing a tray upon which rested an ancient-looking tome. This technique was known as the Red Fire Technique. The energy it cultivated could sear the flesh and bones of adversaries with its fierce intensity. An extraordinary and formidable martial art indeed, rarely seen in Lin Prefecture. Zhao Bufan, brimming with excitement, elaborated passionately on the Red Fire Technique. Martial arts manual? Our ancestor, Zhao Huolong, was indeed famed in his time, reputed to have slain over a dozen bandits single-handedly, his profound abilities honed through this very technique. While some local gentry engaged in hushed discussions, their interest remained lukewarm. To ordinary wealthy merchants, internal manuals bore little practical value, requiring time for practice with uncertain outcomes. Yet, Su Changkong discerned that several masked individuals exhibited palpable emotional fluctuations, seemingly drawn to the Red Fire Technique, much like himself. The starting bid for the Red Fire Technique was set at 600 taels. Zhao Bufan declared, "The starting bid of 600 taels has already reached the highest baseline price among all auctioned items today. With my meager funds, I cannot even afford half of that initial price." Su Changkong's lips twitched slightly. He had barely begun and was already out of the competition. 700 taels, 800 taels, 1,000 taels. Bidders swiftly followed suit, and the price for the Crimson Fire Technique rapidly soared past 1,000 taels, which included a wealthy merchant clad in fine silk. Although the Crimson Fire Technique was of no use to him, it could benefit his offspring, in this current world. One not only requires financial resources but also the martial prowess to safeguard one's wealth. 1,100 taels. A man dressed in black with elongated, narrow eyes rasped. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Yin Song of the Flying Sandblade. I kindly request that you grant me a favor and allow me to acquire the Crimson Fire technique. Yin Song of the Flying Sandblade? The notorious bounty hunter, Yin Song? Immediately, several individuals present displayed expressions of concern. A bounty hunter is one who accepts government rewards to apprehend heinous criminals, living off the bounty they collect. Yin Song was quite renowned around Qingxue City, and such fame was earned through his exceptional martial skills and the blade he wielded. Yin Song had also reached a bottleneck in his training. He sought to advance further by delving into internal cultivation. Upon his utterance, the previous bidders paused, wary of offending Yin Song, and refrained from continuing the bidding. Humph. What a trifling flying sandblade. I bid 1,200 taels. A raspy voice interjected, belonging to an individual wearing a fox-faced mask, who spoke without any courtesy. How bold. Yin Song's expression darkened instantly, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes as he glared at the masked figure in black. Yet, he remained silent. Refraining from raising his bid once more, what thoughts occupied his mind remained a mystery. Congratulations to bidder number 17 for securing the Crimson Fire technique. Zhao Bufan announced with a broad smile. The Zhao family naturally possessed the original text of the technique. Selling the Crimson Fire technique for over 1,000 taels was essentially a windfall, resulting in little actual loss for the Zhao family. Alas, I am out of funds. Changkong sighed deeply. He could not produce over 1,000 taels to partake in the bidding and could only lament his fate. The next item up for auction was yet another martial arts manual. However, Changkong was astonished as the auction continued after the sale of the Crimson Fire technique. Another martial arts manual? Changkong gasped. The expressions of several wealthy merchants were varied after the Crimson Fire technique fetched such a staggering price of 1,200 taels. The Chen family was now presenting yet another manual. A disciple of the Zhao family approached, carrying a tray that held a time-worn book. This martial art is the turtle breathing technique, Zhao Bufan proclaimed. The turtle breathing technique? It seems to be a rather mediocre martial art. Upon hearing this, the crowd exhibited diverse reactions, with one masked man outright scoffing. The turtle breathing technique is indeed not a particularly sophisticated skill. On the contrary, it is rather subpar. Longevity? Practicing the turtle breathing technique is akin to squandering one's life. Despite Zhao Bufan's relentless efforts to promote it, those with discerning eyes merely shook their heads. The turtle breathing technique, while not entirely unheard of, undeniably belongs to the realm of mediocre internal arts. It is true that this technique can contribute to longevity. However, the progress in its cultivation is painfully slow, rendering the purported benefits of extended life less significant than the lifespan consumed during training. Achieving proficiency in the turtle breathing technique yields negligible enhancement in combat prowess. After years or even decades of practice, one would find themselves no more formidable than an ordinary martial artist in the strength refinement realm. Given the slow pace of advancement and the meager returns on investment, who in their right mind would choose to practice such a third-rate internal discipline? The notion of turtle breathing and its promise of longevity failed to captivate the crowd. Yet Changkong felt a sudden jolt of excitement. Chapter 12. The Bionic Qigong, Turtle Breathing Technique. For the average person, practicing the turtle breathing technique entails a significant expenditure of energy and time. However, for Changkong, the potency of the technique itself holds little importance. What he values most is its health benefits and the potential to extend his lifespan. The longer his life, the greater his innate talents and potential become. He is determined to exhaust every effort to prolong his existence, making this turtle breathing technique exceptionally suited to him. Zhao Bufan, observing the lack of enthusiasm among the crowd, felt a twinge of helplessness. In truth, the turtle breathing technique had been acquired by the Zhao family at a low price from a destitute wanderer. Some members of the Zhao family had attempted to practice this technique, but despite being an internal cultivation method, it is notoriously slow to master. Generating a sense of qi is exceedingly difficult, and cultivating true qi is a challenge akin to scaling the heavens. At least none in the Zhao family had delved deeply enough into the turtle breathing technique to achieve true qi. The starting price for the turtle breathing technique was set at 100 taels of silver. As Zhao Bufan commenced the auction, he declared this price to be quite reasonable among the day's offerings. A profound silence enveloped the room, with no one willing to place a bid. Even Yin Song, who had previously shown interest, wore an expression devoid of emotion. while he was willing to spend 1,000 taels for a more formidable internal technique like the red fire technique. The turtle breathing technique seemed to him a sheer waste of time and energy. Even if it were offered to him for free, he would refuse to practice it, let alone pay for it. Could it really go unsold? With no responses, Zhao Bufan felt an awkwardness creeping in. I bid 101 taels. Just as Zhao Bufan was about to announce the turtle breathing technique is unsold, a deep voice resonated through the hall. The speaker, of course, was Su Changkong. Donned in a monkey mask and disheveled hair. The emergence of a bid ignited a flicker of hope in Zhao Bufan's heart. He promptly announced, "The guest in seat 27 has bid 101 taels. Is there anyone else willing to bid?" Su Changkong remained motionless in his seat. Yet a hint of anxiety stirred within him. If someone else were to contest him, he would not only have to spend more money but might also find himself unable to compete with their bids, given that he only had 150 taels of silver at his disposal. However, Su Changkong was merely overthinking. The rest of the attendees held little interest in the turtle breathing technique. Congratulations to the guest in seat 27 for acquiring the turtle breathing technique. With no further bids, Zhao Bufan had no choice but to declare that Su Changkong had successfully won the turtle breathing technique for 101 taels. Approaching the stage, Su Changkong paid the 101 taels in silver notes and received the turtle breathing technique from Zhao Bufan. This technique may hold greater value for me than the red fire technique. Su Changkong tucked the manual into his robe, feeling a surge of excitement. To others, the bionic qigong of the turtle breathing technique may pale in comparison to the fierce and domineering red fire technique, yet for Su Changkong, what suits him best is indeed the finest choice. With the auction concluded, Zhao Bufan expressed heartfelt gratitude for the support of all the esteemed guests, inviting them to enjoy a lavish spread prepared by the Zhao family. Shortly thereafter, the auction came to an end, and Zhao Bufan sincerely thanked everyone. "Young Master Zhao, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Some guests chose to stay for lunch, while others bid their farewells and departed. Outside the Zhao residence, Su Changkong observed the man in a fox mask, clad in black, who had previously acquired the red fire technique for a staggering 200 taels of silver. Departing towards the outskirts of Dongling town. Following him at a distance, expressionless, was Yin Song, a man dressed entirely in black with narrow, piercing eyes. It was evident that Yin Song was unwilling to relinquish the red fire technique, and a violent confrontation between the two seemed inevitable. Yin Song, a skilled assassin living off bounties, posed a significant threat, and the fox-masked man, capable of spinning over 1,000 taels on the technique, was no ordinary individual. It seemed prudent for Su Changkong to maintain his distance. Understanding the dynamics at play, Su Changkong recognized that Yin Song was likely seething with resentment and coveting the red fire technique possessed by the fox-masked man. If the two clashed, it would surely lead to a fierce battle. However, Su Changkong had no intention of placing himself in harm's way to reap the benefits of their conflict. Should they find common ground and discover his presence, they might unite against him, placing him in peril. The red fire technique was not an absolute necessity for Su Changkong, and the risk was unwarranted. It was best to withdraw. With this in mind, he turned away, heading in the opposite direction from Yin Song and the fox-masked man. After traversing 3 to 4 miles beyond Dongling town, a frosty expression emerged beneath the monkey mask he wore, his brow furrowing slightly as he gradually came to a halt and turned to glance behind him. 3 masked men were leisurely trailing him. "Is there something you wish to convey, gentlemen?" Su Changkong inquired. The 3 masked figures had been following him since he departed the Zhao estate and the town, their intentions evidently sinister. The central figure, donning a pig mask, let out a sinister chuckle. "I see you spent 100 taels of silver in the Zhao residence to procure the turtle breathing technique. You seem quite affluent. I've been in need of funds lately and find myself particularly fond of plump targets like you." It was apparent that the trio had observed Su Changkong's acquisition of the turtle breathing technique and had followed him with a clear purpose. Su Changkong found himself at a loss for words. How had he attracted their attention? Unable to contain his bewilderment, he retorted, "I merely purchased a single volume of the turtle breathing technique." The man in the fox mask spent over 1,000 taels on the red fire technique. Why pursue me instead of him? He had only spent a modest sum while others had been lavishly spending. It made little sense to target him. The pig-masked man cackled. "That individual who spent over 1,000 taels for the red fire technique is no ordinary fellow, especially with Yin Song keeping a close watch on him. We 3 brothers have no desire to risk our lives. You, on the other hand, have foolishly splurged on a mere turtle breathing technique, appearing as a naive, wealthy fool. making you the perfect target. Both the fox-masked man and Yin Song were formidable adversaries. Contemplating them could lead to death. As for Su Changkong, his willingness to part with a considerable sum for a seemingly trivial technique suggested he was a person of little discernment yet substantial wealth, especially since he lacked any escorts. After a brief discussion among themselves, they deemed Su Changkong an ideal target and had followed him thus far. "Are you interested in the turtle breathing technique?" "Very well," he remarked. "I can certainly provide you with a copy of the turtle breathing technique. This way, everyone remains unharmed, and harmony breeds prosperity. If you feel uncomfortable with this arrangement, a small token of a few taels of silver from each would suffice," Su Changkong proposed earnestly. After all, the turtle breathing technique is not an exceptionally rare or invaluable secret art. Chapter 13. The True Essence of the Turtle Breathing Technique. This declaration left the three individuals momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered glances as they struggled to comprehend the situation at hand. The man adorned with a child's mask on the right grew increasingly agitated, exclaiming, "We demand the manual, and we shall take the money on you as well. Spare no further words with this lad. Let us eliminate him. Both the manual and the riches will be ours." Rather than spending coin to procure the turtle breathing technique from Su Changkong, it was evidently far more advantageous to seize it by force. Claiming all that he possessed without expending a single coin. "Please. No. You can have the manual. You can have the money. Just don't kill me." Su Changkong, perceiving the imminent threat of violence from the three, cried out in a state of panic, simultaneously producing a manual and a bag filled with silver, which he hurled towards the masked man. "Be cautious." The child-masked man instinctively reached out to catch it. Just as he stood there in disbelief at Su Changkong's unexpected compliance, he was startled by the desperate shout of his companion. Clang! As Su Changkong cast aside the manual and the bag of coins, the moment the child-masked man grasped it, the fearful demeanor of Su Changkong vanished. He lunged forward like a ferocious tiger, drawing his iron-cutting blade from its sheath, the edge screeching against the scabbard with a piercing metallic sound. Whoosh! A chilling arc of the blade emerged like a silver waterfall, executing the iron-cutting technique perfected through countless repetitions, devoid of any flamboyant flourishes, delivering a straightforward, downward strike. Thud! The child-masked man sensed the impending danger, yet found no opportunity to react to the lethal blow. The blade struck his skull, the hardest part of the human body. And under the might of Su Changkong's strike, it shattered as if it were mere straw, with the blade descending relentlessly. A crimson line appeared bisecting the child-masked man's torso. The mask on his face cracked as he opened his mouth to utter something, but the bloodline widened, and his body split in two, collapsing to the ground as blood and entrails spilled forth, filling the air with a pungent scent. Their brother. The gruesome spectacle sent chills down the spines of the remaining two, prompting them to exclaim in horror. They had witnessed numerous deaths, and even taken lives themselves. Yet witnessing Su Changkong cleave a man cleanly in half with such decisiveness was an unprecedented sight, leaving their hearts racing and their scalps tingling. In their eyes, Su Changkong appeared to be easy prey. However, he was, in truth, a ravenous beast, preying upon the unwary. "You are far too greedy. With such meager skills. You dare to coerce me?" A glint of ferocity flickered in Su Changkong's gaze. Initially unable to discern the depth of these three individuals, he quickly realized that they were merely common brigands, lacking any formidable prowess. There was no reason to negotiate with thieves once they initiated violence. It was a matter of life and death, and he was determined to make them pay the steepest price. "Kill him." After a brief moment of shock, the man wearing the wolf mask let out a fierce roar, wielding a curved blade, which he swung violently towards Su Changkong from the side. Iron-cutting blade technique. Horizontal slash. Without the need for sight, Su Changkong could hear the faint sound of the blade slicing through the air. Gripping a 1-meter-long iron-slaying sword with one hand, he concentrated the strength of his arm and, with a reverse motion, struck. Having practiced the 5-animal play and forged metal for many years, Su Changkong's hand remained steady. The clash of blades echoed sharply, and amidst the crisp sound of shattering, the curved blade of the wolf-masked man emitted a pained groan, breaking apart like porcelain. The heavy iron-slaying sword cleaved through the curved blade with relentless force, continuing its horizontal arc. With a thud, the wolf-masked man staggered backward, his chest torn asunder, the upper part of his torso severed from his body, splitting into two. A single stroke was fatal. Su Changkong's sword techniques were straightforward and brutal, a fusion of power and speed, focusing on the art of slashing, effortlessly dispatching his foes with unadorned efficiency. The remaining man, adorned with a goat-headed mask, felt a chill of dread wash over him, a wave of fear enveloping his entire being. The figure before him, masked as a monkey, was not the easy target they had envisioned, but rather a merciless monster, devoid of hesitation in taking lives. He fled. The goat-masked man, paralyzed by terror, lacked even the courage to fight Su Changkong and turned to escape, his two companions slaughtered like livestock, leaving him desperate to flee the scene. Yet, in that fleeting moment of turning, a cold sensation swept across the back of his neck, leaving him lightheaded. His head soared high, crashing to the ground and rolling several times, consciousness fading. You dare not seize the Qi Hua Gong, picking the softest fruit. This indicates you are not formidable individuals at all. Su Changkong wiped the blood from his blade onto the clothing of a corpse, gazing down at the dismembered bodies of the three men, reflecting on their weakness. They were indeed weak, merely at the level of common petty thieves, not even reaching the realm of physical cultivation. Before Su Changkong, they were as easily dispatched as chopping vegetables. This was not Su Changkong's first experience with taking a life. His emotions were somewhat conflicted. He wished to avoid trouble, yet it inevitably found him. In a chaotic world where lives were as disposable as grass, a single disagreement could lead to bloodshed. To refrain from killing was to invite death. How impoverished. These three had come to the Zhao family's auction, hoping to find a fat sheep to reap a windfall. Su Changkong rummaged through the three corpses, ultimately discovering a total of 20 taels of silver, better than nothing. Although today's venture to Dongling Town had its ups and downs, he had successfully achieved his objective, acquiring a manual on internal cultivation. Finally, he had obtained the internal martial arts manual. Now, to examine the secrets of the Gui Qigong. After enjoying a dinner and taking a bath, Su Changkong eagerly delved into the study of the Gui Qigong. As he opened the manual, he meticulously scrutinized its contents. The Gui Qigong, a form of biomimetic Qigong, imitates the breathing of a turtle, promoting prolonged inhalation and retention of energy, akin to the longevity of a turtle. It is an internal cultivation method capable of cultivating true Qi, yet its difficulty is such that few can attain this level. The cultivation of the turtle breathing technique comprises 4 essential components: introspection, breath control, true stillness, and emergence from stillness. Su Changkong meticulously perused the text on the turtle breathing technique, diligently noting down its crucial principles before commencing his practice. He seated himself in a cross-legged position, focusing his gaze on his nose, then his mouth, and finally his heart, immersing himself entirely in a state of profound tranquility. Su Changkong's breathing became increasingly steady, each inhalation and exhalation elongated and serene. After a brief interval, he sensed that the surroundings had settled into silence, and he felt as though he were floating in water, akin to a turtle, occasionally surfacing for air. Chapter 14. The essence of tortoise breathing. The tortoise breathing technique does not impose stringent requirements on one's aptitude for cultivation. Children can practice it, as can the elderly. However, to truly derive benefits from this practice necessitates years of diligent training. As time passed and the night deepened, a natural drowsiness enveloped Su Changkong, prompting him to lie on his side in bed. Though turtles possess nostrils, they breathe through their ears when asleep. Their breath escapes through their ears, hence the name tortoise breathing, which promises longevity akin to that of a great tortoise. Naturally, Su Changkong inhaled deeply, yet peculiarly. He inhaled through his nose while exhaling through his ears. This genuine tortoise breathing is not something the average person can achieve. Remarkably, during his initial attempt at cultivation, Su Changkong entered this state, attributable not only to his potential value reaching 8 points, but also to his substantial foundation. The first realm of martial arts is the body refinement stage, subdivided into 4 levels: strength refinement, internal fortification, divine power, and heroic might. Through arduous practice of the 5 animals play, Su Changkong had already reached the stage of internal fortification, where his organs had been tempered, allowing him to cultivate internal energy with remarkable efficiency. Within this tortoise breathing state, dawn gradually broke. Su Changkong opened his eyes, feeling invigorated after a night of cultivation. Tortoise breathing, entry level 35. Upon accessing his attributes panel, Su Changkong noted that in just 1 day of practice, his proficiency in tortoise breathing had reached 35. At this pace, within 3 to 4 days, he could elevate it to the first realm. Such a rate of progress was undeniably extraordinary. After rising, Su Changkong, as was his routine, practiced the 5 animals play. With rhythmic clangs, he engaged in his exercises until a light sheen of sweat formed on his body. The bell of the Black Iron Manor rang, heralding the start of a new day filled with toil. He paused his training, had breakfast, and then entered the workshop to begin his labor. Though forging and molding iron constituted work, for Su Changkong, it was also a form of cultivation. With a hefty hammer in hand, he struck the glowing steel before him, each blow sending sparks flying as impurities were eliminated. The hammer in his grip resembled a blade, transforming iron into steel through relentless effort. With his torso bare, Su Changkong's well-defined muscles glimmered faintly, undulating with each breath, as if he were impervious to fatigue in his forging endeavors. What a prodigious talent Su Changkong is! Yang Zhao, wiping sweat from his brow, paused in his tasks to quench his thirst and marveled at Su Changkong's unwavering dedication to his craft. As the day drew to a close, Su Changkong practiced the 5 animals play for a while, bathed, dined, and then commenced his tortoise breathing exercises. One of the significant advantages of tortoise breathing is its ability to be practiced during sleep, resembling the slumber of a turtle, inhaling through the nose and exhaling through the ears, thereby not encroaching upon the time dedicated to his practice of the 5 animals play and sword techniques. Name: Su Changkong, 15 years old. Lifespan: 61 years. Potential points: 8 points. Mastered martial arts: 5 animal play, 5th realm. Outstanding: 13. Iron cutting blade technique, 4th realm. Superb: 39. Turtle breathing technique, 1st realm. Initial insight: 1. Mastered skills: forging, 4th realm. Superb: 33. In just 4 days, Su Changkong had elevated his turtle breathing technique to the initial insight stage of the 1st realm. He felt no significant changes in his body, save for a more prolonged breath. His lifespan had increased by a year. What filled Su Changkong with joy was the clear indication on his attribute panel showing this growth after only a few days of training. Practicing the turtle breathing technique not only began to extend his lifespan, but also slightly enhanced the training speed of his 5 animal play. Su Changkong realized he was on the right path. Cultivating internal energy could further unlock his physical potential. Training. First, he must cultivate his internal strength. This invigorated Su Changkong, plunging him into a new phase of rigorous practice, understanding that the integration of internal and external practices was the true path. With the progress of both the turtle breathing technique and the 5 animal play, Su Changkong's appetite increased, leading to tangible growth in his physique. Originally, Su Changkong's body had already surpassed the limits of the ordinary, and now his strength and speed began to grow incrementally, with stamina and endurance continuously improving. Life flowed peacefully and satisfactorily. Autumn faded into winter, heralding yet another winter season. In the early hours of the morning, in his room, Su Changkong lay on his bed, resembling a turtle resting on its back, breathing deeply. Strangely, a faint white mist swirled between his ears and nose, circulating with his breath, causing even his muscles to undulate rhythmically. Splish! Su Changkong felt as though he were submerged in warm flowing water. As his breathing reached a critical juncture, the circulating air between his ears and nose began to flow within his body, akin to a brook rushing forth, ultimately converging in his dantian, shrouded in mist. At that moment, Su Changkong opened his eyes, a fleeting, mesmerizing brilliance glimmering within. True energy. He had finally cultivated true energy. The joy on Su Changkong's face was hard to conceal. Internal cultivation involves extracting a pure energy from the body and organs, generating a sensation of energy, and then nurturing this sensation until it gradually strengthens and transforms into true energy. By the 2nd month of practicing the turtle breathing technique, Su Changkong had already produced this sensation, and it took him over half a year to amplify this sensation to a qualitative change, transforming it into true energy. Turtle breathing technique, 4th realm, superb 1. After nearly a year of diligent practice without a day of slack, Su Changkong had advanced the turtle breathing technique from its initial stage to the 4th realm, successfully manifesting true energy. If an ordinary person without any foundation attempted to practice the turtle breathing technique, it would likely take them at least 10 to 20 years to reach this level. Crack! Su Changkong experimented with mobilizing the true energy within him, delivering a punch that sliced through the air, producing a resounding explosion akin to firecrackers. Su Changkong's ears subtly twitched, allowing him to perceive the faint rustling sound of trees being caressed by the wind outside. Is this the essence of true energy? Mobilizing this energy enables a notable enhancement in my strength and speed by a margin of 10 to 20%, as well as heightened sensitivity in my senses. And this is merely the initial stage of cultivating true energy. Su Changkong couldn't help but marvel at the profound nature of this energy. An increase of 10 to 20% in strength and speed may seem modest at first glance, yet it constitutes a tremendous advancement. For an average amateur athlete, Such an enhancement could provide the foundation to challenge for a world championship. Not to mention, Changkong's physique has already transcended the limits of ordinary humans. Thus, an additional 10 to 20% boost is indeed remarkable. Furthermore, my practice of the 5-animal play has reached a staggering 99 in the 5th stage. A breakthrough is imminent in the coming days. Aside from the turtle breathing technique, Changkong's progress in the 5-animal play has been equally swift. Initially, he had estimated that it would take him approximately 3 years to make further strides in this practice. However, by cultivating the turtle breathing technique and further unlocking his body's potential, the path to mastering the 5-animal play has become illuminating, allowing him to achieve another breakthrough within just a year. Chapter 15. The pinnacle of the 5-animal play. After cultivating true energy, not only could it enhance explosive power, but it also allowed the practitioner to employ the stealthy breathing technique of the tortoise breathing skill, along with the method of bone contraction. Changkong delved into the transformative potential of the tortoise breathing skill. In this state, he could endure prolonged periods without food or drink. The method of bone contraction was even more marvelous. Crack, crack, crack. Changkong attempted to mobilize the true energy within him, causing it to circulate through his skeletal structure. A series of crisp sounds echoed as his once towering frame diminished by half a foot, and even his muscles seemed to shrink. In mere moments, the tall Changkong transformed into the physique of an ordinary person, not too tall, nor too short. How remarkable! Is this what true energy is? Having just birthed this energy, its total volume remained scant. If I were to unleash it fully, it would likely be depleted in mere moments. Changkong scrutinized his body, feeling the ethereal true energy in his dantian, reminiscent of swirling mist, and he couldn't help but sigh. For an ordinary person, it takes immense effort to cultivate the tortoise breathing skill to the point of generating a sensation of energy. To achieve a qualitative transformation into true energy, as Changkong has done, is an arduous task that could consume a significant portion of one's life in relentless practice. What he aimed to accomplish was to continuously refine his cultivation, augmenting the true energy within him and prompting a metamorphosis of his body. As dawn broke outside, it was already the early hours of the morning. Changkong rose and commenced his practice of the 5-animal play, embodying the forms of the tiger, deer, bear, ape, and bird with remarkable vivacity. A breakthrough in the 5-animal play seemed imminent. As per his routine, after completing the 5-animal play and having his meal, Changkong proceeded to the forging workshop to begin a new day of work. With his current stamina and endurance, he could forge 10 quality swords and blades in a month single-handedly, a staggering efficiency that found no equal within the entire Black Iron Manor. Clang, clang, clang. As the frigid weather approached noon, the urgent sound of bells resonated through the Black Iron Manor, halting the busy activities of the workers. The Black Cavalry Gang. The Black Cavalry Gang has arrived. Arm yourselves. Voices of alarm echoed throughout the manor. The Black Cavalry Gang has returned, as punctual as ever. Changkong set down his hammer, a flicker of unusual expression crossing his face. The Black Cavalry Gang, having risen to prominence near Clearwater City a year ago, was essentially a band of marauding brigands, demonstrating formidable strength that compelled the Black Iron Manor to acquiesce and pay tribute. Initially, the people had hoped that the authorities would eradicate the Black Cavalry Gang, but such events had not transpired. On the contrary, the gang's influence had only grown, having obliterated several villages that refused to pay protection fees, earning even greater notoriety. Offending the authorities might still leave one with a chance at survival, but crossing the Black Cavalry Gang would lead not only to one's own demise but could also endanger family and friends. In this region of several hundred miles, few dared to defy the Black Cavalry Gang. Those wretched bandits. Yang Zhao muttered under his breath, lamenting that the gang thrived on extortion, exploiting the common folk to sustain themselves, yet the populace could only seethe in silence. The workers set aside their tasks, arming themselves with swords, hammers, and other weapons. As they gathered outside the workshop, upon the high walls, the lord of the Black Iron Manor, Immortality, wore an expression of helplessness and sorrow. Outside the manor, dozens of well-equipped knights stood a considerable distance away, led by the formidable Changkong, the third in command of the Black Riders Gang, whom they had encountered before. With a robust physique, a thick beard, and muscular arms, he emanated an oppressive aura that deterred direct gazes. Lord Mo, another year has passed. Are you prepared for the tribute? Chen Zhuang's voice boomed, rich and resonant, as he gazed up at Mo Tai. With a heavy sigh, Mo signaled to Supervisor Lu beside him. Here's this year's tribute. Please allow Mr. Chen to verify it. Understanding the cue, Supervisor Lu nodded and stepped outside the manor, presenting the 500 taels of silver notes with utmost respect before the ranks of the Black Riders. Last year, when the Black Riders first came to collect the tribute, Qin Zhuang had displayed a terrifying might, rendering the heavy gates powerless against him. Now, as the Black Riders returned to collect the tribute, the Black Iron Manor had no choice but to comply, lest they face the same brutal repercussions as other factions that had defied the gang. Qin Zhuang casually counted the silver notes and tucked them away, finding the second collection far easier than the first, requiring no additional effort. A warm smile graced his face. I wish you a happy new year, Black Iron Manor. I shall not impose further. With a commanding shout to his brothers, he turned, leading his men away, their horses' hooves fading into the distance. Though Qin Zhuang appeared amiable, those present understood that this demeanor stemmed from the manor's compliance with the tribute. Should anyone dare to oppose him, Qin Zhuang would undoubtedly turn hostile, inflicting severe casualties upon the Black Iron Manor. The influence of the Black Riders gang had grown increasingly formidable. Why did the officials not eradicate them? Those bureaucrats only care about their own positions. They lack the courage to confront bandits. We, the honest and diligent, find ourselves living less freely than these rogues. After the departure of the Black Riders, the people of the Black Iron Manor exhaled in relief, some filled with righteous indignation, while others chuckled derisively. Eradicating bandits was not merely talk. The three leaders of the Black Riders were martial experts with a strong following. The officials of the Qing Shui City Court likely lacked the courage to confront the gang. A successful endeavor would come at a heavy cost. Should they fail, they would bear the consequences, losing their positions and potentially facing retribution from the Black Riders. Even risking their lives, one could not rely on others. Only by strengthening oneself could one find true security. Witnessing this scene, Changkong silently resolved that he would seize his own destiny. This required formidable strength. The arrival of the Black Riders had merely cast a slight shadow over the crowd, for the tribute was solely borne by Lord Mo. Life continued in its tranquil rhythm. Every morning and evening, Changkong practiced the 5-animal play, finally breaking through the bottleneck that had stunted his progress after a week of diligent effort. In the midst of the howling snowstorm, Changkong's towering figure resembled that of a mighty grizzly bear, exuding a profound sense of strength. With each breath, the vital energy coursed through his body, causing his muscles to ripple and interweave, while his internal organs basked in warmth, unperturbed by the biting cold. Roar. Suddenly, clumsy as a bear, Changkong's demeanor transformed, embodying the ferocity of a king among beasts, reminiscent of a fierce tiger. As faint echoes of a tiger's roar reverberated in the air, the clash of tiger and bear was a sophisticated exercise in the 5-animals play, a practice demanding immense physical stamina, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Though Changkong stood alone, through his practice of the 5-animals play, he appeared to split into two, embodying both tiger and bear, engaged in a fierce struggle, each refusing to yield, vividly animated, stirring the soul. Such mastery of the 5-animals play would leave even Master Hua Shan, who had imparted this wisdom to Changkong, wide-eyed in disbelief. Unable to fathom that the gentle art of the 5-animals play could achieve such heights. Crack, crack, as Changkong reached the pinnacle of his state. Beads of fine sweat emerged on his forehead, his internal organs ablaze with heat, a warm current flowing through his limbs and bones, as if shattering some long-held restraint. Every sinew resonating in harmony. Unable to suppress a sigh of comfort, Changkong realized that he had finally transcended the bottleneck in his practice of the 5-animals play, ascending to a new level of mastery. Chapter 16. The Realm of Divine Power. Strength to Overcome Mountains. Name: Changkong, 16 years old. Lifespan: 75 years. Potential value: 11 points. Martial arts mastery: 5-animal play. 6th realm. Peak mastery 1. Iron cutting blade technique, 5th realm. Outstanding 7. Turtle breathing technique, 4th realm. Refined 2. Skills acquired: forging, 5th realm. Outstanding 4. Changkong opened his attributes panel and, indeed, the 5-animal play had ascended from the 5th realm to the 6th realm of peak mastery. In terms of lifespan, the breakthrough in 5-animal play, combined with the turtle breathing technique achieving self-generating vital energy, along with the enhancements from both the health preservation fist and health preservation qigongs, had resulted in a remarkable increase of 15 years in his lifespan compared to a year ago. His potential value had also surged past the significant threshold of 10 points, now reaching an impressive 11 points. Changkong could feel that his mind was clearer, his thoughts more agile, and his senses heightened to an astonishing extent. As delicate snowflakes danced down from the sky, he could distinctly perceive the trajectory of each flake even with his eyes closed. The five-animal play had shattered its constraints, propelling Su Changkong's body into a transformative state. The most immediate change was a substantial increase in his appetite. I am ravenous. My food intake has more than doubled. During mealtime, Su Changkong clutched a soft white bun, savoring it with vegetable soup, devouring each bite with gusto. His appetite had visibly surged, allowing him to indulge in his meals with sheer delight. Fortunately, at the Black Iron Manor, meals were provided 3 times a day, and the food was quite satisfactory, featuring soup, rice, and a commendable portion of meat. After all, the members of the Black Iron Manor engaged in physically demanding work, and insufficient nourishment would lead to diminished strength. After satisfying his hunger, Su Changkong let out a contented sigh and then entered the workshop, commencing a new day of labor. Clang, clang, clang. Su Changkong swung the hammer, beginning to forge the steel before him. My strength has significantly increased. This sensation felt akin to re-entering a growth phase, with an insatiable appetite and enhanced physical condition. The realm of divine power. I must have stepped into it. Su Changkong felt a surge of joy within. In the turtle breathing technique manual, there was an introduction regarding the realms of martial artists. According to the manual, the third tier of body refinement is the realm of divine power. Upon reaching this level, one's physique would grow once more, and strength would escalate dramatically, surpassing the limits of ordinary individuals by 2 to 3 times. Previously, Chun Zhuang, the third leader of the Black Cavalry Gang, wielded a heavy iron hammer and forcefully smashed open the stout door of the Black Iron Manor, showcasing strength beyond the realm of divine power. At this level, an ordinary person would appear as fragile as a child, with a single punch or kick capable of shattering bones. Among martial artists, such individuals are regarded as absolute elites. This growth persisted for a month. 1 month later, in the courtyard where Su Changkong resided, there stood a 200-pound stone pedestal, which he had previously acquired as a tool for testing and training his arm strength. Su Changkong grasped the iron handle of the stone pedestal with one hand and, with a forceful lift, hoisted the 200-pound weight effortlessly, akin to an ordinary person lifting a bag filled with books. Puff! My strength has nearly doubled compared to a month ago. Su Changkong clenched his fists, marveling within. Having surpassed the rapid growth phase of his body, his development has now decelerated, yet the transformation he has undergone is nothing short of monumental. In terms of physical capabilities, there exists a disparity akin to that between an adult man and a child. The current Su Changkong can effortlessly overpower his former self from a month prior. This is the realm of divine strength, where the body undergoes a metamorphosis, possessing astonishing power capable of withstanding great weight. With my current prowess, I wonder how I would measure against the third chief of the Black Knight Gang. Su Changkong is curious about his present level of strength. In terms of realm, Shen Zhuang entered the divine strength stage earlier than Su Changkong, but Su Changkong's advantage lies in his dual cultivation. Having not only reached the divine strength stage in physical form, but also cultivated true qi through the turtle breathing technique, attaining considerable mastery. Furthermore, his iron cutting blade technique has reached an exceptional 5th level. In a true battle with Chen Zhuang, it is possible that Chen Zhuang may not prevail. Of course, Su Changkong has no intention of provoking the Black Knight Gang, a group of local tyrants. His goal is to cultivate discreetly and strengthen himself. On a new day, Su Changkong entered the workshop as usual to begin forging. To his surprise, the workstation beside him was empty. Yang Zhao's station. Has Master Yang taken a day off today? Su Changkong was slightly taken aback. During his years at the Black Iron Manor, he recalled that Yang Zhao had rarely been late or absent. However, he did not dwell on it too much, assuming Yang Zhao had matters to attend to. Yet, this was not a trivial matter. The following morning, it was time for Supervisor Lu's usual roll call. Has Yang Zhao and Li Erlang not arrived yet? Supervisor Lu's brow furrowed. As 2 individuals were missing, Yang Zhao and Li Erlang, both blacksmiths at the Black Iron Manor, who had vanished since the previous day without a word. Given Supervisor Lu's understanding of the two, their unaccounted absence was indeed unusual. Yang Zhao and Li Erlang are missing? This is not a trivial matter. Everyone, please pay attention. I will send someone to their homes to inquire. If anyone has any news, inform me at once. This issue also caught the attention of the manor's owner, Immortality, who alerted everyone. Su Changkong silently hoped that Master Yang was safe. Previously, it was Yang Zhao who taught him the art of forging, and now with Yang Zhao's disappearance, He offered a silent prayer for him. Despite the absence of Yang Zhao and Li Erlang, the Black Iron Manor continued its operations, with others working as usual. However, as evening approached, a significant commotion erupted at the Black Iron Manor. "Ah, there has been a death. A death." A terrified cry rang out, capturing everyone's attention. "What has happened?" Changkong furrowed his brow, setting down his hammer and heading toward the workshop's exit. Outside the gates of the Black Iron Manor, a crowd had gathered, their faces filled with fear. Through the gaps in the throng, Changkong glimpsed the scene before him. The ground was covered in pristine white snow, and atop the snow lay a gruesome sight, a bloody severed head. The severed head belonged to a man in his 30s or 40s, hair disheveled, eyes wide with terror, and face contorted and smeared with blood, a ghastly sight that left all present pale with shock. Most had never encountered a corpse, let alone a bloodied head with unclosed eyes. Such a vision would haunt the dreams of an ordinary person. It was Li Erlang. As for Changkong, whose hands were stained with the blood of several lives, he was no longer the frightened youth who would be terrified by such scenes. He scrutinized the head closely, and upon recognizing the features, he was taken aback. This head was none other than that of Yang Zhao, the missing individual from the Black Iron Manor, specifically Li Erlang's counterpart. At that moment, he had met a most untimely demise. Chapter 17. The Snowy Night at the Abandoned Temple. The Sinister Visitor's Appointment. Li Erlang. It is indeed Li Erlang. Amidst the chaos and fear of the crowd, there were those who remained composed and recognized the identity of the severed head. Li Erlang, the blacksmith of the Black Iron Manor, had gone missing alongside Yang Chao the previous day, yet now his head lay at the manor's entrance, brutally severed. Who could commit such a heinous act? The heartless perpetrator who murdered Li Erlang and delivered his head to the Black Iron Manor must have intended to send a message. The manor lord has arrived. No one dared to act recklessly. The lord, Immortality, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing Li Erlang's head on the ground, he too was struck with astonishment and fury. However, Immortality displayed a composure that surpassed that of the others. With a grave expression, he approached the severed head and began to examine it. Soon, his countenance shifted as he spotted something within Li Erlang's hair, a letter. Without uttering a word, Immortality opened the envelope and perused its contents, his expression darkening further. "What on earth has transpired, my lord?" Lu, the supervisor, inquired cautiously. "Should we report this to the authorities?" The crowd exchanged glances. Some suggested alerting the police, while others were reluctant to invite trouble and quietly departed. Someone had killed Li Erlang and sent a letter as well. Judging by the lord's expression, it seemed directed towards the Black Iron Manor. Moreover, Master Yang Chao had likely fallen into the hands of the murderer. His fate was uncertain. Witnessing the scene, Changkong began to speculate. He was unaware of the letter's contents, but observing Immortality's demeanor, it appeared the one who had slain Li Erlang aimed to threaten the Black Iron Manor to achieve some ulterior motive. However, since Immortality asserted he would handle the matter, Changkong could only hope for a successful resolution. Li Erlang's demise undoubtedly stirred turmoil within the Black Iron Manor, leaving many concerned for their safety. As evening descended, Changkong sat on a chair in the courtyard after his bath, stretching his limbs freely, breathing deeply as the energy of his turtle breathing technique circulated within him. With each cycle, his energy became increasingly refined. The practice of the turtle breathing technique required a gradual and prolonged accumulation. During this meditative process, Changkong's senses sharpened immensely. He could perceive every rustle and breeze within a radius of 10 paces. Creak. It was nighttime, and winter had yet to relinquish its grip. The air was particularly frigid, with delicate snowflakes swirling about. Changkong discerned the sound of the Black Iron Manor's gate being pushed open amidst the falling snow, accompanied by low voices, prompting him to open his eyes. Perhaps I should investigate. After a moment's hesitation, Changkong emerged from his meditative state, rose to his feet, and made his way toward the entrance of the Black Iron Manor. At the gate, a few men clad in fitted attire stood, the leader being none other than Immortality. I understand now. At this moment, Immortality was giving instructions to Supervisor Lu, whose face was etched with concern. Yet he could only nod in agreement. Immortality, along with a few others, was armed, weapons sheathed at their waists, fully prepared for the unknown. Let us proceed, he instructed, beckoning to the others. The group of 4 or 5 stepped confidently through the open gates, vanishing into the depths of the Iron Black Manor, seemingly on a perilous errand. Could it be that the master and his companions were on their way to confront the murderous fiend? The very act of bearing arms suggested imminent danger. From a distance, Changkong observed this scene unfold. Clearly, the events of the day involving Li Erlang had escalated. The killer had deliberately Erlang's severed head along with a letter, prompting Immortality to stealthily depart the manor under the cover of darkness, presumably to meet this ruthless assailant. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Changkong sighed. Very well. I shall follow and see for myself. Immortality had shown him considerable kindness upon his arrival in this world, young and unfamiliar with its ways. He would have starved had it not been for Immortality's generosity. Now, as Immortality ventured to meet the murderer, an undoubtedly sinister figure, there was a pressing concern for his safety. Reflecting on this, Changkong resolved that he could not stand idly by while Immortality risked his life. He would follow, as a means of repaying the debt of gratitude he owed. Moreover, Changkong employed the art of contraction from the turtle breathing technique. Crack, crack. A symphony of cracking bones echoed within him as he diminished in stature, his height reduced by half a foot, his once imposing presence now diminished, his aura becoming more subdued. Let us go, he murmured, and with his blade in hand, he stealthily departed the iron-black manor, tracing the snow-covered path left by Immortality and his companions. A distance of 20 miles from the manor, they arrived at a desolate grove. Immortality, his expression grave, addressed the 4 others. Zhang Qian, you and the rest stay here. I shall venture inside. At this proclamation, a dark-skinned man could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, Master, is this truly the time for such words? We should enter together and confront those scoundrels. As dusk descended, Li Erlang's head had been cast outside the iron-black manor, accompanied by a succinct letter demanding Immortality's presence, threatening that if he failed to comply, not only would Li Erlang's fate be sealed, but the head of Yang Zhao would also grace the entrance of the manor. Immortality could not disregard the lives of his fellow members, nor could he ignore the threats posed by Yang Zhao's demise, for it was certain that the matter would not rest until they were confronted. Thus, he resolved to heed the letter's summons. Immortality and several robust members of the manor proceeded into the desolate grove. Deep within, they discovered a long-abandoned and dilapidated temple, faint flickers of light visible within. Taking a deep breath, Immortality pushed open the temple's grand doors and stepped inside. Within the temple's main hall, the flickering candlelight illuminated the space, where a fire crackled at the center. 3 men, each distinct in appearance and garb, sat around the fire, drinking and feasting on roasted meat. Upon noticing Immortality and his companion's arrival, mocking smiles crept across their faces. Master, Master, a hoarse voice emerged, drawing the attention of Immortality and his companions. They turned to see a robust man bound tightly to a nearby pillar, his clothing stained dark red with blood, suggesting he had endured inhumane torment. It was none other than the missing Yang Zhao. Upon spotting Immortality and the others, Yang Zhao's expression reflected both excitement and anxiety. Earlier, Immortality had discovered a letter beside the severed head of Li Erlang. The contents of the letter were straightforward. Yang Zhao had offended certain individuals, prompting the steward of the Black Iron Manor to demand an apology at this location. Should they fail to comply, Yang Zhao's head would also be delivered to the manor. The deadline was set for a couple of hours later that evening, leaving no time to report to the authorities. Thus, Immortality had no choice but to bring a few trusted allies to meet the demand. You insolent fools have dared to cross us, and you expect to absolve yourselves with mere empty apologies? One of the trio spoke, a man with a face full of flesh, slightly overweight, exuding an air of menace, a smirk playing on his lips. Zhang Qian and the others beside Immortality were seething with fury, although the exact circumstances remained unclear. The fact that the 3 had killed Li Erlang was indisputable, and now they were demanding Immortality to apologize on their behalf. Such arrogance and lawlessness had reached an intolerable peak. Chapter 18. A dark and windy night. The malevolent guest arrived. Immortality was equally incensed, yet he maintained his composure. He retrieved several silver notes from his bosom and, with a sincere expression, proposed. This is 100 taels of silver. Consider it a humble invitation for the 3 heroes to indulge in a drink. Let today's affair be forgotten. Upon hearing this, among the trio, the corpulent man with a face full of flesh devoured the chicken leg in 2 bites, discarding the remaining bones carelessly. He wiped his hands on his garments and rose, striding toward Immortality, unceremoniously snatching the silver notes. After counting them, he tucked them away into his clothing. The elder, whose hair was streaked with gray, yet possessed a robust physique that rivaled that of the younger man, exuded a chilling aura akin to that of a ravenous wolf. He spoke coolly. You think a mere 100 taels of silver can dismiss yen? I see that the Black Iron Manor is quite affluent. Thus, I demand 3,000 taels to let today's incident rest. What? At this proclamation, even Immortality's countenance shifted, while the others accompanying him seethed with indignation. This elder was more brazen than the Black Rider gang. His opening demand was a staggering 3,000 taels. Such a sum was undoubtedly exorbitant. Even should Immotai present all his savings, it would scarcely suffice. He would need to borrow from acquaintances, depleting years of hard-earned wealth. Attack. Slay them. Avenge Li Erlang. The hot-tempered Zhang Qian could no longer restrain himself and bellowed. The Yen Elder and his accomplices had ruthlessly killed Li Erlang and now audaciously extorted the Black Iron Manor. They had come armed, clearly intent on violence if negotiations failed. Humph! A cold snort pierced the air. Before Zhang Qian and his companions could act, one of the trio, a man clad in blue who had remained silent, suddenly sprang to his feet. His movements were as swift as a tempest. A curved dagger was drawn from his waist in an instant, his body moving in tandem with the blade, a blur of motion. With a series of ghastly tearing sounds accompanied by pained gasps, before Zhang Qian could unsheath his weapon, he felt a sharp sting in his wrist. A crimson line appearing as blood dripped steadily, rendering him unable to maintain his grip on the hilt. The man in blue, known as Lin Yu, smiled faintly. My master's guidance is impeccable. These three individuals were formidable martial artists. Immotai pressed his bleeding wrist, a chill creeping into his heart. Had Lin Yu not held back, they would have at least lost an arm. Did you hear my master's words? 3,000 taels. And today's events will be forgotten, all grievances erased. The rotund man laughed heartily, mockingly. The Yen Elder and his two disciples were notorious miscreants. Having traversed near Qishui City, fully aware of the wealth of the Black Iron Manor, they had captured Yang Zhao and Li Erlang with the intent of extracting a fortune from the manor. The trio, the Yen Elder and his disciples, smirked knowingly. In this world, even wealth could not guarantee safety without strength, as the weak were often preyed upon and exploited by those more powerful. Zhang Qian and his companions clutched their bloodied wrists, shivering with fear. The man in the blue garment effortlessly severed their bindings with a speed that left them utterly defenseless. Even their desperate struggles were futile, merely sealing their fate. 3,000 taels. I cannot procure that amount at present. Immotai gritted his teeth. No matter. I can grant you 2 days. I shall contact you again then, and you are free to report this to the authorities, but be forewarned. I will annihilate your entire family, the elderly man surnamed Yin stated calmly, not pressing Immotai to produce the money immediately. This declaration weighed heavily on Immotai's heart. The elder Yin exuded confidence, allowing him time to gather funds, even suggesting he could seek assistance from the law, the consequences of which would inevitably ensnare his loved ones and friends. May I take Yang Zhao with me? He requires medical attention, Immotai implored, glancing at Yang Zhao, who was tied to a pillar and in dire need of care. With a swift motion, the blue-clad men cut through the ropes restraining Yang Zhao, who, freed from his bindings, staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground, the torment inflicted by these men having left him battered and exhausted. Go now, but remember, you have 2 days. I detest those who fail to keep time. The elderly Yan's indifferent voice echoed. Let us depart, swiftly. 2 men assisted Yang Zhao as Immotai lowered his voice, urging them to leave the area without delay. The group of 5 or 6 made their way out of the dilapidated temple, unimpeded by Yin and his 2 disciples. It was only after they had traversed several dozen meters from the temple that they could finally exhale, having temporarily escaped with their lives. Zhang Qian, with a troubled expression, turned to Immotai. What shall we do, master? Immotai remained silent. Reporting to the authorities was an option, yet there was no assurance they would intervene. Even if they did, the Yin Elder and his companions could simply lay low for a time, avoiding confrontation. Eventually, when the government's attention waned, the Elder would undoubtedly seek revenge with a vengeance. What if we sought assistance from the Black Riders? We have paid for their protection, someone suggested, recalling that the Black Iron Manor had indeed paid a protection fee to the Black Riders. Those brigands will only refrain from harassing you after receiving payment. Do you truly believe they will protect you? A man scoffed, dismissing the notion that the Black Riders would concern themselves with their plight. It's all my fault. Yang Zhao lamented, his body battered and bruised. In truth, he bore no blame. The schemers, Li Erlang, the Yin Elder, and his cohorts had targeted the Black Iron Manor in pursuit of easy riches, seizing Yang Zhao as part of their ploy. Li Erlang, merely an unfortunate casualty, had been executed as a warning to others. Hiki, this vicinity near Qifeng City is indeed a paradise. The Black Iron Manor is filled with blacksmiths and lacks any substantial armed force. Who else would they rob if not them? The trio of the Yin Elder and his disciples were drinking merrily within the temple, the plump man chuckling heartily. They had employed this method of kidnapping and extortion on numerous occasions, specifically selecting affluent merchants with weak defenses, knowing that a few murders and threats would typically compel them to acquiesce. After all, money is of little worth when weighed against life itself. "Brother, please shut the door." The blue-clad man, seated by the fire, felt the cold wind seeping into the hall, causing him to shiver slightly as he spoke. "Understood." The corpulent man responded with a grunt, rising to the door to prepare for its closure. However, he suddenly froze in place. Outside the temple, amidst the swirling snow, a figure clad in black approached, leaving a series of footprints in the freshly fallen snow. The individual moved at a leisurely pace, yet curiously. He wore a comical monkey mask that added an eerie quality to the tempestuous night. "It's snowing heavily outside. May I enter for a drink to warm myself?" The masked man in black inquired, his voice raspy as he fixed his gaze upon the rotund man. The newcomer was none other than Changkong, who had been following all along. Chapter 19. Bloodshed at the Ruined Temple. The Flying Swallow Blade. Changkong had been standing outside the temple for some time, intently listening to the sounds within. He overheard the exchange between the parties involved. Immortality was being coerced by the elder surnamed Yin and his accomplices to pay a ransom of 3,000 taels of silver or face the annihilation of his family. With palpable anxiety, Immortality and his companions departed, prompting Changkong to step forward to resolve the matter. Is he also from the Black Iron Manor? The three men, including the elder Yin, furrowed their brows, suspecting that Changkong might be affiliated with the Black Iron Manor. At that moment, Changkong, with a sword at his waist and a mask obscuring his face, possessed an unremarkable stature due to the effects of his training, making him blend in seamlessly. However, the timing of his appearance, just after the departure of the Black Iron Manor group, made it implausible for them to dismiss any connection. The stout man's eyes glimmered, and he chuckled. "The wind is strong outside. Please, come in and take a seat." He stepped back, clearing the way, and Changkong, without hesitation, strode into the grand hall. Inside, Changkong's gaze swept across the faces of the three elders, his eyes narrowing slightly. Among them, the elder appeared to possess the greatest strength, while the other two, though not ordinary thugs, also had martial skills. From the conversation he had overheard outside the temple, Changkong learned that the elder's surname was Yan, and the other two were his disciples. The blue-clad man who had injured Immortality was quite formidable, and as their master, the elder Yin was undoubtedly even stronger. "Who are you? What business do you have meddling in the affairs of Yin Fei and the Flying Swallow Blade?" The elder, with his peculiar attire, seemed far from ordinary. His presence at this secluded temple in the wilderness was evidently no coincidence. He scrutinized Changkong, coldly inquiring, while simultaneously revealing his identity in an attempt to intimidate him. "Has the Black Iron Manor found allies in such a short time? Yet, I do not regard ordinary martial artists with any concern. Yin Fei, a notorious figure in the martial world of Chishui City, renowned for his ruthless flying swallow blade technique, was known for his merciless disposition, having committed numerous acts of murder and extortion against wealthy merchants, all while possessing formidable martial prowess, making him a difficult adversary." Changkong, of course, had never heard of Yin Fei. The stout man and the blue-clad man both displayed caution, awaiting Yin Fei's command. Yin Fei revealed a congenial smile. "Let us be cordial. A guest is here. Lin Hua, pour this esteemed guest a drink." "Yes," the stout man, Lin Hua, responded with respect. He picked up a wine jug from beside the fire pit and filled a cup to the brim. He approached Changkong, presenting the cup with both hands. "Do you presume to offer this esteemed lord a drink? First, taste my fist." As Changkong reached for the cup, Lin Hua's demeanor transformed from one of reverence to a menacing snarl. He clenched his fist tightly and unleashed a powerful strike aimed directly at Changkong's heart. Crack! The overweight man feigned a toast, intending instead to draw near for a sudden assault. Such trivial tricks were, of course, anticipated by Changkong. As he faced the heavy fist that came crashing down, Changkong tightened his left fist, his sinews resonating with a formidable strength that coalesced within him. He neither flinched nor evaded but retaliated with a single, powerful blow. Bang! Although Changkong struck after the man, there was an uncanny sense of preemption. Their fists collided with a thunderous crack that reverberated through the air. What? The overweight man's pupils constricted sharply. At the moment of impact, he felt an overwhelming force pressing upon him, instantly toppling his hefty frame, which weighed over 200 pounds, backward uncontrollably. "Stop!" Yin Fei suddenly rose, pressing a hand against the man's back to halt his retreat. Crack! Crack, crack. During his backward stumble, the man's hand bones emitted a sharp sound of shattering, his wrist contorting grotesquely as a piercing pain shot through him. So weak, merely at the level I was 2 or 3 years ago. He must be a warrior of the strength refinement stage. Changkong noted with casual ease how he had overwhelmed the overweight man, akin to toppling a child, and silently assessed his opponent's strength level as that of the strength refinement stage. The strength of the divine stage? The overweight man was drenched in cold sweat, his expression drastically changing. Having entered the strength refinement stage for many years, his physical capabilities surpassed ordinary limits. The only warriors capable of overpowering him with sheer strength were those of the divine strength stage. Where did the Black Iron Manor find a warrior of the divine strength stage? Even the white-haired elder Yin Fei could not remain unfazed. The strength refinement stage, even for those of average talent, often provided an opportunity for ascension through arduous training. 90% of body-refining warriors resided within this realm. The internal strength stage necessitated a certain degree of talent coupled with diligent practice to cultivate internal organs, categorizing such warriors among the elite. Those at this level possess astonishing endurance, capable of traversing vast distances on foot within a short span. As for the divine strength stage, within the realm of Qingshui City, they were renowned masters capable of making a name for themselves. Chen Zhuang, the third leader of the Black Cavalry Gang, exemplified this caliber. Commanding a force of over 100 men, instilling fear in all. Warriors of this caliber possess strength sufficient to withstand a cauldron, clad in heavy armor. They are virtually invulnerable, akin to machines of slaughter. The man before them, whose identity remained unknown, was, in fact, a formidable warrior of the divine strength stage. They are wary of me? Changkong observed the shifting expressions of Yin Fei and his companions, their evident trepidation clearly manifesting in their eyes, which subtly bolstered his confidence. Unbeknownst to him, he was unaware of the true prowess of Yin Fei and the others. Should their abilities exceed his own capacity to confront them, he would surely have turned to flee. Yet, their apprehension suggested a reluctance to engage, implying that he possessed the strength to contend with them. With shattered wrist bones and cold sweat dripping from his forehead, the overweight man was consumed by a tumult of rage and fear, deeply wary of Changkong. Beneath his mask, Changkong's expression remained icy. Li Erlang, a member of the Black Iron Manor, was diligent and amiable, embodying the virtues of a good-hearted individual. Yet, the 3 individuals before him, in their attempt to extort the manor, ruthlessly slaughtered him as though he were mere livestock. A faint fury stirred within Changkong's heart. What exceptional skills! My disciple, in his youth and impetuousness, has offended you, and I, as his master, extend my sincerest apologies. Is this matter related to the Black Iron Manor? Had we known of your connection to it, my disciples and I would certainly not have intruded. Let us consider this incident closed. Yin Fei's expression shifted, ultimately revealing a smile as he respectfully clasped his hands before Changkong, a warrior of divine strength. Yin Fei was reluctant to become adversaries. Should a conflict arise, even if they emerged victorious, the toll would likely be severe. The matter concerning the Black Iron Manor was not necessarily a priority for them, and they could easily abandon their efforts in favor of a different target. Having traversed the martial world for many years, Yin Fei understood that self-preservation must come first. Very well, peace is paramount, Changkong replied, exuding a demeanor of calmness. As he spoke, his wine cup slipped from his grasp, shattering on the ground and spilling its contents. I apologize, I was careless with the cup. Might I trouble you for a refill? Changkong's voice brimmed with contrition as he turned his gaze towards the portly man. This caused the rotund man to tremble slightly. Previously, he had feigned toasting only to suffer a significant setback. Now, Changkong was requesting him to refill the cup? Go, pour a drink for this esteemed guest. The portly man implored Yin Fei with a look of desperation. After a moment's hesitation, Yin Fei acquiesced, unwilling to confront a potential divine strength warrior like Changkong, and thus sought to appease him. With no other option, the plump man, nursing a shattered wrist, held the cup with one hand while a companion in green clothing assisted by pouring a drink. My lord, I was merely jesting before. Let this cup serve as my apology. The portly man approached Changkong with the drink, offering it respectfully. His demeanor markedly submissive compared to his earlier bravado before Immortality and the others. Power. Such is the essence of power, Changkong mused inwardly. Recognizing that Immortality and his companions were inferior and thus easily dominated, while he towered above them, compelling Yin Fei and the others to shift from arrogance to deference. Having suffered a great loss at Su Changkong's hands, the portly man now found himself compelled to humbly apologize. He felt a profound humiliation, yet understood that acknowledging the formidable strength of the masked man was the only path to defuse the tension. As Su Changkong hesitated to accept the cup, the portly man anxiously lifted his gaze, only to witness Su Changkong's hand reaching out to take it. He momentarily felt relief, but then was seized by a violent palpitation as he beheld the chilling light emanating from the masked man's eyes. Without warning, Su Changkong's right hand clenched into a fist and struck with ferocity, akin to a tiger pouncing on its prey, directly targeting the portly man's heart. The plump man had no opportunity to evade this devastating blow, which landed with resounding force. Bang! The oppressive sound of impact was accompanied by the ominous crack of bones, as the corpulent man, weighing nearly 200 pounds, was struck with such force that his feet left the ground. He was propelled several meters away like a sandbag, blood gushing from his mouth as he crashed to the earth, his eyes wide with shock. The sheer power of the blow shattered his heart, his breath rapidly fading, leading to his immediate demise. Chapter 20. Brave and Mighty. Iron Slash of the Flying Swallow. Senior Brother. The man in the blue attire gasped in shock upon witnessing the scene, hastening to examine the condition of the corpulent man, only to find his chest concaved and his heart shattered, beyond the aid of even the divine. This revelation ignited a fierce glare from the blue-clad man towards Su Changkong, who bellowed, "What have you done? You have slain my senior brother." The overweight man had approached Su Changkong to offer a toast, yet was met with a fatal punch that ended his life. "You have gone too far." Yan Fei glared at Su Changkong, his eyes tinged with blood, veins bulging on his forehead as he gritted his teeth in fury. Su Changkong's expression remained impassive beneath his mask. "I merely sought a drink, and he attempted to kill me. He struck me, and I returned the favor. It is as simple as that, from the outset." The overweight man had attempted to ambush Su Changkong under the guise of offering a toast. Were it not for Su Changkong's formidable strength exceeding their expectations, he would have long since perished. Su Changkong would not let him escape. Moreover, even if these three vowed to cease their hostilities against the Black Iron Villa, Su Changkong could not ascertain their sincerity. The most prudent course of action, therefore, was to eliminate them all. Having resolved to act, one must eradicate the roots. "Damn it! Slay him!" Yan Fei growled lowly, his hair and beard billowing as he regarded Su Changkong with trepidation. Despite his polite demeanor, it was clear that reconciliation was not an option. With the slaughter of his disciple, only a fight to the death remained, either his demise or Su Changkong's. "I shall kill you, you scoundrel." The blue-clad man could no longer contain himself, his expression twisted in rage as he lunged at Su Changkong, his figure trailing an illusory shadow. Drawing his curved blade, he slashed towards Su Changkong's neck, reminiscent of a crescent moon. The blue-clad man's swordsmanship and agility were commendable. He had previously subdued Immortality and others in the blink of an eye. So slow, yet, to Su Changkong, whose physical potential had been unlocked upon entering the realm of divine power, the blue-clad man's movements appeared to be in slow motion, remarkably sluggish. Blade technique of iron cutting. Horizontal slash. Clang. Su Changkong's hand had already grasped the hilt of his blade at his waist. The blade's edge scraped against the sheath, producing a jarring sound as a chilling arc of light cleaved through the air, executing a horizontal slash. The fusion of unparalleled speed and strength equated to devastating lethality. Clang. Su Changkong's strike met the weak point of the blue-clad man's curved blade, resulting in a resounding clash of metal and a shattering sound as the curved blade broke in two. With a swift motion, the formidable iron-cutting blade severed the blue-clad man's weapon, continuing its momentum to sweep through, and the man's head was sent soaring, his eyes reflecting astonishment and resentment. Blood gushing from his severed neck. The blue-clad man's skills in agility and swordplay appeared feeble before Su Changkong, devoid of any flourish, crushed under absolute power, and met his end with a single strike. Whoosh! As Su Changkong dispatched the blue-clad man, his gaze sharpened, and a nearly imperceptible sound of slicing air echoed. A keen blade sliced through the atmosphere, attacking from the side. It was Yan Fei. In the instant Su Changkong eliminated the blue-clad man, Yan Fei seized the opportunity to strike, launching a deadly assault aimed at bringing down Su Changkong. Su Changkong possessed a keen sense of perception as he wielded his broad iron-cutting blade to parry the incoming longsword. Clang! The clash of blades sent sparks flying. The Flying Swallow sword technique. Flying Swallow returns to the nest. Yan Fei's body merely paused for a moment, his features contorting with ferocity as he unleashed the lethal moves he had honed over decades. The long sword in his hand trailed after images, its blade shimmering with a faint, ethereal glow, weaving into a net of slashing strikes directed at Su Changkong's entire form. Su Changkong dared not take this lightly. Yan Fei's prowess surpassed that of his two disciples by a considerable margin. He swung his sword in defense. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic clashes erupted like a drumbeat, the force of their exchanges extinguishing the flickering candle flames within the grand hall, leaving only the firewood in the hearth to burn, casting the chamber into dimness. I cannot sever his blade. It's true energy. As Su Changkong defended against Yan Fei's strikes, he attempted to muster his strength to break Yan Fei's weapon, but it proved to be a formidable task. The faint luminescence dancing along Yan Fei's blade was the manifestation of true energy. In truth, Yan Fei's age had begun to take a toll on his physical capabilities, hindering his advancement into the realm of divine power. Yet, he compensated for this with internal cultivation and a remarkable mastery of the flying swallow sword technique, making him a worthy adversary against those of divine strength. This man's swordplay was simple and brutal, yet lacked versatility. He must not be afforded a moment's respite. Yan Fei recognized that Su Changkong's technique was straightforward, presenting him with a glimmer of hope for victory. Though Su Changkong surpassed him in strength and speed, Yan Fei's advantage lay in his exquisite swordsmanship. He sought to overwhelm Su Changkong in a single, decisive blow. Clang, clang, clang. The two engaged in a rapid exchange, their blades clashing over a dozen times, causing Su Changkong's blood to surge with fervor. Previously, his opponents had been mere common bandits. Now, facing a master like Yan Fei, he found a worthy trial for his skills. Neither side yielded ground as they fought fiercely within the dilapidated temple. Su Changkong's strengths lay in his speed, power, and rapid reflexes, while Yan Fei's advantages resided in his seasoned experience and deft technique. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The force of their strikes sliced through the air, sending splinters flying from the wooden posts that supported the ceiling, leaving deep fissures in their wake. As they remained locked in battle, after 30 or so exchanges, Yan Fei's expression shifted. This one do. I cannot prevail against him. My stamina and internal energy are waning. Yan Fei, despite his considerable experience, was at a disadvantage against the youthful and vigorous Su Changkong, and with each passing moment, his weaknesses became more pronounced. This encounter, Yan noted, would not be forgotten. In another clash with Su Changkong, Yan Fei found himself retreating, his form flickering as he darted toward the entrance, releasing a long cry. The deaths of his two disciples at Su Changkong's hands ignited a furious rage within him. Yet he maintained his composure. Continuing the fight would likely lead to defeat. It was wiser to withdraw for now, as this man, though unknown to him, was likely connected to the Black Iron Manor, and there would be ample opportunity for vengeance in the future, just as Su Changkong had begun to warm up. Feeling the exhilaration of battle course through his veins, he noticed Yan Fei's intention to flee. He would not allow such an opportunity to slip away. Crack. Within the depths of Su Changkong's dantian, the essence of the turtle breath circulated, converging upon his limbs. His arms and legs swelled with vigor, brimming with an extraordinary strength. Both power and speed had surged significantly. So you abandon your disciple? I shall reunite the three of you. He bellowed, die. Su Changkong seamlessly executed the tiger form from the five-animal play, propelling himself forward like a ferocious tiger pouncing upon its prey. His feet left imprints half an inch deep in the ground as he unleashed a thunderous roar, launching his entire body forward, swiftly catching up to the fleeing Yan Fei, and striking down with his blade. This strike, unlike the previous ones, was wielded with both hands. The blade descended with the force of a hammer, the gale it generated exerting a pressure that twisted Yan Fei's aged visage in stark terror. He realized, to his dismay, that the earlier Su Changkong had not even exerted his full strength. Having attained the realm of divine power, his mastery of internal energy was profound. This explosive strike was utterly unstoppable. Block it. Yan Fei gritted his teeth, channeling his essence into the blade, raising it to defend, hoping to withstand Su Changkong's blow. He intended to employ his superior agility to retreat with the force of the impact and escape this perilous situation. Crack. However, the formidable iron-cutting blade, carrying an overwhelming might, descended with unrelenting force, shattering Yan Fei's long sword upon impact. The blade's momentum continued unabated. No. Yan Fei barely managed to emit a cry of horror before feeling a sharp pain in his head as the iron-cutting blade cleaved downward, severing his body as if it were a log struck by an axe, splitting him in two and toppling to either side. Blood mingled with his innards, staining the snow at the temple entrance in a chaotic mess. As tranquility returned, only the mournful whispers of the wind and snow remained, marking the conclusion of a fierce battle within the desolate temple of the forest. Chapter 21. The Vitality Powder. The Mysterious Warrior. Changkong exhaled deeply, allowing his boiling blood to gradually settle. Such is the world of martial arts, survival of the fittest, where one lives or dies by the strength of their fists. He gazed at the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, silently reflecting on the injustices faced by the Black Iron Manor. They had committed no wrong. They had remained law-abiding, yet were relentlessly exploited and plundered by the Black Riders and Yin Fei. Despite the anger and resentment swelling within him, he could only swallow it down. It was only due to Changkong's formidable strength that he found the courage to stand tall. The silver notes bestowed upon him by the manor's master still lay upon the bodies of the fallen. He wiped the blood from his blade on Yin Fei's corpse, then deftly searched the bodies of Yin Fei and his two disciples. Earlier, Immortality had offered 100 taels of silver in a bid to settle the matter, which Changkong naturally pocketed as a reward for resolving Immortality's troubles. From the 3 cadavers, he amassed over 300 taels of silver, a considerable sum indeed. What is this? Changkong was suddenly taken aback as he discovered a piece of parchment within Yin Fei's money pouch. What commotion is this? Meanwhile, over 100 meters away from the dilapidated temple, Immortality and his companions wore expressions of bewilderment as they gazed in the direction of the temple. Soon enough, a cacophony of clashing sounds and furious shouts emanated from within, carried far by the biting wind and snow. Yang Zhao, somewhat perplexed, remarked that it had barely been a moment since they left, and already there seemed to be an outbreak of fierce combat within the temple. Someone is coming out. Yang Zhao, with keen eyes, spotted a figure emerging at the temple's entrance beneath the snowy moonlight. Through the haze, he discerned that the figure was clad in black. The figure appeared to sense their gaze, lifting its head to look towards Immortality and the others, who could now vaguely see that the black-clad individual wore a mask resembling that of a monkey. Without further ado, the masked figure turned away and strode off into the storm, vanishing into the swirling snow. Could it be that this individual had engaged in battle with the trio of Yan's disciples? The members of the Black Iron Manor exchanged glances, pondering the identity of the masked man and whether the recent tumult was his doing. The group, unable to contain their curiosity about the events unfolding within the temple, shared knowing looks. Ugh! Witnessing the gruesome scene, someone felt their stomach churn and nearly retched. Is that the elder of the Yin family? Immortality was suddenly struck with shock, recognizing the body as none other than the elder who had previously threatened them. Could it be the other two as well? Immortality rushed into the main hall, discovering the corpulent man and the formidable-looking figure in green who had earlier inflicted injuries upon them, now lifeless and dismembered. They are dead. All 3 of these villains have perished. Immortality and his companions were momentarily skeptical of the reality before them. Just moments ago, the trio of Yin Fei had been menacing, now reduced to grotesque remnants in the ruined temple. Had that masked figure truly been responsible for their slaughter? Did he cleave them in twain with a single stroke? How much strength would it take to accomplish this? Immortality and his companions were filled with dread as they recalled the figure in black, masked like a specter, who had suddenly appeared at the temple entrance only to vanish just as swiftly. It was not difficult to surmise that the masked man had engaged in a fierce confrontation with Yin Fei and his disciples, just as Immortality and his group departed. This enigmatic figure entered the temple, clashing with Yin Fei and his companions, ultimately slaying them all. Excellent. Marvelous. These 3 scoundrels met a just fate, Yang Chao exclaimed, his body trembling with excitement. They are gone. The threat has dissipated. Immortality also felt a sense of disbelief. These 3 villains had extorted him, threatening to render his years of effort utterly futile, and now all his anxieties had vanished. But why did the masked man choose to eliminate them? Perhaps it was a case of black eating black? All possessions of the 3 men had mysteriously disappeared. The members of the Black Iron Manor were all curious about the masked man's motives for slaying Yin Fei and his group, with some suggesting that a conflict must have erupted between the 2 parties. Regardless, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous occurrence for the Black Iron Manor. They had been targeted by a band of ruthless criminals, yet, by a stroke of luck, a mysterious masked man had clashed with Yin Fei and his companions, annihilating them and averting the crisis. Alas, let us take care of his family. Immortality and the others were unaware that the demise of Yin Fei and his disciples was no mere coincidence, but rather the result of Changkong following them to eliminate them deliberately, although he had been inadvertently seen by Immortality and his companions before leaving. Changkong paid it no mind. He had reduced his height by more than half a foot using the tortoise breathing technique and was wearing a mask. Recognizing him would indeed be a stretch. This night, he had slain Yin Fei and his disciples as a means of repaying the kindness Emotai had shown him in the past. What secrets does this parchment hold? Could it be a martial arts manual? However, Su Changkong's assumption was mistaken. It was not a martial arts treatise, but rather a prescription. A prescription? The qi-enhancing powder? As Su Changkong unfolded the parchment, his expression shifted slightly. The document detailed a prescription for a concoction known as the qi-enhancing powder, and as he read further, his eyes sparkled with increasing enthusiasm. The qi-enhancing powder promotes vitality and invigorates the blood, offering substantial benefits for martial artists in cultivating their energy perception and refining their inner strength. The qi-enhancing powder, akin to the body-strengthening decoction, is a valuable elixir for warriors. Chapter 22. The Jadeite Gang. A lucrative commission. Yin Fei, having cultivated his internal skills, had somehow acquired the recipe for the qi-enhancing powder, presumably for his own use. Su Changkong mused inwardly. If I possess this qi-enhancing powder, my breakthrough in the turtle breathing technique will undoubtedly accelerate. Recently, Su Changkong had advanced to the fourth realm of the turtle breathing technique, giving rise to genuine turtle breath qi. Yet the quality of this qi could only be considered mediocre. A full exertion would deplete it significantly after just a few strikes. To facilitate another breakthrough in the turtle breathing technique, given Su Changkong's current talent, a considerable amount of time would be required. However, with the qi-enhancing powder, perhaps I could expedite the process several-fold. As for the specific efficacy of the qi-enhancing powder, that would become apparent through experimentation. Tomorrow, I shall venture to Clearwater City to procure the necessary ingredients listed in the recipe. Having made up his mind, Su Changkong noted that tomorrow was a day of rest, perfectly timed for his procurement of the ingredients for the qi-enhancing powder. The following morning, Su Changkong rose early, practiced a bit of the five-animal play, and set off from the Black Iron Manor toward Clearwater City. With a rush of air, Su Changkong soared along the uneven path, his speed surpassing that of ordinary individuals. A brisk wind accompanied him, bending the flowers and grasses on either side of the road, while his breathing remained steady, devoid of any hint of fatigue. With his body tempered to the inner strength realm, his internal organs fortified, his stamina and endurance had greatly enhanced, rendering him comparable to certain animals. A distance of 30 or 40 li was merely a leisurely stroll for Su Changkong. Half an hour later, he arrived at Clearwater City. Navigating the familiar streets with ease, Su Changkong entered a pharmacy to purchase the required ingredients. However, he soon encountered a predicament. Within one apothecary, an elderly shopkeeper, his hair a mix of white and gray, scrutinized Su Changkong's shopping list. He then looked up and said, "Young man, the herbs you wish to procure are quite precious, and several are exceedingly rare. Most of them are not available in our store, and likely not in others either." Not available? Su Changkong's brows furrowed at this response. The ingredients for the qi-enhancing powder were indeed rare. Acquiring a single batch would require 4 or 5 taels of silver, a sum not within the reach of an ordinary person. Otherwise, Yin Fei would not resort to extortion for riches. Even more vexing was the fact that these herbs were difficult to procure. Most apothecaries in the market did not stock them. "Then I shall not trouble you any further," Su Changkong said to the shopkeeper, unwilling to concede defeat as he ventured to other pharmacies in Clearwater City to seek the ingredients for the qi-enhancing powder. As the previous shopkeeper had indicated, apart from a few relatively common herbs, the recipe called for several key primary herbs that were simply unavailable in any store he visited. How is it that even with money, one cannot procure these items? Su Changkong felt a sense of helplessness as he wandered through Clearwater City all day, visiting every apothecary, yet failing to fulfill his quest. If he could not find the ingredients in Clearwater City, it was doubtful he would find them in the nearby villages and towns. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Su Changkong retired early to practice the turtle breathing technique. As dawn broke the next day, the weather was splendid, and a visitor arrived at the Black Iron Manor. Is this truly the Black Iron Manor? A young man in his 20s, clad in white, appeared outside the Black Iron Manor, gazing at the plaque at its entrance. This striking youth rode a magnificent white horse, flanked by 2 robust bodyguards on horseback. What brings this distinguished gentleman here? A member of the Black Iron Manor, stationed at the entrance, respectfully inquired upon the young man's arrival. It was evident to all that this young man was extraordinary and thus warranted utmost respect. The young man smiled lightly. "I wish to meet your manor's master. I have a business proposal to discuss." "Very well, sir. Please follow me. I shall escort you to the master," the burly man replied, his demeanor growing increasingly respectful upon learning the purpose of the visit. The white-clad youth and his 2 guards entered the Black Iron Manor. Clang, clang, clang. Inside the workshop, Changkong, bare-chested and muscular, wielded a hammer, repeatedly forging the glowing red steel before him. Occasionally, sparks flew, landing on his skin, causing a slight sting. Yet he had long grown accustomed to it. Everyone, please pause for a moment. Those whose names I call, pay attention, announced Supervisor Liu as he entered the workshop with a commanding voice. What is the matter? The busy workers halted their tasks, and Changkong looked on with mild curiosity. Yang Zhao, Zhang San, Changkong. Supervisor Yang called out names, including Changkong's. Those whose names are called, please follow me. Liu's supervisor eventually listed around 20 names and instructed them. What is it? I have no idea. We'll find out soon enough. Though puzzled, the workers did not inquire further and followed Supervisor Liu out of the workshop, traversing a tree-lined path towards the back garden of the Black Iron Manor, where guests were received. In a grand hall within the rear garden, Changkong and the others encountered Immortality. Aside from Immortality, there sat an unfamiliar young man in white, exuding an extraordinary presence, accompanied by 2 formidable bodyguards, indicating a notable background. Upon the arrival of the group, Immortality introduced, this is Bai Xiao, the son of the Bayou Gang. The Bayou Gang? Upon hearing this, Changkong felt a stir within. He had heard of the Bayou Gang, known for its significant reputation and immense wealth in the vicinity of Qingshui City, engaged in the jade business. With hundreds, nearly 1,000 members, it could be deemed a colossal entity. The gang leader, Bai Tianhao, was a prominent figure in the martial arts world of Qingshui City, possessing formidable skills and shrewdness. This young man, Bai Xiao, was undoubtedly the son of the gang leader. His personal visit to the Black Iron Manor likely signified an important matter at hand. Bai Xiao wore a warm smile. You are all master craftsmen at the Black Iron Manor. To speak candidly, I wish to employ your services to assist the Bayou Gang in crafting some tools. Employ us? Craft tools? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Previously, the Supervisor Liu had summoned individuals who were skilled artisans, specifically metal casters. The rationale behind this was the request made by the noble from the Bayou Gang, who sought to employ a cadre of metal casters to assist in the crafting of implements. One individual, furrowing their brow in skepticism, questioned, to forge implements. Why not simply place an order directly with the Heidi Mountain Manor? Why must we labor within the Bayou Gang? Indeed, it seemed rather superfluous to require their presence at the Bayou Gang when one could easily procure items from the Heidi Mountain Manor. Yet, Bai Xiao maintained an unwavering smile, stating, the reasons for this arrangement are not easily articulated. However, the remuneration is exceedingly generous. For a duration of 4 months, our Bayou Gang shall compensate each of you with 30 taels of silver per month. The mention of 30 taels in a single month caused many metal casters to swallow hard, their eyes wide with astonishment. Typically, a proficient metal caster would manage to produce only 2 or 3 swords of acceptable quality in a month, earning merely 3 taels of silver. In contrast, Bai Xiao's lavish offer of 30 taels per individual per month equated to nearly a year's worth of earnings for them. Thus, over 4 months, they stood to gain an amount that represented the fruits of 4 years of arduous labor. Chapter 23. The Forbidden Armor. The White Jade Stronghold. This undoubtedly stirred the hearts of the crowd. Is it true or false? The affluent White Jade Gang has no need to deceive us. The onlookers exchanged glances, whispering amongst themselves. The prospect of hiring them to forge tools, with such generous remuneration, was simply irresistible. I am willing to go. A man could no longer contain himself and raised his hand, burdened by the responsibilities of both the elderly and the young in his family, who relied solely on him for their livelihood. The expenses were considerable, and the price offered by Bai Xiao was indeed hard to refuse. Over 100 taels of silver could be earned in just 4 months, an opportunity not to be missed. I am willing to. Following the first volunteer, more individuals expressed their agreement. Amidst the crowd, Changkong remained silent. He was not inexperienced in the ways of the world. No matter how wealthy the White Jade Gang might be, the substantial fees they offered to hire smiths certainly had its reasons, and it could lead to complications. Changkong was not lacking in 100 or so taels of silver, and he preferred to avoid unnecessary troubles. He was not prepared to accept the employment as readily as the others. At that moment, the young man in white, Bai Xiao, suddenly spoke. Which one of you is Changkong? This prompted Changkong to step forward reluctantly, cupping his hands in greeting. I am Su Changkong. Honored to meet young Master Bai. Upon seeing Su Changkong emerge, Bai Xiao's eyes brightened. The young man before him, though still in his youth, possessed a tall stature, a resolute visage, and an extraordinary demeanor, standing out among the robust men surrounding him. Bai Xiao beamed as he said, I have heard of you from Master Imo. Your innate talent is remarkable, and your forging skills are exceedingly advanced, far surpassing the ordinary. Our White Jade gang is in dire need of a craftsman of your caliber. I am willing to offer you 3 times the remuneration of others, 100 taels of silver per month. Bai Xiao had previously inquired of Immortality regarding the exceptional blacksmiths in Black Iron Manor. Naturally, Immortality mentioned Su Changkong's name. Su Changkong had gained quite a reputation in Black Iron Manor, not only for his remarkable forging skills but also for his astonishing efficiency, able to forge 10 or more swords and blades in a month, far exceeding his peers. Such talent could only be described as extraordinary. Bai Xiao had taken note of Su Changkong's name, hence his specific mention at this moment. This made Su Changkong furrow his brow slightly. The White Jade gang's lavish expenditure to hire so many blacksmiths indicated that their intentions were likely not simple. He was reluctant to invite trouble, yet now that he had been personally named and offered a higher price than the others, he found it difficult to refuse. It would be unreasonable to suggest that he suspected ill intent on their part. Noticing Su Changkong's silence, Bai Xiao assumed he was dissatisfied with the remuneration and quickly added, Young friend Su, our White Jade gang is eager for talent. If you have any additional requests, I will do my utmost to accommodate them. Bai Xiao adopted a remarkably humble demeanor. Treating a mere blacksmith with such courtesy was indeed rare for someone of his status. Hearing this, Su Changkong felt a flicker of hope. The various herbs needed for the medicinal formula were difficult to procure in the towns near Qangshui City. But if the White Jade gang were willing to assist, it would likely pose no issue. The medicinal ingredients required for the Ichi-san are somewhat elusive, with several being difficult to procure even in distant towns. However, the Baiyu gang, with its abundant resources, profound heritage, and extensive connections, undoubtedly possesses the means to acquire the essential components for the Ichi-san. With this thought in mind, Su Changkong remarked, let us proceed as young Master Bai suggests. Upon hearing Su Changkong's agreement, Bai Xiao's face broke into a joyful smile. Ultimately, around 20 individuals accepted Bai Xiao's employment offer. Immortality held no objections. As the recent orders for the Black Iron Manor were not overwhelming, the absence of 20 individuals would not hinder the manor's operations. Moreover, fostering a good relationship with a powerful gang like the Baiyu gang would be beneficial for the Black Iron Manor. Kai Tong, you shall remain at the Black Iron Manor for now. Once they have gathered their belongings, bring them to the Baiyu gang's residence. Bai Xiao instructed a burly man beside him. Yes, young master. Kai Tong responded respectfully. Bai Xiao then departed with the guard, while Kai Tong awaited Su Changkong and the others to prepare their luggage. They were to stay at the Baiyu gang for 4 months, and everyone busied themselves explaining the situation to their families. Before long, the group of around 20 had completed their packing and found Kai Tong. He surveyed them and said, If you are ready, let us set forth. We must reach the Baiyu gang's residence before nightfall. There were no dissenting voices. The group then embarked on their journey towards the Baiyu gang. The Baiyu gang's residence lay nearly 100 miles from the Black Iron Manor. They set off in the morning, occasionally pausing for rest along the way. With commendable physical stamina, they persevered and did not arrive at the Baiyu gang's abode until darkness had fully descended. From a distance, the Baiyu gang's residence appeared to be built against the mountainside, flanked by trees along the roads, presenting a picturesque view. At the entrance of the Baiyu gang, several disciples clad in white, standing tall and imposing, were stationed as guards. Who goes there? A man called out, noticing Su Changkong and his party. It is I, Kai Tong, he replied. Upon recognizing Kai Tong, the disciples of the Baiyu gang relaxed their expressions, performing a respectful salute and allowing passage. Su Changkong and his companions followed Kai Tong into the heart of the Baiyu gang. Within the Baiyu gang, the buildings rose and fell like a miniature palace complex, exuding an ancient yet magnificent aura. Truly, the Baiyu gang was extravagantly opulent. The visiting blacksmiths from the Black Iron Manor felt akin to Lu Lao Lao entering a grand estate. Filled with awe, the strength of the Baiyu gang was indeed formidable, with most members being martial artists proficient in the refining strength realm. Su Changkong observed the Baiyu gang's disciples along the way. Most appeared strong and robust, moving with steady and powerful strides, their eyes sharp. Many were martial artists of the refining strength realm. The Baiyu gang, wealthy and influential, provided its disciples with potent elixirs for strengthening the body. Boasting a significant number of elite members, the wealthier a gang, the more martial artists it needs to safeguard its riches. I will arrange accommodations for you first. We shall reconvene tomorrow morning to discuss your tasks. Kai Tong addressed the group. May I inquire what exactly we are to do? Beside him, Yang Zhao could not help but inquire. He had sustained some injuries previously, but he was nearly healed. This time, he had accepted an employment offer from the Bayou gang and had arrived at their premises. You shall find out tomorrow, Kai Tong replied cryptically. With no other options, the group had to endure the uncertainty. Under Kai Tong's arrangement, Changkong and his companions were each assigned separate rooms. The night passed without incident. As was his custom, Changkong practiced the 5-animal play before lying down to cultivate the turtle breathing technique, restoring his spirit and stamina. Early the next morning, Kai Tong arrived as promised and summoned the members of the Black Iron Villa to gather. Follow me. I will take you to the forge, he instructed, leading them to their work location. Within a workshop at the Bayou Gang's encampment, Changkong beheld numerous iron furnaces along with an array of forging tools and materials. Lord Kai, could you now enlighten us on what we are to do? Yang Zhao inquired. This time, Kai Tong did not withhold information. He cast a sweeping glance over the group and spoke in a serious tone. The reason for your presence at the Bayou Gang is to craft a set of armor. What? Armor? At this revelation, the members of the Black Iron Villa were astounded, their expressions shifting dramatically. The notion of forging armor? Even Changkong furrowed his brow in concern. In the Great Yin Empire, while martial arts were not prohibited, and one could carry swords and knives into the city without concern, armor was strictly forbidden. Without an official position or personal soldiers, possessing armor was considered a grave offense, tantamount to treason, and could result in death. This situation mirrored that of certain nations on Blue Star, where firearms might not be banned, yet bulletproof vests were restricted. Thus, while the Black Iron Villa had crafted countless weapons, the production of armor had never occurred, for it would infringe upon the laws of the Great Yin Empire. The Bayou Gang had mysteriously and lavishly employed a group of blacksmiths from the Black Iron Villa with the clandestine aim of forging a set of armor. Chapter 24. Forging Armor. Metal Armor. Lord Kai, is this not somewhat against the rules? Yang Zhao could not help but voice his concerns. The request from the Bayou Gang to craft a batch of armor was undoubtedly a perilous undertaking. Kai Tong's expression was frigid as he retorted, do as you are told, and refrain from unnecessary chatter. You shall not be deprived of your due payment, so do not meddle. His tone was unwavering, and Yang Zhao and the others exchanged glances, sharing a muted sense of resignation. With the Bayou Gang's presence, disobedience could lead to dire consequences. Why does the Bayou Gang wish to forge armor? Could it be for? Changkong pondered, intrigued by the Bayou Gang's intentions. The Black Cavalry Gang. Suddenly, a spark of realization flickered in Changkong's mind. The creation of armor was undoubtedly aimed at enhancing combat efficacy. The Black Cavalry Gang, a recently ascendant faction, engaged in ruthless plunder and operated with an iron fist, their formidable strength rendering them a force to be reckoned with. In contrast, the Bayou Gang, a long-established powerhouse in the martial world of Chishui City, primarily dealt in jade trade for profit and had previously maintained a peaceful coexistence with the Black Cavalry Gang. However, it seemed that some unforeseen events had transpired between the two factions, possibly leading to an impending conflict. In anticipation of such a scenario, the Bayou Gang would forge a batch of armor to prepare for any eventuality. Indeed, for a martial artist, particularly one of robust constitution, donning armor not only ensures agility but also provides substantial protection against blades and swords, significantly amplifying their combat prowess. A cadre of elite warriors clad in armor would undoubtedly possess a terrifying combat effectiveness, capable of overcoming adversaries far their superior. Thus, the Bayou Gang sought the renowned Black Iron Manor for its forging expertise. Due to the sensitive nature of the armament, it was prudent to keep the matter discreet, which is why they had enlisted Changkong and others to work within the confines of the Bayou Gang stronghold. Of course, these were merely Changkong's conjectures. The specifics remained known only to the Bayou Gang. Then we shall proceed as Lord Kai has instructed. Confronted by Kai Tong's icy and undeniable gaze, Yang Zhao sighed and acquiesced. After all, the armor belonged to the Bayou Gang. They were merely responsible for its creation. Indeed, there are ample materials here. Let us first forge a completed piece to assess its quality. If you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. Kai Tong's demeanor softened slightly as he spoke. Before turning to leave, quietly relaying instructions to a few disciples stationed at the workshop's entrance. What shall we do? Crafting armor is no trivial task. It could very well bring trouble upon us. A blacksmith from the Black Iron Manor lamented. The Bayou gang had hired them at great expense, truly. There is no free lunch in this world. They could only strive to satisfy the Bayou gang. Others recognized the gravity of their situation, understanding that within the Bayou gang's domain, obedience was their only option. Changkong, do you have any suggestions? Yang Zhao turned to him. Though still youthful, Changkong's remarkable talent in forging commanded the respect and trust of those around him. Changkong pondered, the armor required by the Bayou gang is meant for warriors. A heavier weight poses no issue. Let us forge iron armor. Armor comes in various forms, the most common being chainmail, leather armor, padded armor, and iron armor. Among these, iron armor undoubtedly exhibits the most exceptional defensive capabilities, yet its significant drawback is its considerable weight. A set of lightweight iron armor weighs over 30 pounds, while a full suit can even reach 100 pounds. Such cumbersome armor would render an ordinary person nearly immobile, let alone capable of fierce combat. However, since the Bayou gang outfits their elite warriors, crafting heavier iron armor is feasible, as the warriors possess sufficient strength to don and utilize it. Very well, let us proceed with the iron armor, agreed Yang Chao and the others. Before long, the initial design of the armor took shape on paper, divided into components: helmet, breastplate, backplate, shoulder guards, arm guards, hand guards, and lining. Next came the materials. The Bayou gang had ample resources at their disposal. The iron armor was primarily forged from iron, supplemented with copper and leather. The group divided tasks among themselves to enhance efficiency, with each small team responsible for a specific step. Clang, clang, clang. In the workshop, the furnace flames roared to life, and everyone busied themselves. Although Changkong and his companions had previously only forged weapons such as swords and knives, their foundational blacksmithing skills made crafting a suit of armor a manageable task, despite some reluctance towards creating armor. The blacksmiths of Heidi Mountain Villa displayed their professional dedication and diligently fulfilled their responsibilities. Meticulously crafted, pieces of armor were shaped with precision before undergoing rough grinding and perforation, connecting the armor plates with leather strips to form a cohesive unit. The lining was crafted predominantly from more flexible copper. The creation of a suit of armor demanded a higher level of technical expertise and proved to be more intricate than forging blades. With the combined efforts of Changkong and a team of 20, it took a full 5 days to produce the first finished piece. Changkong's contribution was undoubtedly the most significant. His exceptional strength allowed him to generate the output of several men. Given enough time, he could single-handedly forge a complete suit of armor. Finally, after 5 days, the group beheld a set of armor, dark in hue and gleaming with a metallic luster under the flickering firelight, exuding a sense of formidable weight. Although they had aimed to balance defensive capabilities with weight reduction, the completed armor still weighed a hefty 60 to 70 pounds. For an ordinary individual, engaging in vigorous activity while wearing it would quickly lead to exhaustion. Yet, for elite warriors, it should pose no challenge. My lord, the product is ready. Please summon Lord Kai for inspection. If satisfactory, we shall proceed with mass production according to these specifications, Yang Chao informed a Bayou gang disciple at the workshop's entrance. Please wait, the disciple replied, nodding slightly before hastening away to notify the higher-ups. Shortly thereafter, the robust Kaitong arrived at the workshop and beheld the suit of armor. Try it on, he commanded. Kaitong addressed a young disciple of the Bayou gang, who nodded in response and stepped forward to don the armor. Once fully equipped, the young disciple was enveloped in the armor, save for his eyes and nose, emanating a subtle yet palpable sense of pressure. Suddenly, without warning, Kaitong unsheathed his sword with a swift motion, a glimmer of cold light flashing as he aimed directly at the young disciple's chest. With a sharp clang, the sound of metal colliding echoed through the air as the young disciple was caught off guard, the force of the blade staggering him backward until he landed on the ground. Upon closer inspection, however, only faint scratches marred the surface of the armor, leaving the young disciple completely unharmed. The defensive capability of the armor was indeed formidable, particularly in an age dominated by cold weapons, rendering its wearer impervious to blades and securing an undefeated stance. Excellent. Marvelous. Let us proceed to manufacture these in bulk. Kaitong expressed his satisfaction with a nod, encouraging the others to continue their work. Wait a moment. Kaitong was about to leave when Changkong called out to him. Changkong stated, previously, Young Master Bai promised me that upon my arrival at the Bayou Gang, he would entertain some of my requests. I have matters for which I seek his assistance. Having accepted employment with the Bayou Gang, Changkong was not only drawn by the generous terms offered by Bai Xiao, but also had additional requests he wished to present. He sought medicinal materials for Yi San and intended to leverage the Bayou Gang's connections for procurement, which influenced his decision to accept the employment. There was no doubt that Kai Tong's claim of Bai Xiao's absence was merely a dismissive gesture. When inviting Changkong, Bai Xiao and his associates had displayed a sincere and respectful demeanor, yet in their eyes, Changkong was merely a blacksmith. Once he arrived at the Bayou Gang and achieved their objectives, it seemed unlikely they would heed his requests. Kai Tong, uninterested in interrupting Bai Xiao for the sake of Changkong, could not even be bothered to inquire about the nature of his requests. Frustrated, Changkong cast aside the hammer he had been holding and strode purposefully toward the workshop's exit. Initially, the Bayou Gang had withheld the information that the items being forged were prohibited armor, having devoted himself to crafting the finished product. The dismissive attitude of Kai Tong only fueled Changkong's anger. If they were unwilling to even ask about his requests, he could simply refuse to work altogether. Chapter 25, Vitality and Strength. United we stand. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Changkong, Yang Zhao, and others were taken aback. In the White Jade Gang, Changkong's impulsiveness was undeniably imprudent. Kai Tong's expression darkened as he observed Changkong striding towards the workshop. To Kai Tong's left, a disciple clad in armor raised an eyebrow and barked, "You say you will act, yet hesitate? Stop right there." The young disciple, eager to showcase his prowess before Kai Tong, reached out to seize Changkong's shoulder, intending to pin him to the ground. However, before he could grasp Changkong, the latter's broad palm had already clasped the young man's wrist. With a powerful twist, he flung him aside. Bang! The young disciple felt an overwhelming force propel him uncontrollably to the side, crashing heavily against the workshop's door, which reverberated with a resounding thud, causing the frame to tremble violently. Despite his armor, the impact left him dazed and in excruciating pain. Yet, the more pressing concern was the humiliation he suffered in front of onlookers, prompting him to redden with rage as he shouted, "You brat! You're courting death!" With a clang, the young disciple drew his long knife from his waist, prompting several other White Jade Gang members nearby to unsheath their weapons, forming an implicit encirclement. Feeling a sense of helplessness, Changkong realized that his temper had occasionally spiraled out of control, exacerbating the situation. However, he couldn't be entirely blamed. He preferred a life of tranquility, avoiding trouble, yet he couldn't simply allow others to bully him without retaliation. "What do you intend to do? Do you dare to threaten members of the Black Iron Manor?" Yang Zhao interjected angrily, stepping forward. As the eldest among them, he could not idly watch Changkong fall into peril. "We may not be educated, but we are not easily intimidated. If it comes to it, we shall walk away. We do not require your money." The others chimed in, gripping their hammers tightly, their spirits ignited. United as members of the Black Iron Manor, they recognized the necessity of solidarity in this moment. Otherwise, the White Jade Gang would only perceive them as weak and further belittle them. Thus, when they sensed the White Jade Gang's intent to engage, they all stood resolutely in support of Changkong. This display stirred a flicker of emotion within Changkong. Having traversed into this world, he initially felt little sense of belonging to the Black Iron Manor, yet Yang Zhao and the others stood unwaveringly by his side. Tensions escalated between the two parties until Kai Tong regained his composure, glaring at the remaining White Jade Gang disciples, and admonished, "What are you doing? Have you dulled your wits through training? Must you resort to weapons at the first sign of conflict? Lower your blades." Kai Tong then turned to Changkong and the others with a sincere expression. "You are all esteemed talents hired by the White Jade Gang. Let us not allow our recent emotions to cloud our judgment. It is evident that the Bayou Gang still requires the assistance of Changkong and his companions in crafting armor. It is unlikely that they would sever ties over such a trivial matter." At this moment, Kai Tong stepped forward to mediate, and the tensions among Yang Zhao and the others began to ease. Subsequently, Kai Tong addressed Changkong, stating, "Although young Master Bai is not present within the gang, you may convey any matters to me, and I shall relay them." Changkong had no intention of insisting on meeting Bai Xiao. His primary concern was achieving his objectives with the help of the Bayou Gang. From his pocket, Changkong produced a list and presented it to Kai Tong. "Lord Kai, I wish to procure some medicinal herbs from this list." Kai Tong took the list, glanced over it, and with a hint of surprise remarked, "Are these herbs meant for recuperation?" Although Kai Tong was not well versed in herbal medicine, He recognized several items on the list as potent tonics. Changkong replied calmly, "I have been frail and ailing since childhood. My physician has advised me to take medicine regularly." Frailty and illness? The Baiyu gang disciple, whom Changkong had previously thrown against the door, twitched the corner of his mouth. Was this truly what one would call frail? The list indeed contained herbs necessary for a vitalizing tonic, but to maintain discretion, Changkong deliberately included a few superfluous items, thereby concealing his true intentions in purchasing these herbs. Very well, the cost of the herbs will be deducted from your remuneration. They shall be delivered to you in a couple of days. Caitong tucked the note into his pocket, initially intending to brush off Changkong. The fury of the Black Iron Manor's members had nearly sparked a conflict. To quell the situation and ensure productivity, Caitong had no choice but to comply. Relieved that Changkong's demands were not unreasonable. Given the Baiyu gang's connections, acquiring some herbs was a trifling matter. Caitong then departed, instructing the disciples stationed at the entrance to notify him should any issues arise. Sometimes, it seems that a straightforward discussion fails to resolve matters. Changkong felt somewhat exasperated, yet he was glad that his objective had been accomplished. Yang Zhao and the others breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that a real conflict had been averted. Otherwise, on the territory of the Baiyu gang, they would have been at the mercy of others. Changkong indeed possessed considerable strength. That individual, robust and brawny, was evidently a practitioner of martial arts, clad in heavy iron armor. Yet he had been effortlessly hurled against the door. Simultaneously, Yang Zhao and the others were astonished by Changkong's display of power. However, they attributed his strength to his daily work in blacksmithing, which naturally endowed him with greater physical prowess. Even the Baiyu gang disciple, who had suffered a minor defeat at Changkong's hands, believed it was merely due to his lack of vigilance. Let us continue working. With the minor disturbance resolved, Changkong and his companions resumed their labor, forging more armor. The first piece required 5 days of effort from Changkong and his 20 comrades to complete. But drawing upon their previous experience, the subsequent pieces were produced at a much faster pace. With the collective strength of the group, they could forge a complete suit of armor in as little as 3 or 4 days, or even 2 or 3 days. Due to the earlier events, Caitong did not take Changkong lightly. On the evening of the 3rd day, he approached Changkong with a parcel in hand, presenting it to him. "Here are the medicinal herbs you requested, totaling 100 taels of silver." "Thank you very much." Changkong's eyes brightened slightly as he accepted the package from Caitong. Some herbs that were exceedingly difficult to procure in the market were effortlessly acquired through the connections of the Baiyu gang. The funds for these herbs were deducted from Changkong's remuneration. As dusk approached and the time for rest arrived, the weary workers, having toiled throughout the day, gathered to partake in their meal. The distinction between the Baiyu gang and the Heidi Mountain Villa was minimal. Both required daily labor, with a punctual end to the workday. However, the meals provided by the Baiyu gang surpassed those of the Heidi Mountain Villa, a testament to their considerable wealth. Inside the package lay an assortment of meticulously packaged herbs, many of which were rare in the marketplace. There were Jin Xianhua at 1 tael, Shi Yingua at 2 taels, and Dan Hong Chao at 1.5 taels, among others. These would be ground into powder and mixed for consumption. Following the proportions indicated in the prescription for each san, Changkong carefully measured out the requisite amount using a small scale. He then retrieved a mortar and pestle, grinding the herbs into a fine powder, which he combined with boiling water, stirring until a murky concoction was achieved. The aroma was somewhat pungent, and the mixture displayed a dark, inky hue. Without further hesitation, Changkong tilted his head back and consumed the entire bowl in one swift motion. Chapter 26, The 5 Realms of Tortoise Breathing Technique. Having completed his preparations, Changkong seated himself upon the bed, centering his thoughts, entering a meditative state, and engaging in rhythmic breathing. With a deep exhale, the true energy of the tortoise breathing technique began to circulate within his dantian. While the efficacy of the qi-enhancing powder gradually took effect, significantly accelerating the flow of his inner energy to several times its usual speed. The results of the qi-enhancing powder were surprisingly remarkable. It seemed that a breakthrough in my tortoise breathing technique could be achieved within 6 months. A wave of joy surged within Changkong. His current potential had reached an impressive 11 points. And with the aid of the qi-enhancing powder, the efficiency of his tortoise breathing technique training had increased dramatically. The medicinal herbs procured by Baiyu gang had cost 100 taels of silver, enough for 20 doses of qi-enhancing powder. Once used up, he could simply request Baiyu gang's assistance for further procurement. Excellent. Once I achieve another breakthrough in the tortoise breathing technique, the true energy within me will undoubtedly undergo a qualitative transformation, no longer as thin as it is now. Changkong felt invigorated. As night passed, he awoke refreshed at the break of dawn and began practicing the 5-animal play. Having reached the 6th realm of this technique, he knew that perseverance was crucial for further advancement. As usual, during the day, he toiled in by Yu Gang's workshop crafting armor. Previously focused solely on weaponry, Changkong's forging skills were advancing at an astonishing pace. With an ample supply of food, his body, having reached the divine power realm, was slowly but steadily improving in physical condition, though not as dramatically as during the initial month. Aside from being unable to leave Bai Yu Gang, life was quite pleasant. Once the medicinal herbs ran low, Changkong enlisted Kai Tong's help for procurement, and life settled into a peaceful rhythm. It was sweltering. Within Bai Yu Gang, many were drenched in sweat. The sun hung high in the sky, and those working in the workshop, particularly near the furnace, suffered even more, akin to being trapped in a steamer. Many blacksmiths frequently paused to rest and hydrate. As evening approached, the day's trials finally came to an end. First, a refreshing bath was in order. He was drenched in sweat. After work, the group bathed and dined, animatedly discussing their lives. It had already been 4 months since they joined Bai Yu Gang. Although their basic needs were met, most longed for home. Changkong, however, adapted well to his circumstances, finding peace in his martial practice and personal growth. To him, the location mattered little. Today, he would exert extra effort, striving for a breakthrough in the tortoise breathing technique. A glimmer of joy danced in Changkong's eyes. After 3 to 4 months of training, aided by the chi-enhancing powder and bolstered by his remarkable potential of 11 points, his progress in the tortoise breathing technique had been exceedingly rapid, reaching 99 of the 4th realm soon. A breakthrough was imminent. After completing the 5-animal play, as darkness enveloped the land, the Bai Yu Gang compound gradually fell silent. On this sultry night, many lay bare, tossing and turning in their sleep, tormented by the heat, occasionally disturbed by pesky insects. Yet, Changkong lay quietly on his bed, undisturbed by the oppressive weather, akin to a turtle basking in tranquility while submerged in water. His breathing deep and unhurried. The true energy within him circulated rapidly, gaining momentum, as a faint blue wave of energy radiated with each breath he took. Boom! As the cycle of energy reached its zenith, the resounding roar akin to crashing waves reverberated within the room. Changkong felt his internal chi suddenly compress and then expand, as if shattering a barrier, flooding him with a sense of exhilaration. He had successfully transcended. With a sigh of relief, Changkong reflected on the arduous months of cultivation. His turtle breathing technique had once again broken through, entering the 5th realm. Initially, his chi had been as insubstantial as transparent mist, but now it flowed like a gentle stream, imbued with a delicate azure hue, exponentially stronger than before. Name: Changkong. Age: 16. Lifespan: 80 years. Potential value: 12 points. Martial arts mastery: 5-animal play, 6th realm. Peak mastery: 30. Iron cutting blade technique, 5th realm. Outstanding: 71. Turtle breathing technique, 5th realm. Outstanding: 1. Skill mastery: forging, 5th realm. Outstanding: 80. Upon opening his attribute panel, Changkong noted that his lifespan had increased by a full 5 years, and his potential value had reached an impressive 12 points. The turtle breathing technique at the 5th realm was significantly more powerful than at its inception, enhancing the quality of his chi and his control over his own body. Changkong scrutinized the changes within himself. With a subtle thought, he activated the turtle breathing technique, causing his facial features to twitch. His visage became more slender. His eyes elongated, and his bone structure subtly altered, transforming his originally handsome and resolute appearance into a somewhat more delicate one. The 5th realm of the turtle breathing technique not only allowed for changes in physique, but could also modify facial bone structure to a certain extent, making it challenging for even those familiar with Changkong to recognize him. Indeed, my internal power has deepened, harmonizing the internal and external aspects, thereby accelerating my training in the 5-animal play. Changkong was immensely satisfied. The cultivation of internal power taps into one's potential, enhancing physical constitution and facilitating the practice of external techniques. Familiarizing himself with this newfound strength, Changkong felt a wave of lightness wash over him. With my current prowess, I could be considered a master even within the divine power realm, he mused quietly. Among warriors of the same rank, disparities in strength exist. With his robust physique and dual cultivation of internal power, Changkong believed he could be deemed elite within the divine power realm. In the vicinity of Chifeng City, Such warriors were already rare. Only a few days remained until the 4-month deadline, and he wondered if he would be able to depart smoothly. Changkong focused his mind. Yet a tinge of worry lingered. Would the Baiyu gang honor their agreement regarding the creation of illegal armor and allow them to leave? It was not beyond the realm of possibility for them to resort to ruthless measures, silencing witnesses if necessary. Such treachery was not uncommon. With these apprehensions weighing on him, Changkong was not alone. Yang Zhao and the others harbored similar concerns, though they refrained from voicing them to avoid inciting panic among the group. Caution was essential. Changkong resolved to remain vigilant, hoping that the Baiyu gang would not act so ruthlessly. Days passed, and the 4-month period swiftly came to an end. In a grand hall of the Baiyu gang, Bai Xiao sat in a chair while Kai Tong stood at his side, reporting on matters within the gang. Young Master Bai, during the past 4 months, the team from Black Iron Manor has crafted a total of 50 exquisite suits of armor for our Baiyu gang, which have been distributed among 50 elite disciples, allowing them to become adept at donning and utilizing these armaments in combat. Kai Tongdao remarked on the remarkable efficiency of the 20 or so blacksmiths at Black Iron Manor, noting that as they grew more accustomed to the intricacies of armor forging, their speed also increased significantly. To forge 50 suits of armor in just 4 months is indeed an impressive feat. Bai Xiao nodded in appreciation. 50 warriors clad in armor, robust and formidable, are undeniably a battalion of lethal machines. In the face of formidable adversaries, this grants us a formidable trump card. However, Kai Tong's expression shifted slightly as he posed the question, what shall we do with those blacksmiths? Understanding the implications of Kai Tong's inquiry, Bai Xiao recognized the gravity of the situation. The Baiyu gang had clandestinely commissioned a batch of prohibited armor, and thus, it was imperative to maintain secrecy. The individuals from Black Iron Manor undoubtedly pose a potential risk. Determining their fate presents a significant dilemma. Chapter 27. A poisoned arrow pierces the heart. Misfortune strikes. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Xiao stated, let them leave. Issue a warning that they should refrain from speaking recklessly. I trust they will comprehend the gravity of the situation. Bai Xiao harbored no intentions of silencing them through violence. The rationale was straightforward. The primary business of the Baiyu gang revolved around commerce, where reputation held paramount importance. To eliminate the members of the Heitai Villa would tarnish the Baiyu gang standing. If Changkong, Yang Zhao, and the others failed to return promptly, inquiries would inevitably arise from the Heitai Villa. It would be imprudent to mobilize everyone and annihilate the entire establishment. Such actions would only escalate the situation. The consequences would outweigh any potential benefits. Moreover, the matter of possessing armor was not a significant concern for the Baiyu gang. The armor was forged as a means to counter the threats posed by the Heiqi gang, and the officials of Qingshui City would welcome the prospect of the Baiyu gang engaging the Heiqi gang in a fierce confrontation. Even if they were aware of the situation, they would merely turn a blind eye. Therefore, after careful consideration, Bai Xiao opted against a lethal resolution and chose instead to permit their departure. After all, compared to the ruthless Heiqi gang, the Baiyu gang still prioritized its reputation. Indeed, Kai Tong nodded in agreement. Young Master Bai is still somewhat lacking in ruthlessness. Had it been the former leader? Kai Tong mused silently. As evening fell within the forge, he addressed Changkong, Yang Zhao, and the others. You have all worked diligently these past 4 months, justifying your wages. You may leave tomorrow morning. The news of their completion and impending departure filled the hearts of Changkong and his companions with immense joy. After 4 long months, confined within the Baiyu gang, they yearned to reunite with their families. Are we truly free to leave? Changkong pondered, slightly astonished. Yet, he remained vigilant. Suspecting that the Baiyu gang might be employing a facade, Kai Tong subsequently distributed their earnings, each receiving 120 taels of silver. With several thousand taels at their disposal, the affluent Baiyu gang was unlikely to default on payment. As for Changkong, he had opted to convert his remuneration into medicinal herbs for Ichi-san. Kai Tong's tone carried an implicit warning. Understood, we understand. Changkong and the others nodded in assurance. They were aware that the Baiyu gang's clandestine forging of armor was a double-edged sword. Speaking ill of it would be detrimental to all, and those with sense would know better than to gossip. Very well, rest early, Kai Tong acknowledged before turning to leave. As he departed, the members of the Heitai Villa were undoubtedly elated. Witnessing this scene, Changkong exhaled a silent sigh of relief, a faint smile gracing his lips. Had the Baiyu gang truly intended to silence them permanently, Changkong could have done little more than flee for his life. Unable to ensure the safety of Yang Zhao and the others, After a night of rest, at the break of dawn the following day, the group had gathered their belongings and prepared to depart, mindful of the 100-mile journey ahead to Heitai Villa, pressing onward with urgency. After verifying the identities of Su Changkong and his companions, the disciples of the Bayou gang allowed them to leave their stronghold. As they traveled, a burly man exuberantly remarked that earning over 100 taels of silver in just 4 months equated to nearly a decade of toil in the past. Su Changkong, listening from the side, felt a sense of contentment. Suddenly, he sensed a subtle rustling sound, causing an instinctive alarm to surge within him, prompting his pupils to constrict as he shouted a warning. In an instant, a series of whooshing sounds pierced the air, and a barrage of arrows emerged from the thicket on the right side of the road. The diminutive man from the Heidi mountain villa, preoccupied with worries about his wife, had barely uttered a word before several arrows struck him directly in the throat, chest, and abdomen. He opened his mouth, blood gushing forth, his eyes reflecting a haze of confusion as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. A series of short, anguished cries erupted from others who were struck by arrows. Some met their demise immediately, while others narrowly escaped with their lives. An arrow hurtled towards Su Changkong's face, but he instinctively tilted his head away, allowing the projectile to miss its mark. Bayou gang, were they silencing witnesses? A surge of fury and disbelief coursed through Su Changkong as his eyes glinted with a hint of crimson. It was infuriatingly clear that their ambush came shortly after leaving the Bayou gang's premises. He could only surmise that they had feigned their release only to orchestrate an attack en route. Old son, old Lu. Yang Zhao's forehead glistened with sweat, his eyes wide with rage as he noticed 2 comrades from the Heidi mountain villa lying on the ground. He himself had been struck by an arrow, blood trickling down his shoulder. A barrage of arrows rained down, and several individuals on the right wailed as they fell, many afflicted with critical injuries that left them with little hope for survival. Wait, they are not from the Bayou gang. A voice, tinged with surprise, emerged from the woods on the right. Following the sound, through the trees, Su Changkong glimpsed a group of men clad in black, mounted on horseback. They exuded a fierce aura and were fully armed. They were the ones who had just unleashed the arrows. The realization struck him. Were they members of the Heike gang? Su Changkong felt a jolt of recognition. The Heike gang had visited the Heidi mountain villa twice to collect tribute, and he was all too familiar with their garb. These men were certainly not from the Bayou gang, but rather the Heike gang. Old Lu. The remaining survivors of the Heidi mountain villa erupted in anguished cries as they witnessed their friends, who had been alive mere moments ago, now lying in pools of blood, gasping for breath. Is it the Heike gang? Yang Zhao's eyes reddened as he too recognized that the assailants were indeed the Heike gang. Chapter 28. The Black Riders and the White Jade. The air was thick with murderous intent. Flee, run swiftly, Yang Zhao shouted, realizing that in the face of the Black Riders, only flight could ensure survival. Escape. Those still alive, despite their hearts heavy with grief and indignation, hurriedly dashed away, desperate to flee into the distance. Shall we pursue them, young Master Shi? In the woods, a man respectfully inquired of a robust figure in his 30s beside him. This muscular man, even clad in loose garments, filled them to the brim, a massive unsheathed blade dangling from his waist. Whoosh! With a powerful surge, an arrow was propelled through the air, traversing a distance of over 10 paces to strike the man in the back of the neck. Thud! The arrow pierced through, leaving a gaping wound at the throat, and the fleeing man crumpled to the ground. Zhang Qian, a member of the Black Iron Manor, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of rage but dared not halt his escape, fleeing for his life. The robust man's lips curled into his slight smirk as he remarked nonchalantly, "No need to pursue, they are but a few lowly peasants. The commotion here has surely drawn the attention of the White Jade gang. Let us proceed and pay them a visit." This imposing figure was none other than Shi Han, the recently renowned vice leader of the Black Riders. As the Black Riders grew in strength, their conflict with the local White Jade gang became inevitable. Today, Shi Han arrived with over 100 elite members to demonstrate the might of the Black Riders and instill fear in the White Jade gang. The Black Riders observed the situation outside the White Jade gang's stronghold when they fortuitously encountered members of the Black Iron Manor, leading to the ambush. The Black Riders soon realized that their targets were not members of the White Jade gang, but merely a group of ordinary civilians. Having inadvertently slain nearly 10 from the Black Iron Manor, Shi Han felt no remorse. To him, they were merely a collection of worthless peasants, easily discarded. Let us go. Without a second thought for those desperately fleeing, Shi Han waved his hand, and over 100 knights charged forward, their galloping hooves echoing thunderously as they headed toward the White Jade gang's stronghold. Didn't they pursue? A man collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. Unable to contain his tears, having survived a harrowing escape, shaken by the sight of his companions meeting a tragic end, the others looked on, pale-faced and bewildered. At the few remaining survivors, originally a group of over 20, only about 10 had managed to escape, while the rest had perished beneath the onslaught of the Black Riders' arrows. Why did they attack us? We pay our dues every year, yet they seek to kill us? Some, in despair, questioned the injustice they faced. Unbeknownst to them, their misfortune was simply a stroke of bad luck. Victims of the Black Riders' indiscriminate slaughter. Yang Zhao gritted his teeth and pulled the arrow from his shoulder as someone tore a piece of cloth to bandage his wound. Where is Changkong? Is it really? Yang Zhao gasped, glancing around but failing to catch a glimpse of Changkong. A wave of despair washed over him as he sighed heavily. The chaos had been overwhelming, and it seemed that Changkong had also perished at the hands of the Black Riders gang. Lu Qian is dead, and Lu San as well? Back at the Black Iron Manor, everyone had their own tasks, and apart from a few individuals, Changkong hadn't even memorized the names of the other members. However, during the months spent with the White Jade Gang, he had collaborated with Yang Zhao and others to forge armor, establishing a rapport with them over time. They were not particularly close, yet after several months, they had become familiar acquaintances. I must go and see. Crack, crack, crack. Changkong extracted a new garment from his pack, changing out of his old clothes. His bones emitted a series of sharp cracks as he practiced the art of contraction. Diminishing in stature by half a foot, even the contours of his face underwent subtle transformations, altering his appearance significantly. His cheekbones receded and his eyes elongated, making him appear slightly older as he transitioned from youth to young manhood. Undoing his hair tie, Changkong let his hair cascade freely, his gaze sharpened, and an aura of chilling coldness enveloped him. Having completed his transformation, he set off toward the White Jade Gang's stronghold. Meanwhile, outside the White Jade Gang's residence, a fierce battle erupted. Damn it! You Black Riders think you can act with impunity? How dare you bully us at the White Jade Gang? Kai Tong, a burly figure, bellowed as he swung his long blade, severing the leg of an oncoming Black Rider's knight, sending the rider tumbling off his mount, disoriented from the fall. Haha! What is the White Jade Gang? Before the Black Riders, they can only bow their heads in submission, boasted Shirhan's Han, the robust and muscular vice leader of the Black Riders, as he dismounted and faced two White Jade Gang disciples armed with blades. With a swift motion of his long arms, he unleashed a barrage of punches. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering bones echoed as the two charging disciples were struck as if by a colossal boulder, their chests caving in, blood spraying forth as they were flung more than 10 feet away. A martial artist at the divine strength level. Many disciples of the White Jade Gang gasped in horror. Once a martial artist reached this level, their body would undergo a profound transformation, with their strength surpassing that of ordinary individuals by 2 to 3 times. A single punch or kick could prove fatal, shattering bones and rendering them no match for such power. Shirhan's Han, being the vice leader of the Black Riders and a formidable warrior at the divine strength level, was a terrifying opponent. Kill. Annihilate these scoundrels. The disciples of the White Jade Gang roared, their blood boiling. They had long been renowned in the Qing city area. Yet this was the first time they had been attacked so brazenly. Shirhan's Han, do you truly wish to wage war against us? The price you shall pay is one you cannot afford. In stark contrast, Bai Xiao, clad in white, and typically known for his amiable demeanor, now regarded Shirhan's Han with a cold gaze, his expression icy as he rebuked. Heh, and even at this juncture, you dare to inquire? I shall take your cowardly head as a trophy. Shahanshan broke into a broad grin, revealing a full set of large teeth. His imposing physique was remarkably robust, with sinewy muscles that exuded an air of formidable presence. Chapter 29, A Life and Death Blood Battle. Youthful impetuosity. With those words, Shirhan's Han lunged forward, charging directly at Bai Xiao. Arrogance! I shall confront you. An indignant shout erupted from the left of Bai Xiao as an elderly man in blue, his hair tinged with gray, boldly stepped up to face the formidable Shirhan Han. Boom. The blue-clad elder unleashed a strike with his right palm. This seemingly simple move combined an extraordinary sense of both slowness and swiftness. Shirhanshan's towering figure surged forward in mere strides, his massive fist descending like a heavy meteor. Bang! As their fists collided, a thunderous sound erupted, sending shockwaves emanating from their point of contact, stirring the dust on the ground into swirling eddies. Both Shirhan's Han and the blue-clad elder trembled at the force of the impact. Take a few more punches from me. Yet, Shirhan's Han soon flashed a grin. unleashing a flurry of powerful strikes, each punch landing with a weight reminiscent of falling stars. Bang, bang, bang. The blue-clad elder's forehead bulged with veins as he pushed his decades of hard-earned martial arts to the limit, fiercely meeting Shi Hanshan's relentless blows. Yet, it was evident to all that he was struggling against the ferocity of Shi Hanshan. Damn it, has Shi Hanshan received word that the old leader and deputy leader are absent, seizing this opportunity to strike? With Elder Gongsu's strength, he should not be a match for Shi Hanshan. Kai Tong, witnessing this scene, felt a weight of concern in his heart. The Baiyu Gang, a renowned martial society in Qingshui City, boasted many skilled practitioners, with its strongest being the leader by Tianhao and the deputy leader, both currently away from the gang. This emboldened Shi Hanshan to attack. Elder Gongsun, a rare master within the Baiyu Gang, had reached the realm of divine strength, yet age had taken its toll, leaving him at a disadvantage against the youthful vigor of Shi Hanshan. Should I deploy the iron-armored warriors? Bai Xiao's mind raced, contemplating whether to summon the 50 sets of armor crafted by Heidi Mountain Villa, intended specifically for dealing with the Black Rider Gang, a trump card he had prepared. Utilizing these armors now would undoubtedly allow him to easily repel the invading Black Rider Gang. Yet Bai Xiao was more inclined to reserve them for confronting the leader of the Black Rider Gang. Revealing this trump card now would surely alert the gang to his preparations. Moreover, warriors clad in heavy armor would struggle to catch up to the mounted knights of the Black Rider Gang. Patience, Bai Xiao ultimately restrained himself. The Black Rider Gang dares to invade? Their audacity is astounding. Quickly. Long Ao shall claim their heads. Within the Baiyu Gang stronghold, chaos reigned. The Black Rider Gang had launched their assault at dawn when the sky was still dim, catching most Baiyu Gang disciples unaware in their slumber. Now, these disciples began to gather, steeling themselves to confront the invading Black Rider Gang. Are we to kill? A disciple of the Baiyu Gang, barely 18 or 19, with a sword at his waist, now wore a pale expression, his body trembling with fear. The youth had been a member of the Baiyu Gang for several years, yet he had never engaged in combat. The sounds of battle from outside filled him with an uncontainable dread, whether it was to kill or to be killed. Most individuals were reluctant to endure such experiences. Just as he hesitated on whether to approach the battlefield, a sudden gust of wind surged from behind him, causing a sharp pain to strike his skull. Stars danced before his eyes, and the world spun around him. Who was it? The boy's mind was clouded with confusion, unaware of the assailant who had unexpectedly attacked him. Despite having recently reached the strength refinement stage, he had failed to sense the presence of an attacker behind him and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Behind the fallen Baiyu Gang disciple stood a young man with slightly sunken cheekbones and narrow eyes, Changkong, who had altered his bone structure through the technique of breath control. With a frigid gaze, Changkong dragged the unconscious Baiyu disciple into a corner and stripped him of his garments, donning them himself. Soon, he was clad in the white attire of the Baiyu Gang disciple, yet his icy demeanor rendered him sinister. The Heike Gang, was it? Then today, they shall pay the price. Taking a deep breath, Changkong pursued a group of Baiyu disciples hastily, making their way to the battlefield. Among those he had known and worked with for nearly half a year, nearly half had perished at the hands of the Heike Gang, although Changkong remained unscathed. A tumult of anger and killing intent brewed within him. To depart now would undoubtedly be the wisest choice. A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Yet, the resentment in his heart would be difficult to quell, making meditation and training nearly impossible. Changkong's plan was straightforward. Disguise himself as a Baiyu disciple and ruthlessly slay some Heike warriors to avenge the fallen Zhang Qian, Lu Can, and others. Swiftly, today presented an excellent opportunity to eliminate enemies and achieve merit. Clad in the uniform of the Baiyu Gang, Changkong blended in among a group of Baiyu disciples. Hearing a long-haired man exclaim with exhilaration, for the average gang member, achieving merit in battle was indeed a swift path to prominence. However, upon bursting out of the stronghold and reaching the battlefield, the group found themselves momentarily stunned. The air was filled with roars of fury, the neighing of war horses, and the thunderous cries of warriors in combat, creating an atmosphere thick with the scent of blood. This was the most primal form of slaughter. A few paces away, a Heike warrior rode a magnificent steed, galloping forth with a curved blade raised high, cleanly severing the head of a Baiyu warrior. The severed head soared into the air, crashing heavily to the ground. From the neck stump, blood gushed forth like a fountain, rising over 10 feet high. This gruesome spectacle rendered the previously boastful long-haired man, who had declared his intent to slay Heike warriors for glory, utterly speechless, standing frozen in place, as if his soul had departed. This was no mere child's play. It was a genuine struggle for life and death, where everyone risked everything. It's either you or me. Were these Bayou disciples truly so feeble? Perhaps they had grown too comfortable in their privileged lives. Over 100 knights from the Black Rider gang, fierce and formidable, scoffed softly. Believing that the Bayou gang had not encountered an adversary for far too long, lacking the experience of life and death combat, and thus could not possibly emerge as true warriors. Kill. At that moment, a knight from the Black Rider gang spotted a long-haired man lost in thought and charged towards him on horseback. The steed let out a piercing neigh, its front hooves rearing high before crashing down. Just then, a shadow darted forth, none other than Changkong. Changkong slightly bent his body, propelling himself beneath the raised belly of the warhorse, wrapping his arms around it and exerting tremendous force to pull. The warhorse emitted a heart-wrenching cry, unexpectedly toppling backward and crashing to the ground, along with the Black Rider knight atop its back, who was thrown down with bones shattered and tendons torn. Trapped beneath the horse's body, wailing in agony and unable to move. With the sound of cracking bones, the knight's eyes widened in horror, and he ceased his struggles. Chapter 30. The Divine Power Warriors Kill That Brat. In various directions, the Black Knight gang warriors, upon discovering the death of their comrade, erupted into a chorus of furious shouts. Several of them dismounted and charged towards Changkong. This group of over 100 Black Knight warriors had been meticulously chosen by Hans Han, each one fiercely formidable. Changkong remained remarkably composed. This was not his first encounter with combat. He knew that when he engaged, it would inevitably lead to bloodshed, and he would strike decisively to eliminate his foes entirely. With a swift movement, he executed the pinnacle technique of the five-animal play, resembling a crane soaring low through the air. His form was agile, and with a deft twist, the swords and blades of 3 or 4 warriors merely sliced through the afterimage he left behind, failing to touch him even slightly. "Watch your back," a warrior cried out in alarm, but Changkong had already appeared like a specter behind one of them. He seized the man's head and twisted it forcefully. Crack! Effortlessly, as if unscrewing a bottle cap, he grotesquely contorted the neck of the Black Knight warrior, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth as he crumpled to the ground, lifeless. "Slay him! Slay him!" The nearby Black Knight warriors roared, surrounding Changkong. Yet in his eyes, these fierce adversaries moved with pitiful slowness, akin to an adult facing a group of children. They struggled to even graze him. While a mere strike from Changkong could shatter their bones, rupture their organs, and bring about instant demise. Who is he? So ferocious? The disciples of the Bayou gang, including the long-haired man, gaped in astonishment. In the mere span of 20 breaths, Changkong had dispatched 4 or 5 Black Knight disciples with overwhelming ferocity. Was there such a young elite among the Bayou gang? Meanwhile, the battle between Hans Han and the Elder Gong, son of the Blue Robes, was nearing its conclusion. Cough, cough, cough. Following another clash, Elder Gong's son staggered backward, his vitality shaken, repeatedly coughing up blood. Despite being in the same realm of divine power, he was no match for Hans Han. Elder Gong's son was not his match. Hans Han was one of the few experts within the Black Knight gang. Bai Xiao felt a chill in his heart. It was nearly time to withdraw. Noticing the situation, Hans Han chose not to pursue further. He silently resolved that his purpose for coming here was not to annihilate or severely injure the Bayou gang. In fact, their small group of over 100 had launched a surprise attack before dawn, catching the Bayou gang off guard to gain the upper hand. However, as time went on and the hundreds of disciples of the Bayou gang converged, the outcome would undoubtedly shift. Hans Han's intention in leading this elite assault on the Bayou gang was merely to establish dominance, to demonstrate that the Black Knight gang was unafraid of a full-scale war with the Bayou gang, and that they too desired a share of the grand prize in Chishui City. Now that he had nearly achieved his goal, Hans Han prepared to retreat. Yet suddenly, he turned slightly and beheld a young man in Bayou gang uniform, who had just delivered a crushing punch to a Black Knight warrior, causing his chest to cave in as blood gushed forth, sending him crashing to the ground. "Scoundrel, you've killed several of our brothers." Hans Han was suddenly engulfed in fury. Moments ago, he had heard the anguished cries of his comrades from that direction. Now, having just vanquished Elder Gong's son, he could hardly bear to witness Changkong eliminate several of the Black Cavalry's warriors. "You wretched brat, prepare to meet your demise," he roared, his temper already volatile. Initially intending to retreat, he now resolved to first sever the head of this insufferable fool, knowing it would not take long. The imposing figure of Hans Han charged forward, and none dared to impede him. Military path killing fist, iron horses and golden spears. As he surged forth, his momentum reached its zenith. He unleashed a powerful punch, the swirling air creating a sound akin to tearing fabric, reminiscent of an army of thousands clashing in battle. The ferocity of his aura sent chills down one's spine and constricted the heart, instilling a sense of helplessness in any who dared to oppose him. Was this the one who had slain Zhang Qian? Su Changkong immediately recognized the unrestrained killing intent emanating from Shi Han, identifying him as the culprit responsible for the death of Zhang Qian, who had initially managed to escape. 5 animal play. Tiger leaping over the ravine. With a cold gaze, Su Changkong's movements remained unyielding. He planted his foot firmly on the ground and sprang forth like a fierce tiger, voluntarily meeting Shi Han head-on. Though Su Changkong's 5 animal play was not primarily a combat martial art, he had mastered it to an extraordinary level. With each transformation of technique ingrained in his muscle memory, he wielded it with remarkable ease. One was akin to a general charging into battle, while the other resembled a tiger leaping in a frenzied sprint. The two collided across a considerable distance with tremendous force. Bang! The heavy impact resonated, and both figures momentarily halted, feeling a formidable recoil wash over them. Kill! In that instant, Shi Han's eyes widened in rage, and he bellowed as he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, akin to a hail of arrows, directed at Su Changkong. Each blow could shatter rocks and obliterate the hardest bones of the human body, an onslaught that no mere flesh and blood could withstand. Divine Power Realm? Su Changkong's gaze sharpened. The strength displayed by Shi Han undoubtedly reached the Divine Power Realm, far surpassing that of Yan Fei from before. Su Changkong did not underestimate this encounter. He concentrated his energy into his arms and executed the martial arts he had painstakingly cultivated to counter Shi Han's frenzied assault. Bang! 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 In mere moments, the two engaged in a series of collisions, the sound of explosions echoing through the air. With each clash, the ground beneath them sank, leaving deep impressions of their feet, and the earth trembled within a 10-foot radius, stones rolling about. This scene left Elder Gong's son and Bai Xiao, who had yet to recover from the earlier shock, utterly astonished. Who is he? Is there such a young master among us in the Baiyu gang? Bai Xiao exclaimed, bewildered. With nearly 1,000 disciples in the Baiyu gang, he could not possibly know each one, but he had a recollection of the elite members. Yet, the young disciple engaged in fierce combat with Shi Han was a complete enigma to him. The Divine Power Realm. This young man has attained the Divine Power Realm at such a tender age? Elder Gong's son wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, struggling to believe it. To contend equally with a powerhouse like Shi Han, he must also be a practitioner of the Divine Power Realm. Bang! 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 The two combatants in the arena continued their fierce struggle. Shi Han, with his flowing black hair, excelled in the martial art of military boxing, a style born for practical combat, exuding an aura of lethal intent. In contrast, Su Changkong mastered the 5 animal play, a form of health-preserving boxing characterized by its myriad transformations, at times as graceful as a deer, and at others as ferocious as a tiger. Despite their relentless exchanges, which numbered over a dozen, neither could claim victory. Damn it! Is there truly such a formidable individual within the White Jade Gang? I must eliminate him swiftly. Frustration welled up within Shi Han as he struggled to subdue Su Changkong. Prior to his arrival, he had already received intelligence indicating that the gang leader Bai Tianhao and other formidable experts were absent from the White Jade Gang stronghold. This had emboldened him to launch a surprise attack, intending to instill some fear into the gang. Yet, to his dismay, he encountered an unexpected powerhouse of the Divine Power Realm, one not mentioned in his reports. Chapter 31. The blade strikes Cold Mountain. A menacing aura, a sea of corpses and a lake of blood. In the depths of Shirhan Mountain's eyes, veins coursed with blood, marking his first engagement with a weapon. He drew a heavy ghostly-headed saber from his waist, unleashing a decisive and ruthless killing move. With a sharp sound, the iron rings of the ghostly-headed saber clashed, releasing a faint scent of blood. This strike was heavy and powerful, radiating an aura of death that threatened to engulf the very soul in a sea of corpses and blood. Slay him. The fierce light flickered in Su Changkong's eyes. Confronted with the vigorous and formidable Shirhan Mountain, he realized he must exert his full strength to vanquish him. Su Changkong's hand rested upon the hilt of his blade, which he had acquired from a recently incapacitated disciple of the Baiyu Gang, as he had not brought his own renowned blade. Crack, crack, crack. The turtle-breathing true energy surged within him, now magnified several times and glowing a pale blue. Su Changkong's bones resonated, an aura of palpable energy emanating from his entire being. The iron-slaying blade technique. The rising slash. Su Changkong unsheathed the long blade at his waist. The friction of sheath against blade produced a piercing whistle. As true energy surged through, endowing the otherwise ordinary long sword with an edge sharp enough to slice through iron like mud. With a swift motion, the long blade was freed from its sheath, executing an upward slash that collided fiercely with the blood-soaked ghostly-headed saber. Clang! The resounding clash of metal reverberated, sparks flying as the two blades met. What? In that instant of collision, a formidable force surged forth like a tidal wave, causing Shirhan Mountain's expression to shift dramatically. His arm trembled from the impact, nearly losing grip on his weapon. Both were masters of divine strength, evenly matched in power and speed. Yet Su Changkong's mastery of the turtle-breathing technique had reached the 5th level, elevating his internal prowess to a remarkable degree. The combination of internal and external forces was his distinct advantage. As true energy coursed through him, Su Changkong's speed and power surged dramatically. He offered Shirhan Mountain no respite. Executing horizontal slashes, rising cuts, and cleaving strikes, each blade light darting with precision and ferocity, solely intent on slaying his foe. Clang, clang, clang. Shirhan Mountain raised his blade in defense, each clash sending sparks flying. The exquisite blade of the ghostly-headed saber suffered numerous chips, his arm growing numb. The grip threatening to split open, as he found himself completely on the defensive. This was the enhancement granted by the turtle-breathing technique's breakthrough to the 5th level. In earlier times, with his true energy thin, even Su Changkong's full force could only sustain a few strikes, utterly incapable of overwhelming Shirhan Mountain. Help the young master. A warrior from the Black Knight gang observed Shirhan Mountain's plight and stealthily approached, launching an attack from behind Su Changkong, blade raised. Su Changkong's ears perked. Honed by diligent training in the turtle-breathing technique and the 5-animal play, his senses were heightened, allowing him to hear even the faintest buzzing of insects within several paces. He detected the sound of slicing air behind him and flicked his wrist. Swish! The blade of the Black Knight gang warrior had scarcely been raised before Su Changkong's long saber swept across, severing his neck in an instant. He has been dispatched. The sudden ambush by the Black Rider gang's warrior provided Shirhan Han with a fleeting moment of respite. Seizing this opportunity for retaliation, he gritted his teeth. His visage contorted in rage, and swung his blade at Su Changkong. Yet, Su Changkong moved with even greater swiftness. With a thunderous rush, the vital energy within him surged forth like a torrent, as he transitioned to wielding the sword with both hands, delivering an upward slash that traced a graceful arc. Arriving before Shirhan Han could react, with a sickening sound, Shirhan Han's arm, gripping the sword, was severed at the elbow, sent soaring through the air before crashing to the ground. Ah, my arm. Shirhan Han's countenance twisted in agony, his eyes bloodshot as he clutched his severed limb. Staggering backward with a wretched wail. Could it be he had vanquished Shirhan Han? Bai Xiao and the others were utterly astounded by this spectacle. Shirhan Han, who had attained the divine strength realm, was the son of the Black Rider gang's leader, one of the few formidable fighters within the gang. He had effortlessly slain several disciples of the Baiyu gang in their earlier confrontation and had bested Elder Gau's son, who was also of divine strength. Yet here stood a young man, no older than his 20s and clad in the Baiyu gang's uniform, who had decisively severed Shirhan Han's arm and brought him to ruin. I surrender. I surrender. Spare me. Please, do not kill me. Shirhan Han's vision darkened from the pain, panic gripping his heart as he sensed the looming specter of death. In this moment of desperation, he cast aside his dignity and cried out for mercy. Although Bai Xiao was bewildered by the presence of such an astonishingly powerful youth within the Baiyu gang, he could not help but feel elated at the sight of Shirhan Han's defeat. The living Shirhan Han held far greater value than a deceased one. He could be used as a bargaining chip in negotiations with the Black Rider gang. Thus, Bai Xiao urged Su Changkong to spare his life. Conversely, had Shirhan Han been slain, it would undoubtedly incite the Black Rider gang to madness, leading to an irrevocable vendetta against the Baiyu gang, a thoroughly irrational course of action. Yet unbeknownst to Bai Xiao, Su Changkong was not a member of the Baiyu gang. He had come seeking vengeance for the deaths of the people from the Black Iron Manor. Shirhan Han's body convulsed in pain, his mind raging with turmoil. Of course, he believed that the Baiyu gang would not be foolish enough to kill him, instead opting to use him as leverage in their negotiations with the Black Rider gang. However, in the next moment, Su Changkong flicked his wrist, and a chilling blade of light swept forth. You. Shirhan Han's eyes widened in disbelief. his mouth agape as he stared intently at Su Changkong. He attempted to clutch his throat, where a line of crimson appeared, quickly expanding, leaving him lightheaded. His head severed from his neck, it fell to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Han could never have imagined that he would meet his demise at the hands of a mere youth, even unaware of his name. Having slain Han, Su Changkong exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Han was the mastermind behind the assassination of Zhang Qian and the others, and eliminating him would greatly clarify Su Changkong's path forward. Bai Xiao stood in stunned silence. Su Changkong had killed Han? The repercussions of this act would be dire. Have you lost your mind? I specifically told you to hold back. Bai Xiao, filled with a mixture of embarrassment and anger, shouted at Su Changkong. Capturing Han alive would have maximized their interests, yet Su Changkong's decision to kill him was undoubtedly the worst possible choice. Silence. Su Changkong's gaze turned icy as he raised his head to meet Bai Xiao's eyes, his deep reprimand erupting like thunder, causing Bai Xiao to tremble. In that moment, Su Changkong had already slain several elite warriors of the Black Rider gang, and the lingering aura of death surrounding him was utterly chilling. His frigid stare enveloped Bai Xiao in a sense of impending doom, as if uttering another word would seal his fate alongside Han. Su Changkong's purpose for coming here was solely to avenge the fallen of the Black Iron Manor. As for the interests of the Baiyu gang, he cared not a whit. Chapter 32, a stunning revelation. Departing with a flourish, Bai Xiao swallowed nervously, hesitating to question Su Changkong further. He was troubled by the revelation that there existed such formidable figures among the younger generation of the Baiyu gang. The young master. The young master is dead. Meanwhile, others had also noticed the dismembered body of Han, the young master of the Black Knight gang, whose demise elicited cries of despair from his comrades. Han had led 100 elite warriors in a surprise assault on the Baiyu gang, only to meet his end here? Retreat! Retreat! A warrior from the Black Knight gang shouted, realizing the situation was dire and a retreat was imperative. The sound of neighing horses filled the air as the Black Knight warriors tightened their reins, turning their steeds away towards the distance. Leave no one behind. Annihilate them. Exterminate them. The disciples of the Baiyu gang, witnessing this turn of events, were invigorated, pursuing the fleeing warriors of the Black Knight gang amidst the chaos, leaving behind a scene littered with corpses, both from the Black Knight gang and the Baiyu gang. Though the Black Knight gang had initially caught the Baiyu gang off guard in a pre-dawn raid, the death of their young master marked an undeniable victory for the Baiyu gang. However, Bai Xiao and Elder Gong's son bore expressions devoid of joy. The death of Han meant that the Baiyu gang had irrevocably become mortal enemies with the Black Knight gang. This would lead to an all-out war. And even if the Baiyu gang emerged victorious, they would undoubtedly suffer grave losses and be left severely weakened. Where are the others? Have they gone to pursue the Black Knight gang? Coming to his senses, Bai Xiao was taken aback to find that the young warrior who had slain Han had vanished without a trace. Yet, Bai Xiao had no time to ponder this. He needed to address the aftermath of the attack. With Han dead in this fierce confrontation, the repercussions would be dire. He needed to summon the other members and elders for an urgent meeting. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. The young warrior who had slain Han must possess extraordinary strength. Perhaps at the divine power level. It was astonishing to discover such a figure among the younger generation of the Baiyu gang. Within the Baiyu gang, many disciples were animatedly discussing the battle, particularly the prowess displayed by Su Changkong, which was nothing short of astonishing. My head feels so dizzy. What happened? The young Baiyu gang disciple, who had been knocked unconscious by Su Changkong and stripped of his clothing, rubbed his aching head and awoke in confusion. He was unaware that the one who knocked him out was wearing his uniform and had made a remarkable impression in the battle, slaying Han. Disguising myself as a disciple of the Baiyu gang to kill Han undoubtedly carries certain risks, but alas, I am still too weak. Otherwise, I could have eradicated the Black Knight gang entirely, eliminating any future threats. Su Changkong sighed inwardly, recognizing that this was the extent of what he could accomplish at present. It was inevitable that the Baiyu gang would soon discover that the warrior who had slain Han was not one of their own, and the Black Knight gang would undoubtedly go into a frenzy over Han's death. Fortunately, with the Baiyu gang standing in the way, Su Changkong managed to withdraw without incident, at least for the time being. It is even possible that his slaying of Han will lead to a cataclysmic clash between the Black Riders and the White Jade gang. Strength. I must become more powerful to eradicate this menace entirely and eliminate any future threats. Su Changkong clenched his fists. Had he possessed adequate strength, he would have thoroughly annihilated the Black Riders instead of merely taking the lives of Sir Hans Han and a few others. Alas, old Zheng and old Lu are gone. By the roadside, Yang Zhao and his companions gazed mournfully at the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, their faces etched with sorrow and rage. Just moments ago, Yang Zhao and his group had narrowly escaped with their lives. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, they cautiously returned, hoping to find any surviving companions. However, fate had dealt them a cruel blow. Those who had failed to escape were now lifeless. Who goes there? At that moment, the rustling of leaves from the nearby thicket startled Yang Zhao and his companions, causing their expressions to shift dramatically as they called out in alarm. Fearing another encounter with the Black Riders. It is I. It is Changkong. Upon recognizing him, relief washed over Yang Zhao and the others. We thought you had perished as well, Yang Zhao remarked. Changkong shook his head, explaining that he had fled in haste and lost his way. The group accepted his explanation without doubt. In such dire circumstances, who could be concerned about the direction of their escape? Damn those Black Riders. They will inevitably face their comeuppance. One among them glared at the bodies of their fallen comrades, teeth clenched in fury. They yearned to make the ruthless Black Riders pay dearly, yet felt utterly powerless, resorting only to cursing the gang to meet their doom. It must be so. The others nodded in reluctant agreement. In this chaotic world, human life is as fleeting as grass. The deaths of a few ordinary individuals would stir no waves. And years hence, only their relatives and friends would remember them, until every trace of their existence vanished from this realm. I refuse to accept this. I shall continue to advance, to ascend, and to seize control of my own destiny. Changkong carried a body that was gradually growing cold, the blood seeping from the wounds staining his clothing a deep crimson. He silently vowed to strengthen his resolve to become powerful. The group, burdened by the weight of the deceased, could not maintain a swift pace and frequently paused to rest. Old Zhang and the others, have they perished? Did they fall to the hands of the Black Riders? Yet, against such a formidable foe, reporting to the authorities would be futile. All they could do was mourn their fallen companions. Upon returning to the Black Iron Manor, Changkong did not continue forging or smithing, but instead requested an extended leave of absence from the manor's master, Immortality, citing physical and psychological discomfort. Immortality assumed that Changkong had been traumatized by witnessing the massacre of his companions at the hands of the Black Riders, as it was only natural for someone so young to be deeply affected by such horrors. Thus, he granted Changkong the leave, urging him to rest and regain his composure. In truth, Changkong's psychological state was not a result of the massacre. He had other concerns. Now, with no connections to the White Jade Gang, acquiring the medicinal materials for Ichi-san has become a significant challenge. Changkong furrowed his brow in silence. Within the White Jade Gang, there existed established channels that facilitated the effortless procurement of the medicinal herbs required for the chi-nourishing powder. However, having departed from the gang, he now faced the arduous task of sourcing these herbs himself, a process that would undoubtedly be time-consuming and labor-intensive. He resolved to venture further afield to seek a solution to this predicament before he could take an extended leave. Tomorrow, he planned to visit Chishui City to inquire with the apothecary there if they possessed knowledge of where to acquire the herbal ingredients for the chi-nourishing powder. Changkong mused to himself that with the aid of the chi-nourishing powder, the efficiency of cultivating the turtle-breathing technique could be significantly enhanced. Much like the process of physical training, which demands not only rigorous practice but also a well-balanced diet to achieve optimal results. Chapter 33, Kaishan Town. The Nine Thieves of Mongshan. 3 days after returning to the Black Iron Manor, Changkong set off for Chishui City, where he inquired with the apothecary shopkeeper about the possible sources for the main ingredients of Ichi powder. The shopkeeper pondered briefly before responding. You may wish to visit Kaishan Town, which lies near Changshu Mountain. Many herbalists and ginseng gatherers frequent that area, so you should be able to procure the herbs you require. However, it is quite a journey, approximately 300 to 400 miles from Chishui City. Kaishan Town? Changkong's eyes brightened slightly. The Bayou Gang has connections that allow for such ease in acquiring the necessary materials for Ichi powder. But now it seems that he must take matters into his own hands. Having learned from the elder at the apothecary that Kaishan Town might yield the main herbs he sought, he resolved to investigate further. Changkong embarked on his journey to Kaishan Town, the 300 to 400 miles proving to be quite a distance, one that would take an ordinary person several days to traverse. As evening descended, the sun cast its final rays, and Changkong, cloaked in black and having altered his appearance through the art of body transformation, arrived at the outskirts of Kaishan Town. with a dagger at his waist. He appeared to be just another ordinary wanderer of the martial world. The herbs he sought for ichi powder were rather precious, so he needed to exercise caution to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Is this Kaishan town? Su Changkong observed the distant mountain range of Changshu Mountain. Within those heights grew numerous rare medicinal herbs, including aged wild ginseng. If fortune smiled upon him, and he managed to harvest a mature specimen, he could achieve wealth overnight, securing a lifetime of comfort. Many gatherers flocked to Changshu Mountain, congregating at its base. Over time, this assembly evolved into a quaint town, now known as Kaishan Town. The streets bustled with activity, the air filled with the sounds of commerce, and vendors lined the pathways. Su Changkong noted the presence of several armed figures, indicative of the martial populace. Though not large, Kaishan Town thrived due to its unique offerings, drawing a mix of fortune seekers hoping for luck in Changshu Mountain and merchants eager to procure rare herbs. First, he would find an inn to stay, dine, rest, and gather information about where to find the herbs he needed. Determined, Su Changkong stepped into Kaishan Town. He resolved to seek out a place to lodge. At the town center, he found an inn named Ingsong Inn and took a room after paying a deposit at the front desk. After refreshing himself with a bath, he descended to the dining area. The inn's first floor served as a bustling dining space, with tables and chairs filled with patrons indulging in food and drink while engaging in lively conversation. Hey, it is said that a few days ago, Li Laosan harvested an aged wild ginseng from Changshu Mountain. Before he could even warm it up, he was pursued by another group of gatherers, who claimed the ginseng was theirs by right of discovery. As a result, not only did Li Laosan lose the ginseng, but he also suffered a severed arm. Those gatherers can be quite ruthless. A few days ago, a tragic massacre occurred in Fengxing village, where the entire Lu family, along with their servants, numbering over 30, were brutally slaughtered in a single night. It is rumored that this heinous act was perpetrated by a ruthless bandit driven by greed. Such a horrific event. As the guests engaged in light-hearted discussions about various anecdotes and news, Su Changkong casually listened while awaiting the arrival of the food and drink. Suddenly, he was taken aback, for he spotted a familiar figure on the first floor of the inn. In a corner, a tall, lean man sat alone at a table, quietly drinking and eating. This man, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, exuded a subtle yet formidable aura that deterred others from approaching him easily. Yin Song? Su Changkong recognized him. It was indeed Yin Song. Over a year ago, Su Changkong had attended an auction held by the Zhao family in pursuit of a martial arts manual. During that event, Yin Song had bid a high price for the red fire technique, only to be thwarted by another party. Yin Song held considerable renown in the martial arts community of Chishui City, known as the Flying Sand Blade, making a living by accepting bounties from the authorities. He possessed formidable skills. At that time, Yin Song had been visibly displeased when the masked man acquired the red fire technique and had not hesitated to follow him. To avoid trouble, Su Changkong chose not to intervene. Now, Yin Song's presence here raised questions. Had he managed to seize the manual from the masked man? Or had he reached some other agreement? Notably, he seemed unscathed. With the keen perceptions of a martial artist, Yin Song sensed being observed. He turned to scrutinize Su Changkong for a moment. To avoid any confrontation, Su Changkong averted his gaze. Yin Song merely frowned before returning to his meal. The inn remained lively, yet suddenly, a hush fell over the hall. A group of 5 individuals entered through the door, all clad in the attire of martial artists. Equipped with weapons at their waists, their expressions radiating an intimidating aura. These 5, resembling characters from the martial world, scanned the room, and their gaze fixed upon the wooden table in the corner, specifically on Yin Song, as they strode directly towards him. Yin Song, what a coincidence to find you here, declared a short-haired, robust man at the center of the group, his cold stare fixed on Yin Song. The once bustling hall fell silent, all eyes now focused on this confrontation, with a flicker of excitement in the onlookers' eyes, aware that they might witness a clash of titans today. Despite the imposing presence of the 5, Yin Song, being seasoned in the ways of the martial world, remained unfazed. The short-haired man sneered, "My surname is Sun, I am Sun Bu Wan, and my elder brother is Sun Bu Wu." It dawned on Yin Song that this was the brother of the notorious Sun Bu Wu from the Mongshan 9 thieves, whom he had indeed slain in exchange for a bounty. "Have you come to seek vengeance for him?" Yin Song queried, realizing the weight of his past actions. As a bounty hunter, Yin Song had undoubtedly made numerous enemies throughout his career. Once, there existed a notorious band of robbers known as the 9 Thieves of Mongshan, who wreaked havoc across the land. Their leader, Sun Bu Wu, was pursued relentlessly by the authorities. Yin Song accepted the bounty and, having discovered the whereabouts of Sun Bu and a couple of his accomplices, swiftly executed them. Now, in the town of Kaishan, Yin Song encountered the remaining members of the 9 Thieves of Mongshan. Leading a group of 5 was the short-haired and robust Sun Bu, who had come seeking vengeance for the wrongs of the past. Today, I shall take your head to honor my brother, Sun Bu proclaimed, licking his lips. His face twisted in a menacing snarl, while the other 4 members wore expressions as cold as ice. Chapter 34, The Sandblade, Yin Song. Yin Song? Is that the Sandblade, Yin Song? These 5 individuals have come seeking vengeance against him. Inside the inn, patrons murmured in hushed tones. Some were intrigued by the unfolding drama, while others, fearing potential trouble, hastily withdrew a few coins from their pockets and placed them on the table, abandoning their meals as they rushed to exit the establishment, eager to avoid any calamity. There's no issue. This place is not suitable for confrontation. Let us resolve our grievances outside, Yin Song suggested nonchalantly. The short-haired, robust man, Sun Bu, and his companions hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. Indeed, with so many witnesses around, it was inappropriate to engage in conflict here. Resolving their issues outside would prevent any unnecessary disturbances. Sun Bu and the others turned and made their way toward the exit of the inn. However, at that moment, a chilling glint ignited in Yin Song's eyes. Without any forewarning, he rose from his seat, taking a half-step forward. Power surged from the ground through his waist and into his arms, one hand gripping the scabbard and the other the hilt, as he swiftly unsheathed his blade. Watch out! Sun Bu sensed the disturbance behind him, realizing the impending danger. He lunged forward to evade while shouting a warning to his comrades. The remaining 4 reacted swiftly, yet 2 of them were slightly slower in their movements. With a sickening sound of flesh being rent asunder, 2 members of the Mongshan 9 Thieves were caught off guard. Their heads severed cleanly by Yin Song's lethal strike from behind, blood gushing forth as their severed heads tumbled to the ground. Ah, they've killed someone. They've killed someone. A momentary silence enveloped the inn, soon shattered by terrified, piercing screams that echoed throughout the establishment. The sight of blood spraying and heads rolling surpassed the limits of what most could endure. That strike was extraordinary. Changkong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Though Yin Song's maneuver appeared simple, it was a masterful blend of speed and technique, akin to a draw cut, executed with precision and ferocity, swiftly eliminating 2 formidable opponents in an instant. Damn it! Despicable! Sun Bu and the other 3 were instantly consumed by a mix of rage and astonishment, their eyes ablaze with fury. Yin Song's treachery was appalling. Just a moment ago, he had proposed resolving their issues outside, yet the instant they turned their backs, he had ruthlessly struck, taking the lives of 2 of their companions without hesitation. War does not shun deceit. Is it not despicable for you to outnumber us? Yin Song chuckled to himself, well aware that the Mongshan 9 Thieves were fierce and ruthless, far from ordinary brigands. All were martial artists of the strength refinement realm or above. Facing 5 alone would be arduous, but by eliminating 2 first, his chances of success had significantly increased. Altogether, let's take him down, Sun Bu bellowed, drawing his long knife, as he and his 2 remaining companions surged toward Yin Song, filled with murderous intent. Sun Bu's blade technique was fierce. He swung his knife, creating a sound akin to tearing air, a display of formidable momentum. Clang! Yin Song parried with his own blade, the clash of their weapons resonating with a crisp metallic ring, sparks flying from the impact. Clang! Clang! Sun Bu wielded his blade with a remarkable ferocity, executing a series of strikes that flowed like the relentless rotation of a wheel, solely focused on offense. A moment's negligence could result in his opponent being cleaved in twain, demonstrating his extraordinary prowess. Conversely, Yin Song proved worthy of his formidable reputation within the martial circles of Qingshui City, renowned for his swift and intricate swordplay. In mere exchanges, he compelled Sun Bu to shift from offense to defense, struggling to maintain balance. Yet, Sun Bu was not alone. He was flanked by 2 equally formidable companions, both seasoned practitioners who had entered the realm of strength for years, their physiques honed to perfection. The 2 warriors advanced, one to the left and one from behind, brandishing their blades against Yin Song. It is exceedingly difficult for an individual to contend against 2 opponents of equal skill, as one cannot defend against multiple threats simultaneously. The trio, experienced in cooperative combat, executed their tactics with remarkable synergy. Clang! 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 Yin Song, facing 3 adversaries, found himself increasingly beleaguered. As a peak practitioner of inner strength, his stamina surpassed that of those in the realm of strength. Yet his raw power and speed did not reach a level of overwhelming superiority unless one attained the divine strength realm. The tumult of their battle shattered the furnishings within the hall, scattering food and drink across the floor, creating utter chaos. Surrounding patrons retreated in alarm, wary of being caught in the fray. Was this the nature of combat among martial artists? How awe-inspiring. It seemed that Yin Song was outmatched by the trio. It was entirely reasonable for one to falter against three opponents. Patrons marveled at the sheer might of the warriors, their destructive force rendering ordinary folk hesitant to approach. Three little rogues. Crimson fire technique. Yin Song bellowed, his visage flushed with a crimson hue, his eyes wide with fury. His arm, gripping the blade, was taut with bulging veins as a faint red flame flickered along the edge of his weapon, emanating a searing aura. He unleashed a powerful slash, causing Sun Buin's expression to shift drastically as he sensed an intense heat approaching. Clang! Sun Buin raised his blade to intercept. The sharp collision resonating as an overwhelming force surged forth, causing him to stagger back a couple of steps, his arm growing weak and numb. True energy? Had Yin Song managed to seize the Crimson Fire technique? Changkong observed with a hint of surprise. Yin Song had previously accompanied the fox-masked man who acquired the technique. It remained unclear whether he had wrested it from him or forged a pact. Yet it was evident that Yin Song had indeed mastered the technique and begun to cultivate true energy. Kill. As Yin Song's true energy coalesced, his combat prowess surged. His face glowing crimson as he faced three opponents, fiercely subduing them with ferocity. However, Changkong was aware that in just over a year, Yin Song's true energy was likely still scant, unable to sustain him for long, compelling him to hasten his assaults to determine the victor. Yet, Changkong had no intention of intervening. The outcome of the conflict mattered little to him, and he merely wished to witness the spectacle. In the center of the hall, with debris strewn about, a gasp echoed as one of the scar-faced men from the 9 Thieves of Mongshan found his chest slashed open, a deep wound exposing bone, scorched by the searing true energy. At that moment, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Sun Buin's eyes. With a swift motion, he revealed a gray sphere, roughly the size of a man's fist, from his sleeve. He then hurled it forcefully towards Yin Song's face. Startled, Yin Song reacted with remarkable speed, swinging his blade to strike the suspicious gray object. With a resounding thud, the blade connected, shattering the sphere into a fine, grayish-white powder that enveloped Yin Song's face in a cloud. A pained groan escaped his lips as the powder infiltrated his eyes, igniting a searing agony that compelled him to shut them tightly, tears streaming down his cheeks. Chapter 35. A Crushing Victory. An overwhelming realm. With a sudden whoosh, Yin Song found his vision obscured. A warrior on his right swung a blade, slicing past his shoulder, causing blood to spurt forth as a deep wound gaped, revealing bone beneath. A sense of foreboding gnawed at Yin Song. He hastily retreated to a corner, where he could focus on defending against frontal assaults. Finish him. The three men, including Sun Buin, witnessed Yin Song's predicament and felt their spirits surge, howling as they bore down on him, intent on delivering a flurry of lethal strikes. Despite his impaired vision, Yin Song had reached the pinnacle of the inner strength realm, honing his internal energy and fortifying his organs. His senses remained acute, and he discerned the whistling air with his ears. With a roar, he swung his long knife, creating a deadly net of steel. Clang, clang, clang. The knife net sliced through the air, and in a desperate gamble for his life, Yin Song managed to force Sun Buin and his companions to retreat, momentarily halting their advance as they feared being ensnared by the cornered beast. Exchanging glances filled with dark amusement, Sun Buin's ally, a man clad in black, nodded knowingly. He swiftly seized a young boy, no more than 13 or 14, dressed as a waiter, who had been cowering behind a table. "Well, what are you doing?" the boy exclaimed, bewildered by the sudden calamity. "Your life will serve a purpose." The black-clad man's intentions were clear, with Yin Song cornered and resisting valiantly, and his vision compromised. The trio might suffer casualties in their assault. Instead, they would use the boy as bait to draw Yin Song's attention, allowing them to strike him down in the ensuing chaos. Ignoring the boy's struggles, the black-clad man hurled him toward Yin Song, sensing the approach of another. Yin Song instinctively prepared to strike, knowing that the boy was surely doomed. "You may have your grievances, but do not involve the innocent." At that moment, a hand emerged from the shadows, seizing the black-clad man's wrist and halting his actions. A low, raspy voice interjected. It was a young man in black, equipped with a sword at his waist and sharp eyes, Changkong, adept in the art of concealment and transformation. while Su Changkong had no intention of meddling in the feud between Sun Buwen and Yin Song. The thought of these men using an untainted youth as a pawn stirred memories of Zhang Qian and others who had perished unnoticed at the hands of the Black Knight gang, compelling him to intervene. You dare meddle in the affairs of the 9 heroes of Mongshan? Then let me take his place. The black-clad man erupted in fury, stepping forward and attempting to shove Su Changkong toward Yin Song. However, to his astonishment, despite reaching the pinnacle of the strength-refining realm, his push met with no movement from Su Changkong. The disparity in power between the strength-refining realm and the inner strength realm was not insurmountable. However, the gap to the divine strength realm was entirely different. It brought forth a transformation in the body, amplifying strength to 2 or 3 times that of an ordinary person, rendering the strength-refining realm akin to a child compared to an adult. Su Changkong's gaze turned icy. Perhaps you should go there yourself. Su Changkong seized the shoulder of the man in black, exerting force in a swift motion, sending the figure stumbling uncontrollably towards Yin Song. The moment Yin Song's ears perked up to the commotion, he wasted no time, gripping his blade with both hands, and unleashed a powerful strike. With a sickening thud, the man in black was cleaved asunder before he could utter a single cry, his skull splitting apart like a ripe watermelon. Second brother, third brother. Sun Buwen and the scar-faced man exclaimed in shock, witnessing yet another comrade's demise. A layer of frost enveloped Su Changkong's countenance. Unable to restrain himself from intervening against the 9 bandits of Mongshan to protect the innocent, he resolved that once he had taken action, he must eradicate the threat once and for all. With a swish, Su Changkong's figure flickered as he lunged at the scar-faced man. Damn it! Die! The scar-faced man glared fiercely, swinging his blade towards Su Changkong. However, Su Changkong's form wavered slightly, executing the agile deer movements from the 5 animal play, causing the scar-faced man to strike only at a mere illusion. Catch! The scar-faced man felt a sense of foreboding as Su Changkong's voice rang in his ears. A warning meant for Yin Song. As Su Changkong circled behind him, he forcefully shoved the scar-faced man, sending him staggering uncontrollably towards Yin Song. Kill! Yin Song commanded in a low voice, attuned to the sound and position, slicing his blade horizontally, with no chance to evade. The off-balance scar-faced man was beheaded in one swift motion, collapsing lifelessly. In the blink of an eye, the once formidable trio was reduced to only Sun Buwen remaining alive. It was an utter domination. Having attained the divine strength realm, Su Changkong completely overpowered the 3 martial artists of the refining strength realm, their speed and power differing by more than a mere tier. A chill surged through Sun Buwen as he realized the unexpected strength that had intruded upon this humble inn, dramatically altering the course of battle. We must flee. Sun Buwen discerned the dire situation, witnessing his 2 brothers dispatched with such ease. He understood that Su Changkong was unfathomably powerful, far beyond his capability to confront. Without hesitation, he turned to escape. Yet, to turn his back on Su Changkong was an act akin to courting death. With a crack, Su Changkong moved like a tiger pouncing on its prey, trailing a phantom as he swiftly closed the distance to Sun Buwen at the inn's entrance. Grasping his shoulder with both hands and crushing down with a resounding snap of bones, eliciting a piercing scream from Sun Buwen. With a powerful thrust, Su Changkong hurled Sun Buwen towards Yin Song in the corner. With acute awareness, Yin Song concentrated his vital energy upon the blade, a faint glow igniting as he raised his hand and struck. In a horrific sound of flesh tearing, Sun Buwen barely had time to scream before his body was cleaved in 2, collapsing lifelessly on the ground. Why must one seek death? Su Changkong sighed inwardly, feeling a tinge of helplessness. The enmity between the 9 bandits of Mongshan and Yin Song was of no concern to him. However, witnessing the bandits endanger innocent lives compelled him to act. If he were incapable, he would certainly remain aloof, yet in a position to intervene. Turning a blind eye would weigh heavily on his conscience. Fortunately, he has mastered the art of concealment and transformation, allowing him to remain undetected. Dead, all dead. Within the inn, some faces were etched with terror while others gleamed with exhilaration, having witnessed the ruthless vendetta that unfolded among the martial artists. I am deeply grateful for your assistance. In the corner, Yin Song, though temporarily blinded, comprehended that it was the intervention of another that enabled him to vanquish Sun Buwen and his ilk. Otherwise, his fate would have been dire. He expressed his heartfelt thanks. Su Changkong remained silent. Thank you, noble hero, for saving my life. The youth who had narrowly escaped being hurled by the 9 thieves of Mongshan expressed his immense gratitude to Su Changkong, who had intervened on his behalf. Shortly thereafter, Yin Song vigorously rubbed his eyes to restore some semblance of vision, before requesting the innkeeper to fetch some plant oil to cleanse his eyes. Lime powder, when introduced to moisture, reacts with a searing intensity akin to fire. Washing it out with plain water may cause further harm to the eyes, potentially impairing vision. Chapter 36. The blade drawn. The way strike. The officials have arrived. At this moment, a commotion erupted within the inn, as the patrolling officials of the local magistracy, alerted by the disturbance, hurried over. Who is engaging in private combat, committing murder here? A middle-aged constable, flanked by several officers, entered the inn with a solemn expression. If a death occurred outside of Kaishan town, they could afford to turn a blind eye. However, such events within the town's boundaries demanded their serious attention, as it fell squarely within their jurisdiction. It was I who killed them. At this point, Yin Song rubbed his eyes and blinked vigorously before responding in a deep voice. The deceased were among the notorious 9 thieves of Mongshan, previously wanted by the authorities. I am Yin Song, an officially recorded enforcer of the Great Yin Dynasty. Yin Song asserted, elucidating the identities of Sun Buwen and his associates, and produced a black iron token from his robe. Greetings, Lord Yin Song, the middle-aged constable said, taking the token to examine it briefly before returning it, his demeanor growing slightly more respectful. To be an officially recognized enforcer, one must possess formidable martial skills and unique abilities. Yin Song's name held considerable weight in the vicinity of Qingshui City, and the officers were well aware of his reputation. Please take these bodies away for proper handling, Yin Song instructed the constables, who appeared accustomed to such grim tasks. Understood, the middle-aged constable replied, prompting the other officers to assist in the removal of the corpses. Naturally, with a death occurring within the inn, it would need to be temporarily closed for the cleaning of blood and remnants. Seeing the situation resolved, Su Changkong turned to leave the inn, intending to seek a different location. Brother, please hold. Just as he stepped out, he heard a voice call from behind Yin Song. What is it? Yin Song, with a sincere expression, replied, had it not been for your assistance, I would have likely met a grim fate just now. If you do not mind, might you accompany me to my humble abode for further discussion? It is located within the town. Su Changkong hesitated momentarily, but recognizing that Yin Song resided in Kaishan town and was undoubtedly familiar with it, he considered that inquiring about medicinal herbs for the Ichi sin he sought could yield fruitful results. Very well, Su Changkong said succinctly, deliberately adopting an air of cold reserve. Please follow me, Yin Song invited, leading Su Changkong to his modest residence. Guiding Su Changkong through a narrow alley, Yin Song arrived at a tranquil courtyard. Pushing the door open to enter. Within the courtyard, there was a stone table and stone chairs, neither opulent nor ostentatious, yet exuding an elegant serenity. In the reception area of the courtyard, Yin Song tended to his wounds and personally poured tea for Su Changkong. With a curious expression, he inquired, May I ask your esteemed name? With such prowess, you must not be an unknown figure in the martial world of Qishui City. Yin Song was eager to befriend Su Changkong, even though he had not witnessed his abilities firsthand. The ease with which Su Changkong had defeated Sun Buwen and his companions suggested that his martial prowess was at least on par with Yin Song's own. My surname is Wen, with the single character Tai, Su Changkong replied, deliberately offering a fictitious name rather than his true identity. Wen Tai? Yin Song swiftly searched through his memories. Yet the name was unfamiliar to him. He had never heard of such a formidable figure in the vicinity. However, he refrained from probing further. Unbeknownst to Yin Song, this was not his first encounter with Su Changkong. They had both attended the Zhao family auction in Dongling town, but at that time, Su Changkong had been wearing a mask. With a sincere expression, Yin Song declared, I am a simple man, but I have always been clear about my grievances and favors. If Brother Wen has any requests, I shall not refuse if it is within my capacity. Yin Song, a lone wolf by nature, had never liked being indebted to others. Today, after Su Changkong assisted him in vanquishing the 9 bandits of Mongshan, he felt compelled to repay the favor. Upon hearing this, Su Changkong felt a slight stir in his heart. This Yin Song possessed considerable strength, and his swordsmanship was both formidable and exquisite. In particular, the stunning strike that had slain 2 martial artists in one blow was remarkable. Surely, there was much to learn. Yin Song, known as the Flying Sand Blade, executed techniques reminiscent of the drawcut style, which piqued Su Changkong's interest. Su Changkong's iron-cutting blade technique was straightforward and direct, yet if he could infuse it with more variations, it would undoubtedly become even more lethal. With this thought in mind, Su Changkong spoke, Brother Yin, your swordsmanship is impressive, particularly the draw-cut ambush technique. I would be grateful if you could offer me some guidance. Of course, Yin Song replied, momentarily stunned before readily agreeing. Among martial artists, the exchange of skills can inspire and foster personal growth. Then allow me to demonstrate. In the courtyard, Yin Song stood poised, his aura sharp, akin to an unsheathed blade. The draw-cut technique I specialize in is executed from the waist, capable of striking fiercely and swiftly like a bolt of lightning. This strike is the pinnacle of blade techniques. With my right foot and right hand, I deliver a serpent-like cut, advancing with precision. As Yin Song explained, he adjusted his body position, resting his palm on the hilt of his blade. The waist strike technique, also known as the draw-cut technique, begins with the blade drawn from its sheath and encompasses various styles and methods of swordplay. Changkong listened intently. In truth, he had always practiced independently. Having only trained briefly in the 5 animals play under Physician Hua, he had largely been self-taught, eager to absorb the essence of Yin Song's techniques to enhance his own skills. Swish, swish. With each strike, simple yet decisive, Yin Song demonstrated the ability to deliver lethal blows. Even if a single strike did not fell an opponent, it would secure the initiative in battle. Excellent. Changkong was captivated, his admiration evident as his eyes sparkled with excitement. The waist strike technique indeed suited him, its speed and power combined to deliver astonishing lethality. As dusk descended, Changkong, under Yin Song's warm hospitality, spent the night in the small courtyard. Through their conversations, he learned about Yin Song's background. Yin Song's origins were quite ordinary. He had lost his parents to rampaging bandits in his youth, enduring a life of hardship. Fortunately, his diligence led him to discover a sword manual, which he diligently practiced, ultimately achieving modest success. Individuals like Yin Song, with such tragic backgrounds, were not uncommon in this world. Dear Yin, I have heard that in the town of Kaishan, many herbalists congregate, which allows one to acquire numerous medicinal herbs that are otherwise unavailable in the market. Do you know where these herbs might be sold? Changkong has not forgotten his purpose and is inquiring with Yin Song about the materials for the Ichi-san. Chapter 37. The Ginseng Estate. The Boundless Martial Path. Indeed. Yin Song smiled and readily stated, I have rented a residence in Ginseng Town primarily to procure some auxiliary herbs for my cultivation. There exists a ginseng estate here where I usually source my materials. Although the prices may be somewhat steep, it certainly alleviates a great deal of trouble. Tomorrow, I can take you there. That would be much appreciated. Changkong nodded slightly. After spending a night in Yin Song's abode, the two shared no conversation. And soon the dawn of the next day arrived. Early in the morning, Yin Song led Changkong towards the ginseng estate. At this hour, the streets of Ginseng Town bustled with vendors and pedestrians, all engaged in their daily pursuits, commencing a new day. Mother, I wish to have candied hawthorn. All right, but you must promise to eat well. You are growing. On the street, a middle-aged woman held the hand of a child, her demeanor gentle as she paid a copper coin to a vendor selling candied hawthorn. Changkong observed with surprise, noticing that Yin Song was stealing glances at the woman. The man, usually fierce and cold in countenance, exhibited a slight tremor in his throat, appearing somewhat captivated. Brother Yin, do you have a fondness for candied hawthorn? Changkong could not restrain his curiosity. Although puzzled by Yin Song's uncharacteristic display, he refrained from probing further. The ginseng estate, situated within Ginseng Town, engaged in the procurement of ginseng and medicinal herbs. The estate housed dozens of individuals, wielding considerable influence in the town. The proprietor, named Lu Feng, was notoriously ill-tempered, and few dared to offend him. Before long, the two arrived at the estate's entrance. The walls of the ginseng estate rose high, and from within, the fragrant aroma of herbs wafted out. At the entrance stood a disciple of the estate, equipped with a sword at his waist. Master Yin. A man at the gate greeted respectfully upon their arrival. As Yin Song practiced martial arts, he frequently purchased various herbs to aid his training, which was why he rented a residence in Ginseng Town and often visited the estate, making him well known among its staff. I would like to see Master Lu. Is he available? Yin Song inquired. Please, follow me. The man invited Yin Song and Changkong into the estate. Inside, Changkong observed numerous unfamiliar herbs drying in the sun, exuding a rich medicinal fragrance. The ginseng estate was indeed dedicated to the herb trade. After a brief wait in a reception area, a man with disheveled hair and a sparse mustache, bearing a stern expression, pushed the door open and entered. Master Lu. Yin Song greeted the austere figure. This stern man was none other than Lu Feng, the owner of the ginseng estate. Ah, Yin Song. It has been several months since your last visit. What herbs are you looking to procure this time? Lu Feng acknowledged with a slight nod. As a significant patron of the estate, Yin Song's presence warranted Lu Feng's personal attention. This is my brother, Wen Tai. He wishes to purchase some herbs. Yin Song explained their purpose and introduced Su Changkong to Lu Feng. Lu Feng cast a glance at Su Changkong, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. He had heard of the incident in Kaishan Town yesterday, where Yin Song had engaged in a fierce battle, only to find solace through the assistance of another. The prideful Yin Song's warm demeanor towards Su Changkong led Lu Feng to surmise that this man was the unknown expert who had come to Yin Song's aid. A faint smile broke through Lu Feng's typically stern visage. Have you come to visit Brother Wen Tai? Are you in search of some medicinal herbs? I can offer you a favorable price. Upon hearing this, Su Changkong did not linger on pleasantries. He produced a list and handed it to Lu Feng. Master Lu, I wish to procure the items listed here. Lu Feng accepted the list, scrutinizing it carefully, before looking up at Su Changkong. These herbs are indeed rare, but we have them in stock. They are priced at 10 taels of silver proportion. Su Changkong was taken aback, both astonished and elated. He was glad to have come to the right place, as this herb shop indeed offered the elusive Ichi-san, yet he was shocked by the price. 10 taels of silver proportion? Such exorbitance. It was no wonder Su Changkong was astounded. In the Bayou Gang, a single portion of Ichi-san cost merely 5 taels of silver, yet here it was priced at double that. You find it expensive? I share your sentiments. These herbs are rare and difficult to preserve, incurring significant procurement costs. However, as you were brought here by Yin Song, I can offer you a slight concession, 9 taels of silver proportion, Lu Feng replied with a subtle smile. Su Changkong felt somewhat helpless. The Bayou Gang had access to channels that enabled them to acquire these herbs at nearly cost price. In this establishment, while he could indeed procure the rare herbs, the prices were exorbitantly steep. Even with Lu Feng's supposed discount, the price for a portion of Ichi-san still amounted to 9 taels of silver, nearly a 50% increase. Understanding that merely being able to purchase them was a stroke of good fortune, Su Changkong decided not to press for further reductions. I would like to buy 30 portions. Could you offer a better price? He inquired. 30 portions? That would be 8 taels of silver each. I cannot go any lower. Lu Feng's eyes brightened at the mention of 30 portions, feigning a moment of hesitation before resolutely agreeing, albeit with a pained expression. 30 portions of Ichi-san would total an expenditure of 240 taels of silver. Su Changkong retrieved 240 taels in banknotes from his pocket, handing them over to Lu Feng, watching as his savings of 300 to 400 taels dwindled significantly. Lu Feng counted the banknotes meticulously, his face breaking into a broad smile. A pleasure to do business with you. We welcome your next visit. He instructed someone to fetch the herbs. Before long, a package was delivered to Su Changkong, containing the necessary ingredients for Ichi-san. 8 taels of silver proportion. 30 portions would suffice for about a month. Opening the package, Su Changkong examined the herbal components, a wry smile forming as he realized the steepness of the prices. Ordinary folk could hardly afford such costs. The affluent pursue martial prowess, while the impoverished remain bound by it. Su Changkong mused quietly. Indeed, for a martial artist to advance swiftly and cultivate effectively, a vast array of resources was essential. 200 to 300 taels of silver would barely suffice for Su Changkong for a month. Lu Feng personally escorted Su Changkong and Yin Song as they departed. Outside Su Changkong addressed Yin Song, saying, Brother Yin, I have matters to attend to and shall not disturb you any longer. I will take my leave. Having achieved his objective, Su Changkong did not linger. Travel safely. Brother One, should you have any matters to discuss, feel free to find me. I occasionally reside in Kaishan Town and also in Qingshui City. Yin Song did not insist on his stay, but provided his contact information. Good, Su Changkong acknowledged and set off. The martial artist who had slain him remained shrouded in mystery. Even among the disciples of the Bayou Gang, none knew his identity. Speculation in the outside world suggested that he might be a prodigy secretly nurtured by the Bayou Gang. It was not uncommon for such organizations to harbor 1 or 2 concealed masters. Although Su Changkong's prowess had not been witnessed directly, he had effortlessly dealt with San Buin and other formidable thugs of the refining energy realm, his strength profound and unfathomable, coupled with his youthful appearance. It was only natural for Yin Song to draw a connection between the two. Upon learning of his son's demise, the leader of the Black Rider Gang, Shi Zijian, was consumed with fury, offering a substantial bounty for the head of the man who had killed Shirhan's Han, vowing to flay him alive. Such turbulent waters were best navigated with caution. Shaking his head, Yin Song refrained from dwelling on the matter. As for the Black Rider gang and the Bayou gang, he had no desire to offend either, being a solitary knife wielder. Su Changkong, of course, remained oblivious to Yin Song's conjectures about his identity, which were close to the truth. However, even if he were aware, it would not concern him greatly, for he was utilizing a false identity altogether. Chapter 38. Crafting the Crossbow. Upon returning to the Black Iron Manor, Su Changkong wasted no time and diligently practiced martial arts as usual. Mornings were devoted to the 5-animal play, afternoons to knife techniques, and evenings to the turtle breathing technique, filling his schedule to the brim. Days later, in the courtyard, Su Changkong was practicing his knife techniques. Standing still, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the branches of the trees to sway and a leaf to drift down. Suddenly, Su Changkong's eyes snapped open. Without warning, the iron cutting blade at his waist was drawn, carving a perfect arc through the air. With a swift motion, the leaf was cleaved in twain, only to be shattered into countless fragments by a powerful force. This waist strike truly suited me. Integrating it into my iron-cutting blade technique would elevate its threat level to new heights. Su Changkong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even if the enemy was extraordinary and well-prepared to block a lethal strike, they would inevitably find themselves in a passive position. The difficulty of this waist strike was considerable. Yet for Su Changkong, whose potential value reached an impressive 12 points, mastering it was a breeze. While an ordinary person might take 10 days to half a month to grasp the fundamentals, Su Changkong needed merely half a day to a full day. As he practiced, Su Changkong seamlessly integrated the waist strike into his iron-cutting blade technique, propelling its mastery to remarkable heights, with achieving peak excellence merely a matter of time. In the mornings and afternoons, his progress in the 5-animal play was equally rapid. As his internal energy deepened, he unlocked his physical potential, leading to swift advancements in the technique. Conversely, the turtle breathing technique posed significant challenges, with the aid of qi-enhancing powder and diligent practice over time. A breakthrough would eventually be realized. What I lack most is money. Su Changkong furrowed his brow. The qi-enhancing powder he purchased at the herb shop would last merely a month. Without its assistance, advancing further in the turtle breathing technique would require years. He needed to secure more funds. Though Su Changkong was not slow to earn money, his efficiency in crafting swords at the Black Iron Manor was unparalleled, allowing him to earn over 10 taels of silver in a month. This was but a drop in the bucket for someone devoted to martial cultivation. To accumulate sufficient wealth in a short period, he could not afford to be complacent. Su Changkong understood this well. Previously, when he crafted armor for the Bayou gang, he earned 100 taels in a month. I could pursue this avenue again. A glimmer of insight crossed Su Changkong's eyes. Rarity enhances value, especially for items strictly forbidden by law, which are particularly precious. For instance, swords, despite their fine materials, are not prohibited in the Great Yin Dynasty and can be found everywhere. Unless they are truly exceptional, they cannot fetch exorbitant prices. If Su Changkong crafted a set of armor to sell, it would surpass the combined worth of dozens of swords. Of course, this presumes he could sell it. However, he had no intention of crafting armor for sale. The time required to create a single set alone would exceed a month, and the materials involved were extensive and costly, drawing unwanted attention. I can craft a few crossbows. A sudden idea struck Su Changkong's mind. In the Great Yin Dynasty, to prevent rebellion, armor was prohibited. Yet crossbows remained unbanned while bows were allowed. Although both bows and crossbows utilized arrows that were not restricted, becoming a proficient archer required extensive training, often taking several years to cultivate a skilled marksman. In contrast, the crossbow was far simpler to operate. One merely needed to learn to draw the string, aim at the target, and pull the trigger. Mastery of the crossbow could be achieved within days, allowing for the rapid training of numerous crossbowmen, a significant threat. Consequently, the laws of the Great Yin Dynasty forbade the crafting of crossbows. The creation of armor demanded more materials and involved a complex process. Even for someone as adept as Su Changkong, forging armor was both time-consuming and labor-intensive. Crossbows, being more compact, required less time to produce. Yet their value was comparable to that of armor. Therefore, Su Changkong believed he could manufacture crossbows and subsequently find a market to sell them at a high price for his cultivation. As for whether this would contravene the laws of the Great Yin Dynasty, well, it would be best if it remained undiscovered. First, he would draft a design. With unwavering determination, Su Changkong promptly began sketching the blueprints for the crossbow. There existed a myriad of crossbow types: the Qin crossbow, Zhuge repeating crossbow, siege crossbow, and others. However, the larger siege crossbows were far too cumbersome, boasting immense power capable of penetrating iron and gold from hundreds of paces away. But their complexity in manufacturing was substantial and demanded more time and materials. Changkong leaned towards a personal crossbow. Recalling the blueprints of the Qin crossbow he had seen in his previous life, and set to work sketching. After several hours, a blueprint of a personal crossbow emerged before him. This crossbow's primary structure consisted of the bow arms, bowstring, and other components. The materials would primarily include highly flexible wood, complemented by metal and cowhide, which were not particularly rare, yet the craftsmanship required was exquisite, attainable only by a skilled artisan. With Changkong's forging skills at level 5, he believed dedicating some effort to this endeavor would pose no issue. With thoughts crystallized into action, Changkong promptly procured the necessary materials. He acquired some sour jujube wood. While the components and mechanisms of the crossbow would primarily be made of copper, these materials were readily available at the Black Iron Manor. And sourcing cowhide for the bowstring was not overly challenging either. Once he had gathered all the materials, Changkong swiftly commenced the manufacturing process. Both crossbows and armor were prohibited items, so he could only forge them in solitude, ensuring no one else was aware. The components and mechanisms of the crossbow were exceptionally intricate, representing its fundamental essence. With a high degree of technical skill required for their creation, something an ordinary blacksmith could not accomplish without the aid of a furnace. Thus, Changkong approached Supervisor Liu with a request. Supervisor Liu, I intend to utilize the workshop during the evenings to work overtime and craft additional weapons. He explained that he needed the quiet hours of solitude to create these components, citing a desire to earn more money by increasing his output of weaponry. This does not conform to the regulations, causing Manager Liu to hesitate. However, Changkong, being the most skilled blacksmith at the Black Iron Manor, has never requested an increase in his compensation. His demands carry significant weight. With his abilities, he could thrive elsewhere should he choose to leave the manor. Thus, the Black Iron Manor must make every effort to accommodate his requests, lest he harbor discontent and depart. Chapter 39. The Crossbow. Seeking buyers. I must inquire about the master's intentions. Meanwhile, Supervisor Liu will consult Master Emotai. Ah, thank you. Changkong's eyes sparkled with excitement. With access to the workshop's forging tools, he could commence the creation of a crossbow. During the day, Changkong diligently forged weapons as usual. But when evening fell and everyone else took their rest, he remained alone in the workshop, crafting the necessary components for the crossbow. Clang, clang, clang. As twilight descended, Changkong wielded a small hammer, meticulously forging the delicate metal pieces before him. The components demanded a higher level of skill. And with his forging proficiency at the 5th level, few in the entire Black Iron Manor could rival him. Through tireless effort and relentless dedication over the span of 20 days, he finally completed his first crossbow. Changkong gazed at the finished product, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. The bowstring was wrapped in black leather strips to enhance stability and structural density, with the arms extending approximately 1 meter, resembling a cross in its entirety. Time to test the creation. Changkong sought to measure the power of the crossbow he had crafted. In a forest just outside the Black Iron Manor, he drew the bowstring taut, loaded one of his crafted arrows, and aimed at a tree several paces away before pulling the trigger. Thwack! The arrow struck the tree, embedding itself 2 to 3 inches deep, its feathers quivering with force. After several trials, Changkong reached a conclusion. The crossbow he had forged possessed power and range comparable to that of a regular bow, with an effective range between 70 to 100 meters. He nodded to himself in satisfaction. In comparison to traditional bows, the crossbow's loading speed was slower and more cumbersome. However, its advantages lay in its ease of use and high accuracy, requiring minimal skill in archery. An ordinary person could become proficient within 2 or 3 days, lowering the upper limits but raising the lower ones. Unlike bows, where experienced archers needed several years of practice, the two weapons existed on different planes, which is why the Great Yin Dynasty prohibited crossbows but not bows. Changkong was confident that with superior materials and advanced forging techniques, he could elevate the crossbow's power even further, extending its effective range beyond 100 meters. However, he refrained from doing so. The crossbow he had crafted was intended for sale. There was no need to enhance its quality to such an extent. In fact, manufacturing a crossbow of such high caliber would only draw attention. Thus, he deemed this quality sufficient. He resolved to produce more crossbows of similar caliber. With the experience gained from creating the first, he was able to expedite the process, completing the second crossbow in just 10 days. In the blink of an eye, A month and a half had passed. I have forged 3 crossbows. It is time to sell them. The craftsmanship involved in creating crossbows is intricate, making them easier to use than bows. However, due to the Great Yin Dynasty's prohibitions, possessing crossbows is a grave offense. Thus, selling these crossbows through legitimate means is impossible. One misstep could attract unwanted attention and lead to dire consequences. Finding a buyer is indeed a challenge. In the past month, Changkong had exhausted his supply of qi-boosting powder and was in dire need of funds to procure more medicinal herbs. He decided to consult Yin Song. A figure surfaced in Changkong's mind. Yin Song, a seasoned mercenary who had navigated the treacherous waters of the martial world for many years, would undoubtedly know where one could discreetly sell certain unsavory items. Thus, Changkong set out for Kaishan Town, where Yin Song resided. To Changkong's relief, Yin Song still lived in Kaishan Town. Otherwise, his journey would have been in vain. After a brief knock, the door creaked open, revealing Yin Song's face, glistening with perspiration. A testament to his recent training. Wen Tai, is that you? Upon seeing Changkong at his doorstep, Yin Song was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Changkong's swift return. However, he quickly regained his composure and warmly invited him inside. Once inside the courtyard, Yin Song poured a cup of tea for Changkong. Without preamble, Changkong stated, "Brother Yin, I seek your assistance in gathering some information. Speak freely. I will share whatever I know," Yin Song replied with enthusiasm. After a moment's contemplation, Changkong continued, "I wish to sell some items that are rather difficult to dispose of." Though Changkong refrained from detailing the nature of the items, a knowing smile spread across Yin Song's face. Indeed, there are times when certain possessions are challenging to sell on the open market. Yin Song had often dispatched bandits and acquired numerous hard-to-sell spoils, and he surmised that Changkong had encountered similar circumstances. "Do you happen to know anyone who can facilitate the sale of such items?" Changkong inquired, feeling a spark of hope. Yin Song nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Are you familiar with the ghost market?" "The ghost market?" Changkong expressed his confusion. Yin Song elaborated. "The ghost market is a place where anything can be bought and sold. You may consider it akin to a black market, as nearly every region harbors such a market." Understanding dawned upon Changkong. The ghost market was, in essence, a black market where illicit goods could find buyers. However, the transactions were fraught with risk, as one could easily fall victim to deceit or, worse, attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals, jeopardizing their very life. "To venture to this ghost market, my crafted crossbow should find a willing buyer," Changkong mused internally, recognizing his pressing need for money. He then addressed Yin Song. "Brother Yin, I wish to visit this ghost market. Could you enlighten me on its whereabouts?" "Certainly. The nearest ghost market to Qingshui City is located 200 miles south, in a desolate mountain, and it opens once a month on the night of the 15th. Take this token with you, and if you arrive punctually at the designated location, someone will escort you into the market." Yin Song readily shared the details of the ghost market along with necessary precautions. Before retreating into his inner chambers to retrieve a black token, which he handed to Changkong, the ghost market, situated in a stark and desolate mountain, would remain unknown to all but those who had been introduced to it. Yin Song had learned of its existence only after many years of experience in the martial world of Qingshui City. "Thank you, Brother Yin." Changkong expressed his gratitude. Changkong expressed his heartfelt gratitude, acknowledging that having numerous friends indeed opens multiple avenues. From Yin Song, he had learned the location of the ghost market. Subsequently, Changkong took his leave, and Yin Song rose to escort him out. "Yin Lang, who was that person just now?" Shortly after Changkong departed, a woman of gentle demeanor appeared at the doorway, her face adorned with curiosity. The woman shyly nodded, and the unspoken understanding lingered in the air. Chapter 40, The Midnight Ghost Market. The ghost market opens on the 15th of every month. With just 2 days remaining until this month's 15th, I shall bide my time. Departing from Kaishan Town, Changkong contemplated his intent to visit this ghost market, hoping to sell the crossbow he had crafted. 2 days swiftly passed, and Changkong took leave from Supervisor Liu in advance. Early the next morning, he made his way to Yin Song to learn the location of the ghost market. He did not hasten his journey. By the time he reached the desolate mountain where the market was situated, night had fallen. At this moment, Changkong had donned a careful disguise, garbed in black attire with a black scarf concealing his face. His entire figure swathed in layers. Additionally, he wore a crimson ghost mask purchased from a street vendor. His caution was not unwarranted. The ghost market was a melting pot of diverse characters, and those who knew its whereabouts were not to be trifled with. It was wise to be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. The full moon hung high in the sky, casting an ethereal glow over the desolate mountain, amplifying its eerie stillness. Taking a deep breath, Changkong stepped into the wilderness. He soon sensed the presence of others. Within 100 meters, he spotted several human-drawn carts stationed in the woods, with their drivers donning an assortment of masks, some resembling pig heads, others appearing as cherubic faces, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Need a ride? A driver, noticing Changkong's approach, rasped in a gravelly voice. Hop on. Without hesitation, Changkong climbed onto the wooden cart, and the driver began to pull him deeper into the forest. Along the route, Changkong observed other passengers aboard the carts, evidently fellow visitors to the ghost market, all cloaked in anonymity. Here we are. The driver's voice broke through Changkong's musings. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a village ahead, aglow with flickering lights. This was the ghost market within the region of Changkong City. Though termed a ghost market, its exterior resembled a long-abandoned mountain village, dilapidated and steeped in a palpable sense of desolation. Changkong disembarked and approached the entrance of the market. Inside, he encountered a sparse scattering of pedestrians, most veiled in dark cloth or adorned with masks. Many engaged in hushed exchanges at various stalls, casting wary glances around them, exuding an air of secrecy. As Changkong meandered through the market, he observed numerous vendors peddling items that were difficult to procure from the outside world. One stall offered toxins extracted from the venom sacs of the blood frog, claiming that when applied to weapons, wounds inflicted would prove fatal. Priced at 100 taels of silver per vial. At one stall, jars were neatly arranged, accompanied by a sign detailing the characteristics and prices of the wares. A figure clad in black sat silently behind the counter, offering no words. The explosive body enhancement pill, upon consumption, can forcibly propel a martial artist to the pinnacle of divine strength, albeit with certain side effects. It is priced at 300 taels of silver per pill. Changkong also observed a gaunt figure clad in black peddling elixirs, claiming that this particular pill could dramatically elevate a martial artist's internal strength to divine realms. However, the purported side effects are likely exaggerated. There exists a possibility that consuming this pill could result in immediate demise. After all, a potion capable of creating a divine strength warrior could not possibly be sold for a mere few hundred taels of silver. In this ghost market, the quality of goods is scarcely assured, and falling victim to deception is a consequence of one's own poor judgment. After wandering for a while, Changkong indeed discovered several rare treasures from the outside world, yet their exorbitant prices and questionable quality made them unattainable for him. Subsequently, emulating the other vendors, he set up a stall by the roadside, laying down 3 crossbows from his backpack and sitting on the ground, awaiting potential customers. Is this a crossbow? How much for one? Soon, a customer donning a rhinoceros mask halted before Changkong's stall, scrutinizing the merchandise with keen interest before inquiring in a gravelly voice. 80 taels? Changkong replied, lowering his tone to announce the price of the crossbow. An asking price of 80 taels for a single crossbow was undeniably exorbitant, soaring several dozen times above the cost of ordinary swords. The actual production cost of such a weapon was merely 1 or 2 taels of silver. The masked man shook his head, offered no further comment, and turned to leave. He had merely been inquiring. Only an exceptionally low price would have piqued his interest. And Changkong's quoted price far exceeded his expectations. Unperturbed, Changkong recognized that the night was still young, and with patience, he would eventually find a buyer. As time trickled by, 4 or 5 customers approached to inquire about the price, yet upon hearing Changkong's offer, they fell silent and departed without attempting to haggle. After all, crossbows are contraband, akin to armor, and cannot be carried like swords in the outside world. A moment's negligence could spell disaster. I am being watched. Changkong's expression remained impassive beneath his mask, yet he sensed several pairs of eyes occasionally fixated upon him. He had indeed become a target. Moreover, other patrons in the ghost market had also taken note. Those who had considered inquiring about the crossbow's price hesitated, opting to abandon the thought to avoid attracting trouble. Changkong, maintaining his composure, felt a shadow of concern wash over him as the potential for his business to be affected loomed. As hours slipped by, the moon vanished, and dawn approached, casting a gray hue across the sky. The ghost market was nearing its closing time, with some patrons satisfied after securing their desired items, while others departed empty-handed. The streets grew increasingly sparse with foot traffic. Let us depart. Yet those elusive eyes had not dissipated. Changkong remained calm as he rose. stowing the 3 crossbows back into his backpack. He carried the load towards the exit of the ghost market, having long prepared himself mentally for such circumstances. Outside the ghost market, amidst the desolate mountains, the shadows cast by the foliage only accentuated the profound solitude and bleakness. Changkong stood there, waiting in silence. Before long, 3 masked figures emerged from behind a large tree, subtly forming an encirclement around him. The one in the center, adorned with a bull mask and clad in black, was familiar to Changkong. He was the one who had previously inquired about the price of the crossbow. "Do you have any advice for us?" Changkong surveyed the trio, a flicker of intrigue flashing in his eyes. He lowered his voice, rendering it deep and resonant. The man with the bull mask chuckled. "We are quite interested in the crossbow you have for sale, but the price is rather exorbitant." The crossbow, a formidable weapon known for its lethal power and ease of use, could be preloaded with bolts. Even a group of untrained individuals wielding crossbows could potentially slay martial arts experts with a coordinated volley, even those who had reached the pinnacle of body refinement. The realm of divine prowess remained within the realm of flesh and blood. It was evident that the bull-masked man and his companions were keenly interested in Changkong's crossbow. "If you find the price too steep, I can offer you a discount," Changkong suggested. "A discount means we won't have to spend any money, right? We prefer things that are free." A figure to Changkong's left replied nonchalantly, wearing a horse mask. "Indeed, who doesn't relish something for nothing?" Chimed in another to his right, rubbing the blade of a short knife in his left hand, his agreement underscored by the faint glimmer of cold steel. Chapter 41. The blade emerges. The green robe and white mask. The 3 men harbored sinister intentions, clearly plotting to rob Changkong. Having set their sights on him for quite some time. "Free offerings? I have never relished the notion of conflict. Thus, I can only grant you the gift of departure." Changkong's expression remained impassive, yet a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. "You wish to act? I am but a step away from the inner strength realm." The man in the horse-faced mask sensed the murderous intent emanating from Changkong and let out a cold snort, having anticipated a sudden strike. However, his pupils dilated in shock. Changkong's hand rested upon the hilt of his blade, and his aura shifted dramatically, where it once was restrained. It now radiated like a drawn sword. With a metallic clang, the blade scraped against its sheath, appearing like a silver crescent moon, fleeting in its brilliance. "Block it." The horse-faced man was filled with dread. Despite his preparedness for Changkong's assault, his nerves and body were rendered incapable of responding. The strike far exceeded his capacity to counter, leaving him with no option but to present his neck for slaughter. With a sickening thud, a head tumbled backward, crashing to the ground, blood gushing from the severed neck, splattering against the nearby tree branches, pattering like rain in a tempest. How is this possible? The headless corpse of the horse-faced man collapsed limply to the ground, while the bull-faced man stood frozen, staring incredulously at the fallen body, gasping in disbelief. This horse-faced man had reached the refinement realm for many years, teetering on the brink of the inner strength realm, capable of facing multiple adversaries. Yet, even when prepared, he could not evade a single strike from Changkong. The 2 men were momentarily paralyzed with horror, yet Changkong showed no sign of hesitation. In a flash, he closed in on the black-faced man, his blade slicing horizontally with simplicity and directness, a seamless fusion of speed and technique. "Dodge." The black-faced man felt a surge of panic, hurriedly attempting to evade, but compared to Changkong's prowess in the strength realm, he moved as slowly as a snail. With a clean slice, akin to severing a large onion, the black-faced man followed in his companion's grim fate. Unable to utter a scream as his head fell, his body collapsing, blood pooling upon the ground. The iron cutting blade technique, now infused with a waist strike style, had elevated its potency to a new echelon. Faced with these mere refinement realm warriors, it was akin to chopping vegetables. Changkong turned his gaze toward the only remaining adversary, the horse-faced man, who quivered in fear, the acrid scent of blood quickening his heart's tempo. Fleeing would surely lead to death. Thud. The bull-faced man's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, sobbing profusely, pleading for mercy. "Please, do not kill me. I was bewitched. Spare my life. I am willing to do anything." Changkong was slightly taken aback. It was rare to encounter a warrior so quick to abandon their dignity in a moment of desperation. "Excellent blade work. Quite remarkable." A voice of appreciation resonated. And from behind a grand tree, a tall figure emerged, adorned in azure attire, his face obscured by a pale, unembellished mask. This individual was extraordinary. It was only when I made my move to take a life that I sensed even the slightest fluctuation in his aura. Su Changkong marveled inwardly. This masked man in blue was no ordinary warrior. With Su Changkong's keen senses, he had initially failed to detect his presence. Do you have any insights to share? Su Changkong inquired nonchalantly, though vigilance lingered in his heart. I am quite intrigued by the crossbow you are selling, though I am uncertain of its quality. The masked man in azure spoke, revealing his intent to inquire about the very crossbow Su Changkong had on offer. In the ghost market. This pale-faced man had not approached Su Changkong to discuss the price of the crossbow until after Su Changkong had departed, stealthily following him. His true intentions remained a mystery. Yet perhaps witnessing Su Changkong's swift elimination of two skilled practitioners had instilled a sense of caution within him. Are you interested in purchasing a crossbow? That is easily arranged. Su Changkong's heart stirred at the prospect. After a night of fruitless endeavor due to being targeted by the three warriors, the emergence of a potential buyer brought him joy. I shall grant you 3 breaths to flee for your life. Su Changkong's gaze fell upon the cow-faced masked man, who knelt motionless, his tone devoid of any tremor. The cow-faced man trembled, realizing the gravity of the moment. With a determined grit of his teeth, he recognized this was his sole chance for escape. He scrambled to his feet, propelling himself away with all his might, swiftly covering nearly 10 paces in the opposite direction. The horse-faced masked man, also a seasoned practitioner of several years, reached the pinnacle of human speed, escaping a considerable distance within mere breaths. At that moment, Su Changkong had already drawn a crossbow. Its bolt primed and aimed at the fleeing horse-faced man. As he squeezed the trigger, time seemed to slow for him, every detail unfolding in slow motion. Thud. With a sharp pang, the cow-faced man felt a sudden pain at the nape of his neck. The arrow struck with lethal precision, piercing through to his throat. His eyes filled with agony and resentment as inertia propelled him forward a few steps before he collapsed helplessly to the ground. Excellent. This crossbow boasts formidable power. While it cannot rival a longbow, its ease of use and simplicity are commendable. The azure-clad masked man exclaimed in admiration. Archery relies heavily on the user's foundational skills. A person of remarkable strength and exceptional archery skills can wield a bow with terrifying lethality and an exceedingly high ceiling for destruction. Conversely, an untrained individual may struggle to even draw the bowstring. However, with a crossbow, even a child or youth, simply by understanding how to aim and pull the trigger, can unleash significant threat. What say you? Are you interested in purchasing? Su Changkong inquired, directing his gaze toward the masked man in blue. If this individual were not genuinely interested in acquiring the crossbow, it would indicate a nefarious intent behind his pursuit. I shall take them all, the azure-clad man declared without hesitation. All of them. Upon hearing these words, Su Changkong felt a surge of joy within him. A single crossbow would fetch 80 taels of silver, and 3 would amount to a total of 240 taels. However, I have a stipulation. The man in the blue attire shifted his tone. Su Changkong remained silent, attentive to the blue-clad man's discourse. The man spoke in a deep voice. If you wish to sell crossbows in the future, you may sell them to me. I am willing to purchase them at 100 taels of silver each. The blue-clad man's words left Su Changkong momentarily stunned. He had proactively raised the price, but in return, Su Changkong was required to sell all of his crossbows exclusively to him. Chapter 42. Preparing for Rain. The Golden Silk Armor. Su Changkong speculated about the identity of the man in the green attire and pondered why he required such a multitude of crossbows. However, the man's willingness to purchase in bulk at a price exceeding Su Changkong's expectations left him with no grounds for refusal, thus alleviating a great deal of potential hassle. Yet, could there be a deception lurking beneath? Su Changkong remained wary, suspecting that the man in green might simply be aiming to gain his trust before launching a sudden ambush. Nevertheless, outwardly, Su Changkong acquiesced without hesitation. Having a reliable buyer was indeed a fortuitous development for him. This amounts to 300 taels of silver, the man remarked. Upon receiving Su Changkong's consent, he produced a stack of silver notes from his bosom, counted out 300 taels, and handed them over to Su Changkong. Though he remained alert to the possibility of a sudden attack, Su Changkong accepted the silver notes. The anticipated conflict failed to materialize, and he successfully acquired the 300 taels, promptly delivering the 3 crossbows from his backpack to the man in green, thus concluding the transaction smoothly. I am Zhao Qing. May I ask your name? After the trade was finalized, the man introduced himself and inquired about Su Changkong. Su Changkong knew that the name Zhao Qing was most likely a fade. You may call me Ghostface, he replied, fully aware of the implications. Concealing his true identity behind the crimson ghostly mask, He fabricated a name on the spot. "Let us meet each month at the ghost market for our transactions," Zhao Qing suggested, nodding and understanding that Su Changkong's name was a mere ruse. "Agreed," Su Changkong replied succinctly. With the transaction completed, Zhao Qing did not linger but turned and departed into the shadows, carrying the 3 crossbows. Su Changkong mused to himself about the formidable prowess of Ghostface, who possessed at least the strength of a divine warrior and whose blade techniques were exceptionally sharp. Even he would find it a challenge to secure a victory against him. Furthermore, Zhao Qing's vigilance was apparent. He had feigned relaxation while subtly remaining alert, marking him as a dangerous individual. It would be wise to devise a plan to recruit him into the sect. Should he prove obstinate, securing my silver may not be so easily accomplished. As Zhao Qing moved further away, a fleeting expression of unease crossed his masked visage. He had observed Su Changkong selling crossbows at the ghost market, but had refrained from revealing himself to inquire about prices, instead choosing to clandestinely follow and assess his intentions, which were now glaringly evident. However, the formidable display of power exhibited by Su Changkong against the bull-faced masked men instilled a sense of caution in Zhao Qing, prompting him to alter his course and procure the crossbows with money, establishing a long-term collaboration. After all, engaging in combat could entail heavy losses, and rather than risk such peril, it was wiser to expend some silver, for life itself held paramount importance. Zhao Qing was indeed a perilous character. Far from the amiable facade he presented, and Su Changkong recognized the necessity of exercising caution in future encounters as Zhao Qing departed, leaving him standing in place with a slightly furrowed brow, acutely aware that Zhao Qing was no ordinary adversary. Su Changkong pondered deeply. Although he had attained the realm of divine strength, he remained, after all, a being of flesh and blood. If he were to confront multiple crossbowmen, the threat of demise loomed large. Selling this crossbow to Zhao Qing only to face it in turn would indeed be a bitter irony. One method of cultivation was the practice of external techniques, akin to the iron cloth and golden bell methods, which, while formidable, required immense time and patience to master to the point of being impervious to blades. Ultimately, Su Changkong considered harnessing external forces, such as crafting a suit of protective armor, an expedient solution with immediate results. Focusing his thoughts, Su Changkong glanced at the 3 corpses on the ground, swiftly searching them. From the trio, he procured less than 100 taels in silver notes, leaving him speechless at their poverty. Why did they not endeavor to earn more? Without lingering, he completed his task and departed the desolate mountains where the ghost market resided. Arriving at Kaishan Town in the early hours, he visited the ginseng shop, acquiring enough medicinal herbs for 2 months' worth of qi-enhancing powder for his cultivation. Upon returning to the Black Iron Manor, Su Changkong resumed his daily routine of training and forging, while also dedicating time to crafting his protective armor. As metal armor was cumbersome and impractical for travel, he resolved to create a lightweight inner armor, opting for a golden silk armor. In his room, Su Changkong sketched blueprints, envisioning armor tailored to his needs. While a full suit of iron armor would offer superior defense, its weight and conspicuousness rendered it unsuitable for public wear. Thus, the image of golden silk armor emerged in his mind, a youthful rendition of chainmail, woven from metal threads. Although its defensive capabilities paled in comparison to iron armor, its lightweight nature allowed it to be worn beneath clothing. Merging the concepts of golden silk armor and chainmail, he soon formulated a plan to forge a set of golden silk ring armor. Chainmail, composed of interlinked iron rings, inspired Su Changkong to create armor that surpassed the golden silk in defense while remaining lighter than traditional chainmail, allowing for easy concealment. With determination, he set to work. As usual, he awaited the departure of other workers in the evening, then toiled alone in the workshop, crafting components for both the crossbow and the golden silk ring armor. Though this would slow his progress, Su Changkong possessed ample time and adopted a patient approach. One by one, he forged strands of refined metal, weaving them into armor as if knitting a garment, then interlinking small iron rings to enhance its defense. The process required not only forging but also meticulous handcrafting, a task undeniably laborious. Yet, Su Changkong had cultivated a heart of humility and patience, embracing the meticulous nature of his work. As he crafted various implements and gear, his forging prowess ascended rapidly. Within 2 or 3 months, he anticipated reaching the pinnacle of the 6th realm. Dedicating time each day to the creation of golden silk ring armor, he exhibited remarkable efficiency, yet it still took him a full 2 months to complete a single suit. In his chamber, Su Changkong gazed upon the dark golden armor before him. The entire suit of armor is intricately woven from metallic strands, interconnected by a series of iron rings. While its aesthetic appeal may be lacking, its practicality is undeniable, particularly around the heart region, where Changkong has augmented both its thickness and the number of rings. The armor's inner lining is crafted from leather, ensuring a degree of comfort when worn. Weighing approximately over 10 pounds, Changkong assessed its heft. Given his need to balance defensive capabilities, the armor cannot be described as featherlight. For an ordinary individual, donning this over 10-pound suit of golden rings would prove to be an arduous and uncomfortable endeavor. However, for a warrior of Changkong's robust physique, such weight is inconsequential. Indeed, when venturing outdoors clad in this golden ring armor, I am confident that common blades, swords, bows, and hidden weapons shall scarcely inflict any harm upon me. Changkong felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Regardless of its immediate utility, this suit of golden ring armor represents a valuable asset that could prove life-saving in critical moments. Chapter 43. The Pinnacle of Divine Power. The final step. As Changkong forged the golden silk ring armor and crossbow, he did not neglect his own cultivation. For external objects are ultimately secondary. True strength lies within. In the courtyard, with the dawn just breaking, Changkong began his customary practice of the 5 animal frolics. Huff, huff, huff. In the yard, Changkong occasionally resembled a giant bear climbing a tree, at other times like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. Combined with the breathing techniques of the turtle breathing method, this caused his chest to rise and fall rhythmically during his punches, while the true energy flowed throughout his body, allowing his breath to extend long and deep. Undoubtedly, such rigorous training would increase the burden on Changkong's body, yet it also significantly enhanced the efficiency of his cultivation. When the body becomes accustomed to a particular exercise, the training effect begins to diminish. Thus, incorporating various forms of movement yields the best results. By practicing the 5 animal frolics, Changkong effectively combined it with the turtle breathing method to augment his efficiency. As the sun rose, by morning, beads of sweat glistened on Changkong's forehead, and he breathed slightly heavier, feeling invigorated as if he had just emerged from a sauna. With his muscles sighing in comfortable relief, upon completing his training, he proceeded to the workshop to commence his work. At night, Changkong would consume a bowl of chi-boosting powder and begin his turtle breathing practice. Initially, he would sit cross-legged to enter a meditative state. Lying on his bed like an ancient turtle in deep slumber, he practiced his breathing. As wisps of white laced with faint blue energy circulated continuously through his mouth and nose, flowing gently, neither hurried nor slow, tranquil and serene. Through daily arduous practice, 12 potential points, and ample cultivation resources, steady progress was achieved. In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed, and another cold winter arrived, marking Changkong's 17th year. Roar. In the early morning hours, delicate snowflakes drifted from the sky, the air frigid. Outside the Black Iron Manor, in the woods, Changkong let out a breath and roared like a fierce tiger. He delivered a punch that created a heavy sound of breaking air, shattering the falling snowflakes in his wake. Is my 5 animal frolics encountering a bottleneck? Unable to break through? Changkong halted his training, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Name: Changkong, 17 years old, lifespan, 80 years potential points, 12 martial arts mastery, 5 animal frolics, peak level 6, 99. Iron cutting blade technique, peak level 6, 31. Turtle breathing method, outstanding level 5, 80, skills mastery. Forging, peak level 6, 27. Changkong opened his attributes panel to review his information. The challenging turtle breathing method, through his diligent daily practice and the aid of chi-boosting powder, was on the verge of a breakthrough within a few months, especially with the 5 animal frolics, which he had cultivated for the longest time. He had already reached an impressive 99 mastery at peak level 6 half a month ago. Yet, what troubled Changkong was that despite his relentless practice over the past 2 weeks, he had made no progress in the 5 animal frolics, as if he had encountered an insurmountable bottleneck, leaving him perplexed. If I can break through with the 5 animal frolics, I would likely shatter the constraints of the divine power realm and step into the realm of divine might. Encountering a bottleneck is only natural, with persistent practice. I shall surely break through in due course. As Changkong's brow relaxed, he realized he had reached the pinnacle of divine power. A further advancement would lead him to the formidable realm of perfected body refinement. He could sense his body reaching its limits. As if new muscle tissue were poised to emerge beneath his skin, and his spirit felt more vibrant than ever. The realm of divine bravery. The final stage of body refinement was a rarity among the martial artists of Chishui City. No one could have anticipated that within the humble confines of the Black Iron Manor, a powerful practitioner of perfected body refinement was about to arise. Clang, clang, clang. As noon approached, the forging workshop of the Black Iron Manor was still in operation, yet the manor was filled with the urgent peals of a bell. Here they come again. All the blacksmiths paused their work, a glimmer of resignation in their eyes. The Black Knight gang had returned. It had been 3 years in the blink of an eye. Changkong mused quietly. It was that time of year again for the annual protection fee collection by the Black Knight gang, marking their 3rd year of extortion. Everyone from the Black Iron Manor gathered. Indeed, outside the manor, dozens of knights clad in black had assembled, led by Changkong, the 3rd in command of the Black Knight gang, whom they had encountered twice before. Changkong, as always, bore a formidable hammer, exuding an air of intimidation. Here they are again. Good men don't live long, while calamities last for 1,000 years. The crowd felt a deep sense of helplessness. They had hoped for the eradication of the Black Knight gang, but that seemed a futile dream, as the gang had rampaged through Chishui City for 3 long years. Old Liu, the manor's master, Immortality, glanced at Supervisor Liu. Liu nodded in understanding. Taking 500 taels of silver notes and stepping out of the Black Iron Manor alone, heading towards Changkong. There was no choice. In the face of the Black Knight gang, Immortality had to comply as usual and pay the protection fee. This is the annual fee for this year. Please count it. 3rd Master Chun. Standing before Changkong, Supervisor Liu respectfully presented the silver notes. Changkong accepted them and casually counted them before looking at Supervisor Liu, stating flatly, "It's insufficient." Insufficient? How can that be? It's 500 taels, without a doubt. Supervisor Liu was taken aback, having meticulously counted the notes several times. Certain there was no mistake. The annual fee is doubled. This year, each head from your manor amounts to 10 taels of silver, totaling 1,000 taels. Changkong fixed his gaze on Liu, his expression impassive. What? Doubled? At this revelation, Supervisor Liu and the entire Black Iron Manor were left in utter shock. Last year it was 500 taels, and now it had directly doubled to 1,000 taels. Even Immortality could not help but interject. 3rd Master Chun, this seems rather unreasonable, doesn't it? Last year it was only 500 taels. Originally, paying 500 taels annually was something Immortality could begrudgingly endure, but now, with the fee set at 1,000 taels, it meant the manor's profits would be drastically diminished, especially since Immortality also had to cover the wages and living expenses of the manor's members. After a year of toil, it would amount to working for nothing. Changkong's expression hardened, and he barked, "Last year is last year. This year is this year. Pay the fee obediently, or prepare for war with the Black Knight gang. The choice is yours." Changkong's voice resounded like thunder, imbued with a palpable aura of menace, causing the nearby Supervisor Liu to stumble backward, landing unceremoniously on the ground. He was merely an ordinary individual, and in the face of a formidable figure like Changkong, he possessed little courage. The other knights of the Black Rider gang also placed their hands firmly on the weapons at their waists. Their cold gazes fixed upon Immortality and the others atop the high wall. Should there be any hint of rebellion? It was certain that they would storm into the Black Iron Manor, turning it into a river of blood. Was this conflict ignited by the war between the Black Rider gang and the White Jade gang? Changkong speculated. There had been prior tensions between the White Jade gang and the Black Rider gang, culminating in the accidental massacre of over 10 individuals from the Black Iron Manor by the Black Rider gang's vice leader, Hans Han. Unable to contain his own murderous intent, Changkong disguised himself as a disciple of the White Jade gang and unleashed a bloody rampage, ultimately slaying Hans Han on the spot. This act undoubtedly incited the wrath of the Black Rider gang, leading to an unyielding vendetta against the White Jade gang. Over the past 6 months, the two factions had clashed multiple times, resulting in significant casualties and losses on both sides. Warfare, after all, is a costly endeavor. In order to compel their members to fight valiantly, the Black Rider gang had to offer substantial rewards and benefits. Thus, this year, they doubled the annual dues collected from their members. Chapter 44. The Mysterious Sect. The Ambush of the Ghost Market. The two factions may not cease their hostilities until one is utterly annihilated. The master of the estate is likely to choose the path of compromise. Changkong understood that the extortion by the Black Riders had doubled this year, a blatant overreach, yet given Immortality's character, he would most likely acquiesce. Just as Changkong anticipated, "I will pay. I shall comply with the request of Chen San." seeing the Black Riders brimming with murderous intent. Immortality felt powerless and chose to concede. Engaging in battle with the Black Riders would be akin to a fragile egg colliding with a stone. Immortality ordered his men to procure an additional 500 taels in silver, which he handed over to Changkong. This act brought a smile to Changkong's previously impassive face, transforming it into one of remarkable amiability. Master Imo, I wish you a happy new year. We shall not impose further. Having received the 1,000 taels in protection money, Changkong did not linger, laughing heartily as he waved his hand, leading dozens of riders away, vanishing into the swirling snow. Alas, the Black Riders have become increasingly audacious. This time they demanded 1,000 taels, and next time, who knows? They might ask for 2,000, their demands growing ever more excessive. A wolf can never be sated. Many members of the Black Iron Mountain Manor were filled with indignation, believing the Black Riders' appetite would only swell. Father, I wonder how much longer I can endure this. Immortality, too, was acutely aware of this reality. He exhaled a long, weary sigh, his demeanor reflecting an aged weariness. In his youth, Immortality assumed control of the Black Iron Mountain Manor from his late father, vowing before his remains to diligently cultivate and elevate the manor's legacy. He had even contemplated disbanding the manor, taking the money and fleeing, which could provide a sense of release. However, the thought of letting the ancestral enterprise perish under his stewardship filled him with shame, compelling him to grit his teeth and persevere. Changkong shook his head silently. He understood that Immortality could only continue to compromise, fundamentally due to his lack of strength. Faced with threats, one could either live on one's knees or die standing. Changkong was unwilling to die standing or live on his knees. Therefore, he had to strengthen himself, becoming powerful enough to dictate his own fate amidst various threats. As the Black Riders departed, the others resumed their duties, life continuing in its monotonous rhythm. In 2 days, the 15th of the month would arrive, marking the opening of the Ghost Market. I must pay a visit to the Ghost Market to trade with Zhao Qing, Changkong pondered. Over the past 6 months, Changkong had engaged in 3 transactions with Zhao Qing, each time bringing crafted crossbows to the Ghost Market in exchange for silver, which he used to procure resources for cultivation. Now, he was preparing for yet another journey to the Ghost Market. 2 days slipped away in an instant. Changkong requested a day off in advance. The following morning, he set out for the Ghost Market, carrying a basket laden with 5 crossbows. As night fell, the cold wind howled, and the weather was particularly frigid, rendering this evening's Ghost Market even more desolate than usual. Having visited the Ghost Market before, Changkong navigated the desolate village with practiced ease. In this desolate mountain village, typically devoid of inhabitants, a congregation of individuals with various ulterior motives gathers only around the middle of each month, often donning disguises to obscure their true identities. The streets of the Ghost Market are dimly lit by flickering candlelight, casting an eerie glow, while the majority of vendors peddle wares that are seldom seen or sold in the outside world. When inquiries arise, they are made in hushed tones to avoid drawing attention from others. Clad in black and adorned with a crimson ghost mask, Changkong's appearance is unremarkable in this ghostly marketplace, eliciting no surprise from passers-by. Under the eaves of a dilapidated building, Changkong patiently awaited, and after a brief interval, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. He lifted his gaze to see a figure in blue attire, wearing a pristine white mask, approaching him. It was Zhao Qing. There are 5 crossbows in total. Please inspect them, Changkong stated matter-of-factly as he set down his backpack. I trust the credibility of Ghost Masked Brother. Zhao Qing replied with a bright smile, producing 500 taels in banknotes from his robes and handing them to Changkong. Despite his words, Zhao Qing meticulously examined the 5 crossbows. Over the past 6 months, Changkong had sold nearly 20 crossbows to Zhao Qing, accumulating a fortune of 2,000 taels of silver, which sustained his cultivation during this period. With Zhao Qing satisfied, Changkong prepared to depart. Wait, Zhao Qing called out, halting him. Is there something else? Changkong inquired, turning to face him. Ghost Mask Brother, you are not one to be underestimated. I wish to extend an invitation for you to join my sect. With your abilities, you could achieve great renown and soar to unprecedented heights. Zhao Qing's tone was earnest, yet his proposal took Changkong by surprise. May I ask the name of your sect? Changkong pondered momentarily, questioning him, though he had no intention of joining Zhao Qing's faction. Given Zhao Qing's presence in the Ghost Market and his acquisition of numerous crossbows, it was evident that this sect was not comprised of virtuous individuals. His inquiry was merely a formality. Only by joining our sect can I disclose further information. But I assure you, we possess formidable strength and will not let your talents go unnoticed. Zhao Qing responded, withholding the name of his sect, yet his sincerity was palpable. This fueled Su Changkong's wariness. The refusal to reveal the sect's name, coupled with the discreet procurement of contraband weapons, seemed highly suspicious. Su Changkong tactfully replied, I am accustomed to a life of leisure and prefer to avoid constraints. I must respectfully decline. His refusal, though polite, was resolute. And Zhao Qing discerned the firmness in his words. With a sigh of disappointment, Zhao Qing conceded, then I shall not press the matter further. After concluding their transaction, Su Changkong departed alone from the ghost market. Observing Su Changkong's retreating figure, Zhao Qing remained silent, lost in thought. Zhao Qing is certainly not a virtuous individual. Any future dealings with him require profound contemplation. As Su Changkong walked, he silently reflected on Zhao Qing's demeanor and actions, which did not exude benevolence. This prompted Su Changkong to reconsider the continuation of their transactions, preferring to maintain a safe distance to avoid unnecessary complications. Amidst the desolate mountains outside the ghost market, Su Changkong wandered alone, making his way toward the mountain's edge. His feet crunched upon the brittle leaves, producing a delicate sound of their breaking. Suddenly, his ears perked up, catching a series of familiar thuds, sounds he recognized as the mechanical clicks of a crossbow's mechanism in motion. Chapter 45. The Battle in the Wilderness. The Obsidian Gloves. From the depths of darkness, a flurry of arrows, their tips glimmering with a cold light, shot forth like meteors streaking across the sky, aimed directly at Su Changkong. Having reached the pinnacle of divine strength, Su Changkong's body underwent a transformation as he honed his internal energy, unlocking his physical potential. With heightened senses, the moment he heard the mechanism's sound, his body instinctively evaded. Thud, thud, thud. 7 or 8 arrows narrowly grazed his form, disappearing into the night with inertia, traveling nearly 100 meters before crashing to the ground. Some struck the trees, their tips embedding deeply into the bark, their fletchings quivering. An ambush had been launched, aimed at his very life. Zhao Qing. In an instant, a chilling killing intent ignited in Su Changkong's eyes, a surge of fury boiling within him. It was all too clear that this was the doing of Zhao Qing. After he had rejected Zhao Qing's invitation to join his so-called sect, the latter had resorted to ambushing him. Zhao Qing had acquired the crossbows that Su Changkong had sold, only to turn them against him. How could Su Changkong not feel enraged? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before Su Changkong could ponder further, a series of whistling sounds erupted from the other side of the darkness as several more arrows flew towards him. These crossbows, crafted by Su Changkong himself, had a known rate of fire and range. The 5-animal play. The deer play. Su Changkong executed the agile movements of the deer play, his form weaving and darting with an ethereal grace, evading the arrows that either flew wide or barely missed him by mere inches. Having reached the pinnacle of divine strength, his power and speed surpassed that of ordinary individuals by several fold. If a mere practitioner of physical strength were to face him, even with preparation, their reactions would struggle to keep pace with the swiftly flying bolts. Flee. Su Changkong had sold a total of 18 crossbows to Zhao Qing, and he had just been mindful of the number of arrows being shot at him, which matched perfectly. While crossbows were easier to handle than bows, they had a shorter range and lower rate of fire compared to skilled archers. With the enemy concealed and himself in the light, retreat was the wisest strategy. Su Changkong darted in the opposite direction at breakneck speed. It was exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to surround and kill a practitioner of divine strength, primarily due to the disparities in speed and power. As long as a divine strength practitioner could avoid encirclement, escape was usually not a significant issue. Whoosh. Yet, just as Su Changkong leaped several paces away, a shadow clad in green lunged toward him from an angle, moving at an astonishing speed. In the midst of the charge, a right fist came hurtling toward him, accompanied by a shrill sound of slicing air. Su Changkong dared not be careless. He concentrated his energy and unleashed a heavy punch, meeting the green shadow's advance head-on. Bang! As their fists collided, a sound like fireworks erupted in the air, and Su Changkong felt a jolt of pain reverberate through his hand, as though he had struck iron. Upon closer inspection, the figure in green wore a pair of exquisitely crafted metallic gloves. The green shadow was also forced back a step or two, indicating a near parity in power and speed, both being practitioners of divine strength. Zhao Qing. Su Changkong's face beneath the ghostly mask was icy cold as he recognized the person who had intercepted him, Zhao Qing. Adorned with a pure white mask and clad in azure ropes. Only moments ago, he had rebuffed Zhao Qing's invitation to join his sect, And now, not long after departing, he found himself ambushed. Clearly, this was a premeditated act by Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing fixed his gaze upon Su Changkong and calmly stated, "Ghost Mask, I offer you one more opportunity to join our sect. Accept, and you may spare your life, for a promising future awaits you." From their first encounter, when Su Changkong was selling crossbows, Zhao Qing had harbored ulterior motives, covertly trailing him. However, after witnessing Su Changkong's swift dispatch of several formidable warriors, Zhao Qing hesitated to engage him in a direct battle, opting instead to purchase the crossbows from him. Zhao Qing's intentions were straightforward. First, acquire weapons from Su Changkong, and then attempt to recruit him into the sect. Should Su Changkong agree, it would be a joyous outcome. If he refused, Zhao Qing would simply deploy his subordinates to utilize the very weapons he had procured against him. Given Su Changkong's refusal to join today, it was likely he would no longer engage in future transactions, prompting Zhao Qing to take action. He would not relinquish his wealth easily. Human hearts are inscrutable. Su Changkong mused inwardly. He was well aware that Zhao Qing was no benevolent figure, but the ruthlessness with which he sought to eliminate him was profoundly unethical. "Very well, I am willing to join your sect," Su Changkong thought rapidly, verbally acquiescing to Zhao Qing's proposal, intending to devise a plan thereafter. Zhao Qing, not a fool, recognized that Su Changkong's compliance was merely a fade born of necessity. "Once you swallow this pill, we shall be brothers of the same sect," Zhao Qing declared, producing a thumb-sized pill and tossing it to Su Changkong. Su Changkong caught it. The pill was entirely black, devoid of any scent. Yet he instantly understood it was a poison designed to control him. With a resigned sigh, he appeared to accept his fate. Suddenly, however, he infused the pill with his vital energy, flicking it with precision. With a sharp sound that sliced through the air, the pill shot towards Zhao Qing's face like a bullet, propelled by both Su Changkong's strength and energy. Su Changkong would not entrust his destiny to another. Zhao Qing, too, did not expect a master like Su Changkong to submit willingly. His actions were merely a ruse to buy time for his hidden subordinates to reload their crossbows. Zhao Qing tilted his head, narrowly avoiding the incoming pill. With a fierce determination, Su Changkong executed the iron cutting blade technique. He pressed down on the scabbard with his left hand while gripping the hilt with his right, channeling a more ferocious and powerful strike. Amidst the metallic scraping sounds, a chilling arc of blade light flashed, aimed to cleave Zhao Qing in two. "Come at me." Zhao Qing laughed maniacally. Ordinary individuals would face certain death against Su Changkong's dazzling strike. Yet as a fellow master, Zhao Qing bent his fingers, reaching for the blade's edge. Even seasoned warriors would hesitate to engage so recklessly. Yet Zhao Qing donned dark-hued metal gloves that shielded his hands as he prepared to grasp the blade. Clang! Amidst the cacophony of metallic clashes, Zhao Qing's gloves, crafted from an indiscernible material, withstood Su Changkong's formidable strike capable of cleaving iron. Zhao Qing deftly grasped the blade aimed at him, yet evaded just in time before Su Changkong could exert his strength to break free. Whoosh! A series of piercing sounds echoed as arrows surged forth from the depths of darkness, released by hidden crossbowmen who, having readied their shafts, launched an assault on Su Changkong the moment Zhao Qing retreated. Clang! 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 With the agility of a nimble deer, Su Changkong deftly dodged while simultaneously using his blade to deflect the onslaught of arrows, successfully navigating through this round of attack. Chapter 46. Unmatched Valor. The Realm of Heroism. Strike. Just as a volley of arrows was released, Zhao Qing had already surged forward, like a specter, launching an assault on Su Changkong. With a mighty slash, Su Changkong wielded his blade with both hands, delivering a devastating downward cut that could cleave even iron asunder, leaving the edge as smooth as a polished mirror. Clang! Zhao Qing, bare-handed, engaged the blade, relying on the formidable strength of the obsidian gloves adorning his hands. He seized the blade with his left hand, stepping forward into his stance, unleashing a punch with his right aimed at Su Changkong. Bang! Su Changkong relinquished his left hand, countering with a punch of his own, the force of the divine power realm erupting forth, sending Zhao Qing retreating once more amidst the explosive sound. Whoosh! In the next moment, a series of mechanical clicks resounded as more than 10 arrows, propelled by immense energy, hurtled through the air. Su Changkong had no choice but to concentrate fully, evading and blocking the incoming projectiles. Once the volley subsided, Zhao Qing reattached himself like a stubborn piece of gum. His strategy was straightforward: ensnare Su Changkong, preventing his escape, while his subordinates unleashed a continuous barrage from afar with crossbows, leaving no opportunity for Su Changkong to catch his breath. as Su Changkong contended with this equally formidable opponent and the hidden arrows from nearly 20 crossbowmen. The dual strain on his stamina and vitality was palpable, enough to ensure his inevitable demise. The corpse of a divine power realm warrior held some value indeed. A sinister grin spread beneath Zhao Qing's mask. Zhao Qing was undeniably formidable, his prowess surpassing that of Shi Han's Han, and with those mysterious metal gloves. He engaged Su Changkong's blade with unyielding strength. Coupled with the barrage from the crossbowmen, an immense pressure bore down upon Su Changkong. Yet, curiously, amidst this pressure, Su Changkong felt neither fear nor panic. Instead, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. His blood flowed rapidly, his internal energy surged, and his focus sharpened. As if the world around him fell into silence, rendering his perceptions extraordinarily acute. The advancing Zhao Qing and the incoming arrows were vividly clear. Su Changkong's spirit seemed to merge with his physical form, achieving a transcendental state, as if a bottleneck had shattered, a force rising beneath his skin. The constraints of his blade diminished his threat significantly. Unbeknownst to Zhao Qing, who was oblivious to Su Changkong's transformation, he extended his gloved hands to grasp Su Changkong's blade. Having witnessed Su Changkong's lethal swordsmanship against several warriors, Zhao Qing understood that as long as he could withstand Su Changkong's blade, the latter would be rendered like a toothless tiger. With the support of nearly 20 crossbowmen, taking down Su Changkong would be an effortless task. To be slain by one's own discarded weapon. What a fitting end. My money is not easily earned. Zhao Qing chuckled inwardly. This was the strategy of patiently fishing for a big catch. The iron cutting blade technique. A downward slash. Yet at that moment, Su Changkong raised his blade once more, delivering a seemingly unremarkable strike toward Zhao Qing, swift as lightning, as if plummeting from the heavens. Clang! Zhao Qing plunged his hands to grasp the blade, and indeed, he succeeded. Yet, his expression shifted dramatically as he felt the weight of Su Changkong's strike exceed his expectations. A tremendous force pressing down upon him, as if it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. The shock wave reverberated through him, causing his arms to tremble violently, pain coursing through him, and he staggered back several steps to dissipate the force. So this is how it is. In the realm of divine prowess, one possesses the strength of 100 men, honed through combat that tempers both spirit and body, yet I lack the pressure of true battle. No wonder I have encountered a bottleneck. At this moment, Su Changkong understood as well. To reach the pinnacle of divine strength requires exhilarating combat that leads to a transformation of both body and spirit. Zhao Qing, alongside a cadre of crossbowmen, had indeed posed significant pressure, allowing Su Changkong, already at his limit, to effortlessly break through his constraints. Whoosh! Arrows rained down upon him, but this time, Su Changkong chose not to evade. Instead, he raised an arm to shield his vital areas, his head and neck. Clang! 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 The arrows struck his upper body, producing a resonant sound of metal clashing, yet they were deflected away. The golden silk armor he wore provided exceptional defense against arrows and hidden weapons. As long as he protected his vital points, these distant crossbow bolts could not harm him. Is that the golden bell shield? The iron cloth? As a multitude of arrows struck Su Changkong's form and bounced off, Zhao Qing was momentarily stunned, immediately considering whether this ghostly figure before him also practiced external martial arts. You enjoy receiving my blade? Then let me grant you ample opportunity. Withstanding a volley of crossbow bolts, the coldness in Su Changkong's gaze crystallized into something tangible. Whoosh! Su Changkong swung the iron-cutting blade. Not with a slash this time, but with a crushing blow, channeling his true qi. His arm muscles swelled as he brought the blade down upon Zhao Qing with a force that stirred a heavy wind, creating an oppressive pressure. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Qing raised his gloved hands, clad in dark metallic gauntlets, to withstand the descending blade. Crack! 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 The sound of heavy metal colliding echoed as the iron-cutting blade fell like a colossal hammer. Zhao Qing stifled a painful groan, although he managed to block the strike. The immense force shattered the bones in his palms. Divine prowess. You are a practitioner of divine prowess? Zhao Qing exclaimed in shock, his vision darkening from the pain. The mastery of body refinement at the divine prowess level allows one to wield a strength of 1,000 pounds, capable of swinging a heavy weapon with ease, resembling a humanoid beast. If Su Changkong were also in the realm of divine strength, it would be impossible for him to surpass Zhao Qing's physical capabilities. Only a practitioner of divine prowess could achieve such a feat. Naturally, Su Changkong had no intention of explaining this to Zhao Qing. I despise betrayal. A chilling intensity filled Su Changkong's eyes. He had entered into a transaction with Zhao Qing, ensuring that each crossbow was delivered with utmost quality, only to discover that from the very beginning, Zhao Qing had been scheming against him. Once he acquired enough crossbows, he intended to turn these weapons against him. How could Su Changkong not be enraged? Wait, there are matters to negotiate. I am of the black. Zhao Qing, with agonizing pain in his hands and cold sweat cascading down, hurriedly spoke, desperate to persuade Su Changkong to relent. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Changkong advanced, drawing his blade in an instant, unleashing the murderous intent that surged within him. With swift and decisive slashes, he executed a series of strikes that intertwined in a seamless dance of death. Zhao Qing, despite his resolve to defend himself, found his shattered hands powerless to counter the assault. Accompanied by the grotesque sound of flesh tearing, Zhao Qing's mask split in two, revealing a pale, sinister visage that appeared to belong to a man in his 30s or 40s. His eyes were filled with a tumultuous blend of fear and resentment as crimson lines appeared on his head and waist, expanding rapidly and rending his body apart. Thud. A cruciform wound manifested upon Zhao Qing's form, causing his body to disintegrate into 4 gruesome pieces, scattering across the ground, with blood and entrails staining the earth in a chaotic and horrific display. Chapter 47. The Mastery of Body Refinement. The Black Lotus. Having slain Zhao Qing, Su Changkong felt an intense sense of relief. Zhao Qing had plotted against him with malicious intent, and his demise at Su Changkong's hands was truly deserved. However, the encounter was far from over. Su Changkong, drenched in cold sweat, cast a glance towards the distance, where shadowy figures clad in black, armed with crossbows, stood frozen in disbelief. Zhao, Lord Zhao is dead? Let us fight. The black-clad figures, their expressions contorted with rage, were shocked by Zhao Qing's sudden demise at the hands of Su Changkong. Some, consumed by despair, were determined to engage in a desperate struggle to the bitter end. In an instant, Su Changkong darted forward, his form a mere blur, charging towards a cluster of black-clad figures. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The assailants released a volley of crossbow bolts towards Su Changkong, but he had anticipated their moves. With a deft twist of his body, he evaded all the projectiles. Before they could reload, he was upon them. With no trace of mercy, Su Changkong wielded his iron-cutting blade, swinging it with lethal precision, reminiscent of a reaper's scythe. Heads toppled, accompanied by a crimson spray that soared into the air. Kill him! Kill him! The remaining figures screamed in fervor, drawing their side blades and lunging at Su Changkong. Yet, these individuals were largely ineffectual, many not even reaching the level of body refinement warriors. Su Changkong discerned from their speed that most were merely ordinary individuals with a smattering of basic skills, hardly worthy of being called warriors. While their crossbows posed some threat, in close combat, they were nothing more than a rabble. Swish, swish, swish. Su Changkong swung his blade with a fluid grace, each strike resulting in another head rolling or a body cleaved in twain, as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. What astonished Su Changkong was that despite witnessing the gruesome deaths of their comrades, not a single one of them fled. Instead, they charged recklessly at him, intent on a futile confrontation. Spare one for interrogation, Su Changkong thought, as he methodically dispatched all but one of the black-clad figures. Gag, gag. The lone survivor, confronted with the carnage of bodies and blood that littered the ground like a slaughterhouse, could not contain his revulsion and removed his mask to retch. After he regained his composure, Su Changkong slowly inquired, "Who are you? And who was Zhao Qing?" With his blood-stained, ghostly visage, Su Changkong appeared as a terrifying specter in the darkness. The black-clad man gritted his teeth, despair evident in his eyes, fully aware of his impending doom. He sighed heavily. "I am merely an ordinary bandit, having allied myself with Zhao Qing. His identity is shrouded in mystery. I know little about him. He seems to be a member of some sect, controlling us with a toxic pill, compelling us to serve him. Those who defy him face a fate worse than death." The man divulged all he knew, though his knowledge was scant. Su Changkong perceived that the man was not lying, but rather seeking a swift end. With a swift motion, Su Changkong obliged him, raising his hand and cleanly severing the man's head, bringing a definitive conclusion to the encounter. The identity of Zhao Qing is rather enigmatic, Su Changkong mused inwardly. Controlling his subordinates through poisonous pills for their servitude and possessing divine strength himself, he likely hails from a significant power. However, with all others deceased, Su Changkong could no longer press for answers. He proceeded to gather all the crossbows, folding them neatly. Some were placed into a backpack, while others were fashioned into a large bundle using the garments of the black-clad men. Furthermore, Changkong did not neglect to search Zhao Qing's corpse. Zhao Qing had been brutally cleaved into 4 pieces by Changkong in a fit of rage, meeting a rather gruesome end. Upon examining Zhao Qing's remains, Changkong indeed discovered numerous valuable items. First and foremost, there were over 1,000 silver notes, indicating Zhao Qing's considerable wealth. Among the items were several vials containing pills that appeared to be poisonous. Changkong recalled the mention of these toxic pills being utilized by Zhao Qing to dominate his subordinates. Zhao Qing also carried a metallic token, engraved with a black lotus flower, which exuded an eerie aura. Could this black lotus represent the insignia of Zhao Qing's faction? Additionally, there were metallic gloves, seemingly forged from a rare metal known as black gold. They withstood Changkong's blade without sustaining any damage, likely the most valuable item on Zhao Qing's person. Changkong removed the dark metallic gloves, astonished by their weight. Together, they must have weighed around 8 to 9 pounds. This led him to contemplate the precious metal known as black gold, renowned for its remarkable toughness and valued at 20 times that of gold. If these gloves were indeed crafted from black gold, their worth could exceed 1,000 taels of silver. With these thoughts in mind, Changkong tucked the black gold gloves into his cloak. Having completed his tasks, he swiftly vanished into the wilderness. He chose not to deal with the bodies strewn across the ground. The mangled corpses and bloodstains were too cumbersome to address. It was better to leave the scene promptly. In the coming months, he resolved to lay low and avoid the ghost market, a chaotic place where vendettas were commonplace. The 18 crossbows were not suitable for storage at the Black Iron Manor, so Changkong concealed them in a cave several miles away. Upon returning to the manor, he resumed his usual routine of cultivation and forging. His encounter with Zhao Qing not only yielded monetary gain but also led to a breakthrough through combat. Changkong shattered the bottleneck of his divine strength and ascended into the realm of formidable might. It was wondrous. After breaking through to this new level, the muscle tissue beneath his skin seemed to undergo a second growth, becoming even more resilient. Every movement radiated an imposing aura. A single roar could send ordinary souls into a state of terror, extinguishing their will to fight. As Changkong felt the transformation within his body, he marveled at the development. Achieving the pinnacle of physical refinement in the realm of formidable might, he experienced a unity of spirit and body. Possessing the strength of 1,000 pounds in a single arm, capable of instilling fear with a mere shout, Changkong's physique has reached an astonishing level. His muscles are resilient and taut. Even when a small knife lightly grazes the surface, it merely tears the skin without managing to inflict any harm upon the underlying muscle. Chapter 48. The 5 Animal Play. A marvelous skill. Even if I stand completely still, the most ordinary person, with all their might, throwing punches and kicks without aiming for vital points, feels akin to a mere child playfully scratching me. Changkong mused, clenching his fist, a surge of power enveloping him. The realm of divine bravery is renowned for its unmatched courage, allowing a single individual to charge through 100 elite soldiers, entering and exiting with ease. Moreover, Changkong, having reached 99 mastery of the 5 Animal Play at the 6th level, found his breakthrough to be a natural progression. At dawn the following day, Changkong rose early to practice the 5 Animal Play: the mountain colliding bear, the food-seeking tiger, the iron-armed ape. In the woods outside the Black Iron Villa, Changkong executed the forms of the 5 Animal Play, his figures seemingly multiplying, embodying various animated beasts and birds, engaging in mock battles amidst the forest. Roar. The astonishing display of the 5 Animal Play by Changkong transcended the essence of mere health-preserving martial arts. The woods resonated with the roars of tigers and the startled cries of birds, as falling snowflakes danced and shattered in response. It was nothing short of miraculous. A warm current surged from his feet, imparting upon Changkong a sense of heightened awareness and a transformative rebirth. The 5 Animal Play had transcended. Changkong exhaled deeply, his practice seamlessly entering a new realm. 5 Animal Play, 7th level, marvelous skill 1. Indeed, Changkong observed. His mastery had ascended from peak excellence to a level of extraordinary skill. He felt his practice undergoing a profound metamorphosis, once confined to the realm of health. It now embodied both form and spirit. When he executed the 5 Animal Play, he truly felt as if he had become one with the creatures he mimicked. Changkong's ears twitched, catching the sound of flapping wings. Above the forest, amidst the delicate snowfall, a small sparrow flitted about, approximately 3 zhang high from him. Whoosh! Changkong sprang into action, scaling a towering tree nearly 2 zhang high, moving with the agility of a monkey. Reaching the treetop, He leaped nearly a zhang high, capturing the sparrow deftly in his palm. Thud. Falling from a height of nearly 10 meters, Changkong spread his arms wide, and the descent seemed to slow, his body becoming light and graceful. Upon landing, his feet left only the faintest impressions in the snow. Such astonishing speed and agility rendered onlookers speechless, as he moved with the nimbleness of a monkey and the swiftness of a bird, having mastered the 5-animal play to the 7th level of extraordinary skill, embodying the might of the tiger, the tranquility of the deer, the steadiness of the bear, the agility of the ape, and the lightness of the bird. I have truly achieved a harmonious unity of form and spirit. I am infinitely stronger than before. A sigh of relief escaped Changkong's lips, a smile gracing his face. With equal physical prowess, the distinction between victory and defeat now lay in the finesse of martial techniques. Chirp. In his grasp, the sparrow struggled desperately. Changkong chuckled, spreading his fingers, allowing the sparrow to soar into the sky, escaping his hold and vanishing above the treetops. Having entered the realm of divine bravery, the 5-animal play broke through to the 6th level, and the next step is to advance the turtle breathing technique. The wealth acquired from Zhao Qing was sufficient for him to sustain himself for several months. The breakthrough of the turtle breathing technique was merely a matter of time. In the blink of an eye, 2 months swiftly passed, and the harsh winter was on the verge of concluding. During this period, Changkong refrained from crafting crossbows and instead seized the opportunity to reforge his iron cutting blade, integrating Zhao Qing's obsidian gloves into it. By infusing several pounds of obsidian, the blade took on a subtle dark blue hue. Its weight increased by several pounds, nearing 20 pounds, while becoming even more resilient and sharp. What was once merely a high-quality blade now barely approached the status of a treasured sword. Additionally, after 2 months, in the stillness of the night, he successfully achieved a breakthrough in the turtle breathing technique. In the dead of night, amidst profound silence, Changkong lay casually, his eyes tightly shut, breathing rhythmically. Each breath was drawn out with exquisite length, exhaling a stream of air that shimmered white with a tinge of blue, embodying tranquility and composure. As the turtle breathing technique completed another cycle, reaching its pinnacle, Changkong suddenly inhaled deeply, akin to a massive turtle lurking beneath the sea, surfacing to breathe and stirring the waves. The internal energy of the turtle breathing technique surged and transformed within him, the previously white and blue-tinged energy shifting, the blue intensifying while the white diminished, resembling a crystal-clear pool of water. The turtle breathing technique had also achieved a breakthrough. Changkong exhaled with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Having spent nearly a year, the turtle breathing technique finally ascended to a higher level. With a gentle motion, Changkong picked up a wooden cup, and without apparent effort, his true energy surged forth, striking the cup like a powerful wave, resulting in a shattering sound as it splintered into pieces. Impressive. While my inner strength was not lacking, it could hardly be described as profound, yet now it could certainly be deemed remarkable. With the turtle breathing technique reaching its peak, an ordinary individual would require decades of arduous training from childhood to attain such a level. Now, having entered the realm of divine valor, with both the 5-animal play and turtle breathing technique having undergone breakthroughs, I am leagues apart from who I was 2 months ago. Perhaps I could even rank among the foremost in the martial arts community of Qingshui City. As Changkong reveled in his newfound strength, he reflected inwardly. The culmination of body forging in the realm of divine valor was a rarity in the vicinity of Qingshui City and Changkong, with his dual cultivation in both inner and outer strength, was certainly exceptional within this realm. While he may not roam unchecked in the martial world of Qingshui City, he could at least be considered among the elite. What concerned Changkong the most was, of course, his lifespan and the changes in potential. His primary focus on the turtle breathing technique and 5-animal play was to enhance longevity and potential. Name: Changkong, 17 years old, lifespan, 100 years potential value, 15 points martial arts mastery, 5-animal play, 7th realm, extraordinary skill 1. Iron cutting blade technique, 6th realm, peak mastery 49, turtle breathing technique, 6th realm, peak mastery 1, skill mastery, forging 6th realm, peak mastery 37. He glanced at his attribute panel. The 5-animal play and the turtle breathing technique have collectively enabled Changkong to remarkably extend his lifespan by 2 decades, surpassing the century mark. Even in the realm of Blue Star, a staggering 99% of individuals fail to reach such an advanced age. This truly epitomizes longevity. Chapter 49. The Mouse in the Black Iron Pond. In terms of potential value, it has remarkably increased by 3 points, representing a significant enhancement. The rise in potential value allows Su Changkong to become even more extraordinary, making the cultivation of various martial arts considerably easier and simpler, thus establishing a virtuous cycle. Both the five-animal play and the turtle breathing technique have made breakthroughs, granting Su Changkong a long-lost sense of ease. However, he remains diligent. Above the valiant warriors, there must exist beings of greater strength. To wield power in a mere small town is hardly a feat of significance. Su Changkong mused quietly. The body-forging realm is merely the first stage for martial artists. There are always greater talents beyond, and one must not succumb to arrogance. Every day, Su Changkong diligently practices, sensing that his progress in both forging and swordsmanship is becoming increasingly effortless and swift. To reach the seventh realm, it merely requires relentless training. As winter fades and spring arrives, a hint of warmth fills the air. Ding ding ding. On this particular morning, after completing the five-animal play, the assembly bell resonated throughout the Black Iron Manor. As usual, everyone gathered in the courtyard, where Supervisor Liu began calling names. Qianyu. Has Qianyu not arrived? Soon. Supervisor Liu's brow furrowed, as he repeated the name several times without response. Qianyu. It seems he is unwell today and resting in his quarters. A man soon remarked. With the changing seasons, everyone should be mindful of the temperature. Hearing this, Supervisor Liu did not pursue the matter further. With over 100 people, it was not unusual for someone to catch a cold. Su Changkong initially paid it little mind, yet this situation was far from ordinary. 2 days swiftly passed, and once again it was time for morning assembly. Liu caught a chill. He asked me to request a day off. And Li. He is unwell today and has been vomiting since early morning. He cannot come to work. One after another, individuals reported their ailments, causing Supervisor Liu's brow to furrow deeper. Could it be an influenza outbreak? Su Changkong's heart stirred. Such a simultaneous affliction among so many was indeed unusual, leading him to contemplate the possibility of a contagious flu. Cough, cough, cough. I think I am also ill. At that moment, a man began to cough violently, his complexion pale. Su Changkong recognized him as Sun Qian, another forge master at the Black Iron Manor. Cough, cough, cough. Sun Qian coughed violently, as if trying to expel his very lungs. Those nearby instinctively stepped back, worry etched across their faces, while Sun Qian covered his mouth with his hand. After a fit of over 10 coughs, he finally ceased, but his hand bore a crimson stain. This. Sun Qian gazed at the blood he had coughed up, his face drained of color. He had always been in good health, yet here he was, coughing up blood? Supervisor Liu, witnessing the scene, wore an unprecedentedly grave expression and promptly commanded, "Yes." Everyone responded in unison, their expressions heavy with concern. If it were merely influenza, it would be manageable, but if it were a plague, that would pose a serious problem. Could it truly be a plague? Winter has only just passed. Su Changkong furrowed his brow. Fully aware of the historical terrors that plagued ancient societies, not only the calamities wrought by nature and man, but also the dread of epidemics, which could be even more devastating than the former. With limited medical knowledge and sanitary conditions, contracting a plague in ancient times often left one's fate to mere chance. Survival depended on luck, while failure meant a slow demise. Supervisor Liu promptly reported this matter to Mo Tai, who took it with utmost seriousness. The solution he devised was straightforward: to isolate the afflicted individuals, including Qianyu, ensuring that they received food and water from dedicated staff, while avoiding contact with others. However, the situation did not resolve. After another day, the number of sick individuals rose from 4 to 7. Strikingly, 3 of the newly afflicted had little to no interaction with Qianyu and the others, yet they too succumbed to illness. Panic gripped the entirety of Black Iron Manor, with everyone in a state of distress. Something was amiss. This did not resemble a typical epidemic or flu. That evening, after completing his practice of the five-animal play, Su Changkong took a sip from his water flask. Suddenly, he felt a slight flutter in his heart. A faint sense of foreboding arose within him. With a sudden reaction, he spat out the water, his expression shifting. Could it be the water source that posed a problem? Observing the flask in his hand, a thought struck him. 7 individuals had fallen ill within the manor, yet some had minimal interaction with each other. The only common activity they engaged in daily was eating and drinking. Water, a necessity for every individual, might indeed be the root of this sudden outbreak. He resolved to consult the manor's master, believing it essential to investigate this aspect. Su Changkong promptly rose and made his way to the rear courtyard of Black Iron Manor, seeking Mo Tai. By now, Evening had descended, and within a room, Imotai wore a furrowed brow, troubled by the growing number of illnesses. Was this flu, or something worse? He had sent someone to Changshui City to find Dr. Liu, yet upon hearing the situation, Dr. Liu refused to visit Black Iron Manor, regardless of the offered payment. Ordinary ailments could be managed, but those resembling a plague sent most doctors fleeing, fearful of the consequences. Imotai had sought counsel from doctors in Changshui City, who merely advised him to isolate the sick and avoid any direct contact. A series of knocks echoed from outside. "Come in. The door is unlocked," Imotai called. Snapping back to attention, with a creak, a tall youth entered, the very Su Changkong. "Changkong, what brings you here?" Imotai inquired, slightly surprised. For Su Changkong was typically reserved and seldom approached him directly. "Master, several individuals within the manor have fallen ill. Might the underlying cause be related to our food and water?" Su Changkong stated directly, cutting to the chase. Food and water were essential for everyone, including Su Changkong himself. And if either were compromised, all at Black Iron Manor could be at risk. "Indeed, water. We must investigate the source," Imotai exclaimed, his body jolting upright. Initially, they had presumed it to be merely a flu, but could the water source truly be the issue? "Lao Lu, summon 2 individuals to accompany me on a journey to the back mountains to inspect the Black Iron Pool." Imotai promptly sought out Supervisor Liu and issued the command. "I, too, joined the expedition. Su Changkong prepared to accompany us to the site, for knowledge is the precursor to vigilance." Thus, Imotai, Supervisor Liu, Su Changkong, and 2 of Imotai's trusted aides set forth towards the rear of the Black Iron Villa. The Black Iron Pool, a small lake nestled in the mountains behind the Black Iron Villa, serves as a vital source of water for the estate's 100 or so inhabitants. The well cannot possibly supply enough water for everyone, making the Black Iron Pool essential for both drinking and the forging processes. The water of the Black Iron Pool is crystal clear, occasionally adorned with floating leaves. A gentle breeze ripples across its surface, presenting an appearance devoid of any apparent issues. "Lao Zhang, descend and investigate," Imotai instructed a sturdy man named Zhang Shu, who was adept in aquatic matters. "Understood," Zhang Shu responded, shedding his clothing and footwear, donning only his trousers, and leaping into the Black Iron Pool, plunging towards its depths in search of answers. He would occasionally surface for air. After a significant period, akin to the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he finally made a discovery. "Master of the estate, look," he exclaimed as he emerged from the water, clutching a dead rat in his grasp. More precisely, it was the corpse of a rat, grotesquely swollen from prolonged immersion, its fur having largely fallen away, and its body riddled with small, protruding abscesses. Chapter 50. Heart of a Viper. Poisoning the water source. Could this be a consequence of animals perishing within the Black Iron Pool, leading to a malady? Imotai observed the lifeless rodent on the ground. Indeed, the decay of animal carcasses in a water source poses a significant risk of disease to those who partake. Su Changkong, however, furrowed his brow in contemplation. Logically, the corpse of this mouse should have floated to the surface, yet it was discovered by Uncle Zhang at the lake's bottom. Upon uttering these words, Imotai's gaze sharpened. He unsheathed his side knife and, with a decisive stroke, cleaved the swollen rodent's body in 2. Within the split abdomen lay putrid entrails, alongside numerous black objects. "Stones?" Zhang Shu prodded with a twig. The reason the mouse did not surface was that its belly was filled with stones. Otherwise, those who fetched water would have certainly noticed the floating corpse. A mouse, regardless of its diet, could not possibly consume a belly full of stones. The most plausible explanation is that it was a deliberate act, an intentional stuffing of stones into the mouse's belly before it was cast into the Black Iron Pool. The presence of those pustules on the surface of the corpse suggests foul play, the source of the illness plaguing the residents of the Black Iron Villa. Su Changkong gazed upon the rodent's remains, his eyes icy, a shiver of horror coursing through him. This was poisoning, a deliberate tainting of the water source. What kind of person harbors such malice? To commit an act more vile than that of a beast? Imotai, with an uneasy scalp, clenched his teeth in anger. Polluting the water source, a deed that harms others without benefit to oneself, epitomizes the loss of humanity, far more brutal than murder. A chill enveloped the hearts of the others, realizing that the Black Iron Pool likely concealed more than just one rodent carcass. Everyone in the Black Iron Villa consumed water from the pool, and it was only in recent days that individuals began falling ill, due to variations in constitution. Some fell ill while others remained unscathed, but if the consumption of this contaminated water persisted, it would spell disaster for the entire villa. Taking a deep breath, Immortality declared. The water from the black iron pool is no longer safe for consumption. From now on, we shall source our water from the spring river, 5 miles away. Furthermore, for safety's sake, all drinking water must undergo disinfection. Nods of agreement followed. No one dared to drink from the tainted black iron pool, preferring the inconvenience. That very night, Immortality informed all residents of the villa about the water contamination, forbidding any further contact with the black iron pool's water. Following the cessation of its use, indeed, no new cases of illness emerged in the following days. Yet, a heavy pall hung over everyone at the Black Iron Villa. Death had struck. Qianyu was dead. Early that morning, grim news spread throughout the villa. Although the source of the illness had been identified and no further cases had arisen, those who had already succumbed, including the earliest victim, Qianyu, had met a tragic fate. Isolated in a room and provided meals by designated personnel, Qianyu ultimately could not withstand the affliction, dying a woeful death, coughing blood, with pustules erupting upon her skin. Not merely he, but a total of 7 individuals fell ill, 3 of whom could not withstand the affliction and succumbed, enduring immense suffering before their demise. The remaining 4, who managed to endure by sheer physical resilience, were not gravely affected. However, for precautionary measures, it was collectively decided to observe them for a few days before releasing them. The bodies of the deceased were cremated, along with their clothing and bedding, leaving their families in inconsolable grief, on the verge of fainting. Alas, in these calamitous times, is survival truly so arduous? Fortunately, the outbreak was contained promptly. Otherwise, the casualties would have been far greater. The residents of the Black Iron Manor sighed in helplessness, thankful for the early discovery, for otherwise, the majority might have suffered dire consequences. Changkong silently gazed at the flickering flames, a tempest of fury and murderous intent swelling within him. As someone privy to the truth, Changkong knew that the deaths of Qianyu and the others were not a consequence of natural disaster, but rather a heinous act of malice. Someone had poisoned the water source, leading to the illness and eventual death of Qianyu and the others. If it weren't for my robust physique, I too could have been afflicted, sharing their tragic fate, perishing in despair and agony. As Changkong clenched his fists tightly, he recalled that he had also consumed that very water, yet, like many others, he had been fortunate enough to escape illness, bolstered by his formidable strength, as minor toxins posed little threat to a martial artist of his caliber, despite the raging fire of anger and vengeance within him. The identity of the poisoner remained a mystery, and he could only suppress his wrath. The turmoil within the Black Iron Manor eventually subsided. The dead were gone, and the living had to continue their existence. The manor resumed its normal operations, with only a handful aware that the chaos had been instigated by human malice. The perpetrators' deliberate poisoning of the water source served only to harm others without benefiting themselves. The true motive remained elusive to all. With the medicinal herbs for the chi-boosting powder nearly depleted, a trip to the herb-gathering town was necessary for replenishment. A week had passed since the unrest at Black Iron Manor, and Changkong, as usual, practiced his martial arts daily, leading a leisurely life. However, the supply of chi-boosting powder was running low, requiring restocking. Since reaching the 6th level of his turtle-breathing technique, his power had significantly increased. Yet the effectiveness of the chi-boosting powder had diminished. Nonetheless, having some was better than having none. On his day off, Changkong set off alone to herb-gathering town, adopting a black garb that suggested a wandering swordsman. By the time he arrived in herb-gathering town, it was already midday. After a 2 to 3 month absence, he was astonished by the town's transformation. Once bustling with activity, it now appeared desolate, with sparse foot traffic and individuals maintaining considerable distance from one another. Despite his confusion, Changkong did not hesitate and continued towards the ginseng shop. Yin Song? Yet, Changkong's steps faltered slightly as he noticed a man ringing the doorbell before a residence adorned with a small tree. The man was none other than Yin Song. Before long, the gate swung open, revealing a gentle woman at the threshold. She appeared somewhat weary, with her eyes slightly swollen and reddened. Yin Lang. Upon seeing Yin Song at the entrance, the woman's face lit up with evident joy. "Jier, please come in and converse," she urged softly. Yin Song offered a few words of comfort in a hushed tone before responding. The woman nodded gently, inviting Yin Song into the courtyard and closing the gate behind them. The woman seemed somewhat familiar. What could her connection to Yin Song be? Observing the pair vanish from sight, Changkong felt a flicker of curiosity. Chapter 51. The Black Lotus Sect and the Holy Water. However, this matter was of no concern to Changkong, who would not intrude upon it out of lack of decorum. At the entrance of the zhuang, as was customary, disciples of the zhuang stood guard. Upon seeing Su Changkong, clad in black, they greeted him with utmost respect. "Is Master Lu present?" Su Changkong inquired with a slight nod. "Please come in. I shall inform the master at once." One of the disciples quickly invited Su Changkong inside. Upon entering a reception hall within the zhuang, Su Changkong seated himself upon a chair, awaiting patiently. After approximately the duration of a tea ceremony, Lu Feng, a bearded man with a stern countenance, entered the hall. "My apologies, Brother Wen," Lu Feng said, a look of regret upon his face. "I was delayed by some matters." Su Changkong shook his head and replied, "Master Lu, I wish to procure those medicinal herbs as per our usual arrangement." However, a hint of difficulty crossed Lu Feng's features as he responded, "Brother Wen, we do have the herbs, but I fear I cannot offer you the same favorable price as before. It will be 10 taels of silver proportion." "Excuse me?" At this, Su Changkong's brows furrowed. Previously, the medicinal herbs for the Ichi powder were quite costly, priced at 8 taels of silver per set, and had remained consistent. Now, Lu Feng was asserting that the price had risen to 10 taels. Lu Feng elaborated, "Recently, a series of ailments, suspected to be a plague, have erupted throughout Chishui City, causing a sharp increase in the prices of various medicinal herbs. Our costs at the zhuang have escalated significantly as well." Su Changkong was taken aback by Lu Feng's explanation. A plague? Initially, he had assumed that someone was deliberately targeting the Black Iron Manor, but hearing Lu Feng's words, he realized that similar afflictions were occurring citywide, indicative of an outbreak. A sudden realization struck Su Changkong. This plague seemed orchestrated, with someone pulling the strings from behind the scenes. The poisoning incident at Haidibo was not a singular attack on the Black Iron Manor, but rather part of a widespread occurrence throughout Chishui City. Who could be responsible for such madness? The thought sent a chill down his spine, as it implied a deliberate act of poisoning the water supply to propagate the plague, a task requiring immense resources. The motive for which remained incomprehensible, an act that harmed others while yielding no benefit to oneself. "Brother One, the price of 10 taels per portion already reflects a discount. We hardly profit from it." Lu Feng's apologetic voice roused Su Changkong from his thoughts. Ultimately, Su Changkong parted with 600 taels of silver, acquiring enough Ichi powder to last 2 months. With these herbs in hand, he departed the zhuang, escorted by Lu Feng, his mind laden with heavy thoughts. Clang, clang, clang. As he walked along the streets of Kaishan town, Su Changkong heard the distant sound of raucous drums and gongs. The previously shut doors of every household swung open, revealing residents with expressions of sheer delight. "The Master Dujin has arrived. Hurry, hurry to seek some holy water." Each of these residents clutched pots, bowls, and pans, hastening towards the source of the noise. This spectacle caused Su Changkong to furrow his brow in contemplation. Master Dujin? Who might this figure be? Su Changkong could not help but feel perplexed. Within the territory of Chishui City, he had never heard of such a figure. The fervent demeanor of the residents suggested that this was no ordinary occurrence. Driven by curiosity, Su Changkong followed the crowd towards the source of the drumbeats. Soon, in a spacious square of Kaishan town, he witnessed a remarkable scene. The square was teeming with people, jostling for space. It seemed that most of the town's populace had gathered for this event. At the center of the throng, on a raised platform, stood a group of monks clad in black robes, numbering 4 or 5. Among them, one stood out, a kindly old monk with white eyebrows, dressed in a black kasaya. His benevolent appearance exuded the aura of a revered sage, yet the black attire lent him an air of the uncanny. This old monk was no ordinary practitioner. Su Changkong's sharp senses, honed as a master of body refinement, discerned that the old monk was extraordinary. Not only him, but the other monks nearby also bore bright eyes and robust physiques, suggesting they were skilled in martial arts. "Amitabha, I am the monk Dujin. This town of Kaishan is shrouded in illness and haze. I have come to perform a rite to dispel the affliction," the old monk proclaimed, his hands clasped in prayer. His voice carried over the cacophony, imbued with a sense of compassion. His words momentarily silenced the crowd, as illness and plague had swept through Chishui City, claiming countless lives, instilling fear in everyone, including the inhabitants of Kaishan town. Dujin's declaration undoubtedly sparked a flicker of hope within the hearts of the people. "Master, please, save my son. He is on the brink of death." A woman, dressed in common garb, emerged from the crowd, cradling a frail child of 6 or 7. The child's pallid complexion and closed eyelids suggested he was barely clinging to life, and the mother's desperate pleas echoed through the square. "Fear not, dear lady. Allow me to examine him." The old monk Dujin replied with a gentle countenance, approaching the woman and assessing the child's condition. "Bring forth the holy water," he commanded. "Right away," replied a young monk standing by, who brought forth an exquisite porcelain vessel adorned with a willow branch. The old monk took the branch and, with a serene demeanor, sprinkled glistening droplets of water upon the child. After a moment, the seemingly lifeless boy regained a hint of color, groaning softly as he opened his eyes. "Thank you, master. Thank you," the woman exclaimed, pulling her bewildered child close as she bowed repeatedly in gratitude. A black-robed monk shouted, igniting the atmosphere to a fever pitch, as many began to raise their bowls and containers, eager to receive the so-called holy water. Is this not an act of a cult, a deception? Changkong stood frozen, his expression one of incredulity. The scene before him was reminiscent of the many charlatans he had encountered in Blue Star, employing tricks to deceive the gullible. Yet in this era, where information was scarce and many could not even read, such trickery could easily ensnare numerous souls. Damn it, these scoundrels are at it again, playing their tricks. Is there truly no one to intervene? Must this group of foolish, ignorant people be left to their own devices? A young constable, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, "Alu, do not meddle in matters beyond your scope. Most of these individuals are likely affiliated with the Black Lotus sect, a group we, as mere constables, cannot afford to offend." Meanwhile, an older constable firmly grasped his shoulder, his expression grave as he responded, "The Black Lotus sect?" This revelation stirred a profound unease within Changkong, who had been quietly eavesdropping. Chapter 52, The Iron Sleeve Technique. The Master Dujin. Previously, Zhao Qing had extended an invitation to Changkong to join their sect. Yet he refrained from disclosing the name of the sect. Upon rejecting the offer, Changkong became the target of Zhao Qing's malice, leading to Zhao Qing's demise at Changkong's hands. From Zhao Qing, Changkong acquired an identity token inscribed with the Black Lotus. According to several constables, this group of monks must belong to the Black Lotus sect. Could it be that Zhao Qing was also a member of the Black Lotus? Changkong pondered. The Black Lotus sect is nothing ordinary. A mere martial artist at the divine power realm like Zhao Qing is among their ranks, and that old monk Dujin, spreading his beliefs and deceiving the masses, is so formidable that even the local authorities dare not intervene, illustrating the terror of the Black Lotus sect. The young constable, witnessing the scene, felt daunted by the prospect of declaring Dujin a fraud, fearing he would be overwhelmed by the fervent crowd. He could only let out a resigned sigh. Standing in silence, the great Yin dynasty, truly in a state of internal strife and external peril, Changkong reflected, for even within the jurisdiction of Chishui City, banditry ran rampant, and sinister cults like the Black Lotus sect had emerged, painting a picture of impending chaos. Furthermore, with reports of poisoning in the water supply of the Black Iron Manor and an outbreak of disease in Chishui City, could these incidents be linked to the Black Lotus sect? If so, it would indeed be alarming. As Changkong contemplated, the old monk Dujin, clad in black, dipped a willow branch into a holy water vessel, shaking it gently. Droplets of crystalline water danced in the air, inciting the crowd below to frenzy, raising their hands and instruments in a desperate bid to capture the precious holy water. The atmosphere was one of fervor and chaos, with Dujin being venerated like a deity. "What are you pushing for? Don't shove me." A commotion erupted within the crowd as an individual forcefully pressed through, causing many to stumble. "Old bald thief, putting on airs, committing all manner of evil. Today, let us see if your head is harder than my blade." A hoarse voice erupted, filled with peak fury and murderous intent. As a man clad in gray, his face obscured by a black scarf, emerged from the throng, a blade at his waist, exuding a palpable aura of violence. Who is he? Does he dare to challenge Master Dujin, unafraid of divine retribution? The previously fervent and tumultuous scene fell into a sudden hush. The old monk Dujin faced this unforeseen development with calm composure. Addressing the menacing figure in gray with a gentle demeanor, he said, "Esteemed benefactor, why such wrath? The Buddha is compassionate. Whatever troubles you bear, I can assist in your transcendence." "Transcendence? Today, I shall send you to your afterlife, old bald thief." The gray-clad man, seemingly harboring deep-seated hatred for Dujin, roared in fury, his eyes ablaze as he drew his long knife, lunging at Dujin. "Impudence!" Dujin joined his hands in prayer, remaining unmoved, while the other black-clad monks shouted in unison, each seizing a long staff to intercept the assailant. Clang, clang, clang. The figure clad in gray exhibited formidable martial prowess, wielding his blade with a swiftness that left traces of afterimages in his wake. The monks, equally skilled, demonstrated remarkable coordination, their long staffs alternating between offense and defense, producing a cacophony of clashing sounds. In this fierce engagement, several attackers besieged the solitary gray-clad man, resulting in chaos that overturned the gongs and porcelain vases placed upon the stage. As Changkong observed the conflict unfolding, his gaze sharpened. The gray-clad figure's swordsmanship was razor-sharp, yet the multitude of black-clad monks, united in purpose, wielded their staffs with an intensity that rendered them formidable. Their resilience was such that even the most acute blades struggled to sever them, leaving the gray figure momentarily thwarted in his attempts to break through their ranks. "Stand aside." This command, fueled by rage, erupted from the gray-clad man as he channeled his inner energy, causing his blade to hum with a fierce luminosity, radiating intense heat. With a series of swift strikes, he unleashed a torrent of blows, prompting one monk to cry out as his staff splintered, leaving him with several wounds, nearly spilling his innards. It was then that Changkong recognized the identity of the masked gray figure, Yin Song. This realization brought forth a wave of confusion. Given Yin Song's typically cautious nature, such impulsive fury seemed out of character. Yet here he was, masked and intent on slaying the venerable monk, Duzhen. In full view of the crowd. "Bald thief, prepare to meet your end." As Changkong grappled with his bewilderment, Yin Song unleashed his inner energy, surging past the obstacles in his path to launch a fatal strike against Duzhen, his blade descending without mercy. Stubborn and unyielding, Duzhen sighed, his voluminous sleeves swirling to transform into an armor-like defense, exuding immense strength. The clang of metal resonated as Yin Song felt a sharp pain reverberate through his grip, nearly causing him to drop his weapon, while a significant portion of his body succumbed to numbness. The power of Duzhen was daunting, revealing him to be at least of divine strength, with commendable inner cultivation. Worse still, Yin Song's pupils contracted as Duzhen simultaneously launched a devastating palm strike, which, given Yin Song's incapacitated state, was impossible to evade. With a resounding impact, Duzhen's palm collided with Yin Song's chest, forcing forth a mouthful of blood and darkening the hue of his veil. The force sent Yin Song hurtling backward, akin to a sandbag, as he fell from the elevated platform, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. "Flee, flee!" Yin Song summoned every ounce of strength to rise, pushing through the crowd, who, eager to avoid entanglements, quickly parted to allow him passage as he retreated toward the outskirts of Kaishan town. With a single effortless strike, Duzhen had inflicted grievous harm upon Yin Song, and he sighed. "It seems this benefactor harbors some misunderstanding toward this humble monk. I have inadvertently wounded him, and must follow to offer assistance. If his life is in peril, it would be a grave sin on my part." Amitabha. The master truly embodied compassion, repaying enmity with virtue. Many residents find themselves in awe of Duzhen's broad-mindedness, feeling a deep respect for him. When the gray-clad masked assailant attacked Duzhen, he not only refrained from anger, but also expressed concern about causing serious harm to his adversary. Truly, he is a venerable monk of great enlightenment. Chapter 53. The spirit deer dashes through the forest, leaving no trace. The crowd parted, creating a pathway as Duzhen, accompanied by several cloaked monks, traversed through the throng, heading toward the outskirts of Kaishan town. Once beyond the masses, the gentle smile on Duzhen's face vanished, replaced by an expression devoid of emotion. "Pursue him. He has fallen victim to my cloud-piercing palm and cannot run far." In truth, with Duzhen's formidable prowess, a full-powered strike could have instantly slain or gravely injured Yin Song. However, the presence of the public would tarnish his carefully crafted image, prompting him to restrain his strength. Now, as he departed with his companions, his concern for Yin Song's safety was merely a fade. His true intention was to follow and eliminate him without mercy. "I shall see who dares oppose the Black Lotus sect." A cold glint flickered in Duzhen's eyes. "Cursed. This old thief not only attained the divine strength realm, but also possesses remarkable internal cultivation, making him exceedingly formidable, far surpassing me." At that moment, Yin Song, despite his injuries, had managed to escape several miles from Kaishan town, weaving through a thicket of trees. He gasped for breath, feeling darkness creeping into his vision. Having endured Duzhen's strike, he relied on his peak internal strength and a reserve of true energy to avoid collapsing. "Benefactor? Am I truly such a demon that you must flee at such haste?" An aged voice emerged from behind, causing Yin Song's expression to change dramatically. Behind him, Duzhen and 4 or 5 monks had caught up, and the severely wounded Yin Song could barely maintain his speed. He halted, gripping the long knife at his waist. Bracing himself, though he struggled to remain upright. You think you can escape after offending my master? The monks subtly formed an encirclement around Yin Song, each wearing an expression of ill intent. Dujin, perplexed, inquired, "Benefactor, you seem unfamiliar to me. Do we harbor any enmity?" At that moment, Yin Song, having run desperately, removed his face cloth to breathe, revealing his true visage. In response to Dujin's question, he scoffed coldly, "Do you think I would divulge that to you?" If he disclosed any animosity between them, Dujin would likely eradicate him entirely, endangering his loved ones. Dujin, undeterred by the retort, smiled gently, "Benefactor, it is not my intention to kill you. If you swallow this pill, I shall assist you in healing." With a deft motion, he produced a black pill from his robe. Yin Song's gaze sharpened, and he gritted his teeth. "You vile monk. So truly malicious." Yin Song was no fool. He understood that this pill was likely laced with poison. If ingested, he would be subjected to a lifetime of servitude. Gripping his knife tightly, he resolved to fight back, willing to drag one or two of them down with him. Stubborn and unyielding, Dujin sighed, his gaze turning frigid. "Brother Yin, it appears you are encountering some trouble." At that moment, a voice resonated, catching the attention of both parties. From beneath a great tree, a figure emerged, neither tall nor short, with long, narrow eyes that exuded an air of coldness, revealing none other than Changkong. Changkong was a witness to the events unfolding in Kaikan Town today and recognized the identity of Yin Song. Upon seeing Yin Song grievously injured and fleeing while being pursued by the monk Dujin and others, he hesitated briefly before deciding to follow. Changkong was not only curious about the matters concerning the Black Lotus sect, but he also sought to uncover whether the poisoning incident in Black Iron Pond, which had caused significant turmoil at Black Iron Manor, was orchestrated by the sect. Indeed, it was confirmed that Zhao Qing was affiliated with the Black Lotus sect. Having arrived some time ago, Changkong observed the standoff from the shadows. He noted Dujin retrieving a black pill, identical to the toxic pill found on Zhao Qing, which the Black Lotus sect used to control its members. The sudden appearance of Changkong left Yin Song momentarily stunned, as he had not anticipated Changkong's presence at that location. Dujin, with a flicker of his gaze, turned to Changkong and said, "Young man, who are you? I advise you to mind your own business and keep your distance." Changkong silently shook his head. Having revealed himself, it was clear that Dujin, with his ruthless nature, would not allow him to leave unscathed. "Are you a member of the Black Lotus sect? The recent plague in the vicinity of Chishui City is also your doing, is it not?" Changkong inquired directly, without preamble. In response to Changkong's questioning, the gentle demeanor that had adorned Dujin's face vanished, replaced by a chilling coldness. "Young man, words can be perilous. It seems I cannot let you live." Dujin's gaze turned icy, revealing his murderous intent, stirred by Changkong's words. "Be careful. This old rogue possesses formidable martial prowess. He has not only reached the divine strength realm, but his internal skills surpass mine." Yin Song exclaimed loudly, aware of Changkong's considerable strength, yet uncertain of the outcome against such a powerful monk from the Black Lotus sect. Dujin's reaction to Changkong's words confirmed the latter's suspicions. The plague in Chishui City and the poisoning of the water source at Black Iron Manor were not mere coincidences, but rather the machinations of the Black Lotus sect lurking in the shadows. Recalling the individuals who, despite their innocence, had perished in agony, Changkong felt a surge of murderous intent. Had he not diligently practiced martial arts, he too might have fallen victim, succumbing to despair. With a sharp exclamation, Dujin, unaware of the identity of the young man before him, resolved to eliminate Changkong. He issued a light reprimand, swiftly removing a string of prayer beads from around his neck. With a swift motion, he infused his profound energy into the beads and forcefully propelled them forward. The beads scattered like bullets, hurtling towards Changkong with a fierce wind that tore through the air, producing a piercing whistling sound. In his attempt to slay the young man, who seemed to possess knowledge of the situation, Dujin summoned his energy to its peak, executing a lethal move designed to leave Changkong with no chance of survival. Each bead, charged with energy, was capable of piercing bone and tearing flesh, moving faster than any ordinary person could react. Yet, in the eyes of Changkong, the trajectory of each bead was vividly discernible. The five-animal play. The deer traversing the forest. As the beads approached, Changkong did not retreat. Instead, he surged forward, his body swaying slightly, embodying a harmonious blend of motion and stillness, akin to a spirited deer racing through the woods, untouched by the foliage. This seemingly subtle movement, however, enabled Su Changkong to evade the onslaught of beads, each one narrowly missing him by mere inches. With a series of ripping sounds, those beads struck the trees behind him, each detonation unleashing formidable force, leaving fist-sized cavities in the bark. One can only imagine the horrific damage they would inflict upon flesh and blood. Chapter 54. Wen Tai. The skull-crushing hand. What manner of movement is this? Yin Song's eyes widened in horror at the remarkable skill exhibited by Su Changkong. As Su Changkong deftly evaded the barrage of beads, he swiftly closed in on Duzhen. The iron sleeve technique. Duzhen's heart raced with dread. Utterly unprepared for how effortlessly Su Changkong had sidestepped his lethal strike. Realizing the imminent threat, he roared, his broad sleeves billowing as he infused them with force, transforming them into what resembled an iron whip, poised to lash out at Su Changkong with the potential to shatter bones and sever tendons. Previously, Duzhen had easily neutralized Yin Song's attack with a mere flick of his sleeve. Thud! The sleeve, striking Su Changkong like a whip of iron, produced a sharp cracking sound, yet before him stood only a fleeting shadow. Behind him, Duzhen's pupils constricted. Su Changkong's speed was astonishing, akin to a leaping deer. In a sudden twist, he evaded the strike of Duzhen's sleeve and maneuvered to his rear. Two hands emerged from behind, seizing Duzhen's head, and then exerted tremendous pressure. Let go. Duzhen reacted swiftly, grasping Su Changkong's wrist, his arm straining to break free from the vice-like grip. Though Duzhen had attained the divine strength realm, capable of tremendous feats, he felt as though he were but a child compared to an adult when pitted against Su Changkong. The might of a single arm, akin to 1,000 pounds, surged forth, compressing from both sides. A chilling, anguished scream escaped Duzhen's lips, accompanied by the sound of cracking bone as he felt as though a golden hoop were tightening around his head, constricting until his skull could bear no more and shattered. Crack, crack, crack. Amidst the cries of despair, Duzhen's head was grotesquely twisted, contorted, and ultimately shattered by Su Changkong's relentless grip. With brain matter and blood oozing forth, Su Changkong released his hold, and Duzhen, with his skull fractured and eyes bloodshot, collapsed lifelessly to the ground, never to discover the identity of his slayer. Gazing at the corpse, Su Changkong remained expressionless. How could this be possible? Yin Song stood in a daze, witnessing the scene before him. He had always believed that having reached the pinnacle of the inner strength realm and having made significant progress in the red fire technique, he was not far behind Su Changkong. Yet, the very Duzhen who had so easily defeated him was now crushed by Su Changkong as one would squash a mere chick, revealing an insurmountable chasm between them. So weak. Su Changkong silently shook his head. In truth, Duzhen was not lacking in prowess even within the divine strength realm. Had it been 2 or 3 months prior, before Su Changkong's breakthrough, he might have found himself in a grueling battle against him. However, having attained the divine bravery realm with both the 5 animal play and the turtle breathing technique successfully mastered, the gap between Duzhen and himself was far too vast. To slay him, Su Changkong need not even draw his blade. Master, not a single one shall remain. Su Changkong's expression remained impassive as he flickered, leaving behind an afterimage, appearing before the 2 cloaked monks, his fist striking as one. Bang, bang. The 2 black-clad monks were caught completely off guard, receiving a powerful blow from Su Changkong that caved in their chests, sending them hurtling over 10 feet away, lifeless and silent upon impact with the ground. Flee, flee, cried the remaining 2 monks, their scalps prickling with fear as they dashed in opposite directions. With a swift step, Su Changkong pursued the one on the left, delivering a crushing punch to his back that caused the monk's heart to cease its rhythmic beating, collapsing lifelessly to the earth. Meanwhile, Yin Song did not stand idly by. Summoning his strength, he swung his blade and decapitated the fleeing monk on the right. The once chaotic forest fell eerily silent, now bearing the weight of 5 lifeless bodies. Yin Song gasped for breath, his gaze lingering on the corpse of Duzhen, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. The old thief meets his just deserts. Evil begets evil. Having dealt with Duzhen and his companions, Su Changkong expertly rifled through the bodies while inquiring of Yin Song, "Brother Yin, do you know these monks?" Upon hearing the question, a bitter smile crept across Yin Song's face as he replied, "I have heard of them. They appear to be members of the Black Lotus sect. This sect wields considerable influence, not only in Dafeng Prefecture but also in Tianhe and Qianluo prefectures. It is surprising that they would take an interest in this small town of Qishui." Su Changkong nodded slightly, taken aback by the revelation. From Yin Song, he learned of the formidable nature of the Black Lotus sect, which had amassed a fervent following, promoting its doctrines and under the guise of a miraculous holy water that could cure all ailments and extend life, had garnered the clandestine support of numerous dignitaries and wealthy families. In essence, the Black Lotus sect was a faction intent on rebellion, seeking to undermine the imperial authority. The fact that it had not been eradicated spoke volumes of its substantial foundation. There's a longer story behind this. A friend of mine was deceived by Dujin, leading to the death of her child due to illness. Yin Song hesitated, yet he recounted the tale to Su Changkong, who had saved his life. Not long ago, Yin Song had taken on a bounty and was away on a mission when the woman faced calamity at home. Her child fell ill, and in her desperate search for medical help, she found many doctors avoiding her like the plague, ultimately encountering Dujin. Dujin, with his facade of righteousness, promised the woman holy water to save her son, but in exchange, he demanded her assistance in his cultivation. Desperate to save her child, she had no choice but to acquiesce, sacrificing her dignity for his aid. However, the so-called holy water proved ineffective, and her child succumbed to the illness, leaving her heartbroken and fainting in despair. Coincidentally, Dujin returned to Kaishan Town to propagate the doctrines of the Black Lotus sect, prompting Yin Song, unable to endure any longer, to don a mask and resolve to slay Dujin, ensuring he paid dearly for his transgressions. Thus unfolded the events leading to this confrontation. Su Changkong fell into a contemplative silence, recognizing that the Black Lotus sect was no different from a cult, responsible for the ruin of countless families, their actions utterly reprehensible. Chapter 55, The Storm Approaches. A request from Yin Song. Brother Wen, I am immensely grateful for your assistance today. I, Yin Song, owe you a debt of life. Yin Song expressed his profound appreciation to Su Changkong. The last time, Su Changkong had come to his aid, and had it not been for him this time, Yin Song would surely have met his demise. It is of no consequence, yet I wish to avoid trouble. Do not involve me in this matter regarding Dujin. Su Changkong replied solemnly. From Yin Song, he learned that the Black Lotus sect was a formidable entity, despite his disdain for their actions. He harbored no illusions of acting as a righteous champion. After all, even the Black Rider gang was beyond his current capacity to eradicate, let alone the Black Lotus sect, which possessed tenfold or even 100-fold the power and influence across multiple provinces. One must act within the realm of their capabilities. Personal safety remains paramount. I understand. Yin Song nodded repeatedly. How impoverished. Did these monks venture forth without any money? Su Changkong mused, his brow furrowing. Upon examining Dujin and his companions, he discovered only a few pieces of silver and some useless poison pills, along with a badge identical to one previously found on Zhao Qing. The destitution of Dujin was shocking. In comparison, Zhao Qing had seemed remarkably affluent. Brother Yin, I shall take my leave now, Su Changkong said as he prepared to depart, not lingering any longer. Yes, Brother Wen, travel safely. Yin Song did not urge him to stay, knowing Su Changkong to be enigmatic and solitary. Unexpectedly, this seemingly obscure Wentai possessed an unfathomable strength. In the martial world of Qishui City, perhaps only by Tianhao and Shi Zijiang could rival him. Observing Su Changkong's retreating figure, Yin Song felt a surge of astonishment. He had never heard of Wentai before their encounter, and he suspected that the death of Shi Han, the deputy leader of the Black Rider gang, might be attributed to him. The outside world speculated that this young, mysterious master was a prodigious warrior nurtured in secrecy by the Baiyu gang. Yin Song had initially shared this belief, yet Wentai's need to personally procure medicinal herbs indicated otherwise. If he were truly a member of the Baiyu gang, such behavior would be incongruous, adding yet another layer of mystery to his persona. A nameless warrior, yet capable of ranking among the elite in Qishui City's martial arts, was indeed astonishing. Damn it, whoever dares to harm my Jier shall meet a fate worse than death, Su Changkong thought darkly as he walked, contemplating the chaos outside and deciding it prudent to remain cautious. Upon returning to the Black Iron Manor, Su Changkong resumed his training as usual. Meanwhile, the manor received news of the turmoil outside, prompting the members to minimize their outings to avoid unnecessary trouble. Within the confines of the modest Black Iron Manor, Su Changkong found himself quite content and tranquil, detached from the external chaos. 2 months passed in serene tranquility. My progress in the 5-animal play and turtle breathing technique has become steady, Su Changkong noted, yet he recognized that after reaching the realm of extraordinary prowess, a qualitative breakthrough in his martial arts would not come swiftly. The 5-animal play, having reached the 7th realm 4 months ago, remains a daily endeavor for Su Changkong. He perceives that, at this pace, it may take approximately 2 years to attain further progress, which is not insignificant. Mastering any martial art to a profound level poses great challenges for further advancement. As for the turtle breathing technique, the progress has been rather sluggish. After 2 months of diligent practice, supplemented by the assistance of chi-enhancing pills, the advancements have been minimal. The cultivation of inner strength is intrinsically linked to one's innate talent and constitution, requiring considerable time and resources. Once the turtle breathing technique reaches the 6th realm, the efficacy of the chi-enhancing pills becomes markedly diminished. Regarding the iron-cutting blade technique, the resources have been depleted, necessitating a trip to Ginseng Town. And Changkong finds his finances running low. Currently, his training expenses amount to 300 taels of silver each month, although he had previously profited from Zhaoqing. His remaining funds are dwindling. The earnings from forging at the Black Iron Manor were substantial, yet they do not suffice for his needs. Perhaps he should venture once more to the ghost market to sell some crossbows, he muses. He resolves to visit Ginseng Town first. Gathering his thoughts, Changkong decides to purchase medicine at the ginseng store, as he still has some savings left. On his day off, he arrives at the ginseng store around noon. In the store's parlor, he encounters the owner, Lu Feng. Brother Wen, my apologies. You are aware of the recent events. The prices of essential goods, including food and medicinal herbs, have surged. The herbs you wish to purchase now cost 12 taels of silver per portion, Lu Feng conveys with a hint of regret. Damn that Black Lotus sect. Changkong internally curses the chaos instigated by them, as he is already strapped for cash. Let us proceed with this price, he concedes. Not wishing to burden Lu Feng further. Has Yin Song been looking for me? Changkong inquires, puzzled by the reason for Yin Song's request. Ah, I see. He responds with a nod. With Lu Feng seeing him off, Changkong departs the ginseng store, laden with packaged herbs, and heads to ascertain Yin Song's intentions. Knocking on the door of Yin Song's residence in Ginseng Town, Changkong waits patiently. Soon, the door swings open, revealing Yin Song peering out from the crack. Brother Wen, you have arrived. Please come in. Yin Song exclaims with a welcoming smile, promptly opening the door to invite Changkong inside. In the modest courtyard, Changkong also spots a woman, who must be Jie, living with Yin Song now. In the parlor, Changkong and Yin Song take their seats. Changkong straightforwardly inquires, Lu Feng just mentioned that you were looking for me? Yin Song nodded slightly, his expression growing somewhat grave as he spoke. To be candid, Brother Wen, it is not I who seeks your attention, but rather the Governor Wang Yun of Chishui City wishes to meet with you to discuss certain matters. Upon hearing this, Changkong's countenance immediately turned frosty. Have you divulged my affairs to others? Chapter 56. The Clearwater County Magistrate emerges. Previously, Changkong had vanquished the Black Lotus sect's Du Zhan, rescuing Yin Song in the process. He had cautioned Yin Song against stirring trouble and urged him to remain silent about the incident. However, upon their meeting, Yin Song mentioned that the magistrate of Clearwater City wished to see him, prompting Changkong to ponder the implications. Yin Song's subsequent explanation eased Changkong's apprehensions. After all, betrayal is a sentiment loathed by all. It appeared that Yin Song had indeed kept the matter to himself. Curiosity piqued, Changkong learned that Wang Yun, the magistrate of Clearwater City and the highest official in the region, sought Yin Song's assistance in introducing a martial arts expert. Changkong inquired about the magistrate's purpose for seeking such prowess. Yin Song replied, I am not entirely certain. Magistrate Wang met with me privately and requested my help in finding a capable martial artist. It seems he has some urgent business. Would you consider meeting Magistrate Wang? Yin Song shook his head. Changkong contemplated the situation. While Yin Song possessed considerable strength, it was evident that Wang Yun had not directly commissioned him, implying that the magistrate deemed Yin Song's capability insufficient. Wang Yun required a truly exceptional expert. Acknowledging his own limitations, Yin Song contemplated Changkong, who was far superior and had effortlessly obliterated even formidable foes like Du Zhan. Thus, Yin Song approached Changkong to discuss the matter, knowing that if Changkong showed no interest, the conversation would end there. After reflecting, Changkong concluded that Wang Yun's request for assistance in locating a martial artist likely stemmed from a pressing task, and he had mentioned the promise of generous compensation. I am currently in need of funds. Perhaps it would be prudent to meet this magistrate Wang and ascertain the specifics. After a prolonged consideration, Changkong resolved to visit Wang Yun. With his financial situation dwindling and his curiosity regarding the magistrate's intentions growing, Changkong addressed Yin Song. I shall meet with Magistrate Wang. Excellent. As the day is drawing to a close, let us venture to Clearwater City tomorrow, Yin Song replied. pleased by Su Changkong's agreement. That evening, Su Changkong stayed overnight in Kaishan town. The following morning, he and Yin Song set off for Clearwater City. The magistrate's office, located at the heart of the city, was overseen by Wang Yun, the highest-ranking official in the area, with jurisdiction over several nearby villages and towns. However, Wang Yun's reputation was mixed. He was known for his integrity and had not been implicated in corruption or the oppression of the populace. Yet, he was not regarded as a commendable official. The rampant banditry and the recent turmoil caused by the Black Lotus sect were evident, yet Wang Yun remained aloof, seemingly indifferent to the troubles surrounding him. At the entrance of the magistrate's office stood imposing stone lions, guarded by a contingent of soldiers. The officers, clad in uniforms and armed with blades, stood resolute, exuding an air of authority. The arrival of Yin Song and Su Changkong drew the attention of the guards stationed at the entrance. Yin Song produced a token and spoke, "I am Yin Song, a registered blade bearer of Chishui City. I wish to meet Governor Wang Yun. I would appreciate it if you could notify him." For an ordinary individual, an audience with the governor would prove arduous, yet Yin Song was no ordinary man. He had met Wang Yun on numerous occasions, and the governor had previously entrusted him with introductions to esteemed martial artists. "Please wait." Upon hearing Yin Song declare his identity, the constable did not dare to be negligent and promptly entered to announce his arrival. "Let us proceed." Yin Song, accompanied by Su Changkong, followed the constable. Stepping into the governor's office, they traversed layers of guards until they arrived at a tranquil chamber in the rear courtyard. "Come in." The unmistakable sound of footsteps alerted those within the room, and a deep voice resonated. Yin Song was the first to push the door open, with Su Changkong following closely behind. Inside, Su Changkong observed two individuals. One was clad in armor, tall and imposing, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, his eyes gleaming with vitality and martial prowess that was undoubtedly formidable. The other was a middle-aged man nearing 50, with graying temples and an aura reminiscent of a scholar, exuding warmth and refinement. This man was undoubtedly Wang Yun, the governor of Chishui City. "Yin Song, what a pleasant surprise to see you. And this young man is..." Wang Yun greeted Yin Song with a smile, displaying no airs of authority. Yin Song inclined his head respectfully and replied, "Governor Wang, during our last meeting, you entrusted me with introducing a martial arts expert. This gentleman, Brother Wen Tai, surpasses my abilities and should certainly meet your expectations." Upon hearing this, both Wang Yun and the tall guard beside him were momentarily taken aback. The reason was simple. Su Changkong appeared exceedingly youthful. Even though he had employed techniques to alter his appearance, making him seem older, he still bore the visage of a young man. Yin Song, who possessed considerable renown and strength within Chishui City's martial arts community, claimed that this relatively obscure young man surpassed him. While it was clear that Yin Song would not have traveled such a distance for mere jest, Wang Yun could not help but harbor doubts. The tall man behind Wang Yun then inquired, "May I ask which school or sect you hail from, young friend? How is it that even the proud blade bearer Yin Song considers himself inferior to you?" Intrigued, Yin Song listened intently, equally curious about Su Changkong's origins. Though he had witnessed Su Changkong's prowess, he could not discern the source of his martial skills. Su Changkong calmly replied, "I belong to no school or sect. I merely practice in my leisure time." Indeed, Su Changkong's enigmatic demeanor was not without reason. He spoke the truth. And in the presence of the potentially scheming Wang Yun, it was prudent to maintain an air of inscrutability, embodying the image of a formidable expert. Yin Song felt a tinge of embarrassment, having witnessed Su Hao's profound capabilities, which left him in awe. Yet here Su Changkong claimed to be merely a casual practitioner? The disparity was indeed disheartening. The tall man raised an eyebrow, eager to ascertain whether Su Changkong truly possessed remarkable skill or was merely engaging in pretense. A test would reveal all. With a swift motion, the tall man placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, preparing to draw and gauge Su Changkong's abilities. However, as the towering man's palm merely rested upon the hilt of his blade, Su Changkong moved without any forewarning, leaving behind a faint afterimage as he appeared before the imposing figure. With a swift motion, he struck downwards at the man's right hand, which grasped the hilt. Bang! The towering man felt as though his hand had been struck by a colossal hammer, the pain penetrating to the very marrow of his bones, while an overwhelming force surged through his palm and into the sword. With a sharp crack, the scabbard shattered into fragments, and the man could no longer maintain his grip on the hilt, causing the long blade to plunge into the ground, the immense power driving it deep into the hard earth by over a foot. Chapter 57, The Path of Governance. The Black Lotus sect. Before me. One dares to wield a blade? A cold light flickered in Su Changkong's eyes, exuding an aura of frigidness that only those stained with the blood of many could possess. The tall man broke out in a cold sweat, instinctively stepping back, his heart racing. How formidable! Yin Song marveled inwardly. This towering figure, named Jing Hong, was the captain of the guards responsible for protecting Prefect Wang Yun, possessing considerable strength, rivaling Yin Song himself. Yet, before Su Changkong, he found himself unable to even draw his sword. Quickly, Yin Song regained his composure and stepped forward, saying, "Brother One, Lord Jing Hong merely harbors a fervent passion for martial arts. He means no harm. Indeed, Mr. One is exceptionally skilled. I find myself lacking." Jing Hong repeatedly nodded in agreement. "However, I would prefer that no one draws a blade before me again," Su Changkong replied, retracting his murderous aura. Jing Hong's attempt to test him inadvertently played into Su Changkong's hands. He understood that to garner others' respect, one must demonstrate a certain level of prowess. The display he had just shown effortlessly subdued Jing Hong, while simultaneously imparting a chilling, eccentric persona reminiscent of a solitary figure from the martial world. Lord Jing does not speak for himself. I, as an official, convey my apologies to Mr. Wen on his behalf. At that moment, Prefect Wang Yun hastily rose, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, conveying his esteem for Su Changkong. Jing Hong, regaining his composure, leaned in to whisper to Wang Yun. "He is a master on par with Su Jin." Upon hearing this, Wang Yun's heart ignited with fervor. Su Jin, the owner of the Iron Garment Martial Arts School, the largest martial arts academy in Chishui City, had achieved great renown over the years, boasting numerous disciples. It was said he had reached the pinnacle of body refinement, earning the title of Invincible Iron Fist, and was regarded as one of the foremost martial artists in Chishui City, revered for his virtue and reputation. The young man before him had effortlessly subdued Jing Hong, rendering him incapable of drawing his sword. And Jing Hong's appraisal likened him to a figure of Su Jin's caliber. Wang Yun immediately spoke up. "Yin Song, Jing Hong, please step outside for a moment. I have matters to discuss with Mr. Wen." "Understood." Wang Yun dismissed Yin Song and Jing Hong, who complied and exited the room, with Jing Hong closing the door behind them. Only Su Changkong and Wang Yun remained inside. "Mr. Wen, please, take a seat." Wang Yun warmly invited Su Changkong to sit, personally pouring him a cup of tea. Su Changkong did not stand on ceremony. He sat down and straightforwardly said, "Lord Wang, I have heard from Yin Song that you are in search of martial artists with some prowess. May I inquire as to the reason?" Wang Yun's expression grew slightly serious as he pondered, weighing his words carefully. He realized that if he wished for Su Changkong's assistance, he must reveal the truth. Thus, he cautiously inquired, "Brother Wen, have you heard of the Black Lotus sect?" Wang Yun remained somewhat vigilant. After all, Su Changkong had been introduced by Yin Song, whose strength was undeniable. Yet, he had never heard of such a figure in the martial realm of Chishui City, leading him to worry whether Su Changkong might be connected to the Black Lotus sect, or perhaps even one of its members. Upon hearing these words, Su Changkong was momentarily taken aback. He observed the slight wariness etched on Wang Yun's face and began to grasp the latter's concerns. With a calm demeanor, Su Changkong remarked, "The Black Lotus sect, a group of tempestuous cultists, of which I have heard some whispers." Wang Yun's expression grew increasingly grave. "To be candid, Brother One, the Black Lotus sect has been wreaking havoc of late, particularly around Chishui City, leading to the ruin of many innocent civilians. Both their wealth and lives have been devastated. As the magistrate of Chishui City, I find myself unable to rest, tormented by these occurrences, and it is intolerable to witness such tragedies unfold." Su Changkong was taken aback by this revelation. It appeared that Wang Yun was intent on confronting the Black Lotus sect. What astonished him further was his knowledge of Wang Yun's character. He was certainly no paragon of virtue, nor a selfless official devoted to the welfare of the people. As far as Su Changkong was aware, the Black Riders had been terrorizing the vicinity of Chishui City for several years, yet he had never heard of any governmental efforts to eradicate them. He had personally witnessed the exploitation faced by the Black Iron Manor at the hands of the Black Riders. The influence of the Black Lotus sect, however, spanned several provinces within the Dayin Empire, far surpassing that of the relatively minor Black Riders. It was perplexing that Wang Yun seemed intent on addressing the Black Lotus sect while turning a blind eye to the Black Riders. Yet, Su Changkong was not oblivious. After a moment of careful contemplation, he discerned the crux of the matter. The Black Riders and the Black Lotus sect were fundamentally different entities. The Black Riders were merely a bandit organization, a group of outlaws, common enough within the Dian Empire. Even if the Black Riders were eradicated, it would not be long before another such group emerged. Hence, turning a blind eye was perhaps the wiser course. The Black Riders would likely engage in conflict with other factions to maintain their standing, ensuring mutual restraint as long as they did not overstep their bounds. Much like the current strife between the Black Riders and the White Jade Gang. Regardless of who gained the upper hand, neither posed a threat to Wang Yun. In the Dian Empire, the murder of a court official constituted a grave offense, attracting the attention of the imperial assassins, who would launch an investigation. Those implicated in the assassination of officials faced the most brutal punishments, such as being sliced into pieces or drawn and quartered. Despite the ferocity of the Black Riders, they would not dare to act against Wang Yun. They were desperate men, but not fools. In the absence of conflicting interests, both parties could coexist peacefully. In stark contrast, the Black Lotus sect harbored insidious ambitions to rebel and overthrow the imperial authority. In fact, within its ranks, bounties were placed on the heads of certain officials. Should the Black Lotus sect be allowed to flourish unchecked in the vicinity of Changshui City, it could lead to a situation that spiraled out of control, jeopardizing not only Wang Yun's position but also his very life. While the Black Riders posed no threat to Wang Yun, he would certainly refrain from risking the elimination of the Black Riders. A successful endeavor would merely be viewed as his duty, earning him accolades as a commendable official, but offering no substantial benefits. Conversely, failure could result in severe losses and accountability. The Black Lotus sect, however, was a tangible threat to Wang Yun's status and even his life, compelling him to take the matter seriously. Having grasped the essence of the situation, Changkong felt a chill within. The Dian Empire was beset by both internal strife and external threats, and it seemed that shrewd local officials like Wang Yun were far from rare. The Black Riders posed no threat to Wang Yun. Their cruel actions against the common people are of no concern to him. Wang Yun's intentions to confront the Black Lotus sect are driven not by a sense of duty to the populace, but rather by his own self-interest. Changkong, with a tone that dripped with subtle sarcasm, remarked, "Indeed, I hold great admiration for Lord Wang's fervent disdain for evil. May the citizens of Changshui City enjoy prosperity and live in peace, thriving in their daily lives." Should Lord Wang take a stroll through the streets, the townsfolk would undoubtedly sing his praises. It remains unclear whether Wang Yun failed to perceive the sarcasm in Changkong's words or feigned ignorance. He merely responded with a forced smile, "This is all part of my responsibilities." Chapter 58, The Pinnacle of Body Refinement. The formula for vitality pills. Changkong refrained from further teasing Wang Yun and stated directly, "It is indeed a fortunate matter for all that you, Lord Wang, are inclined to take action against the Black Lotus sect. However, what concern does this hold for a mere martial artist such as myself?" Wang Yun, with a serious countenance, replied, "The members of the Black Lotus sect are predominantly formidable, and Mr. Wen possesses exceptional martial prowess, which is rare in the city of Qishui. I wish to request your esteemed assistance to eliminate those heretics. This would effectively dismantle the influence of the Black Lotus sect in Qishui. In truth, the members of the Black Lotus sect are few in number. Among those Changkong had previously encountered, such as Zhao Qing and Du Zhen, only Du Zhen was an official member, bearing the sect's identity token. The others were largely pawns, ensnared and manipulated by their influence, not even recognized as formal members of the sect. These individuals, whether possessing notable martial skills or exceptional charisma, often led a throng of civilians and rogues amid the chaos. By vanquishing these sect members, the turmoil in the region could gradually subside. Wang Yun truly is a shrewd individual, Changkong mused. In confronting the Black Lotus sect, Wang Yun, leveraging his authority as a magistrate, could swiftly mobilize local officials and the populace against them. Yet, he clearly feared the repercussions of attracting trouble. Should he unleash all his resources upon the Black Lotus sect, it would equate to a direct confrontation. And while even bandits and brigands may hesitate to slay officials, the fanatics of the Black Lotus sect would show no such restraint. Wang Yun, along with his family and friends, would become targets for assassination. Thus, Wang Yun exercised great caution, preferring to avoid overt conflict with the sect. He sought to enlist powerful martial artists to deal with the errant members of the Black Lotus sect. It is entirely reasonable for skilled heroes of the martial world to draw their blades against the nefarious, removing threats in the name of justice. This would not implicate Wang Yun in any way. In Changshui, various martial experts, such as Su Jin, the master of the Iron Garment Martial Arts School, while undeniably powerful, dared not provoke the Black Lotus sect for fear of endangering their families. Wang Yun could not persuade them to act. The young man known as Wen Tai, with his mysterious background and formidable skills, seemed perfectly suited for the task. Thus, Wang Yun deeply bowed to Su Changkong, imploring, "I beseech you, Mr. Wen, to aid those innocent citizens who have suffered at the hands of the Black Lotus sect. This would be a monumental act of compassion." Wang Yun's fervent appeal was imbued with sincerity, yet Su Changkong remained impassive, aware that Wang Yun's motivations were self-serving. Su Changkong replied coolly, "Enough. I am not a paragon of virtue, driven by a hatred for evil. We are both well aware of the might of the Black Lotus sect. Engaging them recklessly could endanger our loved ones. Are you suggesting that I should recklessly confront them?" Lord Wang? Su Changkong was not naive, despite sharing a sense of disdain and even anger towards the Black Lotus sect's actions. Provoking such a formidable entity was not the course of action for a wise individual. Upon hearing this, Wang Yun's eyes brightened, Wen Tai did not outright refuse, indicating a possibility. As long as sufficient benefits were provided, even the Black Lotus sect would not deter Wen Tai. Wang Yun promptly declared, "Mr. Wen, should you be willing to assist Qingshui City in dealing with the Black Lotus sect, I shall reward you with 500 taels of silver for each member you slay. Our office will also provide you with intelligence and full support. A head for 500 taels. In this era, many individuals would never amass such wealth in their lifetime." Su Changkong replied calmly, 500 taels? Some wanted criminals are worth several thousand or even tens of thousands of taels. The threat posed by the adherents of the Black Lotus sect is no less significant. While Wang Yun's offer of 500 taels for a formal member's head was not insignificant, Su Changkong would not be easily satisfied. Wang Yun was no benevolent soul. If he sought Su Changkong's assistance, he would need to pay a considerable price. Indeed, Su Changkong harbored no fondness for the Black Lotus sect. Initially, they had poisoned the water source at the Black Iron Manor, causing several to fall ill and perish. Had he not been robust, he too could have succumbed to their poison. Wang Yun's desire to hire him to confront the Black Lotus sect presented an opportunity for vengeance, while also providing a much-needed financial reward for Su Changkong, who was in dire need of funds. Wang Yun understood that hiring this enigmatic expert would require a substantial cost. Gritting his teeth, he stated, 500 taels is indeed a considerable sum. However, I have been relatively frugal over the years and possess little savings. Yet, I can offer you a prescription for a precious blood-enhancing elixir, worth its weight in gold, which money cannot easily buy. A prescription for a blood-enhancing elixir? Su Changkong's heart stirred at the mention. Only the most advanced formulas could be designated as elixirs. Prior concoctions such as his strengthening soup and vitality powder did not reach such a level. Wang Yun sought to use this prescription to deter Su Changkong from increasing his price further. Noticing Su Changkong's slight confusion, Wang Yun eagerly explained, "For martial artists, the first realm is the body refinement realm, and achieving mastery in this is the ultimate limit. The next stage involves cultivating one's vital energy, known as the blood vitality realm." Indeed, Su Changkong nodded slightly, aware of this from previous discussions with Yin Song. Understanding that the realm beyond the body refinement is the blood vitality realm. The body refinement realm is divided into various levels: strength cultivation, internal fortification, divine power, and heroic might. The second realm of martial arts is the blood vitality realm. Blood is the source of life. If one's vital energy wanes, they will become frail and prone to illness. Conversely, if one's vital energy is robust, they will be free from ailments and resistant to malevolent forces. The blood vitality realm focuses on cultivating this vital energy. However, for martial artists, advancing to the blood vitality realm is exceedingly challenging. It requires not only mastery of the body refinement but also has age restrictions. Those in their prime, with vigorous vital energy, find it significantly easier to break through to the blood vitality realm. Yet, as one ages and their vital energy diminishes, their physical condition deteriorates, making the ascent to the blood vitality realm increasingly arduous. Wang Yun remarked, "Once a martial artist reaches the realm of divine prowess, advancing further becomes an arduous endeavor, for the body has attained the utmost limits of physical refinement. However, should one elevate their vital energy to its zenith, a transformation may ensue, allowing them to ascend to the realm of vital energy and blood, shattering their constraints and embarking on a new phase of growth." Martial artists of the vital energy realm possess the formidable ability to effortlessly contend with 100 foes. The most straightforward method to enhance one's vital energy is through consumption. The food ingested undergoes digestion, with a portion being transformed into vital energy. Wang Yun spoke, And though he was not a martial artist, as the magistrate of Chishui City, he had indeed witnessed much and possessed considerable knowledge. Changkong nodded slightly, aware of the methods to attain the vital energy realm. Strengthening vital energy to its peak naturally leads to transformation. While consuming nutrient-rich meats is one pathway, it is fraught with challenges. Human consumption has its limits. Although martial artists require significantly more sustenance than ordinary individuals, even gorging on meat at every meal merely maintains their energy balance at best. To rely solely on consumption to amplify vital energy to its utmost, leading to its transformation, would require individuals of extraordinary innate talent. Thus, most martial artists seeking transformation must enhance the quality of their food, ingesting items that invigorate and replenish blood. Reflecting on my initial publication, I vividly recall the beginning of 2017 when my first manuscript unexpectedly passed the submission review. With a resolute spirit, I decided to devote myself entirely to writing. During the new year, at the tender age of 19, I subsisted on instant noodles and cereal, pouring my heart into my writing while hearing the laughter and savoring the aromas of meat from next door, nearly moved to tears by the tantalizing scents. Thus, I endured a challenging fortnight, but at that time, I felt no bitterness or exhaustion. My motivation was unwavering, for living by writing novels was a childhood dream of mine. Fortunately, through trials and tribulations, I have persevered to this day. To this year, I have lost count of how many times I have published. Yet each time I still feel the familiar nervousness and sleepless nights. I strive to reconnect with the original passion that ignited my writing journey. To write diligently and be accountable to my readers and to myself. Here, I promise that this book will never be abandoned and I will see it through to completion. Should I falter, it would be a great disappointment indeed. Lastly, I humbly request an initial subscription. It would be wonderful if an automatic subscription feature could be implemented. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Wars Chapter 59, The Killer with the Ghostly Face. The fourth leader of the Black Rider Gang. This Chi blood pill is a miraculous elixir that enhances one's vital energy. For those who have reached the pinnacle of body refinement, consuming the Chi blood pill, coupled with their own cultivation, provides a promising pathway to enter the Chi blood realm. Wang Yun passionately extolled the value of the Chi blood pill formula. While Su Changkong's expression remained largely unchanged, a flicker of intrigue sparked within him. Ever since his breakthrough to the divine valor realm, Su Changkong had felt a stagnation in his bodily growth, as the divine valor realm marked the limits of physical refinement. To achieve further advancement, he needed to complete the blood refinement and step into the Chi blood realm. The Chi blood pill formula promised immense value for Su Changkong. As it opened his eyes to a higher realm, he resolved to accept this formula. Very well, let this Chi blood pill formula be a supplementary offering, Su Changkong stated. This declaration brought a surge of joy to Wang Yun, for the Chi blood pill formula was indeed precious. However, possessing merely the formula was insufficient. It required an array of exceedingly rare herbs, even if one were to gather enough materials. A skilled alchemist would be necessary to refine them into pills, steps that were not achievable by just anyone. Otherwise, Chi blood realm warriors would not be so scarce. Yet, before Wang Yun could revel in his delight for long, Su Changkong shifted the conversation. Additionally, the head of a Black Lotus sect disciple will be valued at 1,000 taels each. Su Changkong was acutely aware that a mere formula was just the foundation. Ample materials and the ability to refine them into pills were crucial, unlike simple concoctions like vitality powder or body-strengthening soup that anyone could mix. This all required funds. Therefore, Su Changkong aimed to amass sufficient wealth. More was better. Upon hearing this, Wang Yun hesitated momentarily. However, his gaze soon fell upon the long blade embedded deeply into the ground, a testament to the prowess of his guard, Jing Hong, who could not even draw his sword before Su Changkong. Such a master was indeed a rarity in the vicinity of Chishui City. Moreover, Su Changkong did not exhibit the fear of offending the Black Lotus sect that other warriors might harbor. If Wang Yun failed to seize this opportunity, finding another capable individual who was unafraid of the Black Lotus sect would be an arduous task. With this in mind, Wang Yun gritted his teeth. Very well. We shall proceed as Mr. Wen suggests. For each Black Lotus sect member Su Changkong eliminated, Wang Yun would reward him with 1,000 taels of silver and provide him with a Chi blood pill formula. Then, may our collaboration be fruitful. Su Changkong remarked, a smile gracing his lips. His desperate need for funds and his aspiration to reach a higher realm aligned perfectly with Wang Yun's determination to curb the Black Lotus sect's influence in Chishui City. This arrangement was indeed mutually beneficial. With the partnership established, Wang Yun felt a sense of relief. He could afford to turn a blind eye to the Black Rider gang. But the Black Lotus sect posed a direct threat to his status and life, compelling him to take action. How shall I contact Mr. Wen in the future? Wang Yun inquired. I will visit Changshui City weekly, and you shall provide me with the intelligence you gather. Wang Yun's task was to collect information on the members of the Black Lotus sect within Changshui City and relay it to Changkong, who would then take decisive action against them. As long as the official members of the Black Lotus sect are eliminated, those who have been coerced and misled are merely a disorganized rabble. Wang Yun comprehended Changkong's concerns. To demonstrate his sincerity, Wang Yun stated, the formula for the blood vitality pill can be given to Mr. Wen in advance. Well, I am grateful, Lord Wang, Changkong replied, naturally unwilling to decline. The formula for the blood vitality pill is indeed precious. However, in reality, Wang Yun would not incur any loss by providing it to Changkong. Has the matter been concluded? Although Wang Yun extended a banquet to retain Changkong, he ultimately decided to take his leave and join Yin Song, who awaited him outside. Yin Song inquired, has the discussion finished? Yes, Changkong nodded. Yin Song understood the significance of Changkong's conversation with Wang Yun and prudently refrained from asking for specifics. Lord Wang, is this Wen Taixin reliable? In the governor's office, Jing Hong expressed his concerns. Wen Tai possesses formidable martial skills and is certainly not an inconsequential figure. Yet, there is a startling lack of information regarding him in the vicinity of Changshui City. If Wang Yun entrusts such a critical task to Changkong, any misstep could lead to dire consequences and ignite disaster. Doubt those you do not trust. Trust those you employ. You must immediately gather intelligence on the members of the Black Lotus sect within Changshui City. I need to compile this myself. Wang Yun shook his head. Once a decision is made, one must not dwell excessively on the past. Understood. Jing Hong respectfully acknowledged and exited the room. Amidst the internal and external turmoil of the great Yin dynasty, instability reigned. Yet, this does not concern me. I merely wish to safeguard my modest domain and enjoy a peaceful retirement. Within the room, only Wang Yun remained, sighing wearily, the fatigue evident on his face. Wang Yun harbored little ambition, and with age, he had no desire to ascend further. Maintaining his current position was his sole aspiration. This formula for the blood vitality pill is exceedingly complex. Upon returning to the Black Iron Manor, Changkong retrieved the formula for the blood vitality pill from Wang Yun and examined it meticulously. Soon, a frown creased his brow. Many of the required ingredients were entirely unfamiliar to him, such as a certain blood cordyceps that hibernates during winter. Merely hearing its name suggested its extraordinary rarity, likely unattainable even in the ginseng manor or throughout the entirety of Changshui City. Not only that, but even if sufficient ingredients were procured, a skilled alchemist would be necessary to refine them into pills, which demanded a high level of alchemical expertise. I'll consider these matters once I have the funds, Changkong sighed, committing the formula to memory. For now, he would focus on training and earning money, as there remained considerable room for improvement in his capabilities. His physical prowess may be reaching its limits, yet his internal energy and swordsmanship could still steadily accumulate in progress. A week passed, and on his day off, Changkong rose early. After completing his routine of the 5 animal frolics, he set out for Changshui City. En route, he practiced the turtle breathing technique, transforming his youthful, robust appearance into that of the austere young man, Wen Tai. In Changshui City, at the governor's office, armed with Wang Yun's prior instructions, Changkong successfully entered the governor's office and encountered Wang Yun. Lord Wang, how has the intelligence gathering progressed? Changkong wasted no time and directly addressed the issue at hand. Wang Yun was eager to expand the Black Lotus sect's influence in Changshui City, and Changkong also sought to profit from this endeavor. Please, Mr. Wen, take a look at this. Wang Yun promptly retrieved a scroll from the drawer of the table and handed it to Changkong. The scroll detailed information about a member of the Black Lotus sect, known as the Black Moon Master, whose true name remained unknown. This individual had, merely 2 weeks prior, utilized a talismanic water technique to cure the ailing head of the Liu family in Fengxi town, earning him the reverence of the local villagers who regarded him as a deity. Consequently, he amassed considerable wealth in Fengxi town, spreading his beliefs and exploiting the ignorance of the populace. He was accompanied by 4 disciples, all suspected to possess impressive martial prowess. Black Moon Master, you say? Changkong meticulously examined the intelligence inscribed on the scroll and nodded slightly. In that case, I shall pay a visit to Fengxi town. Wishing you a safe journey. Mr. Wen. Wang Yun clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Without delay, Changkong set forth toward Fengshi Town, located 100 miles north of Chishui City. Fengshi Town required 1 to 2 days of travel on foot for an average person. However, for someone of Changkong's speed and endurance, such a distance was merely a leisurely stroll. Maintaining a pace of over 10 meters per second, he traversed the 100 miles in just 1 hour, arriving at Fengshi Town. Upon his arrival, Changkong observed that Fengshi Town, a small settlement within the borders of Chishui City, was surrounded by fields of wheat, cabbage, and other crops, albeit suffering from drought, with many plants appearing malnourished and withered. The atmosphere today, however, was quite lively. On a hastily erected platform, a man clad in black sat cross-legged. This Taoist, sporting a slender mustache and appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, had his eyes tightly shut and was murmuring incantations while incense burned before him. "Can he truly succeed?" murmured a voice among the gathered crowd. "It hasn't rained in 2 months. Can this Black Moon Master genuinely invoke rain and alleviate the drought? He is the one who healed Lord Liu. Surely he can perform a rite to summon a downpour." Below the platform, the townsfolk stood silently, their faces etched with concern, unwilling to speak too loudly. The scarcity of water in the vicinity, compounded by the prolonged absence of rain, had left the predominantly agrarian residents in dire straits. Without a harvest, their livelihoods would be severely compromised. You villagers of Fengshi Town have accumulated too little merit, as long as your hearts are sincere. The compassionate Black Lotus Master will manifest his powers, clear the clouds and reveal the rain, a young Taoist exclaimed, casting a furtive glance at the overflowing merit box beside him, a grin playing on his lips. The invocation of rain by the Black Moon Master was not without cost. Affluent locals and common townsfolk alike were required to contribute funds to demonstrate their sincerity. As time passed, the sun hung high in the sky, and the townspeople grew increasingly restless. Meanwhile, the Black Moon Master remained seated in tranquil silence, flanked by several Taoists who stood motionless, holding their dusters. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "It's raining." As afternoon arrived, the sky darkened, and the sun was obscured by ominous clouds. A gasp of delight erupted from the crowd as they felt the first drops of rain upon their faces. Pitter-patter. The gloomy sky unleashed a gentle drizzle, which soon transformed into a torrential downpour. "It's raining. At last, it's raining." The Master of the Black Moon possesses extraordinary powers. The townsfolk, overwhelmed with joy, wept tears of gratitude, while some even bowed in reverence, venerating him as a celestial being, their admiration profound. They pledged their faith to their esteemed master and to our revered Black Lotus. Everyone was promised eternal life and a blissful rebirth. Meanwhile, the Taoists, witnessing this spectacle, became exceedingly arrogant, seizing the opportunity to propagate the doctrines of the Black Lotus sect. These individuals are truly shameless. Amidst the crowd, Changkong, clad in simple attire and having transformed his bone structure through the turtle-breathing technique, observed the scene with a sense of disdain. It was evident that the townspeople believed the Master of the Black Moon had summoned the rain through his rituals. However, Changkong, having received an education and possessing knowledge, understood otherwise. After a prolonged drought, rain was inevitable. By observing the sun and moon, wind direction, as well as the behavior of animals and plants, one could predict weather changes. Essentially, it was a form of meteorology. The Master of the Black Moon merely anticipated the rain that was already destined to fall, and his ritual was not the cause of its arrival. As for the lack of rain today, merely postpone the ceremony to tomorrow or the day after. If he were to miscalculate, he could simply take his leave with the money, suffering no real loss. The gullibility of these simple folk was astonishing. With a smile playing on his lips, the Master of the Black Moon had amassed considerable wealth in just a few short days in Fengshi Town, leaving the townsfolk grateful and indebted. Alas, this Master of the Black Moon is likely nothing more than a charlatan, who truly possesses the ability to command the heavens to rain. If such a talent existed, he would have long been revered by the emperor, not wandering in our impoverished corner of the world. While the majority of the townspeople were fervently devoted, a handful of educated individuals remained clear-headed, recognizing the Master of the Black Moon as a mere trickster. Yet their voices were weak, unable to sway the already fervent worshippers. To expose the ruse of the Master would invite hostility from those fearful of offending a celestial master, and they would be beaten to a pulp without the Master lifting a finger. They could only helplessly sigh as they beheld this scene. After today, it was evident that the Master of the Black Moon would exploit Fengshi Town further, and once he departed, the town would be nearly drained of its resources, exacerbating the already dire circumstances for its inhabitants. This Master of the Black Moon, with his theatrics, is, in my observation, not an impressive figure. He can be dealt with, and then we shall depart. Changkong quietly lowered his head and retrieved a mask from his pocket, donning it upon his face. Who goes there? The master of the Black Moon abruptly opened his eyes, while the other Taoists wore expressions of vigilance. They noticed a figure weaving through the crowd, leaping directly onto the altar. The individual, adorned with a crimson ghost mask, possessed a physique neither stout nor slender, yet exuded an aura of cold menace that chilled the very rain itself. Who are you? Come down at once. Do you wish to confront the Celestial Master? Among the townsfolk, many cried out in panic, fearing that this unknown individual might provoke the Master of the Black Moon, bringing calamity upon Fengshi Town. Master of the Black Moon, it is said that your Black Lotus sect possesses 3 heads and 6 arms, and an indestructible body. Why not come forth and allow me to land a punch? Changkong, donning a ghostly mask, deliberately lowered his voice to create a deep, resonant tone as he fixed his gaze upon the Black Moon Master, his intentions far from benign. The Black Moon Master remained seated in a meditative pose, yet his countenance grew frigid. As a member of the Black Lotus sect, the others kept their distance, wary of attracting trouble, too timid to interfere. However, the masked man before them clearly harbored ill intentions. Without needing a command from the Black Moon Master, for Taoists exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with cold resolve. Who is this foolhardy individual that dares to challenge the dignity of a Celestial Master? 2 of the Taoists shouted in reprimand and swiftly advanced, launching themselves towards Changkong from either side, employing their grappling techniques to seize his arms. With precision, the 2 Taoists managed to grasp Changkong's arms, intending to forcefully dislocate his bones. Yet, as they exerted their strength, they found their hands unable to budge him even slightly, like children attempting to move a robust adult. Their efforts were futile. Is such feeble skill worthy of my attention? Changkong feigned a brutish demeanor, letting out a cold snort. He exerted a slight force in his arms, which trembled like mighty dragons. A surge of immense power erupted, causing the 2 Taoists, who were not far from entering the inner realm, to emit pained grunts as their fingers shattered from the force of the impact. They were uncontrollably propelled backward, crashing to the ground with anguished cries, unable to rise for a considerable time. The remaining 2 Taoists felt a chill run through them. This masked man was no ordinary warrior, his strength unfathomable. The Black Moon Master also felt a weight of gravity in his gaze. How could such a formidable presence exist in this modest locale? Rising to his feet, the Black Moon Master intoned gravely, "You dare to offend the revered Black Lotus Lord? You are destined to descend into hell, to endure the endless torment of 18 tortures. I shall send you to hell first." Changkong retorted with a cold laugh, stepping forward to confront the Black Moon Master. "Stop." The Black Moon Master moved swiftly, brandishing a whisk in his right hand. He suddenly flicked the whisk, unleashing a flurry of minute silver glimmers, 3 tiny silver needles concealed within the dust, striking stealthily and unexpectedly. Given Changkong's speed and agility, he could easily evade them. However, he risked endangering the innocent civilians below. Thus, he drew upon his inner energy, condensing it within his sleeve, and with a swift motion, sent forth a gust of wind. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 silver needles were deflected, clattering to the ground, embedded within the wooden platform. Shattered gold palm. At that moment, the Black Moon Master, gliding silently closer, unleashed his left palm, which shimmered faintly with golden light, delivering a formidable strike aimed at Changkong's abdomen. Bang! The blow landed with a dull thud against Changkong's midsection, yet he remained steadfast, unmoving. The Black Moon Master trembled, feeling as though Changkong's body was an unyielding wall of bronze and iron. He could cleave a boulder with such force. Yet he could not budge Changkong in the slightest. Instead, he felt a numbing sensation in his arm from the recoil. Too feeble. Not even at the level of divine power? Changkong raised an eyebrow. He had attained the pinnacle of body refinement, the formidable divine courage realm. The muscles beneath his skin had undergone a second transformation, rendering the desperate punches and kicks of an ordinary person akin to mere tickling. Meanwhile, the Black Moon Master possessed decent internal strength but was far from the divine power realm, barely comparable to Yin Song. Coupled with Changkong's golden silk armor beneath his clothing, he couldn't even be bothered to evade the impending strike. Wait. The Black Moon Master initially seized the advantage with hidden weapons, but despite exerting full effort, he failed to harm Changkong in the slightest. This realization struck the Black Moon Master with dread, sweat beading on his forehead as he exclaimed in panic, "Take my punch first." Changkong, uninterested in lengthy discourse, interrupted the Black Moon Master's words with a thunderous roar that resonated with the awe-inspiring might of the divine courage realm, causing the Black Moon Master to feel momentarily dizzy. Changkong raised his right fist high, delivering a blow that descended upon the Black Moon Master like a heavy iron hammer. The impact sent shockwaves through the Black Moon Master, rendering him incapable of evasion. Changkong's mighty punch, infused with 1,000-pound strength, struck the top of the Black Moon Master's head with a resounding crash. The force of the blow was staggering. The wooden floor beneath the Black Moon Master caved in, his legs sinking into it. His skull shattered and collapsed, the head being driven into his chest cavity, the neck entirely vanishing. Blood streamed from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, and before he could even emit a cry of despair, he was brutally slain by Changkong's fist. The crowd fell into an eerie silence. Witnessing what appeared to be a celestial being capable of summoning storms, the Black Moon Master, suddenly dispatched by this grim-faced man with a single punch. Changkong understood that it was not the Black Moon Master's weakness, but rather his overwhelming strength, having reached the pinnacle of body refinement. There were few within several hundred miles of Chishui City who could rival him. Aside from a select few, other martial artists were as fragile as children in his hands. Having effortlessly dispatched the Black Moon Master, Changkong turned his gaze towards the two remaining standing Taoists, his eyes icy enough to chill the soul. The two Taoists, witnessing the brutal slaying of the Black Moon Master, trembled in fear, their legs trembling as liquid dripped from their trousers, uncertain whether it was rain or something else. "Spare us. Hero, spare us. We were merely following the Black Moon Master's orders." The two Taoists collapsed to their knees, weeping and pleading for mercy, terrified that they might share the same fate as the Black Moon Master. Yet Changkong had no interest in conversing further. Having engaged, he would leave none alive. With a swift motion, he approached the two and seized them by the neck, crushing it with a fierce grip. They crumpled to the ground, unable to muster even the courage to resist before the formidable Changkong. He then approached the two previously injured Taoists, mercilessly snapping their necks as well. Afterward, Changkong, seemingly unconcerned, began to rummage through the bodies around him. Ultimately, Changkong discovered the identity token of a member of the Black Lotus sect on the body of the Black Moon Master, along with a substantial sum of 700 to 800 taels in silver notes. Tucking them securely into his bosom, he proceeded to leave the stage in silence. The aura of menace he exuded caused the townsfolk to retreat in fear, parting to clear a path for him. It was only after he had navigated through the crowd that an elder, presumably the town's mayor, called out loudly, "May I inquire your esteemed name? You have slain the immortal of the Black Lotus sect in Fingxi Town. How shall we respond to those who may seek retribution?" The elder was anxious, fearing that the death of the Black Moon Master might incite vengeance upon them. "I am the fourth deputy of the Black Rider gang, known as Ghostface. Should anyone desire revenge, they may seek me out at the Black Rider gang. I shall welcome them with open arms." Changkong paused, his robust voice resonating in the ears of the villagers of Fingxi Town. Amidst the raucous laughter filled with bravado, and under the scrutiny of countless gazes, his silhouette vanished into the torrential rain, leaving behind the lifeless bodies of the Black Moon Master and others, alongside a bewildered populace. The Black Rider gang. Such a formidable figure resides within its ranks? Some perceptive townsfolk were struck with astonishment. The name of the Black Rider gang was notorious around Chishui City, known to be a band of brigands thriving on cunning plunder. Now, with the demon of the Black Lotus sect amassing wealth and deceiving the ignorant populace in Fingxi Town, only to be slain on the spot by the fourth deputy of the Black Rider gang? They were blissfully unaware that the Black Rider gang had no such fourth deputy known as Ghostface. Changkong had merely fabricated this identity, both to divert attention and to incite discord. If the Black Lotus sect were to mistakenly attribute the act to the Black Rider gang, it would serve them well to let the dogs fight among themselves, and at the very least, cause some trouble for the gang. Chapter 60. The Art of the Blade. In the afternoon, Changkong made his way to Chishui City. Within the governor's office, he encountered Governor Wang Yun. So soon? Without further ado, Changkong produced a token engraved with a black lotus from his bosom and placed it on the table. It was the token he had confiscated from the Black Moon Elder. The identity token of a disciple of the Black Lotus sect. Wang Yun recognized its origin. Aware that it belonged to the Black Moon Elder, a formal member of the Black Lotus sect, known for his formidable skills, yet now deceased at the hands of the man before him, Wen Tai. Wang Yun had no doubts regarding Changkong's authenticity and believed that news pertaining to this matter would soon circulate. "Mr. Wen, you have worked hard. This is 1,000 taels of silver. Please accept it." With great reverence, Wang Yun presented the prepared 1,000 taels of silver, offering it with both hands. Having secured the silver, Su Changkong felt a sense of accomplishment. While it appeared to be a simple transaction, few could amass such wealth. Ordinary warriors might not fear the Black Lotus sect, yet they often lacked the strength to confront its masters. Those capable of slaying the Black Moon Elder typically harbored fears of retribution from the Black Lotus sect, concerned about the safety of their family and friends, and thus kept their distance. However, someone like Su Changkong, whose reputation was modest yet whose strength was formidable, adept at concealing his identity and unafraid of retaliation, was indeed qualified to earn such rewards. Ah, Governor Wang, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. After pocketing the silver, Su Changkong did not linger, bidding farewell to Wang Yun as he departed. Once alone, Wang Yun sat in contemplation, a flicker of anticipation crossing his features. In the weeks to come, members of the Black Lotus sect would fall, and he believed these cultists, even if they no longer feared death, would eventually grow wary and retreat. What Wang Yun aimed to achieve was to leverage his influence to gather intelligence on the Black Lotus sect members within Qingshui City, subsequently handing it over to Su Changkong, who would eliminate them. The actual number of formal members of the Black Lotus sect was quite scarce, with each one dispatched. Their influence in Qingshui City would diminish until they were compelled to abandon their ambitions of expansion. Of course, this was contingent upon Su Changkong's success. Should he falter, or if the Black Lotus sect were to discover his identity and connection to Wang Yun, the situation would become dire. In such a case, Wang Yun would be left with no choice but to muster all his resources and confront the Black Lotus sect directly, a scenario he, ever cautious and self-preserving, dreaded to face. Indeed, killing and arson bring wealth. Today, by slaying the Black Moon Elder, Su Changkong had acquired 700 to 800 taels of silver from the Elder's possession, along with the 1,000 taels reward from Wang Yun, totaling nearly 2,000 taels in a single day, an amount that would take others a lifetime to earn. Martial cultivation. Strengthening oneself is paramount. Su Changkong's resolve to grow stronger solidified, for wealth was merely a means to procure resources for his cultivation, an external entity in the pursuit of his true power. Upon returning to the Black Iron Manor, Su Changkong diligently practiced martial arts. Unlike before, he now visited Qingshui City weekly to meet Wang Yun, from whom he acquired intelligence regarding the members of the Black Lotus sect, subsequently tracking them down to eliminate them. However, such fortuitous encounters were not a weekly occurrence. The effectiveness of the intelligence varied, and at times, by the time Su Changkong arrived, the Black Lotus members had already vanished, leaving him empty-handed. Occasionally, Wang Yun was unable to provide concrete information. Nevertheless, even if these opportunities arose only once every 10 days or half a month, it sufficed for Su Changkong. With ample wealth, he indulged himself considerably. Previously, he consumed 30 doses of qi-enhancing powder monthly, but as his internal strength deepened, the effects of the powder diminished. Thus, he opted to increase the dosage, taking double the amount. Although this approach led to a reduction in overall efficacy and some waste due to the continuous consumption of qi-enhancing powder, Su Changkong, being affluent, found it acceptable. The monthly expenditure on the powder amounted to 600 or 700 taels of silver, a lavish sum that left one astounded. Changkong, your skills have improved significantly. As summer's heat enveloped the forge, Yang Zhao, holding a gleaming longsword, could not help but exclaim. With unwavering dedication and persistent effort, rewards are always forthcoming. Beside the blazing forge, Su Changkong, bare-chested and muscular, smiled at the remark. His forging skills were on a continuous ascent, resulting in weapons of ever-increasing quality. When the Manor Master retires, the position of Master of Black Iron Manor will probably be passed to Su Changkong. The other blacksmiths held a deep envy for him. Despite his youth, Su Changkong's forging prowess was unparalleled, and his honest nature, devoid of ulterior motives, allowed him to maintain harmonious relations with everyone. He remained humble, producing weapons of superior quality without ever boasting about his talents or demanding higher wages. With capabilities matched by his integrity and straightforward demeanor, it was highly likely that Immortality, who had no heirs, would entrust the Black Iron Manor to Su Changkong upon his retirement. In the face of others' envy, Su Changkong felt little. For he was acutely aware of his circumstances, he could not remain at Black Iron Manor for a lifetime. The world beyond was vast, and it would not be long before he departed from this corner of existence, embracing the boundless sea. The reason he did not seek a raise was simple. The meager earnings from forging were insufficient to support his cultivation. Su Changkong continued to forge daily, driven solely by his passion for the craft. regarding it as a form of training to temper both body and mind through the art of forging. Time to clock out. Time to clock out. In the afternoon, as a day of toil came to an end, Changkong wiped the slight perspiration from his brow with a towel and exited the workshop. The 5-animal play, sword practice, and turtle breathing technique had become integral parts of his life. In the courtyard, Changkong practiced his sword techniques. With a deft flick of his foot, a pebble the size of a fist was sent soaring into the air. In that instant, Changkong unleashed his blade with precision. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A series of gleaming blades seemed to cascade like flowing light, each strike executed with such swiftness that it surpassed the limits of the human eye's perception. Every slash was a harmonious amalgamation of speed and technique, exuding an aesthetic beauty that was truly captivating. A pebble, roughly the size of a fist, soared through the air. Enveloped by Changkong's radiant blade, rendered almost weightless as if suspended in midair, accompanied by a flurry of stone fragments. With unwavering focus, Changkong unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, maintaining an astonishing speed. He neither gasped for breath nor felt fatigue, his eyes remained unblinking. And the heavy iron-cutting blade in his grasp felt as light as a feather. Should an outsider witness this spectacle, they would undoubtedly find it hard to believe that such a young individual could possess such exquisite mastery of the sword. After more than a dozen breaths, Changkong executed hundreds of strikes in rapid succession before suddenly sheathing his blade. The pebble plummeted to the ground, and with a swift motion, Changkong caught it in his hand. The surface of the pebble, having undergone continuous slicing and friction, was scalding to the touch. Upon closer inspection, the once sharply defined and irregularly shaped stone had shrunk slightly, transforming into a perfect sphere flawlessly shaped, as if sculpted by an artisan's meticulous hand. Yet, this remarkable transformation was not the work of a craftsman, but the result of Changkong's relentless cutting with the iron-cutting blade in a mere span of breaths. To shape a pebble into a perfect sphere using such a heavy weapon was a feat that could render one breathless, a skill that was truly unprecedented. The mastery of the iron-cutting blade had ascended to the 7th realm, a level of prowess that was almost divine. Changkong caressed the smooth, spherical object in his palm, a smile inevitably gracing his lips. This summer had seen Changkong's swordsmanship reach new heights, transcending into the realm of extraordinary skill. His technique had become so refined that he could create exquisite patterns even on a soft block of tofu with the heavy iron-cutting blade. The progress in his 5-animal play and tortoise-breathing technique required accumulation, akin to the growth of the body. It was impossible to achieve overnight or to eat one's way to plumpness. However, the advancement of skills was not bound by such limitations. In martial arts, even those with lesser innate talent could, with abundant resources, elevate a mediocre practitioner to the realm of divine strength or even body refinement. Yet, techniques like swordsmanship, which reside in the realm of skill, cannot be amassed merely through resources. If one cannot learn it, they simply cannot, even with the guidance of a renowned master. Those with inferior talent and comprehension would progress only so far. In certain respects, once a martial artist reaches a certain level, advancing in skill becomes more challenging than progressing in martial cultivation. Changkong's potential value stood at an impressive 15 points, marking him as a prodigious talent in martial arts, with both understanding and capability enabling him to attain such heights in swordsmanship at a young age. This level of skill rendered it unlikely for anyone in his realm to rival him. He mused quietly to himself, yet remained humble, aware that there are always greater talents beyond his own. Continuous self-improvement was the true path to mastery. Tomorrow, he planned to venture to Chishui City, hopeful that his journey would not be in vain. Changkong concluded his sword practice. As night fell and darkness enveloped the world, everyone else succumbed to slumber. Changkong also retired early, engaging in the cultivation of his turtle-breathing technique to restore his spirit and stamina. For he was to meet Wang Yun the following day. On the morrow, in the early hours, Changkong made his way to Chishui City, where he encountered the magistrate, Wang Yun. "Mr. Wen, it's been a few days since we last met, and you appear even more invigorated." Wang Yun greeted with a beaming smile. Having collaborated with Wang Yun for 2 months, Changkong had successfully slain 6 disciples of the Black Lotus sect during this period, never once faltering, which earned him Wang Yun's admiration for his decisive actions. "What news do you bring this time?" Changkong inquired directly. This intelligence was unlike previous reports, involving 2 disciples of the Black Lotus sect. As Wang Yun hesitated, he retrieved a scroll and presented it to Changkong. 2. Changkong's heart stirred. 2 Black Lotus disciples meant a bounty of 2,000 taels of silver. However, he remained cautious, aware that carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Taking the scroll, he unfurled it and scrutinized its contents. The two individuals, Gongyang Imo and Gongyang Sun, hailed from the affluent Gongyang family in Nawang City. Trained in martial arts since childhood, they had surrendered their family wealth to the Black Lotus sect and became its disciples. A fortnight prior, they had made a public appearance in Huanan village, where they conducted a trial and brutally burned several villagers who openly opposed the sect. According to the intelligence, the two were currently residing in Maple Leaf Town, 400 miles from Qingshui City, and indulged at the Maple Leaf Pavilion each night. After reviewing the details, Su Changkong nodded slightly. Gongyang Imo and Gongyang Sun, they are indeed my targets. He tucked the scroll away and addressed Wang Yun. I shall proceed to Maple Leaf Town. Take care. Mr. 1. Wang Yun replied, not insisting on his stay, knowing that the sooner Su Changkong acted, the better, lest the Gongyang brothers depart before he arrived. Immediately, Su Changkong set off for Maple Leaf Town, covering the 400 miles in 3 hours, arriving by midday. Maple Leaf Town, situated on the outskirts of Qishui City, was a quaint locale adorned with maple trees along its roads, presenting a picturesque scene. The Maple Leaf Pavilion served as a place of revelry, frequented only by those with sufficient means. The Gongyang brothers should arrive at night. I shall bide my time and observe discreetly, he thought. Inside the Maple Leaf Pavilion, he occupied a table alone. The Gongyang brothers were scions of their family, seasoned in martial arts, and their prowess was commendable. As time passed, the evening drew near, and the Maple Leaf Pavilion became increasingly lively, filled with lights and the sounds of merriment. Young master, would you like to go upstairs? A woman inquired. Leave me be. Su Changkong frowned, detecting the cloying scent of her cosmetics. He cast her a cold glance. Why yes, of course, the woman stammered, feeling a chill from his gaze, and hurriedly departed, not daring to linger. Have they not arrived yet? Su Changkong held a cup of tea, waiting for the Gongyang brothers to make their entrance. Tang Mo and Tang Sun have arrived. Ladies, why do you not hurry to greet your guests? The exuberant voice of the madam echoed at the entrance of the Maple Leaf Pavilion as darkness enveloped the sky. The arrival of the Tang gentlemen elicited a mixture of excitement and trepidation among the courtesans of the pavilion. They were thrilled by the lavishness of the two Tang gentlemen, known for their generous spending, yet fearful of their peculiar tempers and the bizarre nature of their amusements, which few could endure. Tang gentlemen, Xiao Chui has missed you dearly. Please, stay the night. I promise to attend to you well. A throng of courtesans gathered, eager to flatter and fawn. Ha ha, tonight, I shall make you little vixens weep and beg for mercy. A raucous laugh erupted from a burly man with a beard, his imposing physique unmistakable. Beside him stood a refined gentleman in his 30s. They were none other than the Gongyang brothers. Su Changkong's gaze sharpened. He recognized them from the intel scroll provided by Wang Yun, which contained their likenesses. The two Tang gentlemen were indeed the Gongyang brothers, and their target had finally appeared. Lowering his head discreetly, Su Changkong retrieved a crimson ghost mask from his bosom and donned it. A palpable aura of menace filled the air. Simultaneously, the Gongyang brothers, encircled by the courtesans, felt a chilling wave of foreboding wash over them. Stand back! The robust Gongyang Imo bellowed, thrusting his hands outward, sending the approaching courtesans stumbling backward to the ground. Gongyang Sun, the more refined of the two, also bore a grave expression. Their eyes were drawn to a corner on the first floor, where a man adorned with a crimson ghost mask had risen from his table, fixating his gaze upon them. The ghost mask. Both Gongyang Imo and Gongyang Sun were taken aback. This mysterious figure had emerged in the past 2 months, targeting disciples of the Black Lotus sect, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. The specter now stood before them, and its intentions were all too clear. Be cautious, Gongyang Sun warned his brother loudly. 5 Animal play. Seeking the tiger. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Changkong sprang into action, resembling a fierce tiger on the hunt. He charged forth, crashing through tables and chairs, sending them splintering apart as the gust of wind extinguished flickering candles. In an instant, he covered several paces and unleashed a devastating right punch, accompanied by the sound of air being rent asunder. Mountain-shattering fist. Gongyang Imo, with his formidable build, stepped forward, his muscles taut and his gaze fierce. He dared not underestimate his opponent, summoning all his strength to its zenith. His right arm, sinewy and bulging, struck out to meet Su Changkong's powerful blow. The two fists collided with a thunderous crack, a sound reminiscent of firecrackers exploding. Amidst the crisp sound of shattering bones, the fingers of Gongyang Imo splintered, His wrist grotesquely contorted under an immense force that rendered one of his arms utterly useless. The sheer power sent his robust frame staggering backward, only to trip over the threshold behind him, resulting in an undignified fall. In the vicinity of Qingshui City, few could match the prowess of a fully developed body refinement expert, yet with a single strike, Changkong had crushed the formidable Gong Yang. Meanwhile, Gong Yang's son did not remain idle. As Changkong repelled Gong Yang, he wielded a folding fan, its ribs forged from tempered steel. The tip as sharp as a dagger, angling menacingly towards Changkong's heart. This thrust seemed unforeseen by Changkong, who was caught off guard. Sustaining a solid strike. Even martial artists adept at mastering hard techniques would find it challenging to withstand such a piercing assault. Clang. However, the fan's tip met Changkong's chest with a sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. Underneath his garments lay a layer of golden silk armor, particularly reinforced at the vital area of his heart, rendering it exceedingly resilient. Gong Yang's son's weapon failed to penetrate. Surprised, Gong Yang's son was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that such a skilled warrior would don metallic armor, a testament to his fear of death. In an instant, Changkong seized Gong Yang's son's wrist, his grip tightening with the force of 1,000 pounds, akin to iron. Crack! Gong Yang's son let out a harrowing scream as his wrist bones were crushed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead from the excruciating pain. Daring not to resist, he pleaded, "Stop, please. We are disciples of the Black Lotus sect. Let us discuss this amicably." Yet, Changkong had come to eliminate disciples of the Black Lotus sect, showing no mercy. He maintained his grip on Gong Yang's son's wrist while delivering a powerful left hook to Gong Yang's face. Boom! The weighty strike shattered Gong Yang's son's nasal bones, leaving a deep imprint in his visage, and he collapsed lifelessly. Chapter 61. A dark night with howling winds. The Dead Star hangs high. Elder brother. As the Ram struggled to rise from the ground, he witnessed the brutal demise of his sibling, the Ram's son, struck down by a single, lethal blow from Changkong. In that moment, an anguished and furious roar escaped his lips. "I will kill you. I will kill you." Mo. Consumed by madness, charged recklessly towards Changkong. Changkong, however, held the finely crafted steel fan that he had seized from Sunday, channeling his inner energy. He flicked his wrist, and the fan shot forth like a dart, striking Mo squarely on the forehead. With a sickening sound, the sharp tip of the fan pierced through Mo's skull and into his brain. His eyes widened in shock as he stumbled forward a few steps before collapsing to the ground. The skirmish concluded within mere breaths, and both brothers fell victim to Changkong's hand. Faced with these disciples of the Black Lotus sect, he harbored not an ounce of pity. Both were wretched individuals who had committed heinous acts, and sending them to the underworld was a noble deed. Murder. Murder. It was only now that the other patrons in the tavern began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, screams erupting as terrified eyes turned towards the masked Changkong. He paid no heed to their terror. Instead, he rummaged through the bodies of the Ram brothers. A smile crept upon his lips beneath the mask. In addition to their identity tokens, he discovered over 500 taels and silver notes. Disciples of the Black Lotus sect were often exceedingly wealthy, consistently providing Changkong with unexpected treasures. He took 10 taels and silver notes and placed them upon a nearby table as compensation for the disruption caused to the Maple Leaf Tavern's business. Without uttering a word, he turned and vanished into the darkness. "Report to the authorities. Report to the authorities." It was only after a considerable time that someone finally reacted and rushed to inform the officials. Of course, by the time the local authorities arrived, Changkong had long since disappeared into the distance. Changkong contemplated his next move, not in haste to journey onward. Alone in the wilderness, he traversed the desolate landscape. After covering over 100 miles, he found himself in a grove when suddenly, his ears perked up at the sound of thundering hooves, horses galloping. "Brothers, do not mar that woman's face. It would spoil my enjoyment." A raucous, lascivious laugh echoed through the night. Under the cover of darkness, two factions pursued a fleeing woman, appearing to be under 30, clad in fitted attire, with striking features. Yet, a menacing aura lingered in her brow, exuding an icy demeanor that commanded respect. At that moment, a man riding beside her urged, "Miss you, I will hold them off for a moment. Flee quickly. Be careful," she warned, her expression shifting, but it was too late. An arrow whistled through the air, striking the man in the back. Blood erupted as he let out a muffled groan, toppling from his mount. "Lu Rue." The woman hesitated momentarily, yet did not linger. With a crack of her whip against the horse's flank, she urged the powerful black steed into a gallop. She deftly leapt from the saddle and darted towards the nearby woods. "Pursue her. She has fled into the forest. You all intercept her from that direction," came the shouts from behind. Over a dozen knights redirected their steeds to block her escape route, while others dismounted to follow her into the woods, where riding would impede their speed. Upon entering the thicket, the woman suddenly halted. Startled by the sight of a figure clad in black beneath a towering tree, a young man who gazed up at her. "Are there others?" she thought, alarmed. The figure in black was, of course, Changkong. "Who is she? It appears she is being hunted." Changkong was equally taken aback. The noise he had just heard coincided perfectly with her entrance into the small grove, leading to their unexpected encounter. A quick glance revealed a group of agile figures swiftly approaching, clearly the pursuers. Without hesitation, Changkong leapt into the nearby underbrush, employing the turtle breathing technique to conceal his presence, stifling his breath and heart rate to the point of near stillness. One of the technique's primary attributes was its ability to mask one's aura, rendering him indistinguishable from a mere dead branch, detectable only by sight and nearly impossible to sense otherwise. With the woman being pursued, Changkong wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. Taking cover seemed the most prudent course of action. Is he merely a passerby? The woman pondered, astonished that she would encounter anyone at this late hour. However, she soon had no time to contemplate, as black-clad warriors began to encircle her from all directions, leaving her with no avenue for escape. Clenching the hilt of a curved dagger at her waist, she braced herself, her pallor belied by her composed demeanor, a testament to her experience in perilous situations. The group of 20 or so black-clad warriors surrounded her, yet they refrained from attacking. They were acutely aware of the woman's striking beauty, an ice-cold enchantress, who had previously dispatched several of their brethren. They understood that a careless approach could lead to further casualties on their part. Second Master. Soon, the black-clad warriors exhibited respect as three figures approached from another direction, forming a tighter circle around her. The central figure was a burly man, a dagger strapped to his waist, towering and imposing, with unkempt black hair. He radiated an aura that was both captivating and intimidating, as if a single roar or glance could instill terror. Upon seeing this black-haired giant, the woman visibly tensed, her grip on the dagger tightening. "Miss Yu Jiao, you truly can run. I've been chasing you for over 100 miles, he said with a grin. Yu Jiao gritted her teeth. "Xiao Er, why must you press me so? We bear no enmity towards one another. If I have caused any offense, I am willing to make amends." "No enmity," the black-haired man replied with a sardonic smile. "Your Baiyu gang has slain my elder brother's only son. The two factions have long been at odds. Where then is the absence of enmity? Indeed, they belong to the Baiyu gang and the Haiki gang?" Concealed amidst the thicket, Changkong, whose blood flow had become extraordinarily slow, was taken aback by the exchange between both parties. The woman being pursued, named Yu Jiao, was a member of the Baiyu gang, while the burly man with black hair chasing her was from the Haiki gang. Specifically, he was Chao Hong, the second in command of the Haiki gang. The relationship between the Baiyu gang and the Haiki gang had long been one of irreconcilable enmity. To avenge his comrades from the Black Iron Villa, Changkong had disguised himself as a disciple of the Baiyu gang and slain the Haiki gang's young master, Shi Hanzan, further exacerbating the hostility between the two factions. In recent years, they had clashed multiple times, resulting in casualties on both sides. Yu Jiao, being a woman of notable standing within the Baiyu gang, found herself in peril at the hands of Chao Hong. It is better to resolve enmities than to nurture them. My father is Yu Sha, the vice leader of the Baiyu gang. I will have him send the disciple who killed Shi Hanzan to apologize to the Haiki gang, she declared through gritted teeth. Most assumed that the one who had slain Shi Hanzan was a disciple of the Baiyu gang, yet Yu Jiao, as the daughter of the vice leader, knew that this individual was not affiliated with her gang, and the Baiyu gang had failed to uncover his true identity. In her desperate bid to survive, she made promises that she could not fulfill. The conflict between the two gangs is no longer merely about your older brother's issue. Unless the Baiyu gang is annihilated, the fighting will not cease. Chao Hong remained unmoved. The flames of war had already been ignited between the two factions, and only complete destruction would bring an end to the hostilities. Moreover, this blade cultivation technique, it is exceedingly precious. Originally intended as a gift for our leader's birthday, I can also offer it to you. Yu Jiao fervently sought an opportunity to save her life. Enough, Yu Jiao, cease these futile antics before me. I know you are a ruthless woman, as venomous as a serpent. You eradicated the entire family of that broken blade master for this blade cultivation technique. Now, you have two choices: Fight me to the death or lay down your weapons, seal your dantian, and surrender. I may spare your life. Considering you are the daughter of that old fool you shot. Changkong smirked, showing no inclination to engage in false pretenses with her. Yu Jiao's once beautiful visage had turned increasingly pale and grim. In a few days, Bai Tianhao, the leader of the Baiyu gang, would celebrate his 50th birthday. And Yu Jiao had devised a plan to honor him. In the vicinity of Chishui City, there was a renowned swordsman known as the Broken Blade Master, whose name instilled fear throughout the martial world. This master rarely engaged in combat, but when he did, he would invariably slay his opponents in a single strike, even dispatching one or two experts of divine power, which undoubtedly amplified his reputation. It was rumored that his formidable swordsmanship stemmed from his fortuitous acquisition of a blade cultivation technique. Yu Jiao had set her sights on the Broken Blade Master, intending to procure this technique as a gift for the leader of the Baiyu gang's grand birthday celebration. Yu Jiao did not confront the blade breaker directly. Instead, she, accompanied by a few subordinates, abducted the blade breaker's wife and children, effortlessly forcing him into submission and compelling him to hand over the blade cultivation technique manual. Subsequently, Yu Jiao eliminated all traces, discreetly resolving the entire family of the blade breaker, making her endeavor remarkably smooth. Yu Jiao's expression shifted. Should she take a risk? Against merely Changkong, her chances were already slim, let alone with over a dozen elite members of the Black Rider gang by his side. That wretched woman. Concealed within the thicket, Changkong's countenance darkened, his eyes glinting with a chilling light, inwardly cursing. Yu Jiao's sudden revelation of his hiding spot was clearly an attempt to drag him down with her, creating chaos to divert Changkong and his men's attention. Perhaps this would afford her a sliver of hope. Who goes there? Instantly, vigilant gazes turned toward him, and several warriors from the Black Rider gang drew their weapons, bracing for confrontation. With his cover blown, Changkong reluctantly emerged from the bushes, brushing off the leaves and dust from his attire. Changkong glanced over, a flicker of weightiness in his eyes. How could he have failed to sense the presence of this man? As the second in command of the Black Rider gang, a master of significant prowess, having attained the pinnacle of body refinement, Changkong's failure to detect Changkong, hidden in the thicket, spoke volumes of the latter's extraordinary capabilities. The remaining warriors of the Black Rider gang regarded him with wary eyes, each harboring ill intentions, suspecting that this young man clad in black was likely affiliated with Yu Jiao, a disciple of the White Jade gang. Meeting the menacing gazes, Changkong spoke with a steady voice. Gentlemen, I do not know this woman at all. You may do as you please with her. I merely happened to pass by and did not wish to intrude upon your affairs, which is why I sought refuge. I shall take my leave without causing any disturbance. With that, he turned to depart, unwilling to become a pawn for Yu Jiao, let alone confront the second in command of the Black Rider gang. Stop. However, two black-clad warriors barred his path. Clearly, if Changkong were indeed a companion of Yu Jiao, he could not be spared, even if he were merely a passerby. They would silence him to eliminate potential witnesses, preferring to err on the side of caution. Changkong's expression hardened, understanding their intent. In light of this, he resolved to demonstrate his strength, making it clear that he was not someone to be trifled with. Bang! Changkong suddenly swung his arm, striking a small tree the size of a bowl with tremendous force. Crack! This powerful blow sent the tree moaning under the strain, and with a resounding crash, it snapped in half, the upper portion crashing to the ground. The two warriors from the Black Rider gang, witnessing this scene, were taken aback, instinctively stepping back, their pupils narrowing. A divine power realm warrior? To uproot a tree of such girth with a single blow required at least a practitioner of divine strength. Chao, second in command. I am not a mere trifler. Your grievances with him do not concern me. I have seen nothing this night and shall not speak of it elsewhere. I hope you will not make things difficult for me. Changkong raised his hand and shattered a small tree, casting a glance at Changkong as he spoke. This left Changkong slightly astonished, a warrior of the divine power realm? And so young? He had never heard of such a figure in the Baiyu gang. Could it be that he was merely a passerby? If he were just an ordinary warrior, then killing him would be inconsequential. But a warrior above the divine power realm carried significant weight. After all, the enmity between the Heichi gang and the Baiyu gang was well known. In truth, Changkong's revelation of the events transpiring that night was trivial. There was no need to deliberately offend a warrior of the divine power realm, risking life and death without cause. A warrior of the divine power realm? Yu Jiao was both surprised to encounter a passerby of such caliber and disappointed. Realizing that Changkong had decided to let matters lie, unwilling to confront Changkong. Changkong exhaled softly, despite his considerable animosity towards the Heiqi gang. He was reluctant to be unwittingly used as a pawn against the formidable Changkong, just as Changkong prepared to depart, and the other Heiqi gang warriors, having received Changkong's signal, refrained from obstructing him. An unexpected turn of events unfolded. It was him. He was the one who killed the young master. At that moment, a Heiqi gang warrior pointed at Changkong, his eyes wide and voice trembling with excitement. This pronouncement left everyone momentarily stunned. Changkong was taken aback, Yu Jiao was astonished, and even Changkong himself was left speechless. "What did you say?" Changkong asked, turning to the Heiqi gang warrior. The cloaked warrior, his excitement palpable, continued, "It was him. Over a year ago, during the battle with the Baiyu gang, he was the one who defeated the young master and severed his head. I witnessed it with my own eyes." The cloaked warrior was fervent. He had been among the 100 or so Heiqi gang knights who had participated in the raid on the Baiyu gang stronghold. At that time, Changkong had made a remarkable impression, and the warrior had personally witnessed Changkong slay Shirhanzhan. Now, over a year later, though Changkong appeared as Wentai, the cloaked warrior could still vaguely recognize him as the young warrior who had once killed Shirhanzhan. A warrior of the divine power realm, still in his youth, coupled with the identification from his subordinate, caused Changkong's gaze to sharpen instantly. Fixating on Changkong, "You are the one who killed my nephew?" The other Heiqi gang warriors also blocked Changkong's path one by one. Changkong felt a sense of helplessness. He had not anticipated being recognized. "I have no desire to kill tonight. Why must they seek their own demise?" With a sigh, a layer of frost enveloped his expression, and his dark eyes flickered with a cold light in the shadows. "Die." The roar of a warrior of the divine power realm, a manifestation of both spirit and physique transcended, was enough to instill terror and tremors in the hearts of those around him. Chapter 62. Like a hot knife through butter. A blade's valor. Beware. A warrior from the Black Knight gang exclaimed in alarm. Unexpectedly recognized by these Black Knight gang warriors, Changkong understood that there would be no easy resolution. Thus, he resolved to take the initiative. Only a battle remained. To the death. Kill him. The remaining warriors of the Black Knight gang surged with rage, several of them roaring as they charged, drawing their swords to encircle Changkong, seeking to cleave him into pieces. With the fluidity of an avian creature, Changkong executed the 5-animal play, soaring like a crane. With a deft step, he spun and maneuvered, escaping the encirclement before the blades could reach him, as they merely slashed at his afterimage. With a powerful flourish of his arms, akin to an ape extending its limbs, he sent 2 or 3 adept warriors of the Black Knight gang, each at the refinement stage, hurtling backward, their bones shattered and tendons severed. The disparity in power was staggering. These warriors, elite in their own right, capable of taking on multiple opponents, were mere fodder in Changkong's eyes, easily subdued with a single blow. In a mere breath, Changkong had dispatched 4 or 5 of them, his prowess in the realm of martial valor unmistakable. "Fool!" A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very air and causing discomfort to the ears. It was Changkong, his eyes wide with disbelief at Changkong's sudden aggression. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure. With a bellow, his imposing figure advanced, a muscular arm bulging like a tree trunk, bursting with explosive power, as he aimed a punch at Changkong's back. Before the fist could land, a heavy pressure bore down. Martial valor. Changkong's heart sank as he instantly recognized Changkong as a formidable master who had reached the pinnacle of body refinement. This was no surprise. The Black Knight gang, renowned for its might in Qing City, was home to many martial experts. Their leader, Shi Zijiang, was legendary, and his subordinates, including the 2nd and 3rd captains, were all top-tier warriors of the region. Changkong, the 2nd captain of the Black Knight gang, had entered the realm of martial valor several years prior. Faced with such a master, Changkong dared not be careless. He channeled his internal energy, the turtle breathing technique, spreading from his dantian throughout his body, his muscles swelling with power. In his perception, everything around him seemed to slow down. Bang! The 2 heavy fists collided without flourish. Following a brief silence, the sound of an explosion echoed as the titanic forces clashed, sending gusts of wind that scattered the dry leaves and twigs around them, leaving a clear space within a 10-foot radius. Thud, thud, thud. Both Changkong and Changkong felt the overwhelming force emanating from one another, uncontrollably stumbling back 3 steps. Each footfall left a distinct imprint upon the ground. Evenly matched, this Changkong is no ordinary opponent, having achieved the pinnacle of body refinement, and also possessing internal cultivation, Changkong mused. Typically, many martial artists neglect the cultivation of inner energy for two main reasons. It requires extensive time to accumulate results, and the manuals for inner energy techniques are rare and difficult to obtain. After Changkong achieved the pinnacle of body refinement, he devoted himself to the arduous practice of internal cultivation, seeking to unlock his latent potential and aspire for further advancement. How could this young lad reach such heights at such a tender age? Even when considering the entirety of Molan Prefecture, he surely ranks among the prodigies of martial arts. Following a clash that yielded no favorable outcome, Changkong felt an increasing weight of solemnity in his heart. Changkong, employing the technique of turtle breath and skeletal contraction, transformed his bone structure while maintaining the appearance of a youth, which left Changkong in awe. Such mastery at this age is a rarity even beyond the borders of Qingshui City. Could he truly be the enigmatic martial artist who impersonated a disciple of the Baiyu gang and killed Shi Han? At this moment, Yu Jiao gazed in shock at the unfolding scene. Engaging in direct confrontation with Changkong, she held her ground without yielding, indicating that the young man clad in black was also a formidable warrior of the divine strength realm. Just moments ago, Yu Jiao had revealed Changkong's hiding place in a bid for survival, never anticipating that this seemingly ordinary passerby was a mysterious martial artist whom the Baiyu gang had also sought after. He is a formidable figure at the peak of body refinement, a rarity in the entirety of Qingshui City. Focus on dealing with that woman. Eliminate her without hesitation. I shall handle this lad. Changkong commanded in a deep voice, his gaze reflecting both gravity and exhilaration. The thrill of the hunt ignited within him, at his level. He seldom encountered adversaries in the vicinity of Qingshui City, and the presence of such a worthy opponent sent his warrior's blood racing. Yes. The other members of the Black Cavalry gang responded with palpable relief. Changkong was overwhelmingly fearsome, having dispatched 4 or 5 of their comrades in the blink of an eye. The prospect of not having to confront this terrifying martial artist was a stroke of fortune. Think you can kill me? Come then, and try. The strongest among them, Changkong, faced off against Changkong, reigniting hope in the previously despairing Yu Jiao. Her delicate face hardened with resolve as she drew a gleaming curved blade from her waist, ready to retaliate against the encroaching members of the Black Cavalry gang. While the others besieged Yu Jiao, Changkong confronted Changkong. Changkong regarded Changkong with a sigh, lamenting, "What a pity, alas! You have slain my elder brother's sole heir. Thus, I must take your head. You shall be the first among the perfected in body refinement to fall by my hand." Changkong remained remarkably calm. He had taken many lives, including those of several warriors of the divine power realm. Now, he would soon stain his hands with the blood of his first opponent at the pinnacle of body refinement. Arrogance. Death. A fierce glint ignited in Changkong's eyes as he bellowed in rage and made his move once more. This time, he drew a finely crafted steel broadsword, an aura of icy malevolence radiating from him. Breaking formation's sword technique, sweeping through the armies. With the heavy broadsword in hand, empowered by the strength of 1,000 pounds, Changkong executed a powerful horizontal slash, displaying a grand and unyielding force, embodying the essence of overcoming legions. Faced with the serious approach of Changkong, Changkong felt a surge of excitement. It had been 2 or 3 months since he had truly engaged an opponent with his blade, as his previous adversaries had proven too feeble, allowing him to resolve encounters in an instant, depriving him of the opportunity for rigorous training. Now, he was eager to test how many strikes the formidable Changkong before him could withstand. Clang. Changkong had already adjusted his posture and angle, one hand gripping the hilt and the other the scabbard, poised like a tightly drawn bowstring. The crisp sound of metal scraping echoed. Swift. Faster than sound. A chilling blade of light sliced through the air like a silver thread, trailing a series of afterimages and a horizontal slash. The iron-cutting blade technique, enhanced by Changkong's mastery of the drawing technique, now wielded even greater power. After years of arduous training, it had become his second extraordinary martial art to reach the 7th realm, following the 5 animals play. In this moment, Changkong employed it against an adversary for the first time. Though Changkong struck first, Changkong's speed surpassed the ordinary. His blade met Changkong's formidable steel sword with a collision. Clang. The sharp and resonant sound of metal clashing reverberated, sparks flying from the friction of blades. Changkong was astonished by the astonishing speed and terrifying weight of Changkong's strike, as if a colossal hammer were crashing down upon him, numbing his arm. The steel sword bore a significant dent where it was struck. What? Changkong could hardly believe it. In a single exchange, he felt an overwhelming, dreadful pressure. a palpable sense of danger that threatened his very life. The iron-cutting blade technique, lift and slash. With a single clash, Changkong was already on the defensive. Changkong, with a deep reservoir of true energy, continued unabated, channeling the essence of the iron-cutting blade. A thick aura surged from the blade, and he transformed his stance. Delivering an upward slash, it erupted like a volcano, rising from the ground to the sky. The array-breaking blade technique, burn the boats. A chill coursed through Changkong's body as he let out a low roar, switching to a two-handed grip on his sword, forcefully slashing down to counter Changkong's iron-cutting blade. Otherwise, he would be ripped open. Clang! The blades collided once more, and Changkong felt a crushing sense of helplessness. Changkong's strikes were both swift and heavy, preventing him from unleashing his full strength in time. The weight of the impact forced Changkong to stumble backward uncontrollably, panic rising within him. He had immersed himself in swordsmanship for 3 decades, yet in this brief exchange, he found himself at a disadvantage. Changkong's iron-cutting blade technique was devoid of intricate variations. It was simply swift, precise, and ruthless, employing speed to overcome slowness and strength to overpower weakness. As Changkong retreated, his momentum waned, while Changkong, in contrast, felt a surge of vitality, his true energy coursing rapidly. The veins in his arms bulging, causing his muscles to swell. The iron-cutting blade technique, split slash, kill. Changkong bellowed, stepping forth, now wielding the sword with both hands, delivering a downward strike from above. To him, Changkong was no longer a mere human, but a stone, an iron mass, no matter how hard. He aimed to shatter it. Before the blade even descended, an overwhelming pressure akin to a meteor bore down upon Changkong, nearly robbing him of breath. His heart racing uncontrollably as if it would shatter. He yearned to flee, but escape was impossible. Changkong roared furiously, channeling all his strength to its peak, raising his blade in a desperate attempt to withstand Changkong's strike. Crack! The heavy iron-cutting sword descended with unmatched force at the moment of collision. Accompanied by the sound of shattering metal, Changkong's steel blade, which had already endured 2 of Changkong's fierce blows, shattered in 2. The remaining momentum of the iron-cutting sword pressed down relentlessly. No. With wide, furious eyes, Changkong's roar abruptly ceased as a sharp pain surged through his head. The keen blade fell from above, cutting through him mercilessly down to his waist. A sense of unwillingness filled Changkong's eyes. He opened his mouth as if to utter something, but a line of blood spread from his brow, causing his body to lose its balance and topple to the sides. A wave of metallic scent pervaded the air, rendering the desolate night even colder. Changkong, the second in command of the Black Rider Gang, a formidable master in the area of Qingshui City, had been cleaved in 2 by Changkong's indomitable iron-cutting sword after just a few exchanges. At that moment, a deep blue energy slowly exhaled from Changkong's chest, and his breath began to stabilize. I struck him thrice to bring him down, truly. He was the second in command of the Black Rider Gang. The gap between us is minuscule. Changkong mused inwardly. The brief encounter highlighted Changkong's distinction from others, as it enabled Changkong to unleash 3 strikes. The second in command is dead. A dozen or so Black Rider Gang warriors stared in disbelief at the blood-soaked ground, where the body lay split in 2, questioning whether they were witnessing an illusion. Changkong, a valorous warrior ranking among the elite in Qingshui City, had met his end against Changkong in mere moments. His body left in tatters, clad in black and standing with his blade. Changkong resembled a grim reaper, his mere gaze instilling terror. He has slain Changkong. Yuji was equally stunned by the unfolding scene. Even her father would require a prolonged battle to defeat Changkong. Yet here, before she had even begun her fight, the battle had already concluded. The iron-cutting sword technique cultivated by Changkong was characterized by its swiftness. Once he gained the upper hand, it was nearly impossible to engage him in prolonged combat, leading to a quick resolution. Kill. Though Yuji was initially shocked, she soon regained her composure and, with her curved blade, swiftly decapitated 2 Black Rider Gang warriors. The second in command is dead. We must flee. The death of Changkong shattered the remaining warriors' will to fight. They scrambled to escape in panic. However, Changkong, having already taken action, would not allow anyone to slip away. Like lightning, he pursued the fleeing members of the Black Rider Gang, effortlessly severing heads with each strike of his iron-cutting sword. Alongside Yu Jiao's ruthless onslaught, it was not long before no one escaped the woods, all perishing on the spot. Before long, silence returned to the forest, the ground littered with corpses, the air thick with the stench of blood, leaving only Yu Jiao and Changkong. Yujiu could not help but cast a glance at the severed body of Chao Hong, her scalp prickling with unease. She swallowed hard and managed to force a smile as she said, "Thank you, young hero, for your assistance in vanquishing these nefarious villains." Although Yujiao appeared genteel and delicate, her soft demeanor belied a steely resolve. Su Changkong could see clearly that she wielded her lethal skills with unwavering composure, far from the fragile facade she projected. With a semblance of a smile playing on his lips, Su Changkong replied, "I must also extend my gratitude to you for inadvertently involving me in this affair." He had no intention of meddling, yet Yu Jiao's deliberate revelation of his hiding place had compelled him to intervene and unleash his fury. Yu Jiao's smile faltered slightly as she realized her miscalculation. Her intent had merely been to divert the attention of the Black Cavalry gang towards a concealed passerby, inciting chaos in the hope of securing a slim chance of survival. Little did she anticipate the terrifying prowess of her ally, who effortlessly cleaved Chao Hong, a formidable opponent, in twain with a mere few strokes. With a respectful bow, Yujiu continued, "I may have overstepped, for my father is Yusha, the deputy leader of the White Jade Gang. If you do not find it distasteful, I would be honored to host you within our gang, where my father will extend a warm welcome. He will spare no effort in repaying your life-saving grace with weapons of divine craftsmanship or treasures of great worth." Yu Jiao tactfully sidestepped the recent events, instead divulging her lineage, hoping to assuage Su Changkong's bloodlust with promises of gratitude from her father. Su Changkong appeared somewhat intrigued, contemplating for a moment before he slowly nodded. "Very well. You may depart for now. I need to tend to this scene, but I shall visit the White Jade Gang on a future occasion." Upon hearing his words, Yu Jiao's heart soared with joy. The young warrior had not turned against her, indicating that her words had swayed him. It would be far more advantageous to cultivate an alliance than to extinguish her life. "Thank you, young hero. I shall await your visit at the White Jade Gang," she exclaimed, bowing repeatedly in gratitude before swiftly turning to leave. The young warrior was truly formidable. Given time, he would undoubtedly ascend to become a renowned master in Chishui City. Having slain Chao Hong, perhaps he could be persuaded to join the White Jade Gang, no matter the cost. As Yu Jiao walked away, her mind raced with plans to attract such a talented individual. The impending conflict between the Black Cavalry Gang and the White Jade Gang placed the latter at a disadvantage. If they could enlist such a powerhouse, it would greatly bolster their overall strength. Divine weapons, martial arts manuals, and exquisite beauties were all potent lures for young prodigies like him. Just as Yu Jiao pondered her strategy to win Su Changkong's favor, an icy sensation suddenly gripped the nape of her neck, followed by a disorienting lightness in her head. In an instant, her head fell from her shoulders, crashing to the ground. "Am I dead?" Yu Jiao struggled to comprehend her fate, having narrowly escaped death. She now faced an untimely demise. Her consciousness began to fade, and her wide-open eyes lost their luster. At this moment, Long Ying had completely forgotten his injuries, himself, and everything around him. Though his limbs were busy, his spirit soared and transcended, having been elevated by this transformation. It was through this very sublimation that he sensed the formidable mental strength of Yang Qingren, who possessed the unique ability to contend with Long Ying's relentless, fluid assault. The trio, Long Ying, recalled Zhe Gang's ruthless reputation for leaving no survivors, and they pondered how, despite their own merciless nature, they could never match the ferocity of the Nanzhao tribes. Tang Jiaqing's taste was exquisitely refined, adorned in a Western European decorative style, with each piece of furniture embodying understated elegance. Upon boarding the ship, the two promptly fell into a deep slumber, only to awaken at dusk for dinner. After their meal, they allowed their beloved horse to stretch on the deck before retreating to the bow to converse while the river breeze enveloped them. A sudden clatter resounded as a syringe fell to the floor, shattering the glass and releasing its contents, which began to corrode the airport tiles. Sheng Shi, roused from her slumber, recognized the seasonal irritability. Upon hearing Sheng Shi's words, she briefly assessed her own body and began to suspect that perhaps she had misjudged him. The four major special economic zones, Shenzhen, Xiamen, Zhuhai, and Shantou, are distributed across Guangdong and Fujian provinces, collectively boasting a population market of 10 million. These zones, through investment attraction strategies, have successfully drawn capital from Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, and overseas, resulting in a vibrant economy and relatively robust consumer capacity. Han Yi's reputation was formidable. Yet meeting him altered the vassal lord's previously held perceptions of arrogance, greed, and lawlessness associated with Wang Pu. Previously, the reason Compaq had not utilized TN panels was simply a lack of foresight regarding the use of LCD panel materials. with Lonting now demonstrating the use of LCD panels. Compaq swiftly followed suit, opting for the more cost-effective TN LCD materials for their displays. He dares to face me? He shall not segue away, he declared angrily, carelessly tossing Han Yi's letter of apology to the ground. Throughout the journey, the flickering flame of the ghost lantern remained unsteady. I understood that this was a normal occurrence in a graveyard, caused by the overwhelming presence of malevolent spirits. She had long suspected that Yu Fujin had entered the palace. Even if Zhong Jingjin did not favor her, her status as a member of the emperor's court would render her unable to remarry upon leaving, compelling the chancellor to find excuses to keep Yu Fujin within the palace confines. Xiaoling was taken aback as the energy within her surged chaotically. Stirred by the overwhelming red force, she staggered back several steps, barely regaining her composure. Yet her internal energy channels remained in disarray until she could calm herself and slowly restore balance. With a delicate face, a perfectly sculpted nose, and those profoundly deep eyes that instilled a sense of inferiority in anyone who gazed upon them, she always held a fondness for the assistance she had received from Lady Shu. Even without Lady Shu's support, she would have navigated through that ordeal, albeit with greater hardship and tribulation. Wang Lin differed from Sima too. The latter found Qin Chuan's cuisine as unpalatable as poison, each bite a clear struggle to swallow. Luoya smacked her lips, pondering, why does this large cake taste of shower gel? Could it be that the cream is adulterated? As for the nature of the service, it remained an enigma, shrouded in mystery, with no one ever truly understanding it. The master's mother was, after all, his own mother, regardless of circumstances. He would cherish her, particularly in preparation for the impending challenge against various forces aimed at China, such as Japan's Black Dragon Society. The new president's willingness to appear in person underscored their level of commitment and confidence in assured victory. Before stepping into the territory of the 10,000 evil cult, Ding Hao deliberately inflicted severe wounds upon himself, feigning the appearance of one who had been relentlessly traveling for an extended period. When his superior arrived, he too was taken aback. What could this be? Could it possibly be a dragon? Were they still present? This notion filled him with an unsettling tension. His body possessed a fluid-like quality, and this mysterious water served as his vital essence, capable of both separation and absorption. As he observed Yin Ruhan darting outside, Gu Zili, who had just exited, was utterly perplexed, yet his feet instinctively followed her. The man paused for a brief moment, his pale lips moving as a hoarse voice struggled to emerge from his throat. Jian Xinghao maintained a stoic demeanor, his gaze fixed calmly upon her, while Guan Baobao glared at him with palpable irritation. After a few seconds of mutual scrutiny, Jian Sheng beside them suddenly inhaled sharply. Upon hearing the figure she announced, Fu Hao felt a surge of excitement. It is worth noting that $30 million amounts to nearly 200 million. I knew you harbored ill intentions. Young Master Luo. You too heard Mi Zhang's words. How you choose to proceed now rests in your hands. The underworld king remarked, delicately grasping Luo Yu with her slender, jade-like fingers. Just as Luo Yu was about to resist, an overwhelming sense of ease washed over him. Chapter 63. The Art of Blade Cultivation. Cultivating Blade Qi. Glancing at the corpses strewn across the ground, Su Changkong found himself at a loss for words. He had merely been passing through. Yet he was inadvertently drawn into the conflict between the two factions, resulting in the complete annihilation of all present. I am still insufficiently strong. Faced with a foe like Chao Hong, who required 3 strikes to be vanquished, if the majority of these individuals possess similar prowess, I fear for my own safety. Clenching his fists tightly, Su Changkong felt the weight of his inadequacies. It was time to collect the bodies and depart swiftly. Taking a deep breath, he wasted no time and began to search through the remains. Starting with the members of the Black Knight gang, including Chao Hong, Su Changkong methodically sifted through their belongings but found little of value, merely 100 or so taels of silver among the 10 or so corpses. After all, they had ventured out to hunt Yu Jiao and were unlikely to carry a fortune with them. However, on Yu Jiao's person, Su Changkong stumbled upon an unexpected treasure. 2,000 taels worth of silver notes. His eyes widened in astonishment as he discovered the substantial sum. Additionally, he uncovered a book wrapped in a cloth pouch, revealing the title The Art of Blade Cultivation on its weathered cover. The Art of Blade Cultivation? This was the very technique that Chao Hong had mentioned to Yu Jiao. Su Changkong recalled their earlier conversation, where Yu Jiao had sought to trade the art of blade cultivation for her life, only to be rebuffed by Chao Hong. From his words, it was evident that this technique was renowned in Clearwater City, a unique skill of the infamous blade breaker. In her desperation, Yu Jiao had slaughtered the entire family of the Blade Breaker for this very art. Initially, she had intended to visit the Blade Breaker with 2,000 taels to purchase the technique. But the Blade Breaker would never part with his exclusive skill and had refused without hesitation. While feigning disappointment, Yu Jiao resorted to kidnapping the Blade Breaker's wife and children, coercing him into surrendering the coveted manuscript and subsequently silencing him and his family. With Yu Jiao now deceased, the silver and the manuscript were left in Su Changkong's possession. Amidst the remnants of violence, the deaths of both Chao Hong and Yu Jiao would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the Black Knight Gang and the Baiyu Gang. Yet these matters were of no concern to Su Changkong. He first made his way to Clearwater City, where he spent a night before visiting the county office at dawn. Upon presenting the identification token of the Gongsun brothers to Wang Yun, he received a reward of 2,000 taels of silver, leaving him quite prosperous. As the day drew to a close, Su Changkong practiced the five-animal play, and as darkness enveloped the sky, he lit a candle in his room. Sitting beside the flickering flame, he perused the book he had retrieved from Yu Jiao, the manuscript of the art of blade cultivation. This art is truly extraordinary. The more he read, the more he marveled at its profundity, far exceeding his expectations. The art of blade cultivation involves nurturing one's own spirit and vitality to imbue the blade, allowing it to accumulate an indomitable blade qi throughout the process. When drawn, this energy is unleashed in its entirety, resulting in devastating lethality, utterly unassailable. As Su Changkong gazed upon the introductory discourse regarding the art of blade nurturing, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. This technique was indeed profound. When the blade was unsheathed, it unleashed a cataclysmic force, cleaving through formidable foes with ease. Upon meticulous examination, Su Changkong discerned that while the art was indeed powerful, it was not devoid of limitations. Primarily, it necessitated daily dedication to blade nurturing, and when the moment arrived, it would flourish, then wane, and ultimately diminish to a mere handful of strikes. Furthermore, this nurturing technique was not for everyone. A practitioner must possess a spirit and will that exceeded the ordinary, alongside a certain level of proficiency in swordsmanship. This art belonged solely to the Blade Breaker, a skill acquired fortuitously. Originally, the Blade Breaker was merely an ordinary warrior, yet upon obtaining this technique, he became astonishingly formidable. When he struck, it was a decisive blow against his adversaries, rarely requiring a second strike. The fundamental reason for this was that the Blade Breaker possessed but a single strike's worth of power, unable to deliver further blows. This art of blade nurturing was exceptionally suited to me. Mastering it would grant me a formidable ace. Su Changkong's eyes gleamed. This technique was perfectly tailored for him. His iron-cutting blade technique was inherently straightforward, often struggling to vanquish foes with multiple strikes, as it became predictable and could be countered by enemies. In contrast, the nurturing art allowed for the nurturing of blade aura over time, culminating in a single, powerful strike, aligning seamlessly with his swordsmanship. If this still failed to fell his opponent, it would merely indicate an insurmountable disparity between them, and he might as well await his fate. Very well. Let me endeavor to cultivate this art. Steeling his resolve, Su Changkong committed the essential principles of blade nurturing to memory before settling cross-legged upon his bed. Cradling the blade upon his knees, focusing his mind and spirit in an attempt to achieve unity. This meditative state was challenging to attain, however. Su Changkong, having practiced the tranquil turtle breathing technique for years, found entering this state relatively effortless. Once in meditation, he harmonized his essence, spirit, and energy, directing them towards the iron-cutting blade, endeavoring to nurture it with his own vitality. This was an enigmatic state for an ordinary warrior, even with the technique's manual. Achieving any results would be impossible. Yet, having reached the body refinement stage and practiced turtle breathing, Su Changkong excelled in both internal and external cultivation, his essence, spirit, and energy ranking among the pinnacle of body refinement practitioners. Moreover, considering the requisite solid foundation in swordsmanship, Su Changkong's mastery of the iron-cutting blade technique had reached an astonishing level, making him nearly unparalleled within his realm, further augmented by a remarkable potential value of 15 points. Thus, cultivating this art posed little challenge for Su Changkong. Seated in meditation, he remained utterly still, wholly absorbed, until half an hour had elapsed. With a deep exhale, Su Changkong emerged from his meditative state, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him, taking several moments to regain his composure. This was the toll of practicing the art of blade nurturing, not on a physical level, but rather on the mental and vital energy fronts. It resembled the fatigue one experiences from intense concentration on a singular task. Over time, exhaustion inevitably ensues, leading to a sense of enervation. Su Changkong examined the iron cutting blade in his hand, perceiving no alteration. However, he remained undeterred, understanding that mastering martial arts and nurturing a blade required diligence and time. Nurturing blade technique, 17 proficiency. Upon opening his attributes panel, he noted the addition of the nurturing blade technique, and due to his robust foundational skills and exceptional talent, his progress surged at an unprecedented pace. He resolved to dedicate half an hour to an hour each day to practice this technique and realized he needed another blade for honing his swordplay. With renewed vigor, Su Changkong recognized that his primary blade required daily cultivation of his spirit and energy, necessitating it remain sheathed to prevent the leakage of its essence. Thus, he required a separate blade for practice. This was certainly not a challenge for him. Within 2 to 3 days, he could forge another iron cutting blade of identical quality. Reclining on his bed, Su Changkong began practicing the turtle breathing technique, simultaneously rejuvenating his spirit and energy in preparation for the new day. Life took on a tranquil rhythm for Su Changkong, mirroring his usual routine of practicing the 5 animal frolics, forging, honing his blade, nurturing it, and practicing the turtle breathing technique. Each week, he would visit Qingshui City to meet with Wang Yun, inquiring whether there were any disciples of the Black Lotus sect that required eradication. His days were indeed fulfilling. 2 months passed in serene continuity. He made progress in the 5 animal frolics, turtle breathing technique, and even in swordplay. However, the most significant advancement was in the nurturing blade technique. Nurturing blade technique, 18 proficiency, 3rd realm of integration. This technique possesses a remarkably high threshold and is notoriously challenging to master, yet in Su Changkong's capable hands, he achieved notable accomplishments in merely 2 months. He had gradually accumulated a surge of blade energy. Should he unleash this energy, a single strike would suffice to vanquish the second-in-command of the Black Riders. As Su Changkong caressed the iron-cutting blade within its sheath, he could sense the intangible blade energy swirling around it, eliciting a smile from his lips. Previously, when confronting the formidable Chao Hong, he required 3 strikes to defeat him. Yet now, with his mastery of the nurturing blade technique after 2 months of cultivation, he would only need an instant against Chao Hong. Of course, expending that blade energy would necessitate a return to the beginning of the nurturing process. This was Su Changkong's secret weapon, not to be wielded lightly. Tomorrow, he needed to journey to Kaishan Town to procure medicinal herbs. Stretching lazily, he realized that his previous supply of herbs was nearly depleted and required replenishment. Su Changkong was now financially robust, comfortably affording the monthly expenditure of over 600 taels of silver for the double-strength qi-enhancing powder. The following morning, Su Changkong rose early and set off towards Kaishan Town, located 200 to 300 miles away, arriving just as noon approached. Lord Wen, outside the ginseng estate. Su Changkong's arrival prompted respectful greetings from the disciples, who recognized him as a valued patron. I will promptly inform the estate master. Without Su Changkong needing to ask, a disciple hurried to notify Lu Feng. Lord Wen, please come in. Before long, under the enthusiastic invitation of the estate's disciples, Su Changkong entered the ginseng estate and met the estate master, Lu Feng, who warmly invited him to take a seat. As usual, Su Changkong successfully acquired enough medicinal herbs for 2 months from Lu Feng. After bidding farewell to Wen, he did not linger and prepared to depart. Hey, my master is elderly, please refrain from being overly touchy. However, Su Changkong was slightly taken aback by the commotion at the entrance of the ginseng shop. There stood an elderly man and a young boy, while the disciples guarding the shop wore expressions of helplessness. Dr. Hua, the master has instructed us. Please do not make things difficult for us. One of the disciples lamented. Dr. Hua? Su Changkong paused, for he noticed the old man and young boy at the entrance, the latter being a delicate youth of about 15 or 16, dressed plainly and exuding a scent of medicinal herbs. The elderly figure, with his white hair and beard yet possessing a kind and youthful demeanor, was none other than Dr. Hua. Su Changkong had not anticipated encountering Dr. Hua here again today. Please do not make things difficult for us. Just leave. The disciple urged the two with a mix of exasperation and impatience. These people have no compassion. The young lad expressed his disappointment. Unable to contain his curiosity, Su Changkong approached and inquired, what has transpired? Were it anyone else, he would have been indifferent, yet due to Dr. Hua's kindness towards him, he felt compelled to interject. Several gazes turned towards Su Changkong, and both Dr. Hua and the young boy regarded the man in black with curiosity. Mr. Wen, The other disciples recognized Mr. One as a valued guest of the ginseng shop and respectfully bowed. One of the disciples explained, "This Dr. Hua comes to our shop to purchase herbs. We hold him in high regard and have offered him the greatest discounts, essentially selling to him at cost, without profit, and even incurring some losses, but this is his 5th visit. We cannot sustain such a loss indefinitely." Upon hearing this, Dr. Hua's face flushed with embarrassment. The young lad raised his eyebrows and said, "My master is here to save the common people afflicted by the plague. He requires these herbs, not for himself. Otherwise, why would he humble himself before you?" Changkong began to grasp the situation. Although Dr. Hua would accept payment, many of the plague victims were impoverished commoners. Thus, Dr. Hua often waived or reduced fees, leading to a deficit for the shop. Despite their respect for him and the discounts provided, the repeated requests had become untenable for the ginseng shop, which was not a charitable organization and needed to cover costs, resulting in the current predicament. After pondering for a moment, Changkong spoke. "Do you have the herbs that Dr. Hua requires?" "We do," replied one of the disciples. "Then bring out all the stock. I shall cover the expenses," Changkong declared. Upon hearing this, the disciple from the ginseng shop hesitated and remarked, This price is rather steep, even at cost. It amounts to 2,000 taels of silver. Do you fear that I cannot afford it?" "Hurry." Changkong raised an eyebrow, exuding an unspoken authority. "Why, yes." The disciple felt an inexplicable weight of pressure, not daring to delay, and nodded repeatedly, summoning others to retrieve the medicine. This young master, may good deeds be rewarded. Surely heaven will bless you." Physician Hua did not anticipate that this unfamiliar young man clad in black would be so generous, directly offering to pay and purchasing all the ginseng shop stock. With these medicinal herbs, he could undoubtedly save a multitude of lives. He expressed his profound gratitude to Changkong repeatedly. Physician Hua had spent several days in Changkong's company, even though Changkong had undergone a transformation in appearance. Resembling Wen Tai, the passage of years had rendered him unrecognizable from his once somewhat frail self. The youthful scholar beside Physician Hua was equally astonished. Is there truly such a magnanimous benefactor in the world? This young man, a disciple of Physician Hua from a few years prior, had traveled extensively alongside him, witnessing countless individuals express their gratitude for healing, yet when it came to financial matters, they would invariably hesitate, reluctant to part with even a single coin. Changkong's willingness to pay such a substantial sum without much inquiry was akin to encountering a paragon of virtue. Of course, neither Physician Hua nor the young scholar realized that Changkong was not merely a benevolent soul. His willingness to spend stemmed from a sense of gratitude for the kindness he had once received from Physician Hua, believing in repaying both enmities and favors alike. While waiting, the ginseng shop prepared the medicinal herbs needed by Physician Hua, completely depleting their inventory, filling a large basket as well as an entire cart. Changkong did not burden the shop further and produced 2,000 taels in banknotes, settling the payment. "Mr. One, on behalf of all the patients who will be saved because of this, I express my deepest thanks." Physician Hua, overwhelmed with emotion, bowed deeply to Changkong, and the young scholar followed suit, expressing his gratitude. "Well, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Changkong nodded and, without further delay, departed. There are still many good people in this world. Physician Hua sighed as he watched Changkong's receding figure. Who exactly is this Mr. One? A scion of some noble family, perhaps? The young scholar nodded, curious about the man's identity. Even the offspring of wealthy merchants would not casually part with 2,000 taels for a stranger. However, the young scholar inquired about the identity of the ginseng shop's disciple, who merely shook his head, stating that Mr. Wen's identity was shrouded in mystery, merely a distinguished guest of the shop, with no further details available. With the basket on one's back and the cart pushed by the other, Physician Hua and the young scholar made their way toward the outskirts of Ginseng Town. With these medicinal herbs in hand, they could save the lives of the approximately 100 patients in the vicinity of Blackwater Village. Carrying a full basket of medicinal herbs, Physician Huashan contemplated deeply, having studied medicine since childhood. He possessed the compassion expected of a healer and aspired to cure as many ailments as possible before his own time came. Suddenly, a change swept over the countenance of the youthful and refined boy beside him as they approached a point 2 or 3 miles from Kaishan Town. 3 men, dressed like vagabonds and armed with weapons, intercepted them in the middle of the road, their expressions a blend of mockery and menace, indicating their ill intent. As the trio approached slowly, Huashan forced a smile onto his face, subtly signaling the youth beside him. The boy hastily produced a pouch of coins from his robes and pleaded, "Esteemed heroes, all our money is contained within this pouch. My master and I are mere physicians. We implore you to show mercy." It was evident that these ruffians intended to rob them, and the two lacked the strength to confront the three brawny men. They surrendered their possessions in hopes that the assailants would seek only wealth and spare their lives. The central figure among the thugs chuckled, ignoring the pouch and fixating greedily on the herbs piled on the cart. "Is that paltry sum enough to satisfy a beggar? These herbs are of great value. They belong to us now." Hua Shan and the young man's expression shifted dramatically. These herbs had been generously purchased from Mr. One for 2,000 taels of silver. The trio had clearly been monitoring them in Kaishan town, intent on seizing this precious cargo. "Esteemed heroes, these herbs are vital for the lives of countless individuals. We beseech you to reconsider and spare us," Hua Shan implored, struggling to maintain his composure while pleading for their departure. "Enough with the nonsense. Get lost. Not killing physicians is already an act of virtue on our part." The tall, lean thug on the right waved dismissively, urging them to flee. Seizing this batch of herbs and selling them would undoubtedly yield a fortune. With determination, the refined boy bit his lip and swiftly retrieved a small bamboo tube from his sleeve, placing it to his lips and blowing forcefully. A slender silver needle shot forth from the tube, targeting the man in green to the right. The man, startled, instinctively raised his hand to shield his face. With a thud, the needle pierced his hand, and he winced in pain. "You scoundrel!" He began to curse, but suddenly felt dizzy, his body tingling uncontrollably before collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Was there poison? The young man, unwilling to let their life-saving herbs fall into the hands of these brigands, retaliated with the poison needle, swiftly incapacitating one of them. Yet, two remained. "Curse you! You seek death." The burly man, witnessing his comrade convulsing on the ground, erupted in furious rage, stepping forward to draw his machete, closing the distance with alarming speed, aiming a lethal strike at the refined boy. "Huai, be careful." Dr. Huashan was taken aback, swiftly pulling the handsome young man aside, thereby exposing himself to the impending blade. Gritting his teeth, he braced himself for the arrival of death, yet the fatal strike never descended upon him. An enigmatic figure clad in black had, unbeknownst to him, positioned himself protectively in front of Dr. Hua. This individual extended a hand, his fingers gripping the edge of the cleaver, rendering it immobile. "Mr. Wen." The handsome young man, still trembling with fear, could not restrain his exclamation. The black-clad youth before him was none other than the esteemed Mr. Wen Tai. Chapter 64. The Boiling Blood Powder. The Black Rider Gang leader, Shi Zijiang. The allure of wealth can stir the hearts of men, prompting some in the martial world to seize opportunities for robbery. It is him. The burly man, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, recognized Su Changkong's identity. The latter was a distinguished guest from the Zhuang, capable of casually offering 2,000 taels of silver for medicine, undoubtedly not an ordinary individual. Thus, they had contemplated robbing the esteemed physician Hua Shan and his apprentice, only to unexpectedly encounter him. Moreover, in a fit of rage, the man swung down with all his might. Yet Su Changkong effortlessly grasped the blade with his bare hand, rendering it immovable. Such strength could only belong to a martial artist of divine prowess. "Do you dare to steal what belongs to me?" Su Changkong glared at the burly man, his tone chillingly cold. The man felt his heart stop, as if plunged into an icy abyss, and with great difficulty forced a smile. "It's a misunderstanding. Crack. Without allowing the burly man further opportunity for defense, Su Changkong concentrated his grip on the blade, crushing it with a resounding crack, tearing a piece from it. Swish. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the shard of blade slicing across the man's throat. Gurgle, gurgle. Blood gushed from the man's neck as he desperately clutched at the wound, struggling to stem the flow of crimson staining his fingers, staggering back before collapsing onto the ground. Only the lanky man remained, frozen in place. Su Changkong raised his gaze towards him, coldly stating, "Did I just hear you call me a fool? I am a fool. I am a fool. Spare my life." The lanky man wore a ghastly smile, repeatedly pleading for mercy. Thud. With a swift motion of his wrist, Su Changkong launched the shard of blade with formidable force, piercing the man's brow and silencing him as he fell limply to the ground. Crack. Su Changkong strolled leisurely to where the young man had incapacitated the green-clad man with a poisoned needle. He grasped the latter's neck, who struggled but could not move, and with a firm squeeze, shattered his cervical vertebrae, sending him along the same path. This. Physician Huashan and the young man were struck with horror, their scalps tingling at the sight. They had believed that Mr. One was a benevolent soul, quick to assist those in need. Yet he dispatched these 3 ruffians as effortlessly as one might crush ants, his expression remaining unchanged, indicating that taking lives had become a commonplace affair for him. There was no mercy whatsoever. "Mr. One, I thank you once again for your assistance to us. I truly do not know how to repay this debt." Physician Hua Shan, while grateful, felt a sense of discomfort. He was accustomed to bestowing kindness upon others, yet now found himself indebted to a young man in a manner difficult to repay. In response, Changkong cast a glance at the lifeless green-clad youth, who had succumbed to the poison needle, frothing at the mouth. He inquired, "Physician Hua, it seems you possess expertise in crafting poisons?" Though the green-clad man was not a formidable warrior, he had fallen within seconds after being struck by the poison needle, rendered devoid of combat capability. "Indeed, I possess a modicum of understanding." Dr. Hua Shan humbly acknowledged that he was a wandering physician, although he did not specialize in the study of poisons. His medical knowledge encompassed antidotes, thus granting him a certain understanding of various toxins. Immediately, Changkong inquired, "Dr. Hua, in this perilous world, one must remain vigilant against potential threats. Do you possess any substances capable of incapacitating a martial artist? A substance that can incapacitate a martial artist?" Dr. Hua was taken aback. Changkong nodded slightly. "For instance, a poison that could incapacitate a practitioner of the blood qi realm, preferably one that acts swiftly." Hearing this, both Dr. Hua and the youthful gentleman beside him twitched their lips. Martial artists, especially those of considerable strength, possess formidable physiques and exhibit great resistance to toxins. A poison that could lethally affect a human might not even faze an elephant. Moreover, practitioners above the blood qi realm have surpassed the limits of physical conditioning, undergoing a transformation in their vital energy. Thus, typical poisons would scarcely harm them, even if ingested in large quantities. The request for a poison capable of affecting blood qi practitioners was indeed rare. Dr. Hua, with evident hesitation, remarked, "I do possess a formula for such a poison, but its effects are exceedingly dangerous. A slight miscalculation could lead to death." As a healer devoted to saving lives, he found it difficult to reconcile the act of creating a poison for harm. Yet, before him stood Changkong, their benefactor and savior. Upon hearing this, Changkong's eyes lit up. His intent in seeking poison was, of course, for lethal purposes, particularly against those above the blood qi realm. In the vicinity of Qingshui City, few martial artists in the body refinement realm posed any threat to him, and there were nearly none in the blood qi realm. However, one must always prepare for the unforeseen. Dr. Hua's indication that such a potent toxin indeed existed was precisely what Changkong sought. With utmost sincerity, Changkong expressed, "My desire for this substance is not for malevolent purposes, but rather for self-defense. The world is fraught with dangers, and I do not require you, Dr. Hua, to concoct this poison personally. I merely ask for the formula." His earnestness, coupled with the debt of gratitude owed by him and his apprentice to Changkong, led Dr. Hua to sigh deeply before finally nodding. "Very well. I shall entrust you with the formula for the boiling blood powder. I can only hope that you will honor your word and refrain from using it to harm the innocent." "That is assured." Changkong rejoiced upon receiving Dr. Hua's consent. Subsequently, Dr. Hua wasted no time, retrieving his writing materials to draft the formula. After a quarter of an hour, he handed the prescription to Changkong, instructing, "This boiling blood powder formula was discovered by chance. Those affected will experience a rapid surge of blood flow, exceeding the body's capacity, akin to boiling water. Especially if one engages in vigorous activity post-envenomation, blood vessels may even rupture. Exercise extreme caution." "Understood. Thank you, Dr. Hua." Changkong replied solemnly, securing the formula with care. The blood qi practitioners, with their formidable vitality, would indeed face grave danger from this potent toxin, specifically designed to target the very essence of their blood. "Dr. Hua, take care of your health. The path of the Jianghu is long." Changkong carefully stored the prescription and did not linger any longer. After wishing Dr. Hua well, he turned and departed. Watching Changkong's retreating figure, Dr. Hua appeared to be lost in thought. "Master, what's wrong?" inquired the handsome young man beside him, puzzled. "It's nothing. I just feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this Mr. One," Dr. Hua replied, shaking his head, perplexed by this sensation. Unbeknownst to Dr. Hua, this resolute Mr. One was none other than the young man who once diligently studied the 5 animal play under him at the Black Iron Manor. Just as years ago, Dr. Hua continued to wander the world, healing the sick and saving lives, while Changkong aspired to scale new heights, strengthen himself, and pursue the perhaps unattainable realm of immortality. Upon returning to the Black Iron Manor, Changkong practiced his punches and sword techniques as usual. He also examined the prescription for the blood-boiling powder. The ingredients listed. He could inquire with Lu Feng at the Herb Manor to assist in procuring them. As they were hardly available on the market, he might also find them in the ghost market. As he perused the blood-boiling powder prescription received from Dr. Hua, he noted that this powder was highly toxic. Those contaminated would have their blood surge like boiling water. And even martial artists of Qi and blood realms could not escape its effects. To prepare for encounters with such formidable foes in the future, Changkong was determined to master the concoction of the blood-boiling powder. However, most of the required ingredients were extremely poisonous, making them nearly impossible to acquire on the market, and even if available, they would likely require registration, a cumbersome process. Changkong then recalled the ghost market, a place he had not visited in a long time. Perhaps luck would favor him there, and he could gather the necessary herbs. Meanwhile, during Changkong's tranquil days, a significant event shook the martial world of Qingshui City. In the night, at the headquarters of the Baiyu Gang, once a magnificent and opulent structure, the air was now filled with the sounds of battle and the sin of blood. Kill. Annihilate these wretches. A bounty of 50 taels of silver for each Baiyu Gang disciple's head. A group of black-clad knights charged through the buildings, some roaring fiercely while others cried out in anguish. A young Baiyu Gang disciple was pierced by a flying spear, impaled against the wall, blood gushing from his mouth, his eyes reflecting despair and fear of death. The Baiyu Gang had been at war with the Black Knight Gang for 1 to 2 years. The Black Knight Gang continuously recruited and expanded under their leader, Shi Zijiang, sweeping aside all opponents, leaving the Baiyu Gang at a disadvantage and steadily weakening. Finally, today, the Black Knight Gang launched a full-scale assault on the Baiyu Gang, with hundreds, nearly 1,000 knights charging forth, all in high spirits, overwhelming the Baiyu Gang. They were in disarray. Shayer, hurry and leave. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. The family fortune your father has amassed over the years has been moved to a place you know. You must rise again. At that moment, in the rear courtyard of the Baiyu Gang, a man with graying temples, exuding an air of authority without anger, urgently advised a handsome young man clad in white. The young man clad in white was none other than Bai Xiao, the deputy leader of the Baiyu Gang, while the slightly aged yet imposing figure beside him was Bai Tianhao, the renowned leader of the Baiyu Gang in Qingshui City. Father, if we must go, let us go together, Bai Xiao exclaimed, unable to restrain his tears. Do not be so sentimental. It is unbecoming of a man. As the leader of the Baiyu Gang, how could I possibly flee like a coward? I would rather die dragging that scoundrel Shi Zijian down with me. You must leave now. Bai Tianhao shouted in frustration, lamenting the inevitable downfall of the Baiyu Gang, which was destined to become mere dust in history. Yet, he refused to live in shame as a laughingstock. If he were to die, he would do so with dignity. Father, take care. Ultimately, Bai Xiao gritted his teeth, hearing the thunderous sounds of battle, tears brimming in his eyes, and turned to enter the room in the backyard, where a hidden passage led outside the Baiyu Gang's stronghold. Plop. Not long after Bai Xiao's departure, a gruesome object flew over the courtyard wall, crashing heavily to the ground and rolling several times. It was the severed head of a man, grotesque and bloodied. Yusha. Bai Tianhao's lips twitched as he recognized it as the head of Yusha, the vice leader of the Baiyu Gang, already deceased. Had the enemy truly reached this place? Bang. Bang. With a resounding thud, the tightly shut courtyard door was shattered by 2 heavily armored disciples of the Baiyu Gang, crashing down into the yard. These 2 armored disciples were already lifeless. One had a helmet so distorted that it seemed to meld with his skull, brain matter oozing from the cracks, while the other appeared as if trampled by an elephant, his chest armor caved in along with his ribcage. Haha, Bai Tianhao, I must admit, you have impressed me by not fleeing like a cur. A raucous, derisive laugh resonated, sending waves of pain through the eardrums. A throng of warriors surged through the broken gate, each exuding a formidable presence, stained with the blood of their enemies after fierce battles. At the forefront was the source of the laughter, a towering figure, an imposing man of 2 meters in height, his robust physique straining against the black attire he wore. His arms were as thick as a man's thigh, and a single finger rivaled the size of an infant's arm. He strode with a commanding presence, radiating an aura of invincibility that made his strength unmistakable and terrifying. Indeed, this formidable man was none other than Shi Zijian, the notorious leader of the Black Cavalry Gang, whose name echoed throughout the martial world of Qingshui City. Shi Zijian had arrived in Qingshui City 3 to 4 years prior, single-handedly establishing the Black Cavalry Gang, which had grown to overshadow the Bayou Gang. He was known for his unmatched prowess, hinting at his ascent as the foremost martial artist in Qing Shui City. Shi Zijian, do you dare to come? Should I fear you? Today, I shall take your head. Bai Tianhao's eyes blazed with hatred as he spoke. For this very man had obliterated the gang he had painstakingly built. His sole purpose now was to slay Shi Zijian, even if it meant perishing alongside him. Brother, this old fool is a formidable opponent. Let us confront him together. Beside Shi Zijian stood Changkong, the third in command of the Black Knight Gang, who lowered his voice. Having discerned that Bai Tianhao was embracing a fatalistic resolve, such a master, harboring the intention of certain death, was indeed fearsome. The only proper course was to dismantle him into fragments. I, Shi Zijian, am in my prime, invincible. Why would I fear this wretched stray? The others should retreat from the courtyard. I shall sever his head. Yet, with a wild laugh, Shi Zijian faced Bai Tianhao, disdainful of overwhelming him with numbers, choosing instead to confront him alone, proclaiming himself the sole sovereign of the Qing Shui martial world. Yes, although the other martial artists of the Black Knight Gang harbored slight trepidation, they dared not disobey, retreating from the courtyard, leaving only Bai Tianhao and Shi Zijian behind. Come forth. A thunderous roar erupted, akin to thunder cracking within the night, heralding the onset of a great battle. In the courtyard, two of the premier warriors of Qing Shui City engaged in a life and death struggle, while outsiders could scarcely indulge their eyes in the spectacle. Aha, Bai Tianhao. Your blade lacks the requisite hardness. How dare you still venture forth? Moments later, anguished roars of defiance echoed through the courtyard, accompanied by Shi Zijian's maniacal laughter, signaling the conclusion of a fierce confrontation. The courtyard lay in disarray, with shattered rocks and collapsed walls, as if ravaged by a ferocious bear. Scattered across the ground were broken blades, their former sharpness now lost, while Shi Zijian stood proudly, brandishing the severed head of Bai Tianhao, whose eyes remained wide with fury. Blood cascading from the grisly trophy. Upon closer inspection, one could see that Shi Zijian's upper garments had been torn to shreds, revealing a robust physique. Muscles rippling like a mighty inverted triangle, adorned with several non-fatal gashes, alongside old scars that bore testament to his glory. The master of the house wielded unparalleled skills, instilling awe and reverence in the hearts of the remaining Black Knight Gang warriors. Even though Bai Tianhao had long been a renowned master in Qing Shui City's martial circles, he had ultimately met his demise at the hands of Shi Zijian, who had claimed his head. My brother's chest muscles are so grand and firm. I can't help but yearn for a taste. Changkong gazed intently at Shi Zijian's imposing, robust form, as if forged from steel, unable to suppress a swallow of saliva. Third, Shi Zijian cast a glance in his direction. Take a few men to pursue that little brat. Bai Tianhao has transferred considerable assets from the Bayou Gang, and only Bai Shao is privy to it. Shi Zijian commanded. Understood. Changkong replied, departing with his men. Once I eradicate the Bayou Gang, I shall be the undisputed king of the Qing Shui martial realm. Shi Zijian mused, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Bai Tianhao's severed head. However, the smile quickly turned icy, and that accursed ghost mask, daring to slay my brother, I shall surely twist your head off and use it as a night pot. Over 2 months prior, the second in command of the Black Knight Gang, Chao Hong, along with a dozen elite members, had met a gruesome fate in the wilderness, inciting Shi Zijian's fury. Through investigation, Shi Zijian learned that on the same night, a mysterious warrior known as Ghost Mask, who specialized in hunting the disciples of the Black Lotus sect, had appeared in Fengyue town, 100 miles from the wooded area, aligning the timelines perfectly. Moreover, this specter seems to harbor a grudge against the Black Rider Gang. It once impersonated the fourth leader of the gang, ruthlessly slaying disciples of the Black Lotus sect, thus causing them considerable distress. It is almost certain that on the very same night, the specter first murdered disciples of the Black Lotus sect in Maple Leaf Town, and subsequently ambushed and exterminated those pursuing Yu Jiao, including Chao Hong, leaving no survivors. Cold-hearted and ruthless, it is undoubtedly no ordinary foe. Spectre, you cunning wretch who hides in the shadows, I fervently hope I do not catch you, for if I do. As Shi Zijian contemplated this, rage boiled within him, vowing to ensure that the adversary pays the most excruciating price. Chapter 65, The Iron Beast Armor. The storm approaches. Changkong remained blissfully unaware that, over 100 miles away, the leader of the Black Rider Gang, Shi Zijian, had vowed to eliminate him post-haste. Changkong's life was tranquil. He devoted his days to practicing his punches and sword techniques, forging and nurturing his blades, in cultivating the turtle breathing technique. On his days off, he would venture to Changshui City to gather intelligence on the disciples of the Black Lotus sect from the county magistrate, Wang Yun. However, Su Changkong noticed that, despite having dispatched nearly 10 disciples of the Black Lotus sect, his actions had proven effective. The disciples in the vicinity of Changshui City had become markedly more discreet, with some even deliberately concealing their whereabouts. This led to Su Changkong returning empty-handed from the locations indicated by his intelligence on 3 consecutive occasions. It left him feeling somewhat helpless, indeed. Such a lucrative venture was difficult to sustain. In the town of Kaishan, at the Ginseng estate, Su Changkong returned to visit the estate's owner, Lu Feng, with the purpose of procuring the ingredients for the blood-boiling powder. After reviewing Su Changkong's list of requested materials, Lu Feng furrowed his brow and remarked, "Mr. Wen, while most of the herbs on this list can be procured with some effort, a few are prohibited from sale. It is indeed challenging to acquire them. The ingredients required for the blood-boiling powder were not only rare but also highly toxic. The Ginseng estate engaged in legitimate trade and could not afford to breach its principles. I understand. I would appreciate your assistance with the herbs that can be sourced." Su Changkong replied, not wanting to put Lu Feng in a difficult position. For the few ingredients that were unavailable on the market, he resolved to seek them out in the ghost market. "Very well, I can secure those within a few days," Lu Feng said, visibly relieved, and nodded in agreement. After finalizing the arrangements, Su Changkong set off. "The ghost market opens in the middle of next month. I will make a trip then." As he strolled down the street, deep in thought, he suddenly froze upon spotting a man and woman leisurely wandering in the distance, occasionally laughing and chatting, with the woman displaying a sweet expression. Yin Song? The man was indeed Yin Song. It was evident that he was enjoying an outing with the woman he referred to as Jia. Having seen her before, Su Changkong chose not to interrupt and prepared to leave quietly. "Brother Wen." Yin Song noticed Su Changkong and called out to him, instructing the woman beside him to wait. She nodded and stood still as Yin Song approached. "Brother Yin, it has been a long time," Su Changkong greeted. Yin Song had been residing in the town of Kaishan, and their last encounter had been several months prior. Yin Song glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention before lowering his voice to say, "Brother Wen, have you heard about the situation regarding the Black Rider Gang and the White Jade Gang?" "The White Jade Gang and the Black Rider Gang?" Su Changkong was taken aback and shook his head. In truth, he seldom ventured out and had limited access to information about the happenings in the martial world of Changshui City. Upon hearing this, Yin Song continued, "A few days ago, the leader of the Black Rider Gang, Shi Jian, led nearly 1,000 knights in a surprise assault on the White Jade Gang stronghold. After a fierce battle, they annihilated the White Jade Gang in one night. The leader of the White Jade Gang, Bai Tianhao, was killed on the spot, and his son, Bai Shao, reportedly managed to escape and is now in hiding. The White Jade Gang was destroyed by the Black Rider Gang." Upon hearing this news, Su Changkong was somewhat taken aback. The conflict between the Black Riders Gang and the White Jade Gang was well known. Yet the fact that the White Jade Gang had become virtually extinct still caught Su Changkong off guard. Currently, the martial world of Changshui City was dominated solely by the Black Riders Gang, whose domineering style of conduct warranted a warning from Yin Song, who spoke in hushed tones, urging, "Brother Wen, you would do well to remain vigilant." While others remained oblivious, Yin Song, who had the most interaction with Su Changkong, harbored suspicions regarding his identity. Upon their initial meeting, Yin Song had surmised that Su Changkong might be the enigmatic youth responsible for slaying the Black Riders' young leader, Shi Han. A few months prior, when County Magistrate Wang Yun had sought Yin Song's assistance in introducing a martial arts expert, it was Su Changkong whom he recommended. Since that day, the martial world of Changshui City had gained a mysterious warrior named Ghostface, known for his ruthless efficiency in eliminating disciples of the Black Lotus sect. Yin Song, not lacking in discernment, connected the dots and realized that Ghostface was likely Wen Tai. In Changshui City, there were only a handful of warriors capable of effortlessly dispatching disciples of the Black Lotus sect. Recently, rumors had circulated regarding the Black Riders Gang placing a bounty on Ghostface. Thus, when Yin Song encountered Su Changkong in Kaishan Town, he felt compelled to offer a few words of caution concerning the Black Riders Gang. "Thank you for the information, Brother Yin," Su Changkong replied with a slight nod, acknowledging Yin Song's concern. Their conversation was brief, and soon they parted ways. As Yin Song watched Su Changkong's retreating figure, he couldn't help but sigh. Youth. What a blessing. Everyone dreams of becoming someone whose every action creates ripples in the world. and this young Wentai, having slain nearly 10 disciples of the Black Lotus sect and garnering widespread admiration, stood as a formidable adversary whom the leader of the Black Riders gang had vowed to behead. Undoubtedly, he was a pivotal figure in the martial realm of Chishui City. In his younger days, Yin Song had aspired to be such a person, but now, with age upon him and sufficient wealth to live comfortably for the rest of his life, he yearned for a peaceful retirement. He found himself pondering the heights Su Changkong might achieve and who would ultimately triumph in the clash with Shi Zijiang. After bidding farewell to Yin Song, Su Changkong was weighed down by thoughts of his own. Although he operated under the guise of Wentai, the identity of Ghostface, he knew that no secret remained hidden forever, particularly in the face of unforeseen circumstances. Should Shi Zijiang come seeking him, peril would surely follow. And thus he resolved to prepare in advance. While Su Changkong held a degree of confidence in facing Shi Zijiang one-on-one, he was acutely aware that Shi Zijiang was not alone. He commanded nearly 1,000 fierce disciples, with such a formidable force at his disposal. It was not just Su Changkong who would struggle, but even a typical warrior of significant prowess could easily fall victim to overwhelming numbers. Su Changkong had not deluded himself into believing he could single-handedly vanquish an army. Therefore, preparations were essential. He would venture into the ghost market when it opened mid-next month, hoping for fortune. Moreover, in scenarios where one faced multiple adversaries, stamina was of secondary concern. The primary focus must remain on defense. After all, when besieged by dozens or even hundreds, one might successfully defend against attacks from one direction while failing to guard against another. It is one thing to evade a visible threat, yet quite another to guard against a hidden strike. Although Su Changkong donned a golden silk ring armor, it only protected his upper body. The vulnerable lower body remained defenseless. He resolved to forge a complete suit of armor, one that would shield his entire being. Clenching his fist, he recognized that defense outweighed offense in importance. Although his enemies had yet to approach, and they may not even be aware of his identity, one could never predict the arrival of tomorrow or the unexpected. Vigilance and tranquility was imperative. In the past, when Su Changkong crafted a crossbow, he had dedicated his solitary moments to labor. Now, he expressed the same request, and Supervisor Liu, slightly surprised, readily acquiesced, remarking that the estate owner had previously stated that trivial matters need not be brought before him. "Thank you, Supervisor Liu," Su Changkong acknowledged, understanding that to create his armor, he must utilize the workshop of the Black Iron Manor. He envisioned a multi-layered heavy armor. Its defensive capabilities must be formidable. Sketching the blueprints, he designed a suit that could withstand the blunt force of heavy strikes as well as the slicing and piercing of sharp weapons. Its weight would naturally be considerable. Yet as a masterful martial artist, Su Changkong could maneuver with agility even in such heavy armor, tailoring it to his own specifications. After more than an hour of meticulous revisions, a detailed design emerged: gauntlets, arm guards, helmets, leg plates, and breastplates, all resembling conventional armor, yet imbued with Su Changkong's ingenious design. Employing the technique of layered steel from his forging expertise, he divided the armor into 3 segments, allowing for the insertion of cotton and resin between layers. This innovation would significantly mitigate the impact of heavy blows, albeit resulting in an exceptionally weighty armor, suitable only for a warrior of remarkable physique. Furthermore, he incorporated spikes to thwart close-range assaults. Still unsatisfied, Su Changkong made further modifications, sketching additional spikes onto the blueprints. Commenced the work. By afternoon, all the blacksmiths in the workshop had exhausted themselves and departed for rest, while Su Changkong, brimming with energy, began forging his envisioned heavy armor. With prior experience in crafting armor at the Bayou Gang, his forging skills had ascended to a level far beyond that time. He was now capable of executing every step of the process alone. Clang, clang, clang. Su Changkong wielded the heavy hammer with the relentless precision of a tireless machine, meticulously refining each piece of raw iron until it transformed into steel through sheer effort. This was the battle armor he crafted for himself, and thus he dedicated himself wholeheartedly to every detail with utmost diligence. To realize this suit of armor, Su Changkong curtailed his rest periods, including the time allocated for practicing his breathing technique. After all, even with continuous effort, a qualitative transformation in the technique could not be achieved in a short span. It was better to progress steadily, working tirelessly with his forging skills and efficiency far surpassing that of the average person. He dedicated nearly a month to completing this suit of armor. 20 days later, in a cave nestled within the desolate mountains several miles from Black Iron Manor, Su Changkong lifted the thatch covering the armor and revealed an array of components. Taking a deep breath, he donned the pieces, gauntlets, greaves, and breastplate. Minutes later, a towering figure stood in the cave, fully equipped. Apart from his eyes, Changkong's entire form was cloaked in a heavy, dark silver armor. The thickness of this armor made his already imposing stature appear even larger, rendering ordinary individuals beside him as diminutive as children. Standing motionless, Changkong exuded an aura that sent chills down the spine and instilled fear in the heart. The battle armor he had forged was designed solely for slaughter, embodying both offensive and defensive capabilities, resembling a metallic beast, a cold, killing machine. With a clang, Changkong shifted his body, the weighty footsteps reverberating against the ground, producing a resonant sound as the armor scraped together. As he engaged in the 5-animal play, clad in the armor, he resembled a colossal metallic creature in motion. The gusts of wind generated scattered the weeds within the cave, while the heavy form emitted a piercing shriek as the metal spikes sliced through the air, making it impossible for anyone to draw near. The entire suit weighed approximately 140 kilograms. Fortunately, the distribution of weight across his body was bearable, minimally affecting his speed and agility. After testing it out, Changkong nodded in satisfaction. The 140-kilogram weight would likely hinder an ordinary person's movements, and even a martial artist at the divine power level would be significantly affected. Only those who had achieved the pinnacle of body refinement could bear it without substantial impairment. He decided to name this armor Iron Beast and resolved to become accustomed to its movement. In the following days, to familiarize himself with the Iron Beast armor, Changkong practiced the 5-animal play daily in the cave. With this specialized armor forged for combat, he felt a sense of reassurance. 2 days remained until the opening of the Ghost Market this month, an event not to be missed. Before he knew it, 2 days had passed, and Changkong set off towards the desolate mountains where the Ghost Market was located in the vicinity of Clearwater City. This time, he donned a different disguise, opting for a monkey mask instead of the crimson ghost mask. As night fell, the full moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the desolate mountains, and an old, dilapidated village flickered with dim lights. The Ghost Market, held once a month, commenced as scheduled. Figures adorned in various masks, each concealing their identity, moved about with diverse intentions, some to sell stolen goods, others to acquire items unavailable in the market. Changkong settled by the roadside, placing a wooden sign beside him that listed the poisonous herbs he was seeking to acquire. The streets of the Ghost Market bustled with people purchasing their desired items, a lively yet eerily quiet atmosphere enveloping the scene. In tranquil anticipation, a man donned in a dog-faced mask halted before Changkong, lowering his voice to murmur, "I possess some of the blood insect grass you seek." A flicker of joy ignited within Changkong. This blood insect grass was one of the rare ingredients he required for the boiling blood powder, exceedingly precious and completely absent in the vicinity of Changshui City. However, feigning a hoarse tone, he replied, "Name your price. If it is reasonable, I shall take as many as you have. For pieces of blood insect grass, at 10 taels of silver each, no bargaining," the man in the dog mask stated quietly. The total of 40 taels was indeed costly, yet rarity commands a high price. For Changkong, a few dozen taels were not a significant burden. Thus, he agreed without haggling, declaring deal. Upon paying the 40 taels of silver, the masked man wasted no words, retrieving a cloth pouch from his bosom and handing it to Changkong. Upon inspection, Changkong found within the pouch 4 blood-colored insects, resembling slender grasses, motionless and exuding a faint, sanguine scent. Nodding in approval, Changkong signaled his satisfaction, and the man in the dog mask departed. Having successfully acquired one of the rare ingredients needed for the boiling blood powder, Changkong continued to wait in silence. Shortly thereafter, a second individual approached, possessing another toxic substance essential for concocting the boiling blood powder. Changkong spent a bit more silver and secured the purchase. As midnight approached, many patrons of the Ghost Market began to depart, the streets growing increasingly desolate under the dimming lights. Changkong, concealed beneath his mask, furrowed his brow. He still required the blood of the red-bellied snake. Although he had nearly gathered all necessary materials, one vital ingredient eluded him. If he failed to procure it this time, he would have to return to the Ghost Market next month, an endeavor that would undoubtedly prove time-consuming and uncertain in its success. Just as Changkong's frustration mounted, a man shrouded in a black veil approached him. Glancing at the sign before Changkong and gruffly inquiring, "Do you seek the blood of the red-bellied snake?" "Indeed. Do you have any?" Changkong replied, his heart leaping with hope. though his demeanor remained composed. Not at present, but I encountered a red-bellied snake a few days ago in a certain mountain range. Typically, where one red-bellied snake appears, others are not far behind. Offer me 5 taels of silver, and I shall reveal the location to you, the veiled man stated matter-of-factly. Su Changkong was taken aback. 5 taels of silver for mere information? And he would still need to venture into the mountains to capture the snakes? Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he realized that if the veiled man divulged the information without charge, he might question the man's intentions. Rather than waiting until next month with uncertain outcomes, it would be more prudent to seek the snakes himself. Of course, there was a possibility that the veiled man was attempting to deceive him. Nevertheless, those who frequented the ghost market were not ordinary folk. They would not lack for a mere 4 or 5 taels of silver. After receiving the payment, the veiled man stated, at Chiju Mountain. I saw the red-bellied snake half a month ago. Having disclosed the vicinity where the snakes could be found, the veiled man turned and departed. Su Changkong continued to wait. But as dawn broke and the ghost market closed, he was unable to procure the blood of the red-bellied snake. With no other option, he resolved to catch it himself. His boiling blood powder required this specific ingredient, and after leaving the ghost market, he set off for Chiju Mountain. Chiju Mountain, located within the boundaries of Chishui City, is lush with bamboo, providing a perfect habitat for various snakes and insects. Although Su Changkong lacked experience in snake catching, he understood that snakes, being creatures of the shadows, favored dark and damp environments. The mountain was not particularly large, and with a thorough search over a day or two, he was confident of achieving his goal. Meanwhile, a significant event unfolded within the Black Iron Manor. The sound of galloping hooves echoed as a group of knights, clad in black and exuding a formidable aura, approached. The Black Riders were here. A guard stationed atop the high walls of the manor widened his eyes in alarm, recognizing the knights as members of the Black Riders. Clang, clang, clang. A series of warning bells resonated throughout the manor, alerting all members to the occurrence of a grave situation. What was happening? The Black Riders had arrived? Was it already time for their annual tribute? The members of Black Iron Manor were taken aback, puzzled as to why the Black Riders had come before the new year. Yet, no one dared to be complacent. Armed with swords, hammers, and other weapons, they gathered at the manor walls, ready for whatever might come. Leading the over 100 knights outside the manor was none other than Changkong, the third in command of the Black Iron Manor. Chapter 66, 100 Days of Sharpening the Blade. The Iron Beast approaches. Immortality hastened to the high wall, his gaze fixed solemnly upon Changkong below. A sense of foreboding enveloped him as he discerned the Black Rider Gang's unwelcome return before the dawn of a new year. The motives behind this visit were undoubtedly complex. Is the esteemed Chen-san here for a particular matter? Immortality inquired loudly from atop the wall. At the entrance of the Black Iron Manor, Chun Zhuang's voice resonated with authority. Open the gate. I must speak with Manor Master Imo. His tone, though measured, was unmistakably clear to all present. The members of the Black Iron Manor hesitated at his command. Open the gate. This barrier cannot restrain me. Do not compel me to take matters into my own hands. Qin Zhuang's glare hardened as he bellowed, his voice akin to thunder. Imbued with an overwhelming power that sent shivers through those who heard it, invoking a primal fear and a desire to comply. Years prior, when the Black Rider Gang was but a fledgling organization, Qin Zhuang had already attained the realm of divine strength. Now, after years of rigorous training and with the wealth and resources plundered by the gang, he had advanced significantly, achieving the formidable prowess of the body refinement realm. His mere presence exuded an unassailable authority. Open the gate and welcome Chen-san. Immortality ultimately commanded. With a creak, the gate swung open, allowing Qin Zhuang and his 4 companions from the Black Rider Gang to stride confidently into the Black Iron Manor. The members of the manor regarded them with a mixture of wariness and vigilance. As Immortality approached, Qin Zhuang stated, "Bring forth the roster of the Black Iron Manor. Assemble all members. I have an announcement to make." This proclamation left many bewildered. However, Immortality signaled to Supervisor Liu, who reluctantly acknowledged and went to retrieve the roster. Upon his return, before Supervisor Liu could utter a word, Qin Zhuang swiftly seized the roster. He perused it briefly and then scanned the surrounding members, who were armed and alert. After a moment, his brow furrowed as he remarked, "The roster lists 127 individuals, yet only 126 are present." Not pursuing the missing member further, he surveyed the assembly and declared, "From this day forth, the Black Iron Manor shall be an affiliate of the Black Rider Gang, charged with crafting our weaponry." This declaration sent shockwaves through the ranks of the Black Iron Manor. To become an affiliate of the Black Rider gang was, in essence, to join them. Immotai could no longer contain his dismay and interjected, "Jin-san, we at the Black Iron Manor dutifully remit our annual dues. Your actions seem rather inappropriate. Rest assured, once the Black Iron Manor is incorporated into our ranks, it will function as our armory division. You shall continue to oversee its operations, and there will be no further annual dues owed to the Black Rider gang. In fact, the benefits you receive will surpass your current circumstances," Changkong replied, his tone calm yet firm. The Black Iron Manor had long been renowned for its craftsmanship and weaponry, established as a venerable institution in the vicinity of Chishui City. Stone Ziji, the leader, had resolved to integrate it within the gang, specifically to forge weapons and arrows for the Black Rider gang. "No, this cannot be. I refuse to allow myself or my son to become brigands and outlaws." At once, a middle-aged man vehemently refused. It is well known that the Black Rider gang operates as a powerful organization, yet their conduct resembles that of ruthless bandits, seizing what belongs to others. To join the Black Rider gang is tantamount to becoming one of them. Although the gang thrives today, no one can predict what the future holds. Should the Black Rider gang decline, or even face eradication by the authorities, both they and their offspring would inevitably face repercussions. Enough. A Black Rider gang warrior, standing behind Changkong, coldly intervened, swiftly seizing the middle-aged man's neck and lifting him as one would a chick. "Release old Zhang. Do not force our hand." The members of the Iron Mountain Manor, enraged, tightly gripped their weapons. They were mere blacksmiths, yet their fury was ignited. "Cease this at once." A resounding roar erupted, emanating from Changkong, a formidable warrior whose spirit resonated with immense power. His voice struck fear into all, dimming their rage and intimidating those around him. The Black Rider gang warrior subsequently relinquished his hold on the middle-aged man and stepped aside obediently. With an impassive expression, Changkong turned his gaze towards Immotai and spoke slowly. "Master Immo, our Black Rider gang values talent and thus treats others with respect. Should you choose to remain ungrateful, we may need to revisit old debts." The batch of forbidden armor crafted by your Iron Mountain Manor for the White Jade gang. Was it not? This revelation caused Immotai's mouth to twitch uncontrollably. Initially, the White Jade gang had hired a group of blacksmiths to forge some illicit armor, a fact Immotai had only later discovered and instructed those involved to keep silent. Now, Changkong had brought it to light. Changkong smirked, his eyes glinting with a terrifying ferocity. "This armor has allowed the White Jade gang to train formidable soldiers, resulting in the loss of many brothers from our Black Rider gang. Master Immo, if you are not one of us, you are our enemy. The choice of conflict is yours alone." Immotai trembled under Changkong's oppressive gaze, his complexion pale, while the others around him remained silent, their teeth clenched. To become sworn enemies of the Black Rider gang would spell doom for the Iron Mountain Manor. "Third Master Chen, I implore you for some time. Such a significant matter is not one I can decide alone. I must confer with my associates," Immotai finally murmured after a lengthy pause. Changkong did not press for an immediate answer, recognizing the need for caution. He patted Immotai's shoulder. "Master Immo, I shall grant you 3 days to ponder this. In this world, survival without the protection of the strong is increasingly difficult. By joining the Black Rider gang, we shall all be brothers. No one shall threaten you again. I hope to hear a satisfactory response in 3 days." With that, Changkong turned and departed, followed closely by several Black Rider gang warriors. As those along the way parted to clear the path, "Let us depart." Outside the Iron Mountain Manor, Changkong and his companions swiftly mounted their horses and rode away. Now, what shall be done? The Black Iron Manor is shrouded in a cloud of despair, as the Black Riders threaten to annex it under the pretext of armor crafting. Should they refuse, an army will descend upon them within 3 days, laying waste to the manor. Conversely, acquiescing may ensure a fleeting peace, yet it would mean succumbing to the life of bandits, living in perpetual fear. The majority of the inhabitants of Black Iron Manor yearn to earn their livelihood through honest labor, nurturing their children, and leading a tranquil life. By the stream at Qingtian Mountain, a grayish-white serpent, approximately half a meter in length, slithers slowly, producing a soft rustling sound. Suddenly, a dark shadow looms over it, and a large hand seizes its neck, lifting it effortlessly. Hissing, the serpent flicks its tongue and writhes, yet it cannot escape the grip of that hand. Su Changkong observes the grayish-white serpent closely and notices its underbelly is a striking crimson. At last, he has captured the elusive red-bellied snake. A smile of delight crosses his face. After spending a day or two, he has finally succeeded in catching the red-bellied snake essential for concocting the lethal blood-boiling powder. using its venom along with the herbs he previously collected. With great care, Changkong places the serpent into a small bamboo basket. Upon reaching Black Iron Manor, dusk has fallen. What is happening? Why is it so eerily quiet today? At the entrance of the manor, Changkong frowned slightly. The usually bustling Black Iron Manor is now silent, as if deserted. A sense of vigilance arises within him as he cautiously steps inside. Within the manor, Immortality walks through the once lively halls, now reduced to solitude. This is the place where my father taught me the art of forging. This sickle was the first tool I ever crafted. Has it already rusted? Immortality pauses intermittently, holding the rusted sickle, nostalgia filling his eyes. He vividly remembers the day his father passed, vowing to elevate Black Iron Manor to greatness. Yet now, it appears that the fate of the manor rests in his hands. Father, I am sorry, but I have truly done my best, he sighs wearily. In front of a courtyard, where Changkong resides, Immortality furrows his brow. A hint of worry etched upon his face. Upon entering Changkong's room, he is taken aback by a faint glimmer of metallic light beneath the bed. Leaning down, he retrieves the object emitting the shimmer. It is a blade. The iron cutting blade, of which Changkong forged two, one kept sheathed for maintenance, the other for practice. This is the very one concealed beneath the bed in his quarters. This blade belongs to Changkong? It feels so heavy. As Immortality lifts the iron cutting blade, astonishment washes over him. While it is not uncommon to find blades for self-defense among the residents of Black Iron Manor, Changkong's blade is extraordinarily weighty. The entire weapon weighs over 10 pounds, nearing 20. A knife weighing over 10 to 20 pounds would be exceedingly burdensome for an ordinary person to lift, let alone wield with dexterity. Could Changkong possibly maneuver such a heavy blade? Immortality pondered in disbelief. At that moment, a voice startled Immortality, prompting him to turn. Seeing Immortality unharmed, Changkong felt a slight relief, yet could not suppress his curiosity, inquiring, Master, where is everyone? Why have they all vanished? Upon hearing this, Immortality sighed heavily, recounting, the day before yesterday, the Black Riders gang came to us, demanding that our Iron Mountain Manor merge with them. If we refused, they threatened to raze our manor to the ground in 3 days. After much contemplation, I resolved to disperse all members. Few from Iron Mountain Manor were willing to join the Black Riders, and Immortality himself was unwilling to relinquish the legacy left by his father to them. Thus, he dismissed all the members. This revelation left Changkong astonished. The Black Riders had come just 2 days prior, and would return in 3 days. Gazing at the 200 taels of silver notes in his possession, Changkong furrowed his brow and asked, And what about you, master? Immortality laughed heartily. Do not fret for me. I remain here solely to await your return. Once you depart, I will gather my belongings and leave. After toiling for most of my life, I finally have a chance to rest. Take care, master. Changkong fell silent for a moment, tucked the silver notes into his robe, bowed slightly to Immortality, and turned to leave. The Iron Mountain Manor fell silent once more. Immortality sat at the stone table in the backyard, staring vacantly at the moon in the sky. After downing several gulps of liquor, he burst into laughter, declaring, I have been weak my entire life. The Black Riders, if they wish to seize my father's manor, they shall have to step over my corpse. This wretched world. Immortality sighed helplessly. All he desired was to manage the Iron Mountain Manor well, yet fate had other plans. He had no intention of departing. Iron Mountain Manor was his birthplace, his sole possession, and an unwavering line he would never cross. In the past, for the safety of the manor, he had no choice but to compromise and swallow his pride. Now, having dismissed the other members, he resolved to remain alone, even if it meant dying here. In the shadows beyond the courtyard wall, Changkong stood silently. As he had anticipated, Immortality had no intention of leaving. Let us go, hone the blade for 100 days, and use it in a moment. The stone is steadfast. I have heard you seek me. Thus, I have arrived. Changkong's eyes gleamed cold as ice. Immortality was undoubtedly one of the few good souls Changkong had encountered since arriving in this world. He had shown utmost kindness to the manor's members and bore the brunt of the Black Riders' exploitation. When Changkong first arrived in this world, it was Immortality who took him in. Otherwise, he might have perished in the frigid wilderness. Though Changkong had later aided him by alleviating threats from the likes of Yanfei, could such kindness truly be repaid in full? One must repay kindness with kindness, and enmity with vengeance. As for foes, they must be eradicated entirely. Changkong made his way to the cave several miles away from Iron Mountain Manor. Eager to put the armor he had painstakingly crafted over the past month to use sooner than he had anticipated. The enmity between Su Changkong and the Black Knight gang runs deep. Originally, he intended to wait until he achieved a breakthrough to the Qi blood realm before devising a plan to eliminate Shi Jian, thus eradicating all those who bore him ill will. However, with the Black Knight gang poised to soon raise the Black Iron Manor, Su Changkong found himself unable to stand idly by as the place he had called home for years was reduced to rubble. He had no choice but to act preemptively. The stronghold of the Black Knight gang is located in the southern region of Shui City. Even at this late hour, the area is ablaze with light, its towering structures rivaling the once opulent Baiyu gang. At the entrance of the Black Knight stronghold, warriors clad in black stand with weapons at their sides, their demeanor as disciplined as soldiers. In truth, Shi Jian had implemented military-style training for the members of the Black Knight gang, instilling a sense of order and valor that rendered them formidable in battle. Perched atop watchtowers, elite warriors armed with bows and arrows kept vigilant watch. Suddenly, one of them noticed movement in the darkness beyond. Initially, he presumed it to be a returning disciple of the Black Knight gang. But it soon became evident that something was amiss, for the figure approaching was far too large and imposing. As the figure drew closer, illuminated by the lanterns hanging from the trees, its form became clearer, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Clank, clank. It was a figure clad in armor, its dark silver exterior visibly heavy, adorned with sharp metallic spikes protruding from various parts. The sound of metal clanging resonated as it moved, evoking the image of a colossal, menacing beast of metal, exuding an overwhelming aura of pressure. Buzzing. The iron-cutting blade at Su Changkong's waist trembled, seemingly yearning for the taste of enemy blood. Tonight it would be unleashed in its entirety. A chilling glint flashed in the depths of his dark eyes beneath the helmet. Chapter 67. The Unyielding Iron Beast. As solid as a rock. Who goes there? Barked the warrior stationed at the entrance of the Black Knight gang's stronghold, tightening his grip on the weapon at his waist. Although the identity of the armored figure before him remained a mystery, it was unmistakably an adversary, for no guest would don such an ostentatious suit of armor. An enemy. A young warrior shouted, attempting to alert his companions. Clang. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted as the seemingly unhurried armored figure transformed into a blur. Despite the visibly heavy armor, the speed of the assailant was unaffected. In the blink of an eye, Su Changkong, clad in the Iron Beast battle armor, closed the distance to the young warrior, delivering a punch that struck with the swiftness of lightning, imbued with formidable force. Bang! A bone-jarring impact resonated, accompanied by the sickening sound of shattering bones. The young warrior could scarcely react before being sent hurtling backward, blood splattering as he crashed to the ground. His head contorted grotesquely, a gaping wound opened on his forehead, a fatal injury inflicted by the metallic spikes of the armor. Su Changkong's Iron Beast armor offered both offense and defense. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The warriors guarding the entrance of the Black Knight gang were filled with a mix of fury and excitement, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. In the gang, rewards were substantial for slaying an intruder. Kill him. The group of Black Knight gang warriors surged forward, intent on vanquishing the armored figure on the spot. Yet, to Su Changkong, these warriors were merely courting death. With fists raised high, Su Changkong struck downward. Bang! The weighty force descended, plunging two warriors into darkness as their heads met the crushing blow, bursting apart in a gruesome display. Clang! One warrior attempted a cunning strike, his blade slicing towards Su Changkong's side with precision. The strike landed solidly, but merely produced a crisp sound of metal clashing, leaving only a minor scratch on the heavy armor and yielding no further results. Wait! The warrior's lips twitched as he caught the cold gaze of Su Changkong. He hastily sought to utter a warning. Boom! In the next instant, Su Changkong's palms came together in a resounding clap, unleashing a devastating shockwave that obliterated the warrior's head with overwhelming force. To an ordinary warrior, facing the fully realized prowess of Su Changkong was akin to confronting an infant in terms of fragility. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of piercing sounds filled the air, as those archers atop the watchtower of the Black Knight gang had already knocked their arrows, sending a flurry of projectiles whistling through the air like falling stars. For warriors, the threat of archery was immense. Arrows flew swiftly, delivering devastating lethality. Even a fully developed warrior, impervious to unarmed strikes, remained vulnerable to the lethal assault of blades and arrows. A well-placed shot could prove fatal. Clang, clang, clang. Arrows fell upon Su Changkong's armor, producing a crisp metallic sound. Yet, akin to rain striking a banana leaf, each arrow merely sparked and was deflected away, leaving Su Changkong completely oblivious to the assault. As long as he donned this complete suit of armor, a volley of arrows was but a trifling annoyance to him, requiring no concern whatsoever. Engaging with these ordinary warriors would only squander his energy. He must locate Shi Zijiang and eliminate him. With a cold glint in his eyes, Su Changkong recognized that no matter how formidable he was but one man, incapable of single-handedly vanquishing the over 1,000 members of the Black Cavalry gang. Merely exhausting his stamina could lead to his demise. To capture the leader was paramount. By slaying Shi Zijiang, he would leave the Black Cavalry gang leaderless and in disarray. His purpose for arriving here was not to single-handedly obliterate the gang, but to eliminate its chief, Shi Zijiang. Boom. With this thought, Su Changkong hesitated no longer. He stepped forward, traversing over several corpses, and plunged directly into the midst of the Black Cavalry gang. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Over there! Stop him! Kill him! The prior alert had roused the previously resting members of the Black Cavalry gang, and an uproar ensued within their ranks as numerous warriors pursued him relentlessly. 5 Animal play. Soaring crane. A throng of warriors surrounded Su Changkong, yet his demeanor remained calm. Clad in heavy armor, his speed showed no sign of abating as he moved with grace. Akin to a soaring crane, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. SSSSS. Amidst a cacophony of flesh being rent, the metallic spikes on his knees and fists tore through, accompanied by anguished cries as the surrounding members of the Black Cavalry gang recoiled, their bodies marked by deep, bone-revealing gashes, blood gushing forth. Clang, clang, clang. Some warriors, exerting every ounce of their strength, attacked Su Changkong with frenzied blows, yet the swords and blades that once cleaved through formidable foes were rendered ineffective against him. What manner of monster is this? This suit of armor. It is utterly extraordinary. How can such heavy armor allow for such agility? Is he of the divine power realm or the divine courage realm? Many members of the Black Cavalry gang watched in terror at the unfolding scene. The armor worn by the figure before them was visibly heavy, yet he moved with remarkable ease, his agility betraying a martial prowess of the highest caliber. Undoubtedly among the elite of Qingshui City. Why would such a figure engage in a fierce confrontation with the Black Cavalry gang? He has single-handedly breached their stronghold. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever Su Changkong passed, it was as if autumn winds swept away leaves. With each casual strike, he shattered bones and severed tendons. And the spikes on his armor ensured that his attacks either resulted in death or grievous injury, leaving his opponents without the strength to continue fighting. Su Changkong wreaked havoc with abandon, while in the distance, a large group of Black Cavalry gang warriors converged. Without even glancing their way, he suddenly charged to the right. Boom. The heavy wall crumbled and collapsed under Su Changkong's impact, resembling a ferocious beast. No one could encircle him, and no obstacle could impede his path. The valiant martial artist, possessing the courage of 100 men and clad in impenetrable armor, resembled a relentless machine of slaughter, until his physical strength waned. No one could stand in his way. Within the serene chamber of the Black Knight gang, a remarkably robust man sat cross-legged, engaging in deep meditation. As he breathed, his complexion flushed, and a dim crimson light flickered around his body. Beside him lay a blood-red ginseng, largely gnawed upon. What noise is that? The man soon opened his eyes, revealing veins of crimson coursing through them. He detested being disturbed during his meditative state. The man was none other than the leader of the Black Knight gang, Shi Zijiang. Could it be that remnants of the White Jade gang had come seeking revenge? Hearing the clamor of battle from outside, Shi Zijiang frowned. He had already slain the leader and deputy leader of the White Jade gang, with only Bai Sha having escaped. Did he truly have the audacity to come here and meet his demise? Humph. A fierce look crossed Shi Zijiang's face as he rose from the ground. Towering at 2 meters tall, his physique resembling that of a ferocious bear, as he strode toward the hall's entrance. Within the architectural complex of the Black Knight gang, a throng of people had gathered. Surrounding them were the martial artists of the Black Knight gang, each standing resolute. Their eyes fixed on the center where a tall figure clad in armor loomed. Scattered around were the lifeless bodies of those whose bones were shattered, skulls crushed, and bodies pierced by sharp objects. Su Changkong's originally dark silver armor was now stained with splatters of fresh blood, the remnants of the foes he had vanquished. Faced with an encirclement of hundreds, nearly 1,000, Su Changkong stood tall, his presence overshadowing that of the multitude, instilling fear in the courageous warriors of the Black Knight gang, who hesitated to attack. Here they come. At that moment, Su Changkong sensed a stir in the crowd. Numerous martial artists retreated to the sides, clearing a path for a robust figure who strode through, Shi Zijiang. Although Su Changkong had never encountered Shi Zijiang before, He recognized him at once as the formidable leader of the Black Knight gang, whose fame had recently spread throughout Chishui City. Who is he? Accompanying Shi Zijiang was the third master, Qin Zhuang, who, upon seeing Su Changkong standing at the center, was filled with astonishment and confusion. The source of such tremendous turmoil, which had instilled a sense of imminent danger within the Black Knight gang, could only be one individual. Shi Zijiang furrowed his brow as he regarded the armored figure before him, inquiring, "Who might you be? Do I have a grievance against you? Why come at this late hour to unleash a massacre?" In response to Shi Zijiang's question, Su Changkong lowered his voice, rasping, "I am from the Iron Beast of the Black Lotus sect. Your Black Knight gang has allowed that phantom face to slaughter my disciples at will. Should you not be held accountable?" Su Changkong's words were, of course, a ruse, intended to obscure his true identity, sow confusion, and incite chaos by masquerading as a disciple of the Black Lotus sect. If he could incite a conflict between the Black Lotus sect and the Black Knight gang, leading to mutual destruction, it would be nothing short of splendid. The Black Lotus sect? As these words were uttered, both Shi Zijian and Qin Zhuang felt a jolt of surprise, for they were well aware that the Black Lotus sect was a band of lunatics, not to be trifled with. Within the borders of Chishui City, the Black Knight gang and the Black Lotus sect had maintained a mutual non-aggression pact. Now, however, a master from the Black Lotus sect had come to the Black Knight gang, claiming to seek vengeance for the Ghost Face. Su Changkong had once hunted disciples of the Black Lotus sect under the guise of Ghost Face, even declaring himself the fourth chief of the Black Knight gang, solely to provoke them. Now, he used this as pretext to challenge the Black Knight gang. With barely contained fury, Shi Zijian asserted, "You must be mistaken. That Ghostface is not one of our own. He even killed our second chief, Chao Hong. If Ghostface were truly in the Black Knight gang, I would be the first to take his head. Humph. How dare you quibble and evade responsibility? It is said that the leader of the Black Knight gang is a paragon of heroism, yet here stands nothing more than a coward." Su Changkong's rebuke cut through Shi Zijian's words. Nonsense. Before Shi Zijian could process this, Qin Zhuang could no longer contain his rage and bellowed, "Enough." Shi Zijian raised his hand to silence Qin Zhuang. His expression was icy, his eyes glaring like a ferocious beast fixed on Su Changkong. "I care not for your identity or your intentions. You have slain many of my brothers. Today, you shall not leave alive." Though Shi Zijian feared the Black Lotus sect, the audacious armored figure before him, who proclaimed himself the Iron Beast and had already taken so many of his men, was intolerable. He felt compelled to take this man's life to uphold his own dignity. "Brother, let our men engage first," Qin Zhuang whispered to Shi Zijian. The Iron Beast had plunged into the Black Knight gang, causing great chaos. He was no weakling. Qin Zhuang believed that surrounding him with their forces would surely lead to his downfall, regardless of the Iron Beast's prowess. Even a warrior of the Blood Shi realm would be overwhelmed and exhausted by the assault of 1,000. Yet Shi Zijian's lips curled into a sinister grin. "He dares tread upon my domain. I must take his head myself." Reluctant to resort to this strategy, he understood it would result in greater casualties among his men, and even a victory would come at a steep price. Furthermore, given Shi Zijian's fierce and domineering nature, the prospect of personally vanquishing such a formidable foe was far more satisfying. Before Qin Zhuang could offer further counsel, Shi Zijian stepped forward, his boisterous laughter echoing through the sky. "Today, I shall flay you alive and dismantle your bones. So you understand that none have the right to wreak havoc in my Black Knight gang." In Su Changkong's heart, there was both trepidation and exhilaration. Years prior, as he first ventured into martial arts, the Black Knight gang had come to the Black Iron Manor, oppressing and extorting. Now, after several years, he stood directly before the gang's leader, Shi Zijian. Su Changkong was naturally cautious, shunning reckless actions, yet he was no timid soul. Rather, he possessed the heart of a warrior, unafraid of formidable adversaries. "Chief, he is about to strike." The gang members of the Black Knight gang trembled with excitement, for in their eyes, Shi Zijian was the strongest in all of Chishui City, unmatched and unchallenged. "Kill." Shi Zijian could no longer suppress the murderous intent raging within him. With a flash of his figure, his towering frame, standing at 2 meters, lunged directly at Su Changkong. "Here it comes." A surge of excitement coursed through Su Changkong's veins, having reached such a formidable level. Even the valiant Chao Hong had fallen to him in mere 3 strikes, and now he faced Shi Zijian, who bore the title of the strongest in Chishui City. His blood began to boil. Boom. Shi Zijian's right fist smashed forward, aimed squarely at Su Changkong's face. The force of this punch generated a gale that transformed the air before them into a veritable vacuum, inducing a slight sense of suffocation in Su Changkong. The sheer might of this singular blow eclipsed any martial artist he had ever encountered. However, just before their fists collided, Shi Jian unleashed a thunderous roar, and a faint crimson glow enveloped his exposed skin. The forceful shout momentarily halted Su Changkong's movements, causing the blood within him to surge. In the next instant, their fists clashed, and contrary to his expectations of Shi Jian's fist being pierced, it was instead shrouded in a faint metallic sheen, its sharpness proving impervious. Rather, it was Su Changkong who felt his own strength bend and falter under a tremendous force. Bang! The pressure on his arm compelled Su Changkong to step back uncontrollably, leaving deep imprints in the ground with his heavy footsteps. Is this the blood chi realm? Su Changkong was somewhat astonished. Although they were both at the peak of body refinement, the disparity in their physical strength should not have been crushing. Yet, after a direct collision, he found himself at a disadvantage. The only explanation was that Shi Jian was indeed a practitioner of the blood chi realm. Wait, it was rumored that the first tier of the blood chi realm is the blood chi veil, and Shi Jian's aura, though subtly present, did not reveal itself to that extent. Soon, Su Changkong observed that the faint crimson radiance emanating from Shi Jian's body was not fully manifesting. This perplexing situation hinted that Shi Jian was indeed superior to a typical peak body refiner. Having repelled Su Changkong with a single punch, a sinister grin curled upon Shi Jian's lips. He had suffered severe injuries in the past, leading to a decline in his vitality. Yet after years of consuming numerous restorative tonics, he finally glimpsed the prospects of recovery. Shi Jian's origins were shrouded in mystery. He had arrived in Qingshui City 3 to 4 years ago, and, through his exceptional combat prowess, rapidly established the Black Rider gang, growing it exponentially. To him, Qingshui City was merely a backwater, unworthy of his regard. Crack! Shi Jian summoned his true energy, revealing his ferocity. His physique swelled dramatically, muscles bulging like rocks, and his loose clothing tore apart, exposing a V-shaped torso marked by scars from vicious blades. The explosive power was palpable. Upon closer inspection, some of the wounds on Shi Jian's body were lethal, especially a gash across his chest that nearly bisected him, a testament to the life and death crises he had previously faced. Brother, it's time to get serious. Qin Shuang's face was alight with excitement, for he understood that the formidable Shi Zijiang was a force far beyond the capabilities of this self-proclaimed iron beast. In his prime, Shi Zijiang was a warrior of the blood and chi realm, seasoned by countless battles. Although he bore grave injuries that had diminished his rank, the martial arts he had mastered remained at the blood and chi level. Moreover, Shi Zijiang excelled in the art of hard training, capable of charging through legions of foes, leaving not a single mark upon him, even when confronted by adversaries wielding sharp blades. The previous leader of the Baiyu gang, Bai Tianhao, despite exerting every ounce of his strength, could only inflict a few superficial wounds upon Shi Zijiang's resilient form. With the military path of the killing fist, the mad general advances. A single strike forced Su Changkong to retreat, invigorating Shi Zijiang's momentum. His broad foot struck the ground with tremendous force, akin to a rampaging bear crashing down, causing the bricks and stones beneath to cave in and shatter. Debris erupted around him like bullets. As he effortlessly closed the distance of nearly 10 feet in an instant, his right fist imbued with a fierce and unrelenting bloodlust, charging forth without hesitation. Chapter 68, The Blade Like a Chilling Dragon. The thousands retreat. Feeling the oppressive force approaching, Su Changkong's heart raced, as if a flame ignited within him. This was an instinctive reaction to encountering a formidable foe. A tumultuous wave surged from his dantian, filling his entire being with an overwhelming energy that roared like crashing waves, causing every meridian to expand and pulse with vigorous vitality. Not only had Su Changkong achieved remarkable physical prowess, but his mastery of the tortoise-breathing technique also rivaled that of individuals who had devoted decades to arduous training. His energy was robust and formidable, akin to that of a tiger in search of prey. As Su Changkong's vitality coalesced and fused with his corporeal form, his speed and strength surged dramatically. Moving like a ferocious tiger, the air hissed as his right fist, now devoid of metallic spikes, sliced through the atmosphere, meeting the thunderous charge of Shi Zijiang's heavy punch. Clang! The collision of flesh and metal produced a deafening resonation as Shi Zijiang's skin shimmered with a faint metallic luster, transforming it almost into that of metal. Hardly inferior to Su Changkong's armored form. Boom! Su Changkong sensed the immense force behind Shi Zijiang's punch, and despite gathering his energy, he felt the burden of pressure. His feet sank into the ground, preventing him from being thrust backward. Meanwhile, Shi Zijiang's robust physique merely swayed slightly. This iron beast is exceptionally strong, even more so than Bai Tianhao. Shi Zijiang was taken aback. He had exerted his true strength, yet his opponent stood firm, a rarity within the realm of physical cultivation. Shi Zijiang practiced horizontal strength techniques at a remarkably high level, likely surpassing even the master of the Iron Garment Martial Arts School. A direct confrontation was ill-advised. A chill ran through Changkong. The Iron Garment Martial Arts School was the largest in Qishui City, specializing in horizontal training. Yet none could compare to Shi Zijiang before him. The military path's killing fist, slaughtering thousands. After their first clash, blood surged upon Shi Zijiang's face, the result of rising vitality. He unleashed his signature boxing techniques to their fullest, hands striking with the force of hammers and blades, relentlessly assaulting Changkong. Confident in his profound mastery of horizontal strength, Shi Zijiang showed no concern for the spiked armor adorning Changkong. Changkong, however, remained vigilant, executing the five-animal play with an artful finesse that bordered on the divine. He moved as nimbly as a bird or monkey, leaving behind fleeting afterimages. Each strike heavy as a raging bear or fierce tiger, engaging Shi Zijiang in a frenzied brawl. Bang, bang, bang. The incessant clashing of metal resonated in the air. And within mere breaths, the two exchanged over 10 blows. Each collision echoed like the crash of fierce beasts, generating shockwaves that shattered the sturdy bricks around them, sending debris flying. Is this truly the extent to which flesh and blood can ascend? It was as if two humanoid beasts clashed in a ferocious combat. That iron beast could actually contend on equal footing with the leader. The warriors of the Black Knight gang stood in awe, each captivated by the scene before them, their hearts pounding with both fear and exhilaration. The flesh and blood of the awe-inspiring warrior can unleash such tremendous power, while the imposing iron beast confronts the indomitable Shi Zijiang in a fierce battle. All eyes are transfixed on this momentous clash, arguably the pinnacle of the martial world in Qishui City. Damn it, this shell is incredibly tough. Shi Zijiang silently cursed. To him, ordinary warriors clad in heavy armor appeared exceedingly fragile, easily crushed with a single punch. Yet, Changkong's armor was excessively heavy, composed of 3 layers. When Shi Zijiang's mighty fist struck, it left an imprint, but failed to inflict any fatal injury. Moreover, the metal spikes on the armor proved effective in close combat, leaving shallow but noticeable gashes across Shi Zijiang's arms, abdomen, and chest. At this moment, Changkong's gaze grew serious and cold. With my current strength, I cannot slay Shi Zijiang without drawing my sword. The iron-cutting blade, nurtured for 100 days, was Changkong's trump card, yet it could not be wielded lightly. Should he draw the blade, the energy would dissipate, necessitating a period of replenishment. Furthermore, after just 2 or 3 strikes, he would be utterly exhausted. If he failed to eliminate his opponent, danger would surely follow. Surrounded by the Black Knight gang's warriors, Changkong recognized that if he could not decisively defeat Shi Zijiang, retreating unscathed would be impossible. Thus, he had no choice but to employ the lethal technique he had trained for 3 months but had never used. Meanwhile, Chen Zhuang noticed Shi Zijiang was at a disadvantage against the armored Changkong and shouted, "Elder brother, catch this." He hurled a massive iron hammer, as large as a plate, toward Shi Zijiang. With a swift motion, Shi Zijiang caught the 100-pound hammer in his hand. Warriors of the Divine Courage realm are known to possess the strength of 1,000 pounds in one arm, capable of wielding heavy weapons. Yet few do so due to the significant toll on their stamina. However, in Shi Zijiang's grasp, the hammer seemed weightless. With the hammer in hand, Shi Zijiang sneered. "Watch me shatter your shell." He let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the nearby Black Knight gang warriors, causing them to tremble and their minds to buzz. With both hands gripping the hammer, Shi Zijiang summoned his full power, his arms swelling like tree trunks, veins pulsating like writhing eels. As he brought the hammer crashing down towards Changkong, the force of this strike was cataclysmic. Even a massive iron stone with a diameter of several meters and weighing thousands of pounds would shatter under its might. In that instant, Changkong had already adjusted the angle for his strike, poised and ready, his palm resting on the hilt of the iron-cutting blade at his waist. He felt a profound connection, a surge of indomitable sharpness coursing through him, the culmination of 100 days of blade nurturing. At that moment, Changkong's spirit, energy, and form fused into one, as if he and the iron-cutting blade had become inseparable. Iron-cutting blade technique, rising slash, clang. A piercing and sharp screech erupted as the iron-cutting blade was drawn from its sheath, the scabbard vibrating ominously. The released blade aura rent the ground within a meter radius, creating deep fissures, as if a metallic dragon had broken free from its confines, brandishing its claws. The dazzling light of the blade stung the eyes. Crack! The frigid iron-cutting blade swung upward, producing a deafening sonic boom. Clang! The blade, slicing through the air, collided with a massive iron hammer in an instant, unleashing a violent explosion of force that shook the ground within several feet, causing cracks to spread like a spider's web, evoking a sensation of earth-shattering tremors. Snap! The crisp sound of metal shattering resonated as the enormous hammer, the size of a basin, disintegrated under Su Changkong's breathtaking strike, splintering into fragments. The art of blade nurturing, in essence, involves infusing one's spirit and essence into the blade over time, accumulating energy to unleash in a moment of necessity, exceeding one's limits. After 100 days of nurturing, Su Changkong unleashed it at this moment. With a single stroke, he shattered the weapon of the stone warrior. Feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him, momentum builds, then wanes, and ultimately exhausts. The iron-cutting blade technique, horizontal slash. Roar. Yet, Su Changkong paid no heed. A low growl erupted from his throat as he gripped the blade tightly, channeling his vital energy to sustain the blade's aura, launching a second strike. This seemingly simple horizontal cut transformed into a slender silver thread, the force coalescing into a singular point, rendering it invincible. Golden Bell Barrier. Block it. The stone warrior sensed a chilling fatality, his eyes wide with terror, blood surging through him as a metallic sheen enveloped his form, his robust arms extending defensively across his chest. In the next instant, the cold blade light sliced through the air. Swish! The stone warrior heard the crisp sound of tearing flesh, the sound of his own sinews being severed, his bones cleaved. The iron-cutting blade in Su Changkong's grasp, imbued with an indomitable force, brutally severed the stone warrior's arms, the momentum unrelenting, sweeping through his chest like a scythe. Thud! The upper half of the stone warrior was hurled away, bisected, crashing to the ground, his severed arms rolling and landing, blood gushing forth, staining the earth crimson. If I were at my peak, you could never kill me. Impossible. The stone warrior, though bisected by Su Changkong's astounding strike, still clung to life for a moment longer. He lifted his gaze to Su Changkong, his eyes bloodshot, wild with fury, filled with resentment and the terror of impending death. Had he not been grievously injured in the past, he would still be a member of the Grand Fengxian army, basking in endless glory and accolades. If not for his waning martial prowess, he would never have met his demise at the hands of this iron beast, whose bloodline was far beneath his own. Had he, that wounded self, not harbored an indomitable spirit, but rather embraced a tranquil old age, perhaps he would now enjoy a harmonious family, surrounded by numerous descendants. Alas, there are no such ifs. The stone warrior, disheveled and wild-eyed, felt the spark of life within him gradually extinguish. He was filled with ambition, unwilling to succumb to mediocrity even in the face of significant setbacks, yearning to live anew. Yet, ultimately, he became a stepping stone for others. Much like the enemies he had vanquished, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. Both sides had been evenly matched, with Shi Zijian even holding the upper hand. Suddenly, the situation took a dramatic turn. The armored figure, Iron Beast, struck with unparalleled swiftness, and in merely 2 blows, Shi Zijian fell lifeless to the ground. The spectators were momentarily stunned, some doubting their own senses. In the midst of nearly 1,000 members of the Black Knight gang, a pin drop could be heard. Brother! Brother! The anguished cry of Chun Zhuang shattered the stillness. His eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming down his face as he witnessed Shi Zijian's tragic demise, an event akin to a mountain collapsing before him, utterly unacceptable. I will kill you. I will kill you. Chun Zhuang, consumed by madness, lunged at Su Changkong, intent on tearing him apart and feasting on his flesh. Then let us embark on this journey together. With 2 blows that exceeded his limits, Su Changkong felt waves of weakness wash over him. Yet, facing the oncoming Chun Zhuang, he summoned his strength and, wielding his blade high above, delivered a decisive strike. With a resounding thud, Su Changkong's blade cleaved through Chun Zhuang's body, splitting him in 2. The force of the blow left a deep, unending fissure in the ground. Chun Zhuang's severed body staggered a few steps forward, then collapsed lifelessly to the earth. Su Changkong felt a twinge of complexity within. Upon their first encounter, Chun Zhuang had led dozens of knights to the Black Iron Manor, his formidable strength shattering its gates, leaving Su Changkong in awe of a warrior's might. Yet, years later, with a single stroke, Su Changkong had avenged that very encounter. Chun Zhuang would die unaware that he had crossed paths with Su Changkong before, the very boy who had been inconspicuous among the crowd at the Black Iron Manor. With 3 swift strikes, he had dispatched Shijian and Changkong. Su Changkong felt a wave of relief wash over him, only to be met with a dizzying weakness. His complexion turned ashen, and darkness threatened to engulf him. Though he had delivered only 3 blows, these extraordinary efforts had drained his vitality, making him yearn to simply lie down. Nevertheless, Su Changkong resisted the urge, fully aware that in the territory of the Black Knight gang, such an action would seal his fate. The big boss, the third boss, they are dead, slain by Iron Beast. At that moment, hundreds of eyes gazed in disbelief at the lone figure standing amidst the chaos, faces pale with fear, teeth chattering, as if the sky itself had collapsed. Unperturbed, Su Changkong stepped forward to the bisected body of Shijian, drew his blade, and severed the head from the corpse, raising it triumphantly. Drip, drip. Blood cascaded from the head, hitting the ground with a crisp sound that resonated in the hearts of all present. Daring to provoke me and stand as my adversary. This is your fate. Su Changkong's voice emerged raspy as he surveyed the crowd. The cold glint in his obsidian eyes sent shivers down the spines of those he gazed upon, leaving them breathless with dread. Some, paralyzed by fear, stumbled backward, their legs weakening beneath them, collapsing to the ground. After uttering these words, Su Changkong strode forward, unperturbed, toward the exit of the Black Cavalry gang. Along the way, the disciples of the Black Cavalry instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, yet none possessed the courage to strike. Instead, their legs betrayed them, parting to grant him passage. Unbeknownst to them, beneath his armor, Su Changkong's complexion was ashen, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, for just a handful of them could have easily dispatched him. Exhausted as he was, the severed head he carried dripped blood, instilling terror in the hearts of these so-called fierce elites of the Black Cavalry, leaving them quaking, devoid of the audacity to impede his progress. The only sounds that echoed were the metallic clinks of armor as they faded into the darkness. The gang leaders, both the chief and the third, have perished? That Iron Beast belonged to the Black Lotus sect? How terrifying. It was not until long after Su Changkong had departed that the members of the Black Cavalry regained their breath, their faces pale and expressions bewildered, at a loss for what to do. Just moments ago, the Black Cavalry had decimated the White Jade gang, their power unrivaled, yet tonight, an unforeseen calamity had struck. A formidable figure, claiming to be the Iron Beast of the Black Lotus sect, had arrived alone, slaying Shijian and Changkong with but 2 or 3 strokes, casting doubt upon their very sanity. The chief and the third both fell by the Iron Beast's hand. The treasures within the storeroom, if only they could seize a portion, they would be set for life. Some were horrified, unable to accept the grim reality, while others' eyes flickered with ambition. For ordinary folk, such wealth was unattainable in 10 lifetimes. And with Shijian now deceased, many martial artists of the Black Cavalry began to entertain thoughts of claiming a share. After all, they had risked their lives to join the Black Cavalry for the sake of profit. Su Changkong was blissfully unaware that on the very night of his departure, an internal strife erupted within the Black Cavalry, spurred by the death of their leader as factions vied for power and wealth. My sword technique, coupled with the blade nurturing art, indeed possesses tremendous lethality, albeit with the singular drawback of excessive consumption, allowing for only 2 or 3 strikes. At this moment, Su Changkong had distanced himself several miles from the Black Cavalry stronghold. He removed his helmet and, finding a secluded grove, sat cross-legged to meditate and recuperate his strength, reflecting on the sheer terror of his 3 strikes. The iron-cutting sword technique, already formidable, had achieved a power greater than the sum of its parts when combined with the blade nurturing art. With dawn approaching, he resolved to seek refuge in Clearwater City. After cycling through his breath and regaining some vitality, he contemplated his next course of action. Soon, he believed, the news of Shijian's demise would reverberate throughout Clearwater City. Previously, I inquired with Lu Feng about the medicinal herbs required for the Qi blood pill. The majority of them cannot be sourced from the Qingshui City area. Thus, a visit to the capital of Imo-Lin Prefecture seems necessary. However, prior to that, I must earn more money and make adequate preparations. Chapter 69. The Blood-Boiling Powder. The Ambush of the Black Lotus. As for the fate of the Black Iron Manor, whether Imotai planned to rebuild it or to enjoy a tranquil retirement was of no concern to Su Changkong. He had already done enough. Eliminating the threats to the manor, it was impossible for him to remain there for an eternity, guarding it for life. The following morning, Su Changkong concealed his Iron Beast armor in a desolate mountain over 10 miles away from Qingshui City. He then entered the city, renting a quiet residence to rest. Now, he needed to concoct the blood-boiling powder. In the small courtyard, Changkong had regained some of his mental and physical strength, and he did not remain idle, beginning the preparation of the blood-boiling powder. He had already gathered all the necessary ingredients, but the process of concoction required time. Otherwise, Shi Jian would have the misfortune of experiencing its effects firsthand. Red-bellied snake blood, blood insect grass, withering blood flower. All the various ingredients collected by Changkong were either crushed or brewed with boiling water, then meticulously mixed and cooked, strictly following the prescription provided by physician Huashan. After spending a day or two, Changkong gazed at the blood-red powder in a palm-sized jar before him, unable to suppress his saliva. The mere scent of this crimson powder stirred his blood, causing it to surge within him, and his complexion flushed. This substance was indeed highly toxic. Even a formidable practitioner of the qi and blood realm would struggle to endure it. Changkong marveled at the potency of the blood-boiling powder, a treasure fortuitously discovered by physician Huashan, which was undeniably a lethal concoction. Determined to test its efficacy, Changkong captured a mouse, binding it securely. He mixed the blood-boiling powder with water, transforming it from a powdery form into a viscous paste, and then applied it onto his small knife before slicing the mouse's side. Squeak. In mere moments, the black-furred mouse writhed in agony as if enduring immense suffering. Its blood surged rapidly, boiling like water, causing its body to swell grotesquely. Blood seeped from its skin and pores, and after a few desperate struggles, it lay still, lifeless. This substance was astonishingly potent. Had he possessed the blood-boiling powder during his confrontation with Shi Jian, applying it to the sharp spikes of his armor, a mere scratch would have ensured his immediate demise, sparing him the arduous battle. Changkong was astounded by the terrifying nature of the blood-boiling powder. In less than 10 breaths, the mouse had met a gruesome end, as long as it was applied to a weapon and inflicted a wound upon the opponent. Even a practitioner of the qi and blood realm would succumb to its poison. This blood-boiling powder, targeting the very essence of blood, was undoubtedly a dreadfully malicious creation. Having successfully concocted the blood-boiling powder, Changkong began contemplating how to maximize its potency. Ultimately, he concluded that the answer lay in the use of ranged hidden weapons. By applying poison to these concealed weapons, any flesh wound inflicted upon an enemy would activate the effects of the blood-boiling powder. He resolved to rent a blacksmith shop to forge the hidden weapons he required. Changkong, driven by inspiration, expended a considerable sum of silver to rent a modest yet well-equipped blacksmith shop within the confines of Clearwater City. He promptly shut the door, immersing himself in the craft of creating the concealed weapon he required. His ambition was to forge a crossbow, one that could be discreetly hidden within the folds of his sleeve, capable of delivering a surprise strike at a critical moment, rendering the enemy defenseless. Ultimately, Changkong resolved to design a sleeve crossbow, a compact mechanism that could be strapped to the arm and concealed beneath the garment sleeve. While it could not rival the power of larger crossbows with impressive ranges, its intended potency did not need to be overwhelming. His objective was to harness it to deliver a dose of boiling blood powder. Merely wounding the adversary would suffice. He commenced by sketching designs, drawing upon his previous experience in crafting crossbows. Once the illustrations were complete, he began the intricate work of construction. The components of the sleeve crossbow demanded greater precision and skill than those of a traditional crossbow, as the smaller the mechanism, the higher the level of accuracy required. The slightest miscalculation could lead to disastrous results. The sound of metal striking metal reverberated through the air as Changkong labored tirelessly by the forge, crafting the delicate components for half a month before finally completing the sleeve crossbow he had envisioned. Externally, the device took on a cylindrical form, measuring half a foot in length with 3 circular apertures designed to accommodate specially crafted bolts. Once assembled, he secured the sleeve crossbow to his left arm, loading it with 3 corresponding bolts and drawing back the mechanism. The internal components whirred into action, tightening with a faint ticking sound reminiscent of a clock. This sleeve crossbow could be operated in 2 manners, either through a coordinated effort of both hands, activating the mechanism to release the bolt, or by employing a single arm, where one would firmly grip with their fingers, tense the muscles, and then bend the wrist forcefully to trigger the release, allowing for a more stealthy deployment. Changkong's exceptional craftsmanship enabled the creation of such an ingeniously structured sleeve crossbow. Standing in the courtyard, he aimed at a robust tree, fingers clenched, wrist bent, muscles taut, and triggered the mechanism. With a resounding thud, 3 bolts shot forth in a fan-like formation, striking the tree with remarkable force, penetrating deeply into the trunk. He had increased the mass of the bolts, sacrificing range for strength. Their effective lethal distance was limited to approximately 10 meters. However, given the significant strain on the components, they would sustain only a few uses before succumbing to wear. In his heart, Changkong felt a profound satisfaction with the fruits of his labor over the past month. The sleeve crossbow, capable of launching 3 bolts simultaneously, was most effective within a 10-step radius. Despite the potential degradation of its components after repeated use, such concerns were negligible for him. After all, the sleeve crossbow functioned as a concealed weapon, seldom employed. Even with a shorter range, it provided ample opportunity for surprise against adversaries. Changkong applied boiling blood powder to the arrowhead of his crossbow, and of course, his iron cutting blade was also poisoned. Anyone wounded by his weapons, even those at the Qi and Blood realm, would find themselves in a perilous situation, facing near certain death. The combination of boiling blood powder and the crossbow undoubtedly granted Changkong a new trump card, instilling him with a greater sense of security. It had been quite some time since he last visited the county office to see Wang Yun. He planned to go in a couple of days to save up more money. Changkong stretched lazily. He had made an agreement with Wang Yun that for every Black Lotus sect disciple he killed, Wang Yun would reward him with 1,000 taels of silver. This was also Changkong's primary source of income. He intended to visit Wang Yun to see if there was any new intelligence, hoping to earn some extra money. Once he amassed enough wealth, Changkong would travel to the city of Melenfu, attempting to acquire Qi and blood pills to advance further into the Qi and blood realm. The next day arrived, and Changkong dressed himself in black attire, his expression stern, and went to the county magistrate's office to meet Wang Yun. Lord Wan, this way please. The guards at the entrance treated him with utmost respect. Recognizing that this gentleman was a distinguished guest of Magistrate Wang Yun, and dared not show any negligence, as he made his way into the courtyard of the magistrate's office, where Wang Yun resided and worked, it wasn't long before he encountered Wang Yun, who appeared somewhat haggard compared to their last meeting. Mr. Wan, you have finally arrived. Wang Yun's eyes brightened upon seeing Changkong. With a sigh, he remarked, indeed, quite a lot has transpired. Have you heard about the Black Riders gang? Upon hearing this, Changkong's heart stirred, but he feigned confusion, asking, the Black Riders gang? What happened? Wang Yun's countenance grew serious as he explained. About a month and a half ago, the Black Riders gang offended the Black Lotus sect. A formidable expert from the Black Lotus sect arrived and personally executed Shi Jian, along with the third-in-command, Chen Zhuang, before departing. The ability to slay Shi Jian, a formidable figure, indicates that the expert from the Black Lotus sect is beyond comparison with any martial artist in our Qin Shui city. Wang Yun expressed his concerns. Changkong couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. To conceal his identity and create confusion, he had claimed to be a member of the Black Lotus sect when confronting the Black Riders gang, resulting in Shi Jian's demise. And now Wang Yun and others believed it to be true, thinking it was indeed the Black Lotus sect that had eliminated the rising star, Shi Jian. This incident undoubtedly sent shockwaves throughout the martial world of Qin Shui City. However, Changkong would not reveal the specifics of the situation. Instead, he feigned surprise and asked, the people from the Black Lotus sect killed Shi Jian? Isn't that a good thing? Well, it can indeed be considered a good thing. With Shi Jian's death, internal strife erupted within the Black Riders gang that very night, and they were subsequently besieged from all sides, quickly becoming like a rat in the street, nearly facing annihilation. Yet, this has also made the Black Lotus sect even more feared and dreaded. Wang Yun sighed. The rapid expansion of the Black Rider gang has rendered its foundation precarious. While Shi Zijiang was alive, he managed to maintain order among the ranks. However, with his demise, the martial artists who had joined the gang began to pursue their own interests. Some chose to part ways, while others engaged in fierce battles over the gang's wealth, leading to a swift disintegration into mere historical dust. The assassination of Shi Zijiang by the Black Lotus sect has undoubtedly instilled greater fear in outsiders, making them wary of offending the sect. Now, my Lord Wang, despite the strength of the Black Lotus sect, we cannot allow them to act with impunity. Do you have any intelligence related to their disciples? Changkong shifted the conversation to more pressing matters, as his purpose for being there was to seek profit. Yes, I gathered some intelligence just yesterday. Please, Mr. Wan, take a look. Wang Yun composed himself and retrieved a scroll from beneath the table, handing it to Changkong. Changkong unfurled the scroll and began to peruse its contents. It detailed a disciple of the Black Lotus sect named Ming Cheng, who had recently appeared in Luhai town and brazenly killed several constables in broad daylight. He was now the target of a local manhunt and was suspected to possess abilities at the divine power level. According to the intelligence, he was currently hiding in a cottage within the Luofeng forest, making him exceedingly dangerous. The scroll also included a depiction of Ning Chang, revealing a man in his 30s with a distinctive scar near his eye, certainly not a virtuous character. A practitioner at the divine power level. I shall pay him a visit, Su Changkong declared, tucking the scroll away. He then rose with his usual efficiency and made his way towards the door of the yamen, hoping that Ning Chang carried a fortune in gold and silver for him to procure. As Su Changkong departed, Wang Yun's expression revealed a struggle, a hint of hesitance. Just then, the door was pushed open from outside, and a man stepped into the room without so much as a greeting. An act of blatant discourtesy that did not elicit any visible discontent from Wang Yun. Instead, he exhibited a subtle apprehension. The newcomer was a well-dressed gentleman in a blue robe, exuding an air of refinement. With a smile, the man remarked, "Is this the one responsible for the deaths of nearly 10 of my Black Lotus disciples? There is a subtle aura of danger about him. He is indeed a formidable opponent." Wang Yun's countenance darkened. "What do you intend to do with him?" The blue-robed man's lips curled into a sardonic smile. His tone light, yet chilling. "This man has slain so many of my Black Lotus disciples. What shall we do with him? Naturally, we shall flay him alive and light the lanterns of retribution. He will endure every form of torture, regretting his actions." The nonchalance of the blue-robed man's words sent a shiver down Wang Yun's spine. "Wen Tai, I am truly sorry." Wang Yun slumped into his chair, his face pale and devoid of strength. Wang Yun had employed Su Changkong to eliminate the Black Lotus disciples in an effort to destabilize the sect's influence in Qishui City. Though Su Changkong acted with caution, concealing his identity, there is no wall that does not let the wind through. The Black Lotus sect had suffered significant losses, leading many to speculate that the masked figure hunting their disciples was likely acting on someone's orders. With the most suspect individual in the vicinity of Qishui City undoubtedly being County Magistrate Wang Yun. Not long ago, a formidable figure from the Black Lotus sect arrived at Wang Yun's doorstep, threatening the lives of him and his family, demanding his cooperation with the sect. They sought to exact a heavy toll from the specter responsible for the demise of so many of their disciples. Without a doubt, Wang Yun succumbed to their pressure. Despite the guilt that gnawed at his conscience, he chose to comply with the Black Lotus sect to protect himself and his loved ones. He disclosed the location contained in the intelligence he had entrusted to Su Changkong, believing that the sect's experts would await there. Guided by the swift messenger of the man in the azure robe, Su Changkong plunged into the fray, and the outcome was all but predictable. "I am sorry, Mr. Wen. I am so sorry." Wang Yun silently lamented, helplessly closing his eyes, torn by conflicting emotions. Deep down, he hoped for Wen Tai to escape calamity, though the likelihood seemed bleak. Furthermore, if Wen Tai did indeed survive, he would undoubtedly discern Wang Yun's betrayal and seek retribution with fervor. If Wen Tai perished, the Black Lotus sect would intensify its threats and inducements against Wang Yun. Conversely, if Wen Tai lived, he would likely take it upon himself to exact vengeance, potentially severing Wang Yun's head with his own hands. Regardless of Wen Tai's fate, Wang Yun found himself with no avenue for retreat. The man in the azure robe settled into a corner of the room, crossing his legs with a smile playing upon his lips. He prepared to await news of the specter's demise, designed to plunge Wang Yun into utter despair, further coercing him to join the Black Lotus sect and serve their interests. In this manner, the city of Qishui would undoubtedly fall into the sect's grasp. As for Wen Tai or the specter, merely insignificant nuisances to the Black Lotus sect, easily extinguished and forgotten, mere ants that posed little more than a fleeting inconvenience. Such self-important individuals, deluded by a modicum of ability, had been mercilessly eliminated countless times in the sect's ascent. Chapter 70. The Master of Black Lotus Fragrance. Bloodshot at the 4th level. Unbeknownst to Su Changkong, Wang Yun had already succumbed to the coercion of the Black Lotus sect, conspiring with them to ensnare him. At this moment, Su Changkong was en route to the designated location as per the intelligence received. The Luofeng Forest. A desolate expanse within the confines of Clearwater City was inhabited solely by birds and beasts, rendering it an ideal refuge for fugitives and bandits alike. Upon arriving at the Luofeng Forest, dusk had already settled, casting an orange hue across the sky, instilling a sense of melancholy and desolation. As Su Changkong entered the forest, he paused momentarily to survey his surroundings before venturing deeper. He deliberately slowed his breath and softened his footfalls, moving with such stealth that even the crunch of dry branches and fallen leaves was nearly imperceptible. The forest was not extensive, and soon Su Changkong's gaze fell upon a thatched cottage at the center. However, his brow furrowed in dismay at the sight of the dilapidated structure, which had collapsed significantly, appearing utterly uninhabitable. Suddenly, he detected a faint sound, a whisper of breath carried by the wind. Someone was concealed nearby. Moreover, there was more than one. Who goes there? Su Changkong barked, his senses heightened and alert. Heh, are you the ghostly visage? How audacious to oppose the Black Lotus sect. A mocking laughter echoed, accompanied by the sound of footsteps encroaching from all directions. Figures emerged from behind the towering trees, and within the underbrush, 5 or 6 individuals, each exuding a potent aura that would instill fear in any ordinary warrior, causing their legs to tremble involuntarily. They advanced in a formation designed to ensnare Su Changkong, preventing any chance of escape. The Black Lotus sect? More than one? A shadow of grim determination crossed Su Changkong's face as he observed the formidable presence of this group, particularly 2 or 3 among them whose eyes glimmered with a fierce light, their bearing radiating an extraordinary might, capable of extinguishing the fighting spirit of any ordinary soul, an unmistakable sign of seasoned warriors who had perfected their bodies. Wang Yun, he has betrayed me. Su Changkong was no fool. A surge of fury and murderous intent ignited within him, reaching a fever pitch as he realized these individuals had evidently been waiting for him. Having prior knowledge of his arrival, in apparent collusion with Wang Yun. Originally, Wang Yun had hired Su Changkong to hunt down the disciples of the Black Lotus sect. But now he had aligned himself with them. Was he coerced, or had he brokered some form of deal? The answer eluded Su Changkong, yet it mattered little now. The immediate priority was to confront the precarious situation before him. Taking a deep breath, he stifled his anger and murderous intent, regaining his composure. He scanned the group of Black Lotus disciples before him. There were 6 in total, nearly half of whom possessed formidable auras, having reached the realm of divine might. With Ning Cheng, as mentioned in the intelligence, among them. The weakest among them was at the level of divine power. Yet, what captivated Su Changkong's attention most was a man clad in gray who stepped forth from beneath a large tree. The man clad in gray possessed a pale complexion and lacked facial hair, appearing to be in his early 40s. His stature was neither tall nor short, neither stout nor slender. He bore a long sword on his back and stood with his hands clasped behind him, exuding an aura of serene detachment. By instinct, Su Changkong sensed a subtle, yet formidable, threat emanating from this gray-clad figure, one that surpassed even that of Shi Zijian. A vague suspicion began to form in Su Changkong's mind regarding the man's identity. Could he be the infamous Ghost Face? The very one responsible for the deaths of nearly 10 members of the Black Lotus sect? The disciples of the Black Lotus sect regarded Su Changkong with undisguised malice. A year prior, the sect had resolved to infiltrate and dominate the Clearwater City. Initially, their plans unfolded smoothly, until a martial artist claiming to be Ghost Face emerged, slaying numerous disciples and instilling fear in the rest, significantly undermining their efforts. Now, the Black Lotus sect was determined to make this audacious Ghost Face pay a grievous price for his interference. Should I address you as Wentai or Ghost Face? You appear somewhat younger than I had envisioned. You ought not to oppose the Black Lotus sect, the gray-clad man slowly spoke, his voice sharp and grating, causing discomfort to those who heard it. With a quickening mind, Su Changkong replied earnestly, I merely seek monetary gain. I harbor no deliberate enmity towards the Black Lotus sect. Why not consider a truce? I could join the Black Lotus sect and become one of your brethren. At this proclamation, several elite members of the Black Lotus sect twitched their lips in disbelief. How brazenly shameless. Previously, Ghostface had proclaimed himself a member of the Black Knight gang while slaying Black Lotus disciples, and now, confronted by them, he sought to ingratiate himself for the sake of survival. A mocking smile crept onto the gray-clad man's face as he retorted, had this been prior, the Black Lotus sect would have warmly welcomed a young and promising martial artist such as yourself, offering generous treatment. However, having slain so many of our disciples, it is impossible to transform hostility into harmony. You must be made to regret opposing the Black Lotus sect as an example to others. While the Black Lotus sect was open to the inclusion of capable individuals, those with deep-seated grievances could never be assimilated. For instance, Ghostface had killed nearly 10 of their disciples. How could they possibly accept him? Indeed, let us skin this Ghostface alive. One disciple of the Black Lotus sect, bearing a scar across his face, agreed fervently. This individual was Ning Cheng. one of the disciples mentioned in the intelligence provided by Wang Yun, now among those ambushing Su Changkong. However, before Ning Cheng could complete his thought, the gray-clad man's expression shifted, and he shouted, "Be cautious." Yet, before his warning could reach Ning Cheng, Su Changkong moved without forewarning. The five-animal play, descending mountain tiger. With a twist of his body and a slight bend of his legs, Su Changkong unleashed a barrage of afterimages, embodying the ferocity of the king of beasts as he lunged toward Ning Cheng. Aware that the Black Lotus disciples lay in ambush, he knew they would not relent easily. Su Changkong recognized that his only options were to escape or to eliminate them entirely. It was a matter of survival. Either they would perish or he would. Roaring. Ning Cheng was startled, yet he was a seasoned martial artist at the divine power realm. With a growl from deep within his throat, his scar became more pronounced as he summoned his strength to engage Su Changkong in combat. However, as Su Changkong charged forth like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, an overwhelming aura of ferocity unexpectedly stirred a sense of dread within Ning Cheng, momentarily halting his movements. Su Changkong had entered the realm of divine valor. Diligently training every day, his mastery of the five-animal play had advanced remarkably, harmonizing both form and spirit, emerging with the distinctive momentum of a warrior of divine valor. Those of lesser realms were easily intimidated by his presence. A sense of impending doom gripped Ning Cheng's heart as he realized the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Su Changkong's right hand curved into a claw, his fingers piercing like tiger claws into Ning Cheng's throat, seizing his windpipe. With a forceful tear, amidst the horrific sound of flesh being rent asunder, a blood-soaked segment of throat was violently extracted. Ning Cheng was unable to emit even a scream, clutching his throat as he staggered backward, collapsing to the ground. His eyes wide in disbelief. He, a formidable warrior of divine strength, who could easily rank among the elite in the entirety of Chishui City, found himself utterly powerless against Su Changkong, dispatched with a mere exchange. Su Changkong's brutality was intended to intimidate the other masters of the Black Lotus sect, facing multiple opponents, nearly half of whom were at his level of mastery. He had to act decisively. Fool! A furious roar erupted as two Black Lotus sect warriors, witnessing Ning Cheng's demise, charged towards Su Changkong from either side, consumed by rage. Both possessed formidable strength. On the right was a slender man of divine strength, while on the left surged a bald, muscular giant whose fearsome presence sent flocks of birds scattering in terror, unmistakably a warrior of divine valor himself. Within the confines of Chishui City, such warriors were exceedingly rare. Yet to eliminate Su Changkong, the Black Lotus sect had dispatched a significant number of their elite, including two divine valor masters, showcasing their utmost resolve. In a one-on-one scenario, determining victory among similarly ranked warriors requires time. Even with disparities, the outcomes rarely deviate drastically. The deployment of so many skilled fighters to ambush Su Changkong seemed somewhat exaggerated to these experts. Kill. Annihilate them all. A chilling glimmer of murderous intent surfaced on Su Changkong's icy visage. The disciples of the Black Lotus sect were intent on his life, and all he could do was muster every ounce of his strength to eliminate them. With a swift adjustment of his stance, Su Changkong prepared to unleash the iron-cutting blade technique. The angle of his strike was set, his palm resting firmly upon the hilt at his waist. Clang! A blinding flash of cold light erupted, accompanied by the crisp sound of metal scraping, the resplendent blade gleaming like a silver dragon. The longer Su Changkong nurtured his blade, the greater its power became, though he had only resumed his training in blade care for a little over half a month. The accumulated energy was still inferior to the results of his previous 100 days of nurturing. Nevertheless, his current adversaries were far from the caliber of a master like Shizigan. What? The two rushing Black Lotus sect warriors felt their pupils constrict as Su Changkong's strike, imbued with concentrated vitality and spirit, moved faster than their retinas could perceive, unstoppable. The bald warrior of divine valor focused his true energy into his palm, gritting his teeth as he reached out to intercept the blade. Pucci. However, the iron-cutting blade, honed over the course of a fortnight, coupled with Su Changkong's extraordinary mastery of the iron-cutting sword technique, was simply insurmountable for mere flesh and blood. With a crisp tearing sound, the bald man's fingers were severed at the roots. In his astonished gaze, the blade swept past his head, cleaving it in twain. The momentum of the strike remained unyielding, tracing an arc from left to right as it aimed at a tall, cold man charging from the opposite side. In the midst of his disbelief, the blade glided across his neck. With a sickening thud, his severed head soared a meter into the air, blood gushing forth from his broken neck like a fountain. This strike was nothing short of breathtaking. The combination of the blade honing technique and the seventh realm of the iron cutting sword technique was nothing less than terrifying. The other adept members of the Black Lotus sect, who had initially planned to encircle and eliminate, halted in their tracks upon witnessing the flying head and the splattering blood, their scalps tingling with dread. In their minds, surrounding a single specter, even one as formidable as a fully developed body-forging master, should yield little resistance, leading to an inevitable demise. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Changkong erupted into action, effortlessly dispatching two masters of divine power and one of divine valor, as if slicing through vegetables, an unstoppable force. Of course, while Changkong appeared to kill with ease, he was exerting his full strength, employing his lethal techniques. With a fierce resolve, he continued his assault, moving toward the nearest blue-clad man. The residual blade energy from his previously honed strikes had yet to dissipate, propelling him forward. He unleashed an upward strike that erupted like a volcano. Despite being in the same realm of divine valor, the blue-clad man's heart swelled with fear. Confronted with the relentless Changkong, he found little courage to counter, retreating rapidly. At that moment, a somewhat sharp voice pierced the air. As a gray figure intercepted his path, indeed, it was the gray-clad man whom Changkong had sensed earlier as a formidable threat. The gray-clad man had drawn a long sword from his back. This sword, lengthy and slender, would appear cumbersome and frail in the hands of an ordinary individual. Yet, wielding it with grace, the gray-clad man braced himself, meeting Changkong's astonishing strike head-on, pressing the blade downward to counter the oncoming blade energy. Clang! Changkong felt a jolt of astonishment. Despite having honed his blade for merely half a month and delivering a second strike, its power was indeed diminished compared to the first, yet it remained capable of swiftly dispatching opponents of the same caliber. The gray-clad man, however, was able to withstand the blow with his slender sword, a testament to his formidable strength and cultivation. It was unlikely that anyone of such caliber could be found within the entirety of Qingshui City. Changkong dared not underestimate his opponent. Drawing a deep breath, he circulated his internal energy rapidly, akin to a rushing stream that coursed through his limbs, causing his muscles to swell. With both hands gripping the sword, he exerted tremendous force, finally dislodging the long sword pressing against his iron-cutting blade. The iron-cutting sword technique, slash. Changkong roared in fury, raising the iron-cutting blade high above his head. With a commanding strike, he executed the final move of the iron-cutting blade technique, the most formidable of all. This strike, imbued with residual blade energy, descended upon his foe like a frigid meteor plummeting from the heavens. The gray-clad man, confronted with Changkong's all-out assault, did not dare to underestimate the attack. With a sharp shout, he raised his longsword to parry the strike. Clang! The blow collided with the blade, bending the slender sword almost to the breaking point. Astonishingly, the gray-clad man's hand, infused with profound internal energy, steadied the bent sword, restoring it to its former straightness and deflecting Changkong's attack with force. This display of deep mastery and exquisite swordsmanship was unlike anything Changkong had ever witnessed in his lifetime. At last, Lu Xiangzhu had made his move. With this intervention, the young man would surely face a fate of 1,000 cuts. The remaining two experts of the Black Lotus sect breathed a sigh of relief, their faces alight with excitement. Lu Byron narrowed his eyes. Your blade is weaker with each strike. I see now. You wield a profound martial technique capable of exceeding limits. He keenly perceived the diminishing power of Changkong's 3 strikes, realizing that the latter had trained in a unique martial art. Exhausted from 3 strikes, Changkong felt a twinge of weakness. Fortunately, after nurturing his blade for over half a month, while the power unleashed was far from that of his previous encounter with Shitzi Jian, it had lessened his own depletion, preventing him from nearly fainting after the 3 attacks. Lu Byron's expression turned icy. To kill my disciples before me. You shall weep in agony today. Previously, Changkong had acted with such speed and decisiveness, slaying 3 individuals before Lu Byron could intervene. The loss of life among so many in their attempt to surround and kill Changkong had undoubtedly caused Lu Byron to feel humiliated. Boom. Lu Byron stepped forward slightly, causing the ground to tremble. His veins pulsed as blood surged rapidly through his body, his skin taking on a faint crimson hue. From the pores of his skin, a blood-red mist began to seep out, enveloping him as though he had donned a gossamer shroud of crimson. A warrior of Qi and blood realm. Witnessing this, Changkong's heart grew heavy with apprehension. Lu Byron's ease in deflecting his 2 strikes made it clear that his opponent was not merely a body-refining warrior, but indeed a master of the Qi and blood realm. In this realm, There are 12 transformations of qi and blood, each set of 3 constituting a level. The first level manifests as a veil of qi and blood, visible when circulating energy. The second level, known as the qi and blood wolf smoke, rises like smoke into the sky. The third level culminates in the qi and blood dragon, where the energy coalesces into a divine dragon, soaring above with an astonishing might that could subdue 1,000 armies. The fourth level is the qi and blood furnace, where the energy resembles a colossal cauldron, blazing hot and capable of refining all things. A warrior who has reached this stage is a rarity, with not one to be found among 100 in the qi and blood realm. Previously, Shi Zijian had subtly exhibited traits of a qi and blood realm warrior, though he seemed to bear an injury, rendering his energy hidden. In stark contrast, Lu Byron stood before him, a true and peak master of the qi and blood realm. A palpable sense of oppression enveloped Su Changkong, as though he bore a burden of 1,000 pounds. The flow of his true energy and blood seemed to slow, indicative of a suppression stemming from the realm itself. The formidable vitality of a blood realm warrior could easily pall the complexion of an ordinary fighter, rendering them devoid of combat efficacy. Su Changkong's expression darkened. It was rumored that a powerful blood realm warrior, merely by unleashing their transformed vitality, could incapacitate others on the spot, though Shi Zijian did not possess such overwhelming force. Even before the valiant Su Changkong, the disparity in realms was undeniable and inevitably influenced him. Before him stood Lu Byron, the incense master of the Black Lotus sect, a foe far superior to Shi Zijian and the most formidable warrior Su Changkong had encountered thus far. Lu's realm and cultivation eclipsed Su Changkong's, presenting him with the greatest challenge, where a single misstep could lead to his untimely demise. With a fierce resolve, Lu Byron was enveloped in a thin veil of vitality that surrounded his frame, which, though not imposing in stature, exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. He uttered a low command, and his long sword danced as if swaying in the wind, slicing towards Su Changkong with a series of piercing shrieks. Faced with this blood realm warrior, Su Changkong could not afford to be careless. He inhaled deeply, his chest swelling slightly, as he channeled a stream of turtle-breathing true energy to its utmost, producing a sound reminiscent of rushing waters. Gripping his iron cutting blade with both hands, he executed a powerful horizontal strike. Clang! The resounding clash sent leaves spiraling upward, caught in the whirlwind of force, only to be torn apart. The immense power contained within Lu Byron's blade forced Su Changkong to retreat several steps, despite the fact that Lu Byron wielded a slender long sword. In direct confrontation with Su Changkong's heavy and broad blade, one would expect an advantage for Su. Yet, Lu's profound cultivation and realm allowed him to overpower the weaker. 2 other Black Lotus sect masters flanked the sides, their hearts racing with excitement and malevolent grins upon their faces, knowing that Su Changkong stood no chance against Lu Byron. Their sole concern was to prevent his escape, and with their presence, Su Changkong's chances of survival seemed non-existent. Clang, clang, clang. In the midst of the fray, Su Changkong and Lu Byron exchanged blows in a relentless dance. Lu Byron's swordplay was a blend of softness and strength, akin to a gentle breeze caressing willows. Versatile and unpredictable, while Su Changkong's knife technique was straightforward and direct, marked by simplicity and boldness, appearing to hold its ground for the moment. Yet, it was evident to all that Su Changkong was ensnared in a state of complete passivity. Though wielding his blade with both hands, he was suppressed by Lu Byron's single-handed swordplay. The thin veil of vitality swirling around Lu enhanced the power of each strike, compelling Su Changkong to muster all his internal strength to resist. This young man, named Wen Tai? His knife technique lacked intricate variations, yet he executed speed, precision, and lethality to perfection. Was this his self-created style, a swift and decisive approach? If such talent were to be harnessed within the Black Lotus sect, his future achievements would undoubtedly surpass my own. Lu Byron appeared to wield his blade with effortless grace. He discerned that Su Changkong's swordsmanship, while not particularly intricate or variable, possessed a raw, violent beauty, revealing that his opponent's innate talent for the art of the blade was truly exceptional. Alas, for the numerous disciples of the Black Lotus sect that he had slain, the only fate awaiting him was 1,000 cuts. Lu Byron's expression turned frigid as he unleashed his attacks with even greater speed and ferocity, each strike imbued with a formidable force of vitality, heavy and terrifying. Clang, clang, clang. Su Changkong struggled to parry the blows, his grip on the blade fracturing, his arm numb to the point of nearly losing hold of the iron-cutting sword. This was a complete suppression. In terms of both cultivation and realm, Lu Byron stood far above him. Additionally, two formidable warriors were lurking nearby, leaving no room for escape. The only option was to eliminate Lu Byron. For this purpose, even at the cost of great sacrifice, it was imperative. Sweat beaded on Su Changkong's forehead. A sign of the dual depletion of stamina and internal energy, yet his mind grew ever calmer. He needed to be driven to the brink of death in order to awaken anew. Clang. Another collision occurred, and Su Changkong's grip shattered. Seemingly unable to maintain hold of the iron-cutting sword, which flew from his grasp, leaving him vulnerable. Given that Lu Byron was a warrior of the vitality realm, he would undoubtedly seize this opportunity, his sword striking like a venomous serpent aimed directly at Su Changkong. Chapter 71. The Blood Boils. The Iron Beast and the Ghostly Mask. Su Changkong was gambling, wagering that Lu Byron intended to capture him alive and would not allow him to die so swiftly. The outcome proved his gamble was correct. Lu Byron's sword did not lunge towards Su Changkong's throat or vital heart, but rather aimed at his right shoulder. With a piercing sound, even though Su Changkong was clad in golden silk armor, Lu Byron's sword, which cleaved through the clouds, nearly faced slight resistance before it pierced through, the tip embedding itself deep into Su Changkong's shoulder, emerging from his back. This marked the first occasion since Su Changkong's debut when he had sustained such a grievous injury. Crack. Hiss. Despite the protection of golden silk armor, as Lu Byron thrust his arm, the force surged forth, causing the long sword to vibrate and the sword energy to erupt, resulting in the armor on Su Changkong's arm fracturing, flesh rolling back, and leaving behind a gaping wound that exposed bone. Yet at this moment, Su Changkong's eyes were bloodshot, fierce light flashing within. He understood this was his sole opportunity. Danger. In that instant, Su Changkong extended his left arm, aiming at Lu Byron, muscles taut, wrist bending forcefully downward. Bang, bang, bang. Three muffled sounds of mechanisms being activated resonated simultaneously, accompanied by the whirring of parts. From the sleeves of Su Changkong's garment, 3 half-foot-long metal darts shot forth, directly targeting Lu Byron. Lu Byron reacted with remarkable speed, shifting his body to evade one dart while his sleeve swept aside another dart aimed at his face. However, one dart aimed at his left shoulder was unavoidable. Thud. The dart struck Lu Byron's left shoulder squarely. As a practitioner of the blood-boiling realm, his muscles and skin were far more formidable than those of an ordinary warrior, and the thin veil of energy surrounding his body diminished the dart's impact, allowing only half of the dart's tip to embed itself in his shoulder. Damn it. Lu Byron seethed with rage, infuriated that he, a master of the blood-boiling realm, had been wounded by a mere junior. Before he could unleash his fury, his face flushed crimson as a searing sensation radiated from the wound, causing his blood to boil like gasoline igniting. Poison. It's poisoned? Lu Byron quickly grasped that the dart was laced with a toxin potent enough to threaten even a practitioner of the blood-boiling realm. The terror of the boiling blood lay in its targeting of the blood itself, especially when a warrior of the blood-boiling realm unleashed their power. The rapidly flowing blood would allow the toxin to spread throughout the body with alarming speed. Thud. In the span of a single breath, Lu Byron felt his blood boiling, his skin turning a vivid red, resembling a cooked shrimp, his heart suddenly convulsing painfully, causing him to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. This is bad. The two warriors stationed nearby to prevent Su Changkong's escape also recognized that Lu Byron was in distress, but Su Changkong had already made his move. 5 Animal Play. Swinging Ape. Su Changkong took a step forward, his expression twisted with ferocity, disregarding the blood oozing from his wounded right shoulder. His arms extended, trailing a series of afterimages as he unleashed a torrent of furious punches. Lu Byron attempted to defend himself, but as he summoned his true energy and blood, a sensation akin to his body exploding overwhelmed him, causing his movements to slow, leaving him helpless as he watched the relentless barrage of heavy punches approach. Bang, 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 bang. Su Changkong resembled a ferocious beast, his fist crashing against Lu Byron's body with the force of a drumbeat. In mere moments, Lu Byron's vulnerable points were relentlessly struck by Su Changkong's powerful blows. The sharp sound of cracking bones echoed as Lu Byron's chest caved in, piercing into his heart. While his skull twisted grotesquely, his body was hurled through the air like a rag doll at the mercy of a colossal creature, blood gushing forth. Am I to perish here? Lu Byron's consciousness faded, bewildered. Just seconds prior, he had held the upper hand, yet in the blink of an eye, the tide had turned dramatically. Even the young man in white, who rushed in upon realizing the peril, was struck by a round object. Upon closer inspection, he was frozen in shock. It was an eyeball, dislodged from Lu Byron's socket by Su Changkong's forceful strike, falling onto him. The young man in white stood frozen, a chill creeping into his heart. Changkong, nearly 3 steps away, gazed at him with bloodshot eyes that sent shivers down his spine, as if he were engulfed in an icy abyss. Without a moment's pause, Changkong, utilizing his wrist crossbow in conjunction with the boiling blood powder, decisively overwhelmed Lu Byron. He grasped the long sword embedded in Lu Byron's right shoulder, pulling it free, blood spraying forth and staining the young man's garments crimson. With a swift motion, Changkong raised the sword, and the terrified young man, paralyzed by fear, failed to react, resulting in the effortless severing of his head. Only one remained. Changkong's gaze, heavy with murderous intent, fixed upon the last man in blue, advancing towards him. Despite his wounds still bleeding, the aura of death surrounding him was almost palpable. Is Lu Xiangju dead? The blue-clad man trembled, disbelief and terror flickering in his eyes. He could hardly fathom that Lu Byron, a warrior at the Blood-Chi realm, had been brutally slain before him by Changkong. The sight of shattered bones and a flying eyeball sent shivers down his spine, his legs weakening beneath him. Confronted by the encroaching Changkong, the blue-clad man, once a valiant warrior, now found his courage utterly evaporated, replaced solely by dread. Unable to contain himself, he let out a scream and turned to flee. The overwhelming shock of witnessing all his companions, including the Blood-Chi realm warrior Lu Byron, being slain by Changkong was too much to bear. Though both were warriors of the same realm, Changkong was gravely injured at this moment. If the blue-clad man had mustered the courage to fight with all his might, he might have stood a fighting chance. Yet, consumed by fear, he turned to flee, effectively surrendering his life to Changkong. Changkong summoned his remaining energy, leaping forth like a ferocious tiger, quickly catching up to the blue-clad man, who had barely escaped a few paces. With his left hand, he thrust the long sword viciously into the man's back. With a sharp gasp, the blue-clad man felt a searing pain in his chest as the slender blade pierced through, his heart impaled. He stumbled a few steps before collapsing to the ground, his eyes wide in shock as his breath faded swiftly. Until the blue-clad man was slain, Changkong's prolonged breath of true energy finally dissipated. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, drenched in sweat that soaked his garments, his heart pounding as if it might leap from his chest. This was not solely due to the exhaustion of physical strength and the depletion of true energy. It was also rooted in fear, the fear of death. If Lu Xiangju donned inner armor or possessed the formidable skills akin to Shizijian's, it would have been me lying dead. Changkong's heart raced. He had not felt such dread when confronting Shizijian, for he had taken the initiative, mentally prepared for all eventualities. However, the betrayal by Wang Yun and the ambush laid by several elite members of the Black Lotus sect, led by Lu Xiangju, far exceeded Changkong's expectations, plunging him into a genuine life and death crisis. He shuddered at the thought that had it not been for the boiling blood powder he had concocted and the crossbow he had fashioned, he would now be deceased. Strength. Only formidable strength could confront all unforeseen circumstances. Changkong silently vowed, his yearning to grow stronger intensifying. He steadied his emotions and hastily bandaged the wound on his right arm with his clothing. Afterward, he sat cross-legged to recuperate. Half an hour later, Changkong expelled a faint blue breath, regaining some of his composure. He had been struck by Lu Byron's sword, but fortunately, it was not a critical area. The injury was not severe, primarily involving a depletion of stamina. Changkong glanced down at the numerous lifeless bodies on the ground, all of which had met a tragic end. The elite members of the Black Lotus sect, even Lu Byron himself, had come to ambush him. Yet they had all perished at Changkong's hands. Rising to his feet, Changkong searched through the corpses of the Black Lotus sect experts, but his findings were meager. These individuals carried no significant wealth. He only discovered identity tokens and some peculiar pills. Decapitating Lu Byron, a layer of frost enveloped Changkong's face. Today marked the closest he had ever come to death, all thanks to the intelligence provided by Wang Yun. One could only imagine had Wang Yun not betrayed him. Changkong would not rest until justice was served. The sky had completely darkened. In a room within the county office of Chishui City, Wang Yun appeared restless. As he calculated the time, he surmised that the Black Lotus sect had likely dealt with Wentai. It would not be long before Wentai's head was presented before him. Each passing minute was an agonizing torment. Meanwhile, the calm figure in the green robe remained unfazed, with 2 formidable warriors in the Divine Might realm and Lu Xiangju personally participating. The ghastly figure with 3 heads and 6 arms was assuredly doomed. Creak. Just as the two awaited their grim outcome, the door swung open with a creaking sound. A black object suddenly flew into the room, exuding a sin of blood as it crashed onto the floor, rolling several times. The green-robed man and Wang Yun both lowered their heads in astonishment. No, it was not Wentai. Wang Yun's heart raced. He was shocked to discover that the head which had flown in was not Wenhai's, but that of an unfamiliar man. Battered and twisted as if struck by tremendous force, with one eye socket completely hollowed out. A truly harrowing sight. It was Lu Xiangzhu. As for the man in the blue robe, he gasped in shock, his scalp prickling, his eyes wide in disbelief as he cried out. How could he not recognize it? The gruesome, bloodied head before him belonged to none other than Lu Byron. Lu Xiangzhu is dead? The man's hair stood on end. And while he struggled to grasp the reality of the situation, a vague understanding began to dawn upon him. He hastily looked up. At the entrance, a black-clad youth, reeking of blood, pushed the door open, none other than Su Changkong. Utilizing his turtle-breathing technique to conceal his presence, and familiar with the county magistrate's office, Su Changkong silently infiltrated the area. Mr. One. Su Changkong's gaze fell upon Wang Yun, whose expression was a tumultuous mix of joy and sorrow, as well as the blue-robed man's face, which was as pale as a ghost. A disciple of the Black Lotus sect? Earlier, when Su Changkong had conversed with Wang Yun, he sensed someone lurking in the shadows, but he had assumed it was merely a skilled protector from the magistrate's office. However, upon seeing the blue-robed man and hearing him mention Lu Xiangzhu, Su Changkong quickly deduced that this individual was also affiliated with the Black Lotus sect. With an impassive expression, Su Changkong strode purposefully towards the blue-robed man, slowly drawing his iron-cutting blade. The blue-robed man rose from his seat, his eyes widening in realization as he beheld the uniquely designed blade. He exclaimed, "You are the Iron Beast? The one who killed Shizijian?" Not long ago, the leader of the Black Horse Gang, Shizijian, had been slain on his own turf by a formidable expert who claimed to be from the Black Lotus sect. Known as the Iron Beast, most outsiders had not questioned his identity. However, disciples of the Black Lotus sect understood that no such figure existed within their ranks. They refrained from clarifying, as the Iron Beast's act of slaying Shizijian only served to enhance the notorious reputation of the Black Lotus sect. Rumors spoke of the Iron Beast's astonishing swordsmanship, capable of dispatching Shizijian with just a few strokes. Now, before him stood a figure equipped with a blade at his waist and having taken down a master like Lu Byron. The blue-robed man could no longer deny that the one who had killed Shizijian was none other than this ghostly-faced figure, or rather, Wentai. Only a mysterious and powerful figure like the Iron Beast could possibly slay a master of Lu Byron's caliber. The slayer of Shizijian is Mr. Wen? Yet Wang Yun could not connect the two, for in his mind, Wentai was a mercenary for money, with no need to oppose Shizijian. Moreover, though Wentai was strong, Wang Yun did not believe he could infiltrate the elite ranks of the Black Horse Gang, take down the so-called strongest expert of Chishui City, and escape unscathed. It turned out that the Iron Beast was not an arbitrary expert emerging from the Black Lotus sect, but rather the equally enigmatic Wentai. There's no need for hostility. The blue-robed man swallowed hard, repeatedly waving his hands, attempting to speak. Yet Su Changkong had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. The iron-cutting blade was drawn from his waist. Thud. Who goes there? Outside the courtyard. Shouts rang out from the guards of the magistrate's office, alerted by the commotion. Do not enter. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Yun hastily shouted to halt the approaching guards. Su Changkong took a seat across from him, his gaze icy and piercing. The reasons behind Wang Yun's betrayal were strikingly similar to Su Changkong's suspicions, ultimately stemming from coercion. And then, Su Changkong stated calmly that no matter how justifiable Wang Yun's reasoning might be, it remained an act of treachery, one that nearly cost him his life. Wang Yun grit his teeth and declared, "I am willing to compensate you. Whatever terms you propose, I shall agree." The blood of the man in the blue robe, splattered across his face, still lingered, and the formidable masters of the Black Lotus sect, including the invincible Shizijian, had met their end at Wentai's hands. The terror emanating from Wentai was, in Wang Yun's eyes, akin to that of a demon. At this moment, Wang Yun was desperate to preserve his life. He understood that the only chance of survival lay in acquiescing to all of Su Changkong's demands without uttering a single refusal. Otherwise, this ruthless man would show no regard for his status or position, likely leading to his execution, just as the man in blue had suffered. Su Changkong wasted no words, producing 6 tokens belonging to disciples of the Black Lotus sect from his robe and tossing them onto the table. He cast a cold glance at the corpse of the man in blue and asked, How much are these worth? 7,000. No, 30,000 taels. 30,000 taels of silver. This is all I possess, and the funds can be arranged by tomorrow morning. Wang Yun blurted out, only to quickly amend his statement. As the county magistrate of Qingshui City, he held a position of considerable prestige, though he had not engaged in extortion or oppression, maintaining a reputation for integrity. He had nonetheless accumulated significant wealth over 3 years in office, amassing a fortune that would take an ordinary person 10 lifetimes to earn. 30,000 taels of silver was all he could muster in such a short span. Simultaneously, a sense of relief washed over him. Understanding that Su Changkong sought money rather than his life, he felt he had a chance to survive. Very well, Su Changkong nodded in satisfaction regarding the sum, but then shifted his tone. Yet, I have further demands. Further demands? Wang Yun was taken aback. Su Changkong fixed his gaze on Wang Yun and calmly stated, I require you to exert all your influence to completely eradicate the power of the Black Lotus sect in the vicinity of Qingshui City. Eradicate the Black Lotus sect? The words caused Wang Yun's face to twitch involuntarily. To openly confront the Black Lotus sect and declare himself an enemy? He would rather pay a hefty sum than take such a risk. The very fact that he had previously hired Su Changkong to eliminate Black Lotus disciples revealed his deep concern for his own safety. His actions against the sect were only to safeguard himself, undertaken out of necessity. Yet now, Su Changkong's demand was for him to annihilate the Black Lotus sect entirely. Given the sect's ferocity, taking such a stance would likely invite assassination attempts against him and his family. This demand stemmed from Su Changkong's careful contemplation throughout their journey. Wang Yun's betrayal warranted a swift execution, yet as they traveled, Su Changkong gradually calmed himself and realized that even if he were to kill Wang Yun, it would not bring him the satisfaction he sought. Conversely, with Wang Yun's demise, the region surrounding Qingshui City would undoubtedly descend into greater chaos. The Divine Capturing Department would dispatch individuals to investigate the circumstances surrounding Wang Yun's death, relentlessly pursuing the true architects of this crime. They would not easily relent, and the Black Lotus sect would become increasingly audacious. Wang Yun's betrayal only served to position the Black Lotus sect as the primary culprit. It would be far more advantageous for Wang Yun to harness his own influence to combat the Black Lotus sect, thus eliminating the very foundation upon which their existence in Qingshui City rests. This would constitute the grandest form of retribution. Of course, should Wang Yun fail and fall prey to the Black Lotus sect, it would be a just consequence for his actions. Furthermore, if the Black Lotus sect were to kill Wang Yun, it would inevitably provoke an investigation from the upper echelons of the Dian dynasty. The murder of an official of high standing within the dynasty is no trivial matter. When the authorities arrive, they would likely not turn a blind eye to the Black Lotus sect's rampant activities in Qingshui City. Wang Yun's potential to eradicate the influence of the Black Lotus sect is indeed a positive outcome, and his demise at the hands of their elite would equally be a fortuitous event. Su Changkong harbors deep animosity toward the Black Lotus sect, yet his solitary efforts, even if they entail systematically eliminating their disciples, would yield limited effectiveness. In contrast, Wang Yun, occupying a prominent official position, could easily incite the populace, who have long suffered under the Black Lotus sect's tyranny, to rise in rebellion at his command, thereby uprooting their power in Qingshui City and rendering them as reviled as a rat in the street. The outcome of this conflict is of no concern to Su Changkong. Having received his due from Wang Yun, he would depart Qingshui City for the bustling heart of Molan Prefecture. To kill Wang Yun may offer a fleeting sense of satisfaction, but it would also attract the full force of the Dian dynasty's investigation, a troublesome affair. Hence, pitting Wang Yun against the Black Lotus sect emerges as the most prudent strategy. Mr. One, you may not be aware. Wang Yun attempted to articulate further thoughts, but Su Changkong, with an icy demeanor, interrupted. Throughout these years, you have occupied the position of magistrate in Qingshui City, yet you have accomplished nothing for the common folk. Banditry runs rampant, and the Black Lotus sect terrorizes the innocent, leaving the populace in dire straits. In your position, you have failed to govern. I have no desire to engage in philosophical discourse with you. You may refuse, but we must settle our accounts. One more soul perishes beneath my blade is inconsequential. Chapter 72. The Grave of the Dead. The City of Molan. Wang Yun's expression wavered between despair and resolve. In truth, he found himself with no real choice. Refusal at this moment could very well cost him his life. Even if Su Changkong did not press him, the threat of the Black Lotus sect loomed large, its influence unchecked. He could not forget the threats made against his family. Rather than succumb to inaction, he decided to take a gamble. With a heavy sigh, Wang Yun's gaze hardened, and he nodded slowly, declaring, "Eradicating the vile Black Lotus sect is my duty. At dawn tomorrow, I shall summon officials and prominent families from various regions to formally declare war on the Black Lotus sect, rooting them out completely." Satisfied with Wang Yun's response, Su Changkong nodded in acknowledgement and stood up. "My dear Wang, I harbor a deep disdain for betrayal, as well as for those who are fickle. Remember your words. I, one, will keep a vigilant eye on you." With that, he did not linger but turned on his heel and departed the government office. The soldiers and guards along the way, having not received any orders from Wang Yun, parted to allow Su Changkong to pass through the throng, vanishing into the shadows beyond. "Come forth. Dispose of the corpse of this Black Lotus fiend." After sitting in silence for a considerable time, Wang Yun finally retrieved a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his face, tidied his appearance, and issued his command. Returning to his courtyard, Su Changkong took the opportunity to meticulously cleanse his wounds, applying some readily available hemostatic ointment and bandaging himself. With his remarkable recovery as a seasoned martial artist, such non-fatal injuries would heal within a few days. Once he secured the 30,000 taels of silver from Wang Yun, he planned to depart from Chishui City. Taking a deep breath, Su Changkong rested his sword for half an hour before lying down to practice the turtle breathing technique, restoring his spirit and stamina. He refrained from immediately seeking Wang Yun the following day for the money. Instead, he chose to cultivate in solitude for 3 days, ensuring his injuries had completely healed and he had returned to peak condition before seeking out Wang Yun. During those days, Su Changkong also kept a watchful eye on the situation in Chishui City. On the morning following their meeting, Wang Yun had the government post a notice declaring that disciples of the Black Lotus sect had attempted to assassinate court officials and that a substantial bounty was placed on their members, with orders to kill on sight. Moreover, Wang Yun convened the esteemed dignitaries and wealthy merchants of Chishui City to discuss strategies for combating the Black Lotus sect, with contributions of both resources and manpower. As the magistrate of Chishui City, Wang Yun wielded influence far surpassing that of ordinary families or factions. Simply by raising the banner of resistance, he could rally various factions to his cause. Originally, Wang Yun aimed only to preserve his position and await retirement with minimal engagement. However, recent events compelled him to step forward and assert his stance, utilizing his capabilities to wage war against the Black Lotus sect. Su Changkong believed that as long as Wang Yun assured the safety of himself and his family, there was a high likelihood of eradicating the Black Lotus sect. After all, their roots in Chishui City were not particularly deep, and with Wang Yun's moral high ground and effective propaganda, it would be effortless to inform the populace of the sect's malevolence, thereby garnering support to dismantle the Black Lotus sect from the ground up. On the morning of the third day, Su Changkong made his way to the county magistrate's office in search of Wang Yun. He had not forgotten the promise of 30,000 taels of silver that Wang Yun had made to him. It was rightfully his. The number of guards had evidently increased by at least twofold. Upon arriving at the entrance of the office, Su Changkong noted the heightened security within, a clear indication of Wang Yun's recent public challenge to the Black Lotus sect, which had necessitated the augmentation of guards for his own safety. "Mr. Wen, Lord Wang has instructed that you are to proceed directly to see him upon your arrival," one of the guards stated with deference as they recognized Su Changkong, who was clad in black. This was not Su Changkong's first visit. The guards were well acquainted with him and had been directed by Wang Yun to treat him with utmost respect. With a slight nod, Su Changkong entered the magistrate's office, where a guard hastened ahead to announce his presence. He made his way to the rear courtyard where Wang Yun resided, and there he spotted a tall man with graying hair, sitting in stillness. This man exuded an imposing aura, and Su Changkong surmised that he was Su Jin, the master of the Iron Garment Martial Arts Academy. Su Changkong took a moment to observe Su Jin, recognizing him as a formidable warrior, likely at the pinnacle of body refinement, a rarity in Chishui City. The realization struck him. Su Jin was indeed the master of the city's largest martial arts school, possessing hundreds of disciples and considerable wealth, making it unlikely that mere money could persuade him to take action. However, unbeknownst to Su Changkong, Su Jin had offered his services without charge, motivated by Wang Yun's noble cause to eradicate the Black Lotus sect, which garnered him widespread support, including from warriors like Su Jin, who remained at the magistrate's office to thwart any assassination attempts by elite members of the sect. This man is a profoundly dangerous figure. Such a master exists in Chishui City? Su Jin's gaze fixed intently on Su Changkong, his expression turning serious as he sensed a subtle yet palpable aura of danger emanating from him. He was astonished. Though he considered himself among the top in the martial world of Chishui City, he had never heard of such a young expert. "Is Mr. Wen here? Please come in," came Wang Yun's voice from within, having been informed of Su Changkong's arrival. Upon entering the room, Su Changkong sat across from Wang Yun. "Lord Wang, you appear to be in good spirits these days," he remarked, noting that while Wang Yun's face bore signs of weariness, he emanated a revitalized energy. "Haha. As men, we always seem to thrive when engaged in significant endeavors," Wang Yun replied with a smile. Previously, the looming threat of the Black Lotus sect had weighed heavily on him, causing daily anxiety. Now, having resolved to eradicate their influence in Chishui City, he felt liberated from such concerns. After sending his family away for their safety, Wang Yun had officially declared war on the Black Lotus sect. In the city of Chishui, many individuals and factions had long harbored discontent towards the Black Lotus sect's reckless actions. With Wang Yun stepping forward as a leader, he quickly garnered substantial support, an experience entirely new to him. This was a gesture of gratitude to Mr. Wen. He sincerely expressed his appreciation for the assistance he had received over the past few days. Were it not for Su Changkong, Wang Yun would have been facing the coercion of the Black Lotus sect, with the grim choices of either death or forced allegiance, leading to an undesirable fate. Su Changkong opened the cloth pouch Wang Yun had placed on the table, revealing a stack of silver notes, the smallest denomination being 100 taels, amounting to a total of 30,000 taels. This sum represented Wang Yun's savings over the years, now offered as compensation to Su Changkong, who unreservedly accepted it, as it was a reward for his life's endeavors. "Mr. Wen, I hope you will remain to assist me. I can still pay you as before," Wang Yun boldly proposed. Su Changkong's formidable strength was immeasurable, and having him by his side would undoubtedly facilitate the eradication of the Black Lotus sect. "Let it be. Now that Lord Wang is leveraging his influence, even skilled individuals like Su Jin are willing to support you. My presence is inconsequential." Su Changkong declined with a shake of his head. The matters between Wang Yun and the Black Lotus sect were no longer his concern, having acquired a significant fortune. He wished to avoid further entanglement and trouble. His objective was to advance further and enhance his own strength. Previously, he had relied on external forces, such as the sleeve crossbow and boiling blood powder, to turn the tide against Liu Byron. Ultimately, one's own strength is the foundation for lasting success. Wang Yun felt a twinge of regret, but did not press the issue further. "Very well, Lord Wang. You are busy, so I shall take my leave. I wish you all the best." After receiving the money, Su Changkong did not linger, rising to bid farewell. Wang Yun escorted him to the door, watching as Su Changkong departed. Perhaps this would be their final meeting? This Mr. Wen was shrouded in mystery. In the future, they might still hear of his exploits. Wang Yun couldn't shake the feeling that this departure signified the end of their encounters. He couldn't help but reflect on how, although the name Wen Tai was not widely recognized in the vicinity of Chishui City, he had stirred the very winds and clouds of the region. Under the guise of the Phantom, he had slain over a dozen experts from the Black Lotus sect, earning great respect. Furthermore, as the Iron Beast, he had executed the once mighty Shi Zijiang within his domain, leading to the fragmentation of the Black Rider gang, which had long operated with impunity. Wen Tai remained a figure of obscurity, with only a handful of individuals aware of his deeds. After preparing, he set off towards the city of Molan. Su Changkong felt a surge of excitement, having been in this world for several years. He had mostly confined himself to the Black Iron Manor and the surrounding areas of Chishui City. Chishui City was merely a corner of the Great Yin dynasty, and if mentioned throughout the empire, most would shake their heads in ignorance, having never heard of such a place. In the grand expanse of the Great Yin Empire, within the 10 provinces and numerous prefectures, many individuals live their entire lives within the confines of their own county or town, never glimpsing the vast world beyond. Yet, the city of Molan, the most prosperous capital of Dafeng Prefecture, stands as a testament to the stark contrast between rural life and urban splendor, belonging to entirely different realms. Although Su Changkong yearns to explore broader horizons, he remains patient, taking the time to organize his belongings and reforging his partially damaged golden silk armor. He has spent several years at the Heidi Manor, the place that marks his humble beginnings. As dawn breaks, standing outside the manor's walls, he hears the familiar chime of the bells resonating from within. Previously, the manor faced threats from the Black Riders gang, leading Immortality to disperse the members and await the inevitable confrontation, resigned to the fate of the manor. However, to his astonishment, when the appointed time arrived, the Black Riders did not come forth. Instead, news spread like wildfire throughout Chishui City. The Black Riders had been annihilated. A mysterious master, clad in armor and wielding a colossal iron cleaver, emerged to confront the gang, slaying Shi Zijiang and Qin Zhuang on the spot, which subsequently led to the gang's internal strife and collapse. With the threat vanquished, Immortality was overwhelmed with joy and promptly reassembled the members, restoring Heidi Manor to its former glory, a truly fortuitous turn of events for Immortality. But was it all orchestrated by Changkong? As he gazed at the gathered members within the manor, Immortality found himself lost in thought. He vividly recalled that fateful night when Su Changkong wielded that heavy, formidable cleaver, an implement far beyond the capability of an ordinary person. Coincidentally, on the same night that Changkong departed, the armored master appeared and dispatched Shi Zijiang and Qin Zhuang, leading Immortality to draw connections between the two events. Moreover, Changkong had diligently practiced martial arts daily at the manor, a fact that the members occasionally witnessed but did not regard with much significance, believing his 5-animal play to be merely a health regimen learned from a physician. However, reflecting upon it now, it becomes evident that it was not an outsider who resolved their troubles by eliminating those 3 nefarious villains, but rather Su Changkong himself. He had been silently guarding Heidi Manor all along. Faced with the imminent destruction of the manor by the Black Riders, Changkong bravely infiltrated their ranks, leaving Chishui City in shock. The steadfast dedication and relentless training of that once solitary young man were not in vain. He is a true martial genius, having honed his skills over the years to an astonishing degree beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Immortality silently hopes that Changkong will find safety and success. He had initially intended to entrust the manor to him upon his retirement, but now he realizes that Su Changkong's ambitions extend far beyond inheriting a mere small manor. He harbors grander aspirations and ideals. All Immortality can do now is pray for him and offer his blessings. It is time to depart. Outside the walls of the Black Iron Manor, Su Changkong observed discreetly, aware that the manor had returned to its former stability, with the last remnants of worry dissipated. He moved forward with light steps, disturbing no one. Su Changkong harbored grand ambitions, yearning to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts, that ethereal realm of immortality. This endeavor was destined to be a challenging and protracted journey. Should he choose to walk at the pace of an ordinary person, covering 50 miles a day, it would take him 2 to 3 months to reach his destination, assuming he encountered no unforeseen events or illness along the way. Even on horseback, traveling 100 or 200 kilometers daily would consume half a month. Yet, Su Changkong, with his backpack in tow and without the aid of a horse, ventured alone towards the city of Imo-Linfu, his endurance surpassing that of any steed. Even without haste, he could traverse several hundred miles in a day. With a touch of perseverance, he could easily cover over 1,000 miles by journeying both day and night. As he continued his path, leaving the domain of Chishui City and heading towards Imo-Linfu City, he occasionally paused at roadside villages to inquire for directions, ensuring he did not stray off course. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. The azure sky, adorned with a few white clouds, overlooked a small grove where 4 or 5 bodies, clad in various garbs, lay scattered upon the ground, each having met their demise by broken necks and shattered skulls. Su Changkong, dressed in black, handsome and resolute, with a stature befitting a chivalrous hero, bent down to search the corpses of the bandits, retrieving more than a dozen taels of silver. With a sigh, he remarked, "I have always said, my fists are quite formidable. Why must they choose wealth over their lives?" Having departed from the realm of Chishui City, the predominant sensation that engulfed Su Changkong was one of chaos. It was not merely Chishui City that suffered. Other regions were equally afflicted, plagued by rampant banditry. Over the course of these 7 days, having traversed thousands of miles, he encountered his 4th group of bandits. The earlier brigands, upon witnessing Su Changkong's swift pace and unwavering stamina, recognized that he was not to be trifled with, and retreated discreetly. However, the current bandits approached while he was resting and dining, only to be effortlessly dispatched by Su Changkong. For an ordinary person attempting to journey from Chishui City to Imo-Linfu City, the challenges were formidable, unless one could afford to travel with a merchant convoy. The perilous distance could very well result in being robbed by bandits along the way. With luck, one might only lose their wealth and preserve their life. With ill fortune, they could encounter merciless foes, destined to become carrion in the wilderness. The Daiyan dynasty is nearing its end. Su Changkong could not help but lament the disarray within Chishui City. If such chaos was prevalent there, one could only imagine the state of affairs elsewhere. A clear sign of a crumbling dynasty. The Daiyan dynasty had endured for over 2 millennia, yet it seemed inevitably destined for turmoil and decline. Nonetheless, Changkong paid little mind to such matters. As a mere individual, his focus was solely on his own well-being. He estimated that he should reach Fu City today. Calculating the time and distance, he felt that the city was not far off. Paying no heed to the bodies strewn about, he rose and continued on his journey. What a foul stench! After traversing over 100 miles once more, Changkong found himself walking along a narrow mountain path when he suddenly furrowed his brow, detecting a foul stench wafting from ahead. Could it be the remains of some deceased animal? Without pausing, he continued forward, but the stench grew increasingly pungent. Upon reaching the scene, even Changkong, with his vast experience, was momentarily taken aback. In the mountain ravine ahead, a shallow stream flowed, within which lay numerous corpses. These bodies, swollen and pale from immersion, resembled inflated balloons, ready to burst with a mere poke, having been dead for at least 10 to 15 days. From their attire, it was evident that nearly all were warriors, over 10 in number, each adorned with weapons at their sides, yet they had perished without even drawing their arms against an unknown foe. Who could have committed such a brutal act? With vigilance, Changkong scanned his surroundings, ensuring there were no unusual signs before descending into the ravine to examine the bodies. The wounds on these corpses astonished him, casting a shadow of gravity over the situation. Each body bore a large gaping hole in the chest, the hearts mysteriously absent. Moreover, some corpses displayed bite marks, one head seemingly gnawed off halfway by a beast. The edges of the wounds serrated. Could it truly be the work of a wild animal? Yet what creature would kill for hearts or sever a human head? If humans were responsible, then why had none of the valuables been taken? Changkong was engulfed in doubt. His investigation revealed that the silver notes and coins on these bodies remained untouched, though most of the notes had been soaked through and rendered useless. The notion of hearts being taken, the bodies appearing as if torn apart by beasts, yet devoid of any financial motive, painted an extraordinarily bizarre picture. Chapter 73. The Bowden Residence. Alchemy. It is prudent to depart. A sense of vigilance enveloped Changkong, to avoid attracting trouble. He chose not to linger and swiftly made his exit, quickening his pace as he traversed the desolate mountains. The proximity to the city of Fu was unmistakable. Yet such occurrences raised concerns. It seemed that the tranquility of Fu was not as idyllic as it appeared. This vicinity was likely fraught with unrest, necessitating his continued caution and actions. At last, he arrived. Indeed, as he advanced, the silhouette of a city began to materialize before him, with towering walls standing resolutely, exuding a profound sense of history. This was the bustling Fu city. The ramparts, soaring nearly 10 zhang high, were forged from dark stone, while the city gates were manned by fully armored silver-clad soldiers. The throngs of pedestrians entering and exiting created a vibrant atmosphere. According to Changkong's knowledge, the permanent population of Fu city exceeded 1 million, not accounting for merchants and travelers, thus surpassing the largest cities of ancient Blue Star. Following the crowd into the city, the soldiers at the gate merely cast a fleeting glance at his face before diverting their attention. As he entered, the expansive streets were alive with the rush of carriages, and Changkong beheld numerous towering edifices and sprawling residential districts. By this time of evening, many tall buildings adorned with lanterns and colorful lights radiated a bright glow, captivating the eye. In Shui City, and even at the Black Iron Manor, darkness heralded an early retreat to rest, with the dawn signaling the start of labor. However, in Fu City, the night blossomed with festivity and vibrant night markets. A time for revelry and indulgence, only succumbing to darkness in the late hours. Transitioning from Shui City to Fu City felt akin to a journey from the countryside to a grand metropolis, revealing two entirely disparate worlds. He resolved to find an inn for accommodation, to gather information regarding Fu City, before securing a residence and attending to matters concerning the Qi blood pill. Not in haste, Changkong meandered through the streets until he finally halted at the entrance of an inn named Pine Moon Inn, where he proceeded inside. The inn bustled with patrons, a melting pot of diverse individuals, creating a rapid flow of information, a perfect locale for gathering news. At Pine Moon Inn, Changkong secured a room and refreshed himself from the fatigue of his travels. He settled in a quiet corner of the inn's main hall, ordering a few dishes to savor while attentively listening to the conversations of fellow diners. 3 days ago, pirates raided, and the young deputy leader of the whale gang, Changkong, personally took to the sea, sending that band of over 100 marauders and several ships to the depths of the Blue Rain Sea. Have you heard? Yesterday, near the outskirts of Fu City, They discovered corpses in a dreadful state. It is rumored that it was not the work of men, but rather demons. In the bustling hall of the inn, groups of patrons gathered at tables, drinking, feasting, and engaging in lively discussions, many of which revolved around significant events that had recently transpired in Molenfu City. Su Changkong listened attentively and indeed gained considerable insights. As night fell, the innkeeper brought hot water, and Su Changkong rewarded him with some silver coins, inquiring about the basic conditions within Molen Prefecture City, yielding a wealth of information. In the blink of an eye, Su Changkong had spent 5 days at Songwei Inn, during which he had acquired a fundamental understanding of Molen Prefecture City. In Molen Prefecture City, the most formidable figure to be wary of was the prefect, Gong Yulong. Not only could he mobilize thousands of elite soldiers from Molen, but he also hailed from a prestigious family, backed by the Gong clan, which had deep roots in the city for over a century. Furthermore, one of the largest gangs in the area, the Leviathan Gang, was a colossal entity not to be trifled with. This gang boasted formidable warriors and had disciples spread throughout the martial arts community in Molen, controlling the lucrative maritime trade routes of the nearby Blue Rain Sea. Amassing wealth daily, the leader of the Leviathan Gang, Sikong Yong, was a top-tier martial artist in Molen's martial world, a prodigy who had inherited the gang's leadership at a young age. He was both scholarly and martial, having subdued the marauding pirates of the Blue Rain Sea, earning him immense respect and fear. Though he had not publicly appeared for several years, his reputation remained undiminished. I should first visit Wanlin Pavilion to see if I can procure the medicinal herbs needed for the blood chi pill, and then search for a suitable residence. Su Changkong pondered silently. Wanlin Pavilion was a property of the Wan family, which had been entrenched in Molen for many years, primarily engaged in commerce. The pavilion resembled a shopping mall, offering a range of goods from weaponry and bows to clothing and medicinal herbs. In the small town of Chishui, most of the herbs required for the blood chi pill were unattainable, making Su Changkong's primary purpose for coming to Molen to acquire these materials and find someone to refine the blood chi pill, thus allowing him to enter the blood chi realm. After organizing his thoughts, Su Changkong inquired with a passerby about the location of Wanlin Pavilion and soon found himself outside its grand entrance, positioned in the bustling commercial district of the city. Wanlin Pavilion was an imposing structure, dominating the surrounding buildings and exuding the ambience of a marketplace. The first floor was bustling with activity, showcasing various luxurious items, including jewelry and weapons. "Good sir, what may I assist you with?" A young man in the pavilion's uniform approached Su Changkong shortly after he entered, offering a warm welcome. The young man was perceptive. Despite Su Changkong's calm demeanor and stern appearance, he possessed an extraordinary aura that commanded respect, causing the attendant to treat him with due diligence. Without unnecessary preamble, Su Changkong produced a list from his pocket and handed it to the young man, stating with a placid expression, "I wish to procure the herbs listed here." The youth accepted the list with both hands, his demeanor shifting to one of greater respect and seriousness as he scanned its contents. Blood insect grass, blood lotus flower, 20-year-old blood ginseng. The herbs listed were essential for concocting the blood chi pill, each one exceedingly rare and valuable, unobtainable in smaller locales. To obscure his true intentions, Su Changkong had also included a few unnecessary items on the list. Certainly, it is not imperative to do so in order to concoct the chi blood pill. Not only are these medicinal herbs required, but their proportions and the methods of refinement are meticulously documented. It is impossible to deduce a formula based solely on a handful of ingredients. Much like constructing a house, while one may possess ample materials, the act of building is not merely a matter of stacking bricks and stones. "Esteemed guest, please accompany me to the second floor, where I shall notify Supervisor Wan Sun." The youth spoke with increasing reverence, aware that the herbs in question were of considerable value. The gentleman before him, Su Changkong, was a distinguished client, necessitating the attention of more senior personnel for negotiations. "Very well," Su Changkong replied succinctly. Upon reaching a refined private room on the second floor, the youth poured a cup of exquisite tea for Su Changkong before bowing and retreating. Su Changkong chose not to touch the tea on the table, instead opting to wait in silence. Before long, a middle-aged man of refined demeanor entered the room. He was undoubtedly Supervisor Wan's son, a member of the Wan family given his surname. "I am Wan's son. May I inquire how to address you, sir?" Wan's son inquired politely, bowing slightly to Su Changkong. "My surname is Li." Su Changkong casually fabricated a name. "Mr. Li, what medicinal herbs do you require? Though some may not be available at Wanlin Pavilion, we can procure them from other sources and have them delivered within 2 days," Wan's son assured him. What is the price? Su Changkong inquired regarding the cost. The herbs you seek, Mr. Li, are indeed quite precious, primarily those that invigorate and replenish blood. A set would amount to approximately 3,000 taels of silver. Wonsun replied candidly. 3,000 taels? Su Changkong felt a surge of astonishment. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the price was still staggering. It is worth noting that he had previously indulged in a double dosage of qi supplement powder daily, which only cost him around 600 to 700 taels per month. Yet, the ingredients for refining the qi blood pill demanded 3,000 taels. Despite his inner surprise, Su Changkong maintained a calm exterior. I shall reserve one set for now. Let me first assess the effects before purchasing more. It shall be ready in 2 days, he added. Wonsun beamed at this affirmation, recognizing that the transaction was already half secured. I shall await your return in 2 days, he promised. With a nod, Su Changkong departed Wanlin Pavilion, and following his exit, he spent over a day searching for suitable accommodations within the city. The residence he sought needed to be spacious and tranquil, as he intended to practice martial arts, which would create considerable noise. Additionally, he planned to set up some forging tools, necessitating ample space. Ultimately, Su Changkong settled on a charming abode, a moderately sized vacant estate located in District XC. It boasted flourishing flowers and trees, offering a picturesque view, with high walls ensuring a serene environment. However, the rent was rather steep, amounting to 30 taels of silver per month, totaling 360 taels for the year. In Qingshui City, this sum could purchase a commendable residence. However, the tranquility and ambience of the estate greatly aligned with Su Changkong's preferences. Ultimately, he did not hesitate to spend the money and rented the small manor, paying a year's rent in one lump sum. After tidying up the rooms of the estate, 2 days swiftly passed. Mr. Li, you have arrived. Please, take a seat. 2 days later, Su Changkong made his way to Wanlin Tower early in the morning, where Wonsun warmly invited him to sit in a private booth on the 2nd floor. Here are the medicinal herbs you requested. Please take a moment to verify them. Wonsun then summoned someone to bring forth the herbs Su Changkong needed. All were exquisitely packaged, and among them, the 20-year-old blood ginseng required for the qi and blood pill was housed in an elegant sandalwood box. Su Changkong meticulously checked each item and found nothing amiss. In truth, given the reputation of the Wan family, it was inconceivable for them to engage in deceit and tarnish their name. Su Changkong produced 3,000 taels of silver notes to complete the transaction, leaving both parties in high spirits. Seizing the opportunity, Su Changkong inquired, Manager Wan, do you know where I might find an alchemist? Simply acquiring these herbs was insufficient. He required an alchemist to refine them into pills. An alchemist? In response, Wonsun displayed no surprise. Given the quantity and value of the herbs Su Changkong had purchased, it was evident that he intended to concoct a pill for invigorating energy and replenishing blood. After a moment's reflection, Wonsun replied, alchemists are exceedingly rare, particularly those of exceptional skill, as training one demands an unimaginable fortune. I recommend you visit Baodanju. The alchemist Sun Enian there has over 40 to 50 years of experience and is quite proficient. He also accepts commissions for refining pills. Indeed, being an alchemist is a costly profession, requiring extensive practice to hone one's skills, and the initial stages are often a financial drain. Most families lack the resources to cultivate an alchemist. While the Wan family does have an alchemist, their services are exclusively for the family's disciples. Outsiders must pay exorbitant fees, contingent upon the alchemist's willingness to assist. This is why Wonsun recommended the alchemist at Baodanju. Thank you for the information. After obtaining detailed directions to Baodanju, Su Changkong bid farewell to Wonsun and prepared to investigate whether he could enlist Sun Enian's help in refining the qi and blood pill. Baodanju is situated within a serene estate, filled with various medicinal herbs, where the fragrant aroma could be detected even from beyond the walls. At the entrance of Baodanju stood 2 men clad in white. Upon Su Changkong's arrival, one of the white-clad gentlemen approached and politely inquired, are you here to commission Master Sun for alchemical work? Indeed, Su Changkong acknowledged with a nod. Please, come inside. I will take you to meet young Master Sun, who is the grandson of Master Sunday. The white-clad gentleman did not treat Su Changkong with any disregard. Those who could afford to hire Sun Enian were generally not of ordinary means. Under the guidance of the white-clad gentleman, Su Changkong entered Baodanju and soon found himself in a reception hall where he met Sun Fu, a handsome young man in his 20s, the grandson of Sun Enian. My surname is Li, and I wish to request Master Sun's assistance in refining a pill. Su Changkong was the first to introduce himself. After Sun Fu invited him to take a seat, he began, "Mr. Li, I presume this is your first visit? It is no trouble for my grandfather to refine elixirs for you, but there are a few matters I must clarify." Changkong listened attentively. First, you must provide your own materials. Depending on the complexity and value of the elixir being refined, a certain percentage of the remuneration will be deducted. Second, should the refinement fail, no fees will be charged. However, we at Baodanju will not bear any losses incurred from the wasted materials. Sun Fu solemnly outlined the conditions for entrusting Sun Enian with the alchemical task. Success in alchemy necessitates a payment, while failure results in the complete loss of materials, for which Baodanju shall not offer compensation. These terms may appear harsh, yet they are, in truth, quite reasonable. After all, the art of alchemy is fraught with both successes and failures. Even the most esteemed alchemists cannot guarantee success every time. However, Changkong harbored some reservations. The materials for his Qi blood elixir cost a hefty sum of 3,000 taels of silver. Should he fail, that investment would be entirely lost. Furthermore, even in the event of success, there is a possibility that Baodanju might pilfer a few elixirs, leaving him unable to detect the discrepancy. It is no wonder he approached the situation with a degree of skepticism, as he was not well acquainted with Baodanju. What troubled Changkong most was the success rate of Sun Enian in crafting the Qi blood elixir. If the rate were high, he could tolerate a few elixirs being misappropriated. However, if the rate were low, he stood to lose everything. Thus, he cautiously inquired, "May I ask, what is Master Sun's success rate in alchemy?" In response to Changkong's forthright question, Sun Fu did not take offense. He replied candidly, "That depends on the elixir. If it is one my grandfather is skilled in, the success rate will be high. However, if it is an elixir my grandfather has never attempted, I will need to examine the formula and make a judgment. Generally, it is advisable to prepare several batches of materials, as total failure is not out of the question." Sun Fu articulated the terms clearly, without any attempt to conceal the facts. This transparency stemmed from a desire to avoid complications should a client suffer severe losses due to a failed alchemical attempt and subsequently blame Baodanju. Thus, Baodanju insists on such clarity. Should alchemical endeavors fail, they accept no responsibility for the losses incurred. If one agrees, they may sign. If not, they are free to leave. As an esteemed alchemist, Sun Enian's status commands respect, and he is not particularly concerned with a few transactions. Changkong's brow furrowed in contemplation. He would have to provide his Qi blood elixir formula free of charge, supply his own materials, and bear the burden of any losses from failed attempts. If Sun Enian were to fail repeatedly, perhaps 7 or 8 times, before managing to produce a few batches of the elixir, he would undeniably suffer a total loss. Although he possessed a substantial sum of 40 to 50,000 taels of silver, it was insufficient to withstand such trials. Rather than allow an outsider to experiment with his funds and materials, why not undertake the endeavor himself? At that moment, a thought struck Changkong. He realized that he trusted himself more than anyone else. If he could master the art of alchemy, he would achieve self-sufficiency, eliminate the middleman, and possess a skill that would serve him well for life. Upon reflecting on this, Changkong swiftly shifted the conversation, clearing his throat and stating, "Young Master Sun, if I may be so bold, I have a keen interest in the art of alchemy and wish to learn the craft at Baodanju. I am prepared to offer a fee for apprenticeship." Hearing this, Sun Fu was somewhat taken aback by the abrupt change in topic. Yet he smiled and shook his head. "Mr. Li, to speak candidly, every alchemist acquires their craft through experience. And the art of alchemy is traditionally passed down only through formal master-disciple relationships or to one's own descendants. Moreover, this art is profoundly intricate and not everyone possesses the capability to master it, nor can one achieve proficiency overnight. My grandfather has already accepted 3 or 4 disciples to inherit his legacy and will not be taking on any more students. In this era, the bond between master and disciple is exceedingly close, akin to that of father and son, with disciples expected to serve their masters with utmost filial piety. As for Sun Enian, an esteemed alchemist, countless individuals aspire to become his students, yet he has only taken in a handful over the decades, most of whom are related to him by blood. Thus, it is undoubtedly improbable for an outsider like Changkong to learn the art of alchemy at Baodanju. "Very well. Allow me to ponder this further," Changkong replied, having merely inquired without any expectation of compliance. He was not prepared to immediately commission Sun Enian to assist him in alchemy, should the investment yield no returns, or worse, lead to a total loss. It would be a dire predicament indeed. Careful consideration was warranted. No rush. My grandfather's schedule for alchemy is booked until next month. Mr. Li, should you require assistance, feel free to return at any time, Sun Fu remarked with a smile, seemingly modest and courteous, yet his tone carried an undercurrent of arrogance. Su Changkong harbored distrust towards Sun Inian, yet there remained many who sought his expertise in alchemy. Rising to his feet, Su Changkong made his way towards the exit of Bao Danju. Indeed, it is not so easily obtained. Elixirs of such caliber as the Qi blood pill are not readily accessible. They necessitate not only an abundance of rare medicinal herbs, but also the skill of a proficient alchemist to refine them into pills. If all else fails, I shall have to resort to consuming these energy-boosting and blood-nourishing herbs directly. I wonder if the nearly 50,000 taels of silver I possess will suffice for the transformation of my vitality. As Su Changkong walked, he could not help but feel somewhat bemused. The materials required for crafting the Qi blood pill inherently possess the properties of enhancing energy and replenishing blood. Consuming them directly would certainly yield inferior results compared to their refined form, yet it is undeniably a safer alternative, free from the uncertainties of placing one's hopes in another's hands. However, with nearly 50,000 taels, if I were to purchase herbs akin to blood ginseng and consume them daily, would it indeed elevate my vitality to its zenith and facilitate my transformation? Even he remained uncertain in his heart. As he strolled, Su Changkong cast a casual glance over his shoulder and leisurely entered a narrow alley. Shortly thereafter, a man followed him into the alley, panting slightly, his face etched with confusion. Where did he go? Where has he vanished? Did you follow me all the way, Mr. Li, for any particular guidance? A sudden voice from behind startled the man, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Su Changkong regarded the man with a stoic expression. The man appeared to be in his mid-20s, relatively youthful, with a slender physique, haggard complexion, and pronounced dark circles under his eyes, giving the impression of one who has been excessively indulging, leaving his body drained by vices. As Su Changkong departed from Baodin residence, he sensed that someone was trailing him. Consequently, he led the pursuer into a narrow alley, eager to discern the motives behind the shadowing. I mean no harm, the man insisted, repeatedly gesturing with his hands. Observing his breathless demeanor after just a few paces, it was evident that he posed no threat to Su Changkong. Chapter 74. The Record of Precious Pills. The Qi and Blood Pill is complete. What brings you here? Su Changkong fixed his gaze upon the man, who had been stealthily following him, undoubtedly harboring some clandestine intentions. Clearing his throat, the man introduced himself. I am Sun Yun. Sun Fu is my younger brother, and Sun Inian is my grandfather. One from the Precious Pill residence? Su Changkong nodded slightly, observing that Sun Yun bore a resemblance to the previously encountered Sun Fu, yet their dispositions were markedly different. Sun Fu was the epitome of elegance, while Sun Yun appeared disheveled, a victim of excess indulgence. After his introduction, Sun Yun's eyes darted mischievously. You came to the Precious Pill residence seeking my grandfather's assistance in alchemy, did you not? I have, albeit modestly, studied the art of alchemy for over a decade and can offer you a discount. A hint of amusement flickered in Su Changkong's eyes. He harbored no trust in Sun Inian, let alone in this Sun Yun. It was evident that Sun Yun's alchemical skills paled in comparison to those of his grandfather. To solicit his help would be sheer folly. Even if he were to offer his services free of charge, it would be a futile endeavor. Never mind. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave, Su Changkong replied curtly. Wait, I heard you wish to learn the art of alchemy? Sun Yun called out, halting Su Changkong in his tracks. You can teach me alchemy? As Sun Inian's grandson, Sun Yun had been trained in the art of alchemy from a young age. Since Sun Inian no longer took apprentices, learning from Sun Yun was not out of the question. However, Sun Yun chuckled awkwardly. My skills are limited, and I lack the patience to teach others. But I can provide you with alchemical texts. You can learn from them. With that, Sun Yun produced a thick tome, approximately the width of half a hand, from his robe. This is the record of precious pills, compiled by my grandfather. It contains the methods for crafting commonly used elixirs and thoroughly details the foundational techniques of alchemy. It was intended for us disciples to learn from. If you wish to study alchemy, this book will suffice. Su Changkong's interest was piqued. Indeed, possessing a text on alchemy would be invaluable. How much do you ask for it? He inquired, feeling a surge of eagerness. Very straightforward. 10,000 taels of silver. And this record of precious pills is yours, Sun Yun declared, his face lighting up at Su Changkong's apparent willingness to negotiate. Yet, it was clear that Sun Yun was being rather audacious, demanding such a steep price. Su Changkong's expression remained impassive. Are you jesting with me? 10,000 Tales for the Art of Alchemy? This is merely a book, one that requires personal study. Sun Yun maintained his smile and quickly countered, if that seems exorbitant. I can offer a discount, 9,000 Tales. Changkong remained silent, prompting Sun Yun to grit his teeth. 8,000 Tales. This book is the culmination of my grandfather's decades of dedication. Even a mere glance from an outsider is a rare privilege, truly priceless. 7,000 Tales. I cannot lower it further, Sun Yun implored. Despite Su Changkong's indifference, he gazed at Sun Yun and remarked, My wealth has been earned through the sweat of my brow. This precious Dan record is merely an introductory guide to alchemy, devoid of any esteemed mentors to provide guidance. Purchasing it may leave me utterly perplexed. While I do possess a modicum of interest in the art of alchemy, the cost is simply too exorbitant, rendering it unworthy of my investment. Sun Yun, feeling somewhat defeated, queried, Then how much are you willing to offer? 2,000 Tales, not a single tale more. Su Changkong pondered for a moment before stating his final price. At the previous Zhao family auction, a rather exquisite red fire technique had fetched just over 1,000 Tales of silver. Scarcity enhances value, and literature on alchemy is notoriously difficult to procure. Nevertheless, 2,000 Tales of silver is the utmost Su Changkong is prepared to expend for this tome. Very well. Very well, how miserly. 2,000 Tales it is. If it weren't for my financial woes, I would never part with it. And mind you, do not disclose to anyone that I sold it to you. If my grandfather learns of this, he shall undoubtedly break my legs. Noticing Su Changkong's willingness to depart at the slightest hint of disagreement, Sun Yun's expression soured, and he reluctantly acquiesced, repeatedly cautioning Su Changkong to keep their transaction a secret. Sun Yun, the grandson of Sun Yin, was known for his frivolous lifestyle and reckless spending, accumulating a significant debt outside while refraining from disclosing it to his grandfather. Today, he had eavesdropped on Su Changkong's conversation with Sun Fu and, inspired by the prospect of selling the Dan record for a substantial sum to settle his debts, had followed him. However, Su Changkong remained unconcerned with Sun Yun's predicament. His sole desire was to acquire the Dan record for study. With the knowledge of alchemy, he could become self-sufficient, free from the judgment of others and no longer a target for exploitation. Su Changkong produced 2,000 Tales of silver from his robes and handed them to Sun Yun, who, in turn, relinquished the Dan record. He hastily added, If you are unable to master alchemy using this record, it is not my fault. It is merely a reflection of your lack of talent. Su Changkong, uninterested in further dialogue, understood that if the Dan record proved legitimate, any failure on his part to learn the craft would rest solely upon him. Conversely, should he discover that the Dan record was fraudulent, resulting in both financial and personal